Hey everyone, if you're enjoying my RM audiobooks, don't forget to like, subscribe, hit that hype, and maybe check out my Patreon if you want to support the channel even more. Your support means a lot and helps me keep these coming. Now, sit back and enjoy the story.
Heroic Myth. Chapter 41, to the next stage. Gina Gwen let out a soft groan as she opened her eyes and looked around. This is my room. Instead of a Spartan room lined with stone, she was in a small, yet comfortable room of wood and plaster decorated with things any 10-year-old girl would love. Storybooks, songbooks, stuffed animals, and ceremonial daggers. Well, things a 10-year-old Amazoness would love anyway. Yo, Sleeping Beauty. Gina's eyes fell down at the foot of her bed where the red-haired smith of Hestia was sitting with what looked like a sewing kit by his side. "Welf?" Gina asked as she tried to sit up, fear slowly building in her chest. "Why can't I feel my arm?" "Ah, that's because you're on like a million painkillers," Welf said as he walked over and placed a hand on her right shoulder to keep her still. "Magical and normal." Gina followed his hand and saw that her arm was wrapped in a cast and was tightly bound to her chest to keep her from moving it. And just like that, all the tension sputtered out of her like a leaking balloon. "Lancer said your arm will heal up just fine, but it'll take a few weeks," Welf continued as Gina ran a hand over her arm to make sure it really was still there. Jackie and Primo were here too, but they fell asleep, so Lancer carried them back to their rooms. Belle, Lily and Emmy wanted to stay too, but they kinda clonked out the minute we got back, so Ryder put them to bed before heading to the kitchen. "FIA's still here, but she just clocked out." Welf indicated the harpy who had one leg in a small cast as she was sleeping soundly with her back against a wall. "So, we're back home?" Gina asked as Welf gently made her lie back down and pulled her blanket up. "Did we win?" "Duh," Welf replied bluntly as if he was insulted that she might have thought otherwise, causing her to smile. "Anyway, I'm just here because I'm used to staying up all night working on stuff and to make sure you don't wake up all alone." "Thanks, Welf," Gina replied honestly. She did appreciate his sentiment. "You can thank me by looking over the armor designs I'm going to make for you starting tomorrow," Welf said, ruffling her hair. "I know Amazonas don't usually use them, but I'm going to have to insist on this." "Fine." Gina begrudgingly agreed as she rubbed her shoulder with her free hand. "What were you working on there?" "Haha, well, I wanted to add a few cool things to it, but I guess it wouldn't hurt to show you what I got now." Welf went back to the spot on the floor where he had been sitting and picked up a bit of cloth. "Ta-da! A new one for your collection." It was a teddy bear. Its fur was a light brown color and it was wearing a yellow chiton over its body held together by a belt with 3 tiny gems slotted in. It also had a little club in one of its hands and a red dagger in a small sheath around its waist. Gina wanted to squeak, but her body felt too tired to do more than let out a soft squeal. Her glee was still obvious in her face as Welf let out another chuckle before placing the teddy by her head. "He's so cute, Welf," Gina said as she rubbed her cheek against it. "I didn't know you made things like this too." "Well, compared to leather armor, it's way easier," Welf admitted. "Though I think I kinda screwed up on the face." Taking a closer look at it, Gina noted that the eyes were half closed, and its snout took up a generous amount of space on the lower half of its face, giving the teddy a rather sly and smug look. "I know I'm the one who made it and all, but I feel like its face is mocking me." Gina couldn't help but giggle at the sour face Welf was making while staring at the teddy as the door opened up. "It's getting late, Welf," Ryder's voice said as the woman came in holding a mug in one hand and a plate with a sandwich in the other. "You should head to Dash." The woman stopped speaking when she locked eyes with Gina. Ryder then seemed to blur in place for a moment before Gina blinked and found the servant kneeling in front of her, sandwich and drink still in her hands. Ryder then shoved the snack into Welf's hands and pulled Gina into a tight and warm hug. "You're awake," Ryder said, choking back tears. "Thank goodness." Ryder," Gina began. "You're kinda, Ryder's fingers dug into Gina's skin a bit before her grip lessened and the woman leaned back a bit. She reminded Gina a lot of her own mom, though the way they showed their physical affections differed greatly. Not to say that Gina's mom never hugged her, just never so tightly. Her dad had said it was because she had once dislocated his arm when she hugged him at full strength, so she always had to hold back when showing affection to others. "Gina." Ryder suddenly called her name and Gina realized tears were falling from her own eyes. "Ah, sorry." Gina said as she wiped her eyes with her free hand for a moment before Welf handed Ryder a handkerchief that the woman then used to wipe them for her. You have family outside of Orario, right? Ryder asked. Do you want to send them a letter or go visit them? And no, I'm fine. Gina said quickly. The only ones who would go out that far from Orario would be Hermes' familia anyway. It wasn't as though she had left her old familia in bad terms. She just had enough of a god who lost over half of the reward that was paid for by the blood of her friends over something as stupid as entering the dungeon for his own personal amusement. Her old familia understood her reasons and saw her off warmly, but she'd feel awkward if she had to rely on them for anything now. Ryder just stared at her softly for a moment before nodding her head. I understand. Do you want something to eat? Or would you rather rest some more? I'd rather eat with everyone else. All right. I'll call you once it's time for breakfast. Though the caster and the others haven't returned yet. They're probably dealing with the guild, same with Goddess Hestia. With that done, Ryder left the room, muttering to herself. Gina then turned back to Welf for an explanation as the young man was stuffing the sandwich into his mouth, being careful not to let any crumbs fall onto her bed sheets. Yeah, Caster, Saber, and Archer are still back at the castle to deal with the cleanup, Welf explained after swallowing. Caster, kind of blew up like half the world just as the end bell rang, so he probably has to explain that. Did he say why? Gina asked. At a guess, I think that's where the bad guys were hiding, Welf said. It was both far away enough from our base that no one would pay attention to it on the divine mirrors and close enough for those plant things to attack us. At the mention of the Velas, Gina rubbed her arm again. Well, don't worry about that stuff, Welf said as he stood up and placed a hand on Gina's head. Just leave everything to your big brother and rest. Gina looked up at Welf with a giggle. You know Amazons don't have brothers, right? Gina asked. Hey, first time for everything. Then, I'll leave it to you, Unai-chan. Welf let out a strained cough as he clutched a hand over his chest. What was that? Welf asked. It's something I learned from the gods who came to Orario from the Far East, Gina replied with a smile. They said it's a magic spell that little girls could say to older boys to make them weak. No one should have this power. Welf said seriously before an evil smirk appeared on his face. Why don't you get together with Primo and Jackie to say it to Belle? You're mean, Welf. Oh, you wound me. Welf playfully placed a hand over his heart as if someone had shot him there before setting the empty plate and mug on the nearby desk before plopping himself down on the floor beside Gina's bed so that his face was just visible to her from her spot lying down. What are you doing? Gina asked, blinking in confusion as she moved the teddy to the side to see Welf's face better. Feeling a bit lazy to go back to my room since it's in the second building, Welf said. So, I'm going sit here and fix up some things. I see. Oh right, Lancer also told me to make you drink this if you happen to wake up early. Something so you could relax better. Gina nodded her head as Welf helped her drink the rather bitter liquid. Thanks, Welf. Gina muttered as she nestled into her sheets. For what? Welf asked simply, pretending to not notice as he sat down and started patching up the holes in his coat. As exhaustion caught up Gina again, she muttered out, it wasn't your fault. But even as Welf's hands stopped moving, Gina had already traveled back into dreamland. XXXXX. I see, so Gina's fallen back asleep then. Yes, Goddess Hestia. Hestia and Ryder were in Hestia's office with the latter having prepared a late-night snack for Hestia as well after reporting to her about Gina's condition. Hestia had been dealing with the guild to discuss the terms of her winnings until late into the night. Deciding to get rid of a potential pain in the butt for the future, she seized the entirety of Apollo Familia's assets aside from the personal effects of Apollo's adventurers, heirlooms, clothing, and the like. Their weapons, armor, and supplies on the other hand now belonged to Hestia Familia along with the entirety of their treasury and Familia home. Apollo was also to disband his Familia and be cast out from Orario by the end of the week. Originally, Hestia would have just been fine to take everything Apollo owned and be done with it, but after what happened to Gina, she wanted to never see his face again. She wanted to get rid of his entire Familia altogether, but the guild begged her to reconsider as the loss of 100 veteran adventurers would cut into their profits. And so, not wanting to make things harder for Auranos than she had to, she settled for just kicking Apollo out. You don't think it's too much? Hestia asked Ryder, who shook her head. No, if anything I say you are being too lenient, Ryder replied. You should have forced his familia pay us millions in tribute each month instead. Then we could have used the money to build a better home for the Zenos. Yeah, but that means I have to see his face, Hestia pointed out with a sigh. That said, I do have his mansion now. But I am not completely sure what I want to do with it. You don't wish to move us into there? Ryder asked. That place was big enough to fit over 100 people and have plenty of room to spare. We don't need that much space yet, and I don't want to walk 5 minutes just to find the dining room or a toilet. Well, you have a point there. Besides, we still have 2 entire buildings to fill out here. I don't want to make Gil's renovations be for nothing. He paid good money for them after all. Then what will you be using the new building for? Well, I always did wonder if I was any good at running an inn, Hestia admitted. It'll probably need some renovations, but I have Apollo's money to get started with that. Would the inn workers be part of the familia too? Ryder asked. I don't have anything against that, but... Probably not, Hestia admitted. We still have to keep the Zenos a secret after all. I might give the future managers my blessings so they could handle any problems in keeping order, but I'm not looking to expand any more for the time being. Well, I wouldn't mind 1 or 2 more to help out our B team while Gina is healing up. You are much calmer about all of this than I expected, Ryder admitted as she looked at the goddess. I admit, I thought you'd be much angrier. Oh, blindingly so, Hestia said, her tone and demeanor a complete contrast to her words. Especially if what you say is true and that Castor knew about it beforehand. But what can we do about it? If he felt that that was the best course of action, then the alternative might have been even worse, that or it's just me putting my faith in the man who brought my familia up from nothing. Then, what do you plan to do in regard to Evilus and Inio? Ryder asked. Will you be joining Goddess Loki in her alliance? Nope, Hestia said, shaking her head. As much as I'd love the extra help, I can't risk any of them knowing about the Zenos. We're already drawing those smugglers' eyes from openly using FIA and Berserker in the war game after all. Even if the latter isn't technically one. Then our immediate goals. As a familia, probably prepare for anyone trying to force their way into our home to get to FIA. For me personally, I'm going to get to work in turning our new property into an inn. The more I think about it, the more I actually want to do it. Ryder simply let out a sigh as she wondered if things would be okay with a goddess like this. XXXXX. Castor and the others returned to Orario within the next few days, and the servants, minus Berserker and Assassin, convened with Hestia in order to get an explanation for Castor's actions. Considering the circumstances, it was the most optimal outcome, Castor said, weathering the death glares from Ryder and Lancer as if they were nothing more than rather adorable animals. Gina's arm being used as a chew toy is considered optimal. Ryder demanded, making Hestia, Saber and Archer take a step back to give the woman some room. Is it not your duty as captain to prevent such harm from befalling the young ones? Lancer added. Or will you say that you did not see the attack coming? I am not a god, Castor said simply, narrowing his eyes at them. And I will not have you confuse me as such. If you wish to force the blame upon me, should I not say the same of the two of you? Instead of playing house or being distracted with love affairs, should you not have remained vigilant as well? I have made it no secret that our enemies would move to strike at us, correct? Ryder and Lancer turned their heads away in anger. And, as I have said it time and again, I am but a watcher. There is no need for me to act unless I am personally affected. There is no excitement to be had if I am to step in each and every time. Then, what was the worst-case scenario? Saber asked. The one who would have been targeted would have been Libera, Castor replied. The creatures are naturally attracted to magic and the child is always practicing in her off time. I see. Hestia nodded in understanding. And if they had, Berserker would have, well, gone berserk. Hestia shook her head at her lame turn of phrase. And if Bell had been outside? Archer began. Naturally, being the beacon of constant magic as he is, he would have been the perfect bait. But as it was, Castor simply shrugged. Even the Velas had not been strong enough to dig through the solid rock that was the castle, even if they had been able to tear through its outer walls. Thus, being unable to reach their intended target, they split off and attacked the other beacons of magic. So that's why you were outside, Hestia muttered. Were you trying to distract them? Humph, Castor scoffed at the notion. For what reason would I offer myself up as bait for a bunch of brats? Hestia simply shook her head with a smile at Castor's non-answer. Fine. Ryder said, accepting Castor's explanation. Then what are we going to do about them? About Evilus? Naturally, retribution will be had, Castor replied. But, the conditions aren't perfect to mount an assault. Conditions? Lancer repeated. So, you know where they are? Of course. My informants have spotted them, and I have located their base. However, if we strike too early, we will simply be attacking an empty hovel. I get it, you want to wait until most of them are home before you strike, Ryder muttered. I have no interest in chasing after scurrying rats any more than I have to. But have no fear, we will not need to wait long. I have already prepared the perfect bait to ensure that the rats remain home for our attack. XXXXX. And so, the curtain fell on the war game, with Hestia Familia standing victorious. The exploits of Hestia Familia became the talk of the town and their adventurers became hometown heroes almost overnight. They were the center of attention wherever they went after returning to the city. Obeying Hestia's demands, Apollo Familia was disbanded immediately. Apollo said his goodbyes and released every one of his followers before being escorted out of the city for the last time. Hestia had wanted to stand on the gates while going neener to her enemy as he left just to twist in the knife but was talked out of it by Belle and Emma. As for the now Familia, less adventurers, they went their separate ways. Some went on journeys of self-discovery, others were scouted and joined other Familias, and a few fell into despair. A small group, including Hyacinthus, went against the laws of Orario by leaving the city to follow their god. And thus, some semblance of normalcy returned to Hestia and her children's lives. XXXXX. The cafe had barely just opened for business when Castor stepped inside. The hostess at the door turned to greet him but stopped short once she recognized who he was. Castor ignored her as he glanced around. It would appear that he had arrived before anyone else. The place was currently deserted. Perfect. Seeing that the employees were unable to handle his magnificence, Castor strolled over to an empty booth in the corner of the cafe without waiting to be prompted, plucking the menu from the hostess's hands as he did. He sat down facing the corner with his back to the rest of the aisle. As he schemed through the menu, Castor paid the staff the bare minimum of attention. The serving girls had quickly gathered together and were chatting and giggling amongst themselves until the owner shouted at them to get back to work. If Castor didn't know better, he'd have thought he had stepped into the hostess of fertility by mistake. Except the owner was a human male instead of a dwarf female. Castor ordered a simple breakfast set when one of the servers finally came over to take his order. He didn't really glance at what it contained and had simply ordered the first thing that he saw in the breakfast section of the menu. Due to certain excruciating circumstances, he had to eat outside this morning. Not that he needed to eat, of course, due to being a servant. It just provided an excuse to leave the house for his errand. The meal was a simple and standard fare. Eggs, bacon, some toast and a coffee. Cheap and perfect for a quick morning meal. However, Castor picked at his food as he set some documents down in front of him and read through them as the cafe slowly began to fill up with regular citizens and adventurers alike seeking their morning nourishment. More than a few stopped at the entrance in shock when they saw him before taking their seats. For one reason or another, the booth next to Castor remained empty while the rest of the cafe filled up. Then the seat was taken by a Chiethrope wearing a hood with pointed ends for her ears. As she placed her order and relaxed against the back of the booth, she spoke up. Have I kept you waiting? No, you are on time. Early even. Castor's eyes did not leave his work as he began eating the slightly cold meal with one hand. What have you found? He asked, his mouth barely moving but carrying well enough that the woman's ears could still pick it out over the bustle of the restaurant. They've gone to ground, the woman replied. It seems like they caught wind of what Loki Familia is planning. Not that it was particularly subtle. All of their level SIXs were seen getting their stuff maintained and they were buying a lot of healing supplies. More so than usual for a familia of that size. Anyone could see that they are planning some kind of operation. But since they didn't buy a large number of rations or hire Hephaestus Familia Smiths again, it's clear that they aren't going on another expedition. Castor nodded his head. The seed he planted was about to bear fruit then. That's enough, Castor said as he allowed a bag of coins to appear by the woman's leg, hidden to the rest of the building. If they have hidden themselves, then there is no need for you to continue your work. Until Loki Familia's operation is complete and we have a result, our association is finished. The woman didn't reply as the bag vanished up into her sleeve. Anything else? None. However, should you feel that you are in danger, you are welcome to come to Hestia Familia for protection, Jita Myers. Hopefully it won't come to that. His informant was unaffiliated with any familia and hadn't received a blessing from any of the gods of Orario. She made a living gathering and passing information along to whoever paid and wasn't interested in joining the magic stone trade of adventurers. However, it also meant she had very little in the way of protection if she suddenly found herself in possession of information well above her pay grade. Castor was fond of competent people and there was no way he was going to toss a useful one away after he was done, but he also wasn't going to force someone to change their way of life. If one is to change, then they must do so by their own will. Oh, but there is one last thing I wish to know before we part. Yes. What is the most popular bakery in this city that sells muffins? The query surprised Jita so much that she threw all confidentially to the wind and looked over her shoulder at Castor in confusion and incredulity. XXXXX. What is all of this? Gina asked. She had finally regained enough strength to walk without help even though her arm was still in a sling and wrapped tightly against her chest to allow it to heal. Nevertheless, both Primo and Assassin were unwilling to leave her alone, so they ended up sticking closer to her more than usual. But the three of them had suddenly been called up to Castor's office, with Gina's new teddy, nicknamed TriStar after the 3 gems on its belt, tucked under her arm. There, they found a dozen muffins, wrapped into 4 bags of 3 had been waiting them on top of the irate king's desk. Exactly what it looks like, the king growled, one hand propping up his head with his elbow on his armrest. Beside him was a rather satisfied-looking rider. Baked treats for the 3 of you for your accomplishments during the war game. The young girl trio of Hestia Familia shared a confused glance at the unusual generosity of their captain. Wait, aren't these muffins from that store? Gina asked as they took the packages in their hands. The one that's always has an hour-long wait. Ah, they are. Primo said, pointing to the mascot design on packaging. I recognize this thing. Thanks, Mr. King. Assassin said happily. If you are quite finished then begone. The girls nodded and quickly scampered back out the office. But as Gina closed the door behind her, she could hear Castor say something to Ryder. There. Are you satisfied? Very. I'll stop hiding chili peppers in your meals now. What was that all about? XXXXX. Miss Ina. Long time no see. Bell called out to his advisor as soon as he and Saber entered the guild. The entire building almost immediately fell silent at Bell's voice as everyone turned to stare at them, causing Bell to flinch back. However, Saber ignored the gazes as he placed a hand on Bell's shoulder and led them over to Ina's cubicle as usual. Long time no see, Bell and Mr. Saber, the half-elf advisor replied as usual. You came at a great time. We got a few quests that specifically asked for your familia, including ones from the guild itself. Oh, but before that. Congratulations on winning the war game. Ina had gone right into business mode but managed to offer her congratulations all the same. Thank you. Bell said happily, both for receiving the praise and because that trouble was finally over, and he probably won't see Apollo or any of his former adventurers ever again. Oh, and we probably should hand these over before anything else. Level up reports. Ina asked as she picked up the first one. Ah, so Miss Gwen has leveled up. Thank goodness, she's okay then. She's a bit shaken but her arm will be fine after another week or so, Bell replied. That's good to hear. Ina then flipped to the other page only to immediately freeze at its contents. However, she was not about to make the same mistake she made a little over a month ago. Before we continue, shall we move to a private room? Ina asked, putting on a splendid mask of professionalism as she led them to their usual room. Once the door was closed and locked, she immediately rounded on Bell with her hands on his shoulders. Level 3. Ah, yeah, that's right, Bell said blankly. Putting the time it took aside, it's only natural, correct? Saber asked. We defeated a much larger familia with Bell spearheading our efforts. We also defeated the monster Rex with Belle delivering the final blow as well. The time it took is precisely why this is so strange. Ina said, letting out a long sigh before sinking into a couch while Belle and Saber sat across from her. I'm sorry for the trouble. Belle offered but Ina shook her head. Well, this is great news, Ina continued. 2 level UPS out of the war game then. Yes, Saber confirmed. Unfortunately, no one else has managed to level up from this ordeal. I don't think this city can handle more people leveling up in only a month or 2. Ina sighed. In any case, I suspect that your familiar rank will go up again, so please be prepared for that. As the 2 of them nodded, Ina then took out the papers she had been meaning to give them first. As I said before, the guild has received several quests that asked for your familia specifically. Most of them are the usual material requests from the dungeon, but there are a few interesting ones. A photo shoot. Belle read off the page. Yes. The store specializes in taking memorial photos and the like. Their request involves using your photos and likeness as part of their advertising. Oh. The request only calls for the 2 of you, Mrs. Lancer, Miss Flores and Jack. The payment is rather decent, although I suspect it will take a few hours. They are also asking for your measurements to prepare the outfits. The theme they wish to use seems to be family and love. Belle's eyes glazed over as a dry laugh escaped his lips while Saber closed his eyes in an understanding, but not self-aware, nod. Another quest I want to bring to your attention is this one. It's one the guild itself wishes to make to you, or rather, to Miss Ryder and Mr. Archer. A cooking show. Yes. The impromptu show the 2 of them put on the first day of the war game was very popular in the city. I tried the recipe myself and it was delightful. And so, due to the sheer amount of requests we received, the guild wishes to give them a venue so they can put on a show more frequently. If not a show, then cooking classes that anyone can attend. This is the first I've heard of this, Belle muttered as he turned to Saber, who could only offer a shrug of his shoulders in response. I mean, the goddess did joke about doing that, but I didn't know they actually did it. Well, it's not mandatory, but please discuss it with them at the very least, Ina continued. The Njord, Ninsen, and Demeter Familias have all expressed their desires to sponsor the shows as well. That could definitely help ease their food expenses. Of course, it is your familia's right to reject all the quests, but do at least give the second one a thought. It looks as though Ina was one of the people looking forward to the shows. Well, the decision remained with Archer and Ryder in the end, since they were the ones doing it. XXXXX. Apollo Familia sure has some strange tastes. Emma let out her commentary as she, Hestia, Lancer and Lily were touring the former Apollo Familia home so that the goddess could get a better idea of what she was working with before going forward with her idea. Statues upon statues, all of Apollo. Hestia shouted as she picked a bust, looking as though she wanted nothing more than to throw it at a wall. However, she must have decided that it would be a pain to clean up as she set it back down with a little thump. Well, at least we won't be hurting for plaster and stone. It's big enough that Goddess Hestia needs to hire at least 10 people just to focus on cleaning, Lily said, a notepad in her hands, having done a quick catalogue of the rooms. Lily counted at least 20 rooms, but that isn't counting the ones underground or the secret hidden rooms. Lily already found 5 of those, and each room is also big enough to fit in at least 3 or 4 people comfortably. The manor, constructed of solid stone and wood, was 3 stories tall. In addition, it had yards in the front and back as well as a surrounding iron fence. When it was still owned by Apollo Familia, over 100 adventurers had called this place home. Even if they included their goddess in the count, Hestia Familia had only 13 members, 15 if one also included FIA and Berserker. It was the right idea not to use this as our new home just yet, Hestia nodded. We'll probably have to split the rooms in half, that's gonna up the renovation costs. Hestia had wanted to bring Castor along for his opinion, but are you or are you not also a goddess of architecture? Castor had shouted at her before slamming the door on her face. In short, she was on her own. For now, at least. Goibnio Familia must be happy that we are giving them so much work, Lancer muttered. It'd probably be too much to give each room their own shower, so we'll probably have to expand on the public bath that's already here, Hestia continued, muttering to herself. What do you girls think? Should we hire people to work here to bring in some more Familia members? The latter is the cheaper option, but Lily wonders if we'll be able to find that many trustworthy people to know about the Zenos and servants so easily, Lily said. That being said, hiring young women who couldn't join the dungeon crawling business wouldn't be that much more expensive. It would be cheaper than hiring professionally trained ones through the guild at the very least. Maybe you should have Rider or Archer work here to take care of the inn's food needs. Emma asked. I think bringing even one of them over would definitely help bring people in. Oh. That's an excellent idea. Hestia began before shaking her head. No, wait, we're getting ahead of ourselves. Let's focus on cataloging and cleaning everything in this building before nightfall at the very least. I have to meet with Take tomorrow too. With that said, the four of them split up again, with Emma walking through the halls, picking up discarded and forgotten items left behind by Apollo Familia. A few socks, some leather bags, just basic things that could easily be overlooked when a familia of over 100 people had to suddenly vacate the premises. There was even a cute-looking pink pillow that had someone wedged itself between a pillar and a wall. Emma gathered up all the items and moved to deposit them outside of the gate. Lancer had said that several Apollo Familia members were still hanging around their old home, no doubt hoping to get back anything that Hestia Familia might be throwing out as unnecessary. Lily would probably try to sell the missing items back, but Emma felt that it would be rather difficult to try and sell back a single sock. Just as she set the box down, a cry sounded out to her right, causing her to step back from the box. Not a moment later, someone dived toward it, snatching the pink pillow from the rest of the items. It's here! The long-haired woman cried. It's here, it's here, it's here! The woman seemed so happy to be reunited with her pillow that she was hugging it like it was a long-lost friend. Sorry about that. A red-haired woman quickly came up to apologize for her friend. She was really looking for that pillow. Obviously the two of them were former Apollo Familia adventurers, but Emma recognized them as the two that had been in the same room as Hyacinthus during the war game. Daphne Lalos and Cassandra Ilian, correct? Emma asked, surprising the redhead. I memorized the names and faces of all of Apollo Familia's high-class adventurers. I had to know who to watch out for during the war game and run away with all my might from after all. Well, aren't you diligent? Daphne asked with a wry smile. Congratulations to your victory and all of that. Are the two of you okay? Emma asked. Lily did shoot you with a Krazo magic sword after all. Was that what that is? Daphne asked in surprise. It felt like a punch from an electric minotaur. No, Berserker was outside. Daphne simply shook her head as Emma smiled at her little joke. Anyway, no hard feelings about your win, Daphne continued. The two of us weren't exactly on good terms with Apollo in the first place. I do feel kind of bad about taking your home though. Apollo was the one who started it, despite all of our protests, so it's all on him. Although I do have some questions about the sheer high quality of you Hestia level 1s, it's not my place to ask about it. I see, well, if you or anyone else are missing any items, let me know and I'll keep an eye out for it. Thanks, but we probably shouldn't outstay our welcome. Daphne's eyes turned up toward the building and Emma followed them. There, on the top floor was Lancer, peeking through the curtain with viciousness, vigilance, and venom-laced eyes. Though I say that, we'll probably be seeing a bit more of each other in the future, Daphne said. Huh? Why is that? Cassandra and I got scouted by the Machigatte Familia. Your goddess is friends with him, right? Ah, yes, that's right. We also buy from Blue Pharmacy for most of our potion needs. I see, it's good that Lord Machigatte is getting more members, but are you two okay? I heard from my vice-captain that he has quite a bit of debt, right? It's a bit big but it's not impossible to clear, Daphne said with a shrug. We'll manage. With that said, Daphne grabbed Cassandra by the collar and proceeded to drag her away. No sooner did the two disappear from view did Lancer materialize by Emma's side. What did they want? Lancer asked. Miss Ilian was hoping to get her pillow that she forgot, Emma explained. And that they're with the Machigatte Familia now. I see, Lancer muttered, all hostility draining away in an instant. Well, I suppose that's fine then. Belle already got mad at Jack for going off and attacking that Palom, Lancer, Emma reminded her as Lancer averted her eyes. And they're not Apollo Familia anymore. And it's not as though they were part of that group from back then anyway. My mind understands but my heart does not, Lancer replied simply, looking rather ashamed and crestfallen. The expression quickly vanished when she turned down the street. Ah, Master and Sigurd. Emma turned to see Belle and Saber walking on over, the former reading some papers while the latter was carrying lunch in a basket. Hey you two! Emma called out. Did the guild visit go well? About as well as one could expect, all things considered, Saber replied, handing the basket to Emma before taking Lancer into his arms as if it was only natural. Emma only shook her head in tired exasperation before turning to Belle. What are those? Ah, quests that people addressed to our familia, Belle replied. Most of them are requests for drop items from the middle floors, but there are a few interesting ones that Miss Ina pointed out. Oh! Let me see. Let me see. Accepting requests from civilians before going on an adventure was what being an adventurer was about, right? The first sheet she grabbed was apparently one from the hostess of fertility. Seer had heard of a spring on the 18th floor that supposedly produced water so delicious that any cooking that used it would become even more delicious. It also had massive skin revitalizing properties. Belle. This one. Let's do this one, right now. Huh? Oh, the one by Seer. Yes. Let's go. Right now. As a girl, Emma had to see the effects for herself. The fact that it was also an excuse to see the under-resort for herself was just a bonus. Hey you slackers! A shout caused the four of them to look up and see Hestia poking her head out from a window. No lazying around when we have work to do unless you invite me to. She protested angrily. Get back to work. I want to at least get things up and running before Grand Day. That goes for you too, Belle. Saber. The two humans and two servants quickly ran in to help. XXXXX. Should I feel annoyed or appreciated at this? Annoyed. Definitely annoyed. Welf and Archer were standing in the last of the newly added buildings to the Hearthstone Manor that Goibneo Familia had added when they were on vacation in Milan, but Castor had kept hidden. Until today, that is. It had been a forge. One perfectly suited for a smith's needs, as the blacksmith Familia knew exactly what was needed. While it was certainly convenient for the new Hestia Familia smith, it didn't change the fact that Castor had ordered it when there was no one in the Familia that could make use of it. Well, at least I won't be stuck using a portable forge, Welf said as he went around settling his personal tools in with the new equipment while Archer helped. But, was it really that obvious that I'd join sooner or later? Well, Belle was really hoping you would, even if he never said it out loud, Archer said. After all, you're the only guy friend he has. This Familia is filled with women, spirits, and monsters otherwise. That isn't to say he doesn't enjoy your friendship either way. Got a point there, and yet, I get it. Welf was looking rather sheepish at being so appreciated by Belle. As he turned to Archer, the young man noticed the servant was looking at the weapons Welf wanted to put up for display. None of them were magic swords or anything special. Just little things he made for practice and looked good enough that he didn't want to melt back down. You really do work hard, Archer noted with a smile. Compared to my way of doing it, I definitely appreciate the regular path of using a hammer and forge. Your way makes me want to cry sometimes, to be perfectly honest, Welf replied with a wry smile. The arrows that had been fired into the walls of the Apollo castle had been copies of the same magic sword Welf had given Gina, souped up to a level that they could smash a wall to pieces in one blow, even if it destroyed them instantly. Due to the circumstances of the war game, Welf had given Archer permission to do so, but it hurt both his pride as a smith and as a person to see his several all-nighters of work completed and made more powerful in less than a minute, and mass-produced at that. No wonder Castor hated him. Welf wouldn't say that he felt the same, but it was humbling to say the least. I wouldn't want to step on your toes, Archer said. You're this Familia's smith, not me. I'm only good at making things that are going to be broken at a moment's notice anyway. That's because you and Saber taught both Belle and Emmy that completely awful way of fighting. You're making every smith in the city cry, you know. A style that involved destroying your opponent's equipment. Certainly, useful for people who are afraid of killing their human opponents like those two, but it certainly had a different price to pay. You say you can see into a weapon's history and blueprints, right? Welf asked. He wasn't that angry since it wasn't his weapons being shattered, but he felt like he had to air the words out for the sake of those who did make them. Then shouldn't you know the blood, sweat and tears we smiths put into those weapons? I do, but I don't particularly care when they are currently being used by enemies. I do care when I know the person using them or the one who makes them, which is why I ask for permission before breaking them. Except for Castor. Then I do it to get under his skin. A familia where everyone respects the captain's power and authority but hate the man himself. How in the world has it not collapsed upon itself? Still, I can't imagine any of you guys getting beat when the going gets tough, Welf said. Spirits are amazing. We may be, but there's no such thing as invincible, Welf, Archer said. Anyone can be beaten with the right weapon, tactics, or people by your side. Be it a school teacher with proper training and support from a mage, or a person who practiced a powerful martial art while equipped with blessed weapons or magic items passed down in their family, or even just some punk kid who got lucky. A servant can be taken down as easily as any monster from the dungeon. These examples are oddly specific, Welf began, staring at Archer with a raised brow. Did you dash? As a hero, I've seen quite a few things, Archer replied with a chuckle. Some things amazing that they might have came out of one of Gina's fairy tales. Others so horrible that Ryder would beat me to death with her bare hands if I were to mention them out loud. See, before the war game, I would have considered that a joke, Welf muttered, shivering slightly at the memory of the woman's rampage. It'd be a mistake to consider someone's surface behavior to be everything they are, Archer said with a shrug. Yet. Always be wary of the humble ones and all that. Archer let out another soft chuckle as the two of them got back to work organizing the forge. XXXXX. All right, now look this way, and hold. Snap. Bell struggled to keep his eyes open as the room erupted in smoke, flash and powder. In front of him, Assassin let out an annoyed groan as Lancer gave her a soft chuckle before stopping her from rubbing her eyes and ruining the makeup covering up her scars. Saber, for his part, remained still and motionless like a statue made of ice. The four of them were dressed in slightly formal suits and dresses and had been asked to pose as a family for the pictures. Lancer and Assassin were at the forefront with the former sitting down on a chair and the latter standing beside her. Saber and Bell were standing behind them with Bell placing his hands on Assassin's shoulders. Off to the side, Emma was smiling, holding a coat in her arms as she was dressed in a refreshing spring dress. She was going to have her picture taken too, but after this. Saber and Lancer also had taken several photos together beforehand and each one of them looked like a romantic masterpiece in Bell's amateur eyes. The family photo right now, where Bell and Assassin were positioned in a way that made them look like the two's children, made Bell slightly embarrassed and he didn't think he was someone worthy of pretending to be their child. Saber and Lancer, however, said the opposite in that they couldn't ever be called Bell's parents. That honor was reserved for the ones who actually held the title, even though Bell never knew them. All right, that's good. The photographer said as he looked at Assassin with a friendly smile. Good job hanging in there. Assassin responded by sticking her tongue out at him, to which he laughed good-naturedly. Then, everyone please step off to the side. Mr. Cranel, if you can quickly change costumes for the next shoot. Miss Flores, if you could step up as well. Then next on the themes of family and love was Belle and Emma. If Hestia had known about this, she definitely would have put a stop to it, but as she was too busy working on making renovations to the inn, she simply saw it as an opportunity to let everyone see how great her children were and approved the request without a second thought. All right, you two get in a bit close, and Mr. Cranel, if you can place a hand on her shoulder. Emma's pink one-piece dress had left her shoulders bare. He understood that it was just for a picture, but Emma, for her part, just let out a giggle, but Belle could see that her cheeks were red as well. It's just a hug, Vice Captain. You can do it, Mr. Cranel. The peanut gallery of Gina and Primo, who came along to see Assassin get dolled up, called out to them. Come on, Belle, Emma said with a teasing smile. You already carried me all the way home before, right? Soaking in the rain and everything. And no, the circumstances between then and now are completely different. Then, you don't want to touch me. Please work on your phrasing, Emma. I know our store asked for this, but can you two put the flirting off until after we finished this? We're not flirting. As the shooting continued, Gina grabbed Assassin before the girl could wipe away the makeup and pulled her toward another store employee while Primo followed behind. Hey, is there another room for used shooting? The Amazoness asked. If so, can we get a picture with just the three of us? The employee looked surprised but nodded as Gina handed over payment for it. A picture with just the three of us, Primo repeated as they were led to a different room. Yep. Besides, why should they get to have all the fun? This isn't fun. Assassin mumbled, fingers dangling in front of her face as she wanted nothing more than to scratch it. Come on, we're going to be friends forever, right? So, let's keep track of memories with this. Memories huh? Primo muttered, looking convinced. All right, I'm in. You better be, because I already paid for it after all. Can we at least wipe this stuff off? Assassin begged. Come on, you look cute. Just keep it on for a little longer, okay? Gina requested and Assassin grumbled but obeyed. The three of them then squeezed together, arms linked, and cheeks pressed against each other with smiles that could melt the coldest of hearts. Sheezy. Snap. A flash and cloud of dust later, the photo was theirs. Awesome. Let's do this every year from now on. We're not putting this stuff on again. Now, you don't have to. As Gina, Assassin, and Primo crowded around the photo to admire it, Saber and Lancer looked on with a smile. The photo would eventually find its way into a large album along with dozens of other similar photos belonging to a powerful mage that led one of the strongest familiars in Orario as one of her most precious of treasures. But that was a story for another day. Chapter 42, Questing Again. Orario had barely recovered from the excitement of the war game when a new piece of information from the newest Rising Star Familia was released by the guild. Naturally, the news had also made its way into Loki Familia's Twilight Manor. That punk rabbit actually did it. Bet was holding a crumbled up notice in his hand. A notice about a new level up. Belle Cranel had reached level 3 in the same amount of time it took to reach level 2. Is this Argonaut's influence again? Shin wondered as she sat with her younger sister, Ace, and Leffy Ya. I mean, every single one of their members are weird, but only Belle is leveling up like crazy, right? Who can say? Ace replied as she glanced over at Leffy Ya who was holding a copy of the notice in her hands. Leffy Ya. Hi. Leffy Ya blinked as she turned toward Ace. Ah, no, it's nothing. It's just really surprising, right? Yes. Are you thinking about little Primo? Shin asked, causing Leffy Ya to wince. I knew it. What's wrong? She did pretty well during the war game, right? That's just it. Leffy Ya admitted. She didn't just do well, she did amazing. Even though we only had one lesson, she took in everything without any problems. And now she shows that she can chant while keeping control of an enhanced irregular minotaur. So you're saying she's a genius? Yes, does she really need someone like me to teach her? Did she ever say that she didn't want or need you to teach her? Well, no, but that's probably because dash. But nothing. She hasn't cancelled it, so that means she still wants to learn from you. Sure, she can fire off a big spell, but you saw how utterly exhausted she was after, right? Even if she has that minotaur to protect her, the better she controls her magic or mind or whatever, the less likely she'd be placed in bad spots, right? Besides, she totally adores and looks up to you, right? Well, I suppose so. Even so, Leffy Ya still looked disheartened. And what's wrong with you? Shin asked, turning to her sister. You've been awfully quiet these last few days. Ever since the war game ended. Well. Diona began. I guess I've been thinking about a few things. Still worried about what happened to that Gina girl? Shin asked. They reported that she leveled up as well, so she's obviously fine. You're overthinking it. Diona only let out a non-committal grunt as Shin looked at Ace. The other girl could only shake her head, saying that she had no idea what to do. Shin let out a sigh as she placed a hand on her chin in thought. All right then, let's go visit them, Shin said, drawing the others' attentions. We're still nowhere close to finding this second entrance into the dungeon even with the clues the captain got from Hestia Familia. So let's use this opportunity for a break. Finn had come back from the banquet of the gods with Loki and Ace with a message from Castor given to him by Belle. The message said that there was a series of hidden tunnels that connected Deadless Street to the pleasure quarters but had orichalcum doors protecting them. Castor had said he found one of them but could not divulge its location as it was located nearby his informants' homes and divulging its location would put them at risk. However, that did narrow their search locations down a lot, so Finn accepted it without protest. Thus Loki decided to have her familia search Deadless Street for other entrances while leaving the pleasure district alone for the time being to Hermes' familia. Since we're not on search duty today, let's go chat with Archer and his familia for a bit, Shin decided. Maybe even sneak a bit of his or Miss Ryder's cooking. That's a great idea. Diona said, cheering up immediately. Let's get going right now. I wouldn't want to impose or anything, Leffy Ya said, sounding unsure of the plan. They have to be busy with the cleanup, right? Loki said that they claimed the old Apollo familia's home for their own. Well, if we're in the way then they'll say so and we'll leave. Simple as that. I don't think Archer will tell us to leave even if they were busy, Ace mumbled to herself, already picturing the man letting out a tired sigh as he welcomed them into their home. XXXXX. Archer wasn't the one to greet them at the door. Grr. It was the massive minotaur with the red feathered harpy riding on its shoulder. The bull monster was wearing its bullhead-shaped helmet and was letting out a low growl as it had stopped in front of the gate from what looked like a patrol of the grounds, while the bird-like monster had a cloth mask around its face, covering its features and teeth. Both were also wearing tunics depicting the Hestia Familia emblem. Despite the massively oversized minotaur, the only one who was even slightly nervous of the monster was Leffy Ya. Heya! Diona said cheerfully. Is Archer or anyone else home? We'd ring the bell but it's not here for some reason. You know you're talking to a minotaur, right? Shin asked incredulously. It's not going to understand dash. However, the minotaur nodded its head before stomping away toward the house and banging his hand on the door. The door opened up to reveal a sleepy-looking Palom. What is it, Berserker? Did Miss Ryder not feed you yet? She asked before her eyes fell on the gate. Huh? Loki familia. Ah. Lily seemed to understand why they were here as she ran over to unlock the gate for them. Sorry about that, Mrs. Adventurers, Lily said, lowering her head. We had to remove the bell because people kept ringing it asking to join the familia, or to ask Master Welf for one of his magic swords. A Krazo magic sword, right? Leffy Ya asked, and Lily winced in response. Anyway, please come in. Lily said, sounding as though she wanted to avoid a potentially awkward conversation. The goddess isn't home and a few of the others are out doing some quests, but Master Archer is in. Miss Primo too. Accepting the invitation, the four girls entered the home, walking past the minotaur who gave them a small wave before continuing his walk around the yard. That is so weird, Diona muttered. It is the result of our familia's new taming system, Lily said, hands on her hips and chest thrown out proudly. Monsters can understand words spoken by humans and will listen to us. Usually. Ace asked. Well, it's hard to get an angry minotaur to listen to you when it's angry. He's called Berserker for a reason after all. You mean how it destroyed the Apollo Castle gate even though Primo tried to get him to stop? Leffy Ya asked. Yes. He really didn't like that they tried to shoot Primo. Leffy Ya nodded her head. She didn't like that they shot at Primo. As they entered the dining area, they found both Saber and Archer sitting at the table while sharing a drink. The two of them looked up when the girls entered and Archer immediately had a wry smile on his face. Then again, that was more or less his default expression around the girls. Here pretty early, aren't you? Archer asked. Nothing to do today. Not really, Shin replied with a smile as Archer gestured for them to sit while Lily excused herself to head back upstairs to apparently catch up on sleep. She seems tired. She was with the goddess all night working at the new property we got, Archer replied as he stood up to pour drinks for all of them. Lancers there helping her now. Riders with Belle and Emma in the dungeon, heading to the 18th floor on a quest. Primo's with the other girls upstairs. Then Gina's okay too? Diona asked and the two men nodded in response. That's good to hear. I tried to check with the Divine Mirror during the war game but I didn't know how to change the view. Even if you did, only Loki or another god would be able to change it, Shin said with a sigh. Yeah, Bet already told me that a million times. Hey Archer, I know it's been over a week and all, but do you have any of that peach soup thing? Our familia made a bit when you and Ryder did your show and it was really good. The soup, hi. Archer muttered before standing up and heading over to the fridge. As he did that, Primo came down carrying a tray with 3 empty cups. It was clear from her grumbling that she had been picked against her will to refill drinks. Ah, Miss Virtus. The grumbling quickly vanished as a bright smile appeared on the elf's face. Are we having another lesson today? Seeing the older elf, Primo set down the tray she was holding and trotted over to Leffy Yaw like an excited puppy. Leffy Yaw glanced over at Chen, who was smiling back at her with an "I told you so" feeling to it. I didn't bring any lecture materials with me today, Leffy Yaw said, and Primo's ears slacked in disappointment. I'm just visiting to confirm the next time you are free. After all, you're still probably tired from the war game, right? Well, resting is important too, all right. I understand. Then, can we have a lesson this weekend? There are a lot of things I want to ask about. After assuring the younger girl with a nod, Primo grabbed the glasses she had set down, which had been refilled by Archer, and scurried back upstairs. See? What did I tell you? Shen asked as Leffy Yaw gave her a smile. She adores you. Yes. Leffy Yaw admitted before muttering to herself. I'm not going to lose. It would appear that she was starting to take Primo as a rival seriously. A soft chuckle caught the girl's attention as they turned to Saber. No, my apologies, the man said, lowering his head slightly. I was just hoping that Primo and the other two will be as good friends as the four of you. Though I suppose we are missing one more. Gina's both rambunctious and mature enough to take on both Tiona and Shen's roles, Archer pointed out. Hey, are you saying I'm a troublemaker? Tiona demanded, only to shrink back in the deadpan stares of both her sister and Archer. She then turned to Leffy Yaw and Ace for help, but neither of them could meet her eye. Traitors. I'll remember this. XXXXX. As their family played host to the Loki Familia girls, Belle led Ryder and Emma down into the dungeon to take care of the hostess of Fertility's quest. As they had left early in the morning, right after breakfast, they managed to make great time. I know I shouldn't have expected anything different, Emma began as they trudged their way down the stairs to the 17th floor, which contained the Goliath's boss room. But the dungeon doesn't really change its dreary scenery of rocks, and more rocks, does it? Well, there was a bit of fog and trees a few floors back, Ryder reminded her. As this was her first time in the dungeon, Ryder was a lot more excited than she probably should have been due to the fact that she was going on an adventure for the first time since coming to Orario. Well, we'll see if you have the same opinion once we hit the 17th floor, Belle said. The place where you and the others fought the Goliath, right? Emma asked, and Belle nodded. What was it, Lee Dash? Emma's voice died in her throat as they stepped onto the 17th floor. Belle turned to her and watched as she stared at the Wall of Sorrows, the massive crystal-like wall that housed the Goliath as it recovered between spawns. He chuckled to himself as he watched her head slowly tilt up, and up, and up. How? She managed to squeeze out. How does a monster get that big, or how did we manage to beat a super one? Belle asked. Both. I have no idea. To which? Both. Ryder let out a soft giggle into her hands as Emma threw a pout at Belle's direction, but it was the truth. Even now, Belle had no idea how he managed to kill the Black Goliath. It was a creature that could regenerate from getting its head blown clean off its shoulders after all. It was only thanks to Lily, Welf, and his servants buying him time to charge his skill to use Tiona's sword and cut it down in one heroic strike. Nevertheless, the three of them hurried across the floor and made their way down to the 18th floor. When they exited the staircase into the opening, Emma was speechless once more, only managing a small wow at the sight. Even Ryder's eyes had widened in surprise. It wasn't as though Belle didn't understand. He had the same reaction after all. The safe point, the 18th floor. A world full of nature, crystals, plains, a massive tree growing in the middle of a massive lake. It truly deserved the title of Under Resort. Right now that we're here. Belle began as he pulled out a map from his pack, allowing the other two to peer over his shoulders to look as well. Let's see, according to the map we got from Castor, it should be on the north side of the floor. North, got it, Emma said as she started walking down the path. Ryder and Belle watched her take about 10 steps before raising their hands and pointing toward the opposite direction in unison. Emma quickly spun on her feet, a blush stretching from ear to ear, and hurried back toward them. Along the way to the spring that had the mysterious water, they encountered several monsters. Nothing Belle and Ryder couldn't handle, and even a few that Emma could. I thought this was supposed to be a safe zone. Emma said as Bell pulled his silver stiletto from the corpse of a massive beetle monster before using his carving knife to start fishing for its magic stone. Doesn't that mean that monsters aren't supposed to come here? It means that monsters aren't supposed to spawn here, Bell corrected her. It doesn't stop them from coming from the upper or lower floors though. Some safe zone then. It's relatively safe compared to the rest of the dungeon. I suppose so. Is something wrong, Ryder? Ryder's head had been turned over her shoulder as if she was staring at or looking for something. Don't worry about it, Ryder replied. I was just making sure that none of those monsters that broke off from the battle decided to come back. Oh yeah, the Liggerfong never came back, did it? Bell asked. A Liggerfong was a massive four-legged feline monster with massive fangs from which it got its name. It stood taller than a person and was considered by some to be on the same level to a level 2 as an infant dragon was to a level 1. They weren't quite as dangerous, but an unsuspecting party could take casualties if they didn't see it coming. Bell and the others had panicked when it appeared and fell back to let another wave of monsters take the vanguard, but it never reappeared. It probably thought Bell and or Ryder were too dangerous and decided to try and find some weaker prey. Should we go after it? Emma asked. Or rather, you and Ryder? It'd be bad if it ran into a weaker party, right? It should be fine, Bell replied slowly. Only veterans normally come down here and they make their way straight to river where the exit to the next floor is. Anyone wandering around the floor is used to fighting the stronger monsters. That or they were escorted by people who were strong enough to fight those monsters. Nobles and the like would often hire adventurers to take them to the 18th floor purely for the view after all. Well, it's none of our business anyway, Ryder said, giving one last look over her shoulder. Each party should mind their own business after all, right? Well, yes. Emma agreed with a nod. Then let's get back to looking for that spring. How much further, Bell? Not too much, Bell replied as he looked at the map again. Should be just over there. XXXXX. As Bell led the others further down into the trees, a large shadow stepped out. Did that woman notice me? The figure muttered. As expected, it was too obvious of me to take care of the ones that got away, but I need them to find that spring soon before. They quickly shook their head before disappearing back into the foliage. XXXXX. Bell and the others continued their little adventure. They made their way past several more groups of monsters where Bell removed the magic stone from the stronger ones until they eventually found their destination. Wow! Emma said once they found the spring. It was built into a small cliffside with the water trickling down several crystals into a small pond. Several flowers could be seen budding along the edge and the clear flowing water reflected the light above, making it seem like it was liquid crystal that was flowing down. It's not very big though, Bell noted as he stepped up to the spring. If they had came at a different time they may have not been able to get any water at all. Will we have enough to fulfill the quest and to take back for our own use? Well, there's no point in worrying about that, Ryder said as she took out several bottles from her backpack. If we do, we do. If we don't, then we don't. Simple as that. I think we'll have plenty left over for ourselves. Can we take a little sip to see if it really is as special as Seer says it is? Emma asked. Ryder responded by filling up 3 glasses and handing 2 to Bell and Emma. The 3 of them took a sip and their eyes immediately shot open. Huh? Is this really just water? Ryder asked, bringing her free hand over her mouth. It's better than any water I've ever drank before. Emma agreed. No wonder they wanted some, Bell added. I heard that some elves don't like to drink alcohol, so having this spring water lets the hostess gives them a nice alternative. Do you think it'll increase the potency of potions too? Emma asked. Let's gift a bottle to Lord Machigatte's familia. That's a great idea. Bell agreed immediately as they all got back to work filling up their bottles. Something wrong, Bell? Can the 2 of you hear me out for a second? Bell asked as the 2 of them leaned in closer. XXXXX. The shadow stepped out toward the spring, only to see that there was almost no water remaining. Only just enough to barely fill a handful. I was too late. They muttered dejectedly. They had spent too long searching wildly and even longer taking care of the monsters that had been trailing the trio from earlier. What should I do? It would take too long to wait for it to fill up again. Something shiny was poking up from the sand. The large shadow carefully pulled the object out and saw that it was a small bottle holding about half a liter of water. Is this from the spring? The figure asked before a small smile appeared on his face. I see, they knew I was there after all. Was it the woman? No, most likely the boy figured it out as well. The figure glanced down at the footprints in the sand, noting that it was the perfect size for Belle Crânel. I suppose it is only fitting for someone like him to be worthy of her attention. His constantly increasing skill will please her all the more. Giving Belle one last silent thanks, the figure pocketed the bottle and made a beeline toward the exit as quickly as he could. XXXXX. Huh? Someone really was following us? Emma asked as the three of them made their way back out of the dungeon. I didn't notice at all. Well, it's not like I sensed them or anything, Belle admitted. It's just that every single monster that disengaged didn't come back. It's one thing for the smarter monsters to cut their losses, but even the weaker ones that ran didn't try coming back to attack us while we were in a different fight. So I thought someone else was following us while taking care of the ones we missed. In that case, they must have been looking for the spring themselves. And since we weren't exactly hiding that we knew where to look, they followed us, Emma finished with a nod. I see. So that's why you wanted to leave a bottle behind. You're so nice, Belle. Well, they did help us out after all. So I hope they managed to get back safely. Speaking of which, we should hurry as well, Ryder said. We don't want to be late for dinner after all. Yes. I can't wait to share some of this with Primo and the others. XXXXX. Up above the dungeon, on the highest floor of Babel Tower, the goddess Freya was drumming her hands on her seat. She had asked Otterl for a simple glass of water several hours ago, only for her captain to disappear into the dungeon without telling anyone. Now the sun was setting and she still hadn't gotten her drink. A few of her other children had offered to get one for her, but she was committed at this point and wanted to see just what Otterl was planning, so she decided to wait. Finally. Lady Freya. You're late, she snapped. How long does it take to get a single glass of water? My apologies, Otterl replied with a bow. But I wished to make sure you got to drink water suitable to your tastes. And you went into the dungeon for it? Freya asked, brow raised. Yes. It is said to be quite delicious as well as being good for your skin. Freya's eyebrow remained raised as she watched Otterl pour the water out into a glass for her. Bringing it to her lips, Freya allowed the liquid to enter her mouth and her eyes widened. This is just water? Freya asked, completely taken back. I can't believe it. It's more delicious than any water I've ever drank before. Good work, Otterl. To be honest, the spring had dried up when I had arrived, Otterl admitted, lowering his head. However, the rabbit noticed I was following his party and left the bottle there for me. So this is... Freya began, feeling a warm flutter in her chest. It was a gift from that boy to her. No doubt an unknowing one from his point of view, but it was a gift to her regardless. And one willingly given too. Seeing the blissful smile on his goddess's face as she thought about Belle Crânel, a small one appeared on Otterl's own before he bowed and took his exit. XXXXX. What was that all about? Emma asked as she, Ryder and Belle watched the well-dressed courier disappear back into the crowd. I have no idea, Belle replied as he flipped the letter he received back and forth. No sooner did he and his party leave the dungeon did the courier accost them and handed Belle the letter without so much as an explanation aside that it was an invitation. Considering the last invitation he received, Belle was a bit wary about opening and reading it. Well, there's no point in putting it off, Ryder said. Open it. Belle let out a groan of protest for a moment before opening the letter. The invitation was printed on golden-colored parchment and had a rather fancy flair to it. It's an invitation. Belle began, quickly reading through it with his eyes. For me and Castor, to the El Dorado Resort Casino tonight. Just the two of you? Emma asked. Well, it says we can bring a date along. Why, I'd love to, Belle, Emma said, causing Belle to squeak. But Lancer said she's continuing Gina and my rune magic lessons tonight and I don't think going to a casino is a good enough excuse to get out of it. Emma. Belle let out a tired whine as she giggled before apologizing. He then turned to Ryder, who had a rather stiff expression on her face. What's wrong, Ryder? No, I have a certain bad feeling about something. She replied before quickly shaking her head. Anyway, let's go to the hostess to drop off the water before heading back. Maybe you can ask Seer to go along with you. Judging from the formality of the invitation and the fact that the resort had referred to itself as Orario's Grand Casino, Bell got the impression that it was some high-class event, something he was woefully unsuited for when compared to the likes of Castor. Thus it was probably a faux pas to go alone when the invitation called for an escort. Lancer was out as she would be teaching Gina and Emma, who are also out. Primo and Assassin were, probably too young to bring to such an adult setting, and he doubted Ryder or Hestia would let them go. Lily might go, or she might look revolted at the idea of going to a place where people threw away their hard-earned money for entertainment. Ryder felt like going to a party with one's mom, a feeling Belle didn't particularly want to confirm. And the goddess herself? A bad idea all around. Seer was probably the only one he could ask on short notice, even if he would have to endure a barrage of teasing from the girl herself and his servants for it. Well, hopefully Castor would just refuse the invitation and save them all the trouble. XXXXX. What do you want now, Loki? I just came by to see if you wanted to share any of your newfound happiness with me. Loki had came to pester Hestia again at the former Apollo Familia home, bringing Riveria along with her as an escort. She would have brought Finn along, but preparations for Grand Day and their operations beyond that were taking up his time. Hestia had been discussing possible renovation plans with Goibnia, but the old god excused himself when Loki came by to give them some privacy, taking along his familia for a quick meal break as well. The two goddesses sat across from each at the long dining table, with Riveria sitting next to Loki and Lancer sitting next to Hestia. Two goddesses with magically powerful and beautiful individuals next to them. It was clear that Loki's words were just a joke to try and lighten up the atmosphere. Not that Hestia was buying a word of it. Fine, then I'll get to the point, Loki began. Was gonna ask if you wanted to join our little detective party again, now that your kids got caught on the sharp business end of those monsters as well. Hestia's response was to simply narrow her eyes at the memory. I did think about it, Hestia admitted. But the answer is still no. Loki didn't miss Lancer's eyes turn slightly toward the direction of her goddess, telling Loki that it was a surprise to Lancer. My children were wandering around Milan when Ishtar picked a fight with yours, Hestia reminded Loki. They heard what that one who attacked Freya said. You're working with Inio. Loki's eyelids split open as she glared at Hestia. Not that I think you're doing it on purpose, Hestia continued, ignoring the glare. But that means someone in your little group is as well, or maybe one of them even is Inio completely under your nose. As such, while I trust you a lot more than I care to admit, I don't trust Dionysus or Hermes for that matter. Even though you took in one of Hermes's kids. She wanted out, and I took her in. She can't lie to me after all. Something that can't be said for that smiling prick. Loki agreed with that sentiment 100%. Back in Tenkai, I shared my territory alongside both that idiot and Dionysus, Hestia continued, looking slightly nostalgic as she glanced to the side. Up there, we of our territory of Olympus had to select the 12 gods as our representatives. Zeus and the others picked me over Dionysus, and I thought his heart was going to break, so I gave him my spot. You probably just wanted to hole up in your temple and relax all day, Loki accused her with an annoyed look, causing her to flinch. Lady Hestia, came Lancer's tired voice. Don't slander me in front of Lancer. Anyway. Back then Dionysus was always on edge. I wouldn't have been surprised to see him go. The latent evil aura in my right fist will obliterate you assholes. But from what I've been hearing, it seems like he got over that bout of illness. Huh? What do you mean? Well, I didn't want to say anything after not seeing him in years back at the banquet as to not hurt his reputation, but I really wasn't surprised to see you working so easily with Dionysus. You two are cut from the same cloth after all. Huh? I mean, you really went at it with other gods, remember? Duels to the death and all that. Dionysus was the same. I mean, he started trying to take on Zeus of all people for a seat. Loki. Now it was Riveria's turn to give a tired look to her goddess. Oi! Now you need to stop dragging up ancient history. Fine, fine. Anyway, I didn't want to get into a scary situation like that, so I offered him my seat and got out of there. Loki could just picture Hestia going, "Play nice now, you hear me?" before running away from the brawl. Anyway, if you want to borrow Archer or Saber or Castor for something, ask them, and if they say yes, I won't stop them unless I want them for some other thing, no matter how trivial it is, Hestia continued, returning to the main topic. But as it is, I'm not committing to anything formal so long as you clearly don't trust those other two either. Why are you only ever sharp when it's inconvenient for me? Loki asked as she rubbed her forehead. I had to learn quickly when living with someone like Castor. As such, Loki was forced to leave the mansion without getting Hestia's cooperation outside of a token word. That being said, we can't exactly fault her for being hesitant, Riveria asked. Even if Archer and his compatriots are powerful, the rest of the Familia is not. That we can possibly secure one of them as assistance is already a lot more than we can ask. Yeah, I know, Loki said. Hestia was also probably wary of one of them finding out the secret behind their power. It wasn't like Loki didn't understand what with her being cagey about Ace's past, but since Hestia had a lot more than one crazy secret, it was harder for her to keep a lid on them if she joined up with them. Especially since, as she said, Loki didn't exactly trust Hermes or Dionysus either. That being said, she couldn't imagine Dionysus, someone she saw sneaking off to play with some kids during his shift at his job, to be someone that would get into fights with other gods that made Hestia of all people say he was scary. For better or for worse, Hestia was fair, she didn't discriminate or set people apart from one another. Though she got plenty mad at Loki, who picked fights with her or made fun of her, she held real authority, too. Loki suspected Uranus and even Zeus acknowledged her. She was plain, but her status as a goddess, the one who ruled over the immortal flame, was undeniably high. She'll have to ask Hestia more about Dionysus some other time, though she doubted Hestia would gossip about Dionysus any more than she already had. Well, let's go pick up the girls from their playdate, Loki said, deciding to push those thoughts to the side for the time being. If we're lucky we might be able to squeeze ourselves in for dinner. Please have some shame, Loki, Riveria begged her with a sigh. Shame ain't getting me some good grub, woman. XXXXX. Welcome. Oh, white hair. Are you eating here today? The cat person waitress, Anya, greeted Belle when he arrived with Ryder and Emma at the Hostess of Fertility. No, we're just here to deliver the spring water Seer requested the guild for, Belle replied. Is she around? No, she's not. Anya said angrily. Can you believe her? She and Ryua took a vacation together just as we're getting into the busy season. Indeed, the pub was completely packed full of adventurers and the human and elf were nowhere to be seen. Oh, you finished that request nice and quick, Mia Grand, the proprietress, said with a thankful smile. Here you go. Everything we owe ya in there. You check. Yes, thank you very much, Belle said as Ryder accepted the bag. By any chance do you know when Seer will be back? What, missing her already? Mia asked with a laugh. Should be back tomorrow I reckon. She invited herself along onto Ryua business but they should be done soon. Why? Hoping to ask her out on a date. That's... Belle wasn't sure how to put it but his hesitation was all Mia needed to stare at him for a moment before throwing her head back in laughter. Oh, that girl is going to be kicking herself tomorrow, Mia said as she thumped Belle on the shoulder, causing his knees to buckle painfully, before walking back to the kitchen with Anya returning to her duties. What am I going to do? Belle wondered. Well, I'm sure someone will be able to go with you, Ryder said as she placed a hand on Belle's shoulder. Let's hurry back. Yes. XXXXX. Yo, welcome back. Don't mind us. When the three of them arrived back at the Hearthstone Manor, they were greeted to the sight of the goddess Loki and several of her adventurers taking up space around their dinner table. Off to the side, Primo was badly hiding herself in the doorway, peeking out to look at the green-haired elf sitting beside the goddess. Riveria Luljo's elf. Riveria for her part looked rather nonplussed at the young elf's actions as Primo would shyly duck behind the wall if she tried to look in her direction. Did you guys find the spring? Archer asked, standing next to the blender with a basket of peaches beside him. Yep, we got a bit of a haul, Emma replied as Ryder set down her pack on the counter and pulled out several of the bottles. What did ya just go into the dungeon for some water? Loki asked as everyone from Loki Familia turned toward the bottles. It's extremely good tasting water, Emma explained. We heard about it from a friend who sent us on a quest for it. These are just the leftovers we took for ourselves. We got enough to ration about half a liter for each person in the Familia. Archer said as he examined the bottles, ignoring the rather curious and greedy looks Loki was throwing him before pinched the goddess in the side to get her to stop. Did the three of you already try some? Yes, Ryder nodded. It's unlike any water I've ever drank before. It was certainly worth the effort. Although the spring's already dried up by now. Archer nodded before pouring a bit of the water from a nearly empty bottle into a glass and taking a sip for himself. Is this really just water? Archer quietly muttered, eyes widening as he stared at the bottle. See, if you're going to react like that, you're just going to make everyone else even more curious, Loki protested. Everyone turned toward Primo who was still peering out from the doorway. Can you pour a bit out for everyone from my share? She asked Archer. It's all right, child, Riveria said quickly. There's no need for that. Have some shame, Loki. Don't make a child share her things with you. Oh come on. You and I both know it's you that she really wants to offer it to. Primo shrunk back behind the wall, completely embarrassed that she was so easily found out. Ryder had a soft smile on her face as she picked up one of the bottles and began pouring out a glass for Loki and her adventurers. Miss Ryder. Riveria protested, but Ryder simply shook her head to deny her from saying anything else as the servant placed the glasses in front of them. I'll fill hers up a bit more with some of mine, don't worry about it, Ryder whispered into the high elf's ear. From Riveria's face, she did worry about it but didn't say anything more as she brought the glass up to her lips. It really is good, Tiona said as she quickly finished off her glass. Definitely not normal water. Thanks Primo. Primo simply nodded her head as she ducked back behind the wall, only to squeak in surprise as Castor walked past her with a frown. We were not supposed to be expecting guests, Castor said, eyes sweeping across Loki Familia. Yo, Goldie. Loki said cheerfully, ignoring the glare he was throwing at her. Just pretend we're not here. Castor proceeded to do just that as he turned toward Belle instead. Did you receive something? He demanded. Belle didn't bother asking how he knew about the invitation and simply handed it over to Castor without hesitation. El Dorado, hi. Castor muttered as Loki's ears perked up. I suppose it was only a matter of time before they sent an invitation. I have already brought 70% of the other casinos to tears after all. Prepare yourself, boy. We will leave tonight. But the invitation says we have to bring an escort, right? Belle pointed out, fully aware that a big grin was appearing on Loki's face as her adventurers were looking at her with suspicion. Emma and Gina are going to be studying with Lancer and I think Jack and Primo are a bit. Indeed. And Arde is not the type to enter such an establishment. And as Ryder is the only one of proper standing to be my escort, you are left without one. Ah, I knew it, Ryder said with a sigh. Not that I particularly mind, but do I get any say in this? You may say your piece so long as you understand that it will be ignored, Castor replied, causing Ryder to roll her eyes. Maybe I can try asking Miss Ina. Belle threw out before looking unsure of himself. But I might get in the way of her work at the guild. Hey, can I offer a suggestion? Loki asked, putting herself between Belle and Castor. Why not take Lefia with ya? Hi. Both Belle and Lefia shouted at the same time. Not for free of course, Loki continued. Let's call it a quest. We have Lefia escort you to and back from the casino and you hand over half of your winnings as payment. I ain't lending my girl out for cheap after all. Loki. Riveria began but Loki quickly cut her off. We're still in the red after the expedition, remember? Loki pointed out, causing Riveria's mouth to snap shut. And we need more funds for the future, which is why we have to do that stupid exhibition for the guild. It's a bit of a gamble, but this way Lefia can help earn back some of that money. If the little rabbit wins big, then we get a piece of it, if not then Lefia gets to have a good time at a high-class casino either way. What do you think, Lefia? Riveria asked as she turned toward her student. If it can both help our finances and Belle's familia, I think I wouldn't mind, Lefia replied as Riveria put on a tired smile while Loki beamed. Then let's get going. Loki said as she clapped her hands. I got the perfect thing for you, Lefia. Hey Archie. Can we get those soups to go? Save your to-go orders for when or if the inn gets up and running. Archer shot back but nonetheless poured the soup into a few canteens for them, which Tiona happily accepted. Thank you for your generosity, Riveria said to Primo with a smile that caused the younger elf to blush furiously and nod her head as she melted against the wall. I'll pick you up at your familia home then. Belle offered to Lefia, who blinked and stared at him blankly for a moment before the implications of what she had just agreed to hit her square in the face, causing her to blush furiously. Yes, of course, she nodded as the twins were giggling behind her back. As Loki took her girls and left, someone spoke up. Wow, the vice-captain got a date. Primo let out a shriek as she spun around to see Gina and Assassin standing there behind her. Primo became a tomato, Assassin pointed out as Gina snickered into her hand. Why you? Gay. Unable to hold her embarrassment at being seen by her friends, Primo let out a shout as she chased after them, causing them to squeal before running back up the stairs. It is a date, isn't it? Belle muttered weakly. Congratulations on the beginnings of your harem, master, Sigurd helpfully offered as Belle let out several shouts to try and obfuscate his words while Emma looked back and forth between them in confusion. XXXXX. Belle, Castor and Ryder quickly got prepared for the outing. Belle put on the same suit that he wore to the banquet of the gods as it was the only thing he had in the way of formal wear. Castor's suit was of similar style to Belle's except that it was pure white with golden trimmings that he wore over a red dress shirt. He also had a jacket draped over his shoulders, one that was a solid gold color. Ryder decided to wear the dress that Hestia had picked out for her during the goddess's shopping trip with Freya. A pure white dress that exposed her shoulders, back, and a good portion of her upper body, displaying her already ample cleavage all the more, but was otherwise rather simple in design with little in the way of frills or embroidery. Castor also prepared her a golden hairband as well as a pearl necklace fitted with rubies around her neck. This is a bribe, isn't it? She asked as the three of them rode in the same carriage heading toward Loki Familia's Twilight Manor. Call it whatever you wish, Castor simply replied. It changes nothing. Belle felt that it was more of an apology for dragging her along, but he wasn't anywhere near brave enough to voice his thoughts while stuck in such cramped quarters while within strangulating range of Castor's arms. The driver announced that they were near the Twilight Manor and Belle prepared to get off to greet Lefia. He found her standing at the gates, wear a flowing green and white dress that seemed to flow off her body, further cementing Belle's first impression of her as a beautiful fairy. She had silver bands hanging off her arms and had used one to tie her hair off to the side rather than leaving it in her usual ponytail. Belle found himself speechless at the sight. See, come on, say something, Lefia begged, cheeks flushing a bit red as the Loki Familia guards chuckled into their hands. You look, wow. But Belle couldn't string his words together properly and it only made Lefia even more embarrassed. What do you think? Loki asked, popping out from behind the elf. I do good work if I say so myself. At Belle's nod, Loki continued, so be sure to get her back by dawn and along with half your winnings. I'm not losing out on betting like with the war game this time, ya hear me? You better win big. Why yes. I'll do my best. Then go have fun. Loki punctuated this by giving Lefia a big smack on her rear, causing the elf to shriek and wheel around to slap Loki across the face, sending her flying off her feet with an expression that screamed worth it. Is it okay to hit a goddess like that? Belle asked. She's used to it. Lefia replied at the same time as the two guards did, making Belle wonder just what exactly goes on inside Loki Familia that the goddess was used to receiving physical abuse from her familia. I'm sorry for the trouble. Belle asked as he offered a hand to Lefia. No, I went and accepted it without putting much thought into it. Lefia replied as she took his hand before her eyes widened. And not that I think it's bad to be seen with you or anything like that. I'm just saying that any problems I have is with Loki and my big mouth. Ahaha, I understand. As Belle led Lefia back to the carriage, Mord Latro's voice suddenly sounded in Belle's head. Gonna have to be some pretty open-minded elf to let a human touch her then. Lefia was pretty open-minded, huh? He supposed she was just used to physical contact due to her goddess Loki. XXXXX. My, you look radiant, Miss Virtus, Ryder said as the carriage started moving again. Like a fairy from a mythical forest. Thank you very much, Lefia replied shyly, unsure how to accept a compliment from what was probably a spirit that radiated beauty similar to the gods above. She thought that Ryder was already rather beautiful normally, but being dressed up for a formal occasion made it hard for Lefia not to stare. It reminded her of how she felt about Ace in a way. Is something wrong? Belle asked. And no, just thinking of something silly. Right, there was just no way. Lefia made small talk with the three members of Hestia Familia as they rode the carriage through the late-night streets of Orario. She was pleased to say that she only managed to stick her foot in her mouth only once when she asked about Ryder's relationship with Archer. Us. Ryder repeated. There's nothing particularly special going on. We're just friends and co-workers from the same familia working to keep several growing children fed. That said, he does remind me of my husband once in a while. Husband? Lefia repeated. You're married? Yes. And he gave me 2 daughters. Why didn't they come with you to Orario? They're not here anymore. Forget foot, she practically shoved her entire leg down there. I'm sorry, she quickly apologized, but Ryder simply waved it off with a smile, saying that she's long since moved past it. Were they? Was it because of monsters? Monsters, yes, I suppose so. Lefia felt that Ryder wasn't referring to the same kind of monsters that she was. So what did you do before you joined Loki Familia, Lefia? Belle suddenly asked in a rather loud voice as a rather obvious attempt to change the topic, something Lefia appreciated greatly. Yes. I studied in Orario's school in the education district for 3 years before joining Loki Familia at level 2. What kind of education did you receive that allowed you to hit level 2 from schooling? Ryder asked incredulously. After that she decided not to touch on the subject of their pasts, even though she was still curious about Ryder. Castor, who she had put already together was a king of some country somewhere, had said that Ryder was the only one whose standing allowed her to stand by his side. Which meant that the woman was also some sort of high noble or probably even a queen. Was it just a play act from the spirits, or did they actually contract with royalty and bestowed onto them with unique powers to complete whatever it was they came to Orario to do? As she pondered this, the carriage came to a stop. A moment later, the driver opened the door for them, allowing both Castor and Belle to step out. Belle extended his hand back toward Lefia, who took it and stepped down from the carriage, with Ryder taking Castor's hand soon after. The blinding lights of Orario's nightlife caused Lefia to blink a few times as she glanced around at the many colorful buildings adorned with the highest quality magic stones the city had to offer, with an array of wealthy-looking guests milling about. Many of which had stopped to stare in their direction. Or rather, in the direction of the 3 Hestia Familia members. That's Hestia Familia, right? No way, from that war game. It's Moonlit Dawn. Who is that elf with him? Wait, that can't be Thousand Elf, could it? However, Castor paid them all no heed as he boldly strode forward, parting the crowd, with Ryder's arm hooked in his. Belle, looking as though he wasn't sure if he should do the same, just offered Lefia his hand instead. It was a bit too embarrassing to walk arm in arm, so she accepted it and he led her down the street behind the king and queen pair. So, which one is the casino we're supposed to head to? Lefia asked. I'm guessing, that one, Belle said, gesturing with his chin. Lefia turned to see a building that stood out even in this plaza. Its sumptuous, gorgeous, shining facade could trick one into thinking it was a massive mound of gold. Statues of deities who symbolized wealth or success were installed around the entrance, either as a perfunctory show of respect or to share in their favor and blessings. A billboard lit up by magic stone lamps displayed the words "The Golden City." That's extravagant, Lefia admitted as Belle let out a dry chuckle in agreement. They reached a checkpoint that was manned by guards bearing the Ganesha Familia emblem, where Castor flashed their invitation and they let them pass. As they climbed the steps to the casino, they were greeted at the door by a male dwarf. Just like Gareth, he was rather short and stout. Unlike the old adventurer though, his beard was kept neat and his hair slicked back and his body was bulging underneath his black suit. He was flanked by a pair of male bodyguards, one cat person and one human. I am Terry Cervantes, the owner of this casino. Thank you very much for coming, the dwarf greeted them with a big smile. I hope you all have a wonderful time here tonight. It would not do to reject an invitation from an establishment such as this, Castor replied. And I am sure we can mutually benefit from this endeavor. Indeed, indeed. Cervantes had the opportunity to have the current rising stars of Hestia Familia in his establishment, and in return they had an opportunity to make some money. No doubt the dwarf was considering this to be basically free advertising if he was lucky. Lefia also received some money from Loki on the off chance that she wanted to try her hand at gambling, but she wasn't too keen on it. She just hoped that Belle would at least break even by the end of the night. Cervantes exchanged a few more words with Castor before allowing them to go on their way, while he remained at the entrance to personally greet a few more of the important guests. Passing through the foyer, they were greeted by employees of El Dorado Resort and stepped out into an enormous hall. Lefia felt her jaw drop at the extravagance in front of her. The first thing that came into view was a breathtakingly large magic stone chandelier, followed quickly by the luxuriously vibrant and elaborately patterned carpet, as well as the variety of tables where people were playing all kinds of attention-grabbing games. Cards glided from dealers' hands as though they moved along a flowing river. Colorful dice danced through the air while roulette wheels spun madly, their balls bouncing wildly around. Employees in stylish uniforms and guests in dazzling outfits alike gathered around each table like butterflies flocking to flowers. At every game, stacks of chips were being built, wagered, and paid back out. Around the tables, sighs of despair mixed with thunderous cheers, combining into a never-ending din. The casino was in full swing. "Well, Castor," Ryder said to the king. "How does this place compare to the other casinos you've visited? In Orario or elsewhere?" Castor asked back. "Let's stick with Orario for now. It is more adequate than the others, but as expected, it is filled with excess indulgence. Since it's you of all people are saying that it must be awful." The four of them stopped by the chip exchange and Belle curiously picked one of them up. "What's this for?" he asked. "It's a chip to use for this casino," Castor explained. "Its worth in Valis is printed in the center." 1, 2, 3, 4 digits. Lefia also froze at hearing its worth. She only brought along enough money for 5 of these colorful chips, and Castor had casually exchanged an entire suitcase full of them. Belle was also trembling when he was suddenly handed a small case containing 50 chips. "Now then, where should we start?" Castor said, a smile gracing his face for the first time since Lefia had seen the man tonight. Before he could pick a game, however, someone called out to Belle. "Hey? Moonlit Dawn, is that you?" The group turned around to see a burly and rough-faced adventurer walking over to them. Lefia felt that she had seen the man before but couldn't recall exactly where. "It is you," the man said, his face breaking out in a huge smile. "Never thought I'd see you in a place like this. And your friend is, oh ho, ho ho ho. Mord, please don't say anything." His eyes fell on Lefia and a sly smile appeared on his face before he started nudging Belle's side as if sharing some private joke between them. "So here to enjoy the nightlife, huh? Let me buy you a drink." "Huh? No, that's okay. Don't worry about it. It's my treat. As thanks for winning your war game after I bet a ton on ya and, you know, for getting you in that mess in the first place." Mord's shoulders sagged a bit as he looked rather apologetic about something. Was he talking about the bar fight that Bet had told Lefia and the others about a few weeks back? "No, that wasn't your fault," Belle said quickly. "But if you insist on the drink." "I do. Come here. You're friends too?" Ha. Lefia nodded as she followed after the adventurer, who led them to a bar counter where he let them choose whatever they wanted. Not wanting to get drunk in such a foreign place, Lefia chose a glass of the Alf pure water that Riveria loved to drink. "So, that kid who got bit by that strange monster," Mort said quietly to Belle and his familia. "She okay? And I don't mean just physically." "She's fine, thank you for asking, Mr. Letro," Ryder replied. "She was a bit scared for a bit, but she says she's ready to go back into the dungeon as soon as her arm heals." "Good to hear," Mort said with a smile. Bigger men than her would have given up if something like that happened to them. "She's going to be one tough cookie when she gets older." "There are none with such weak wills in the familia," Castor said confidently. "After what you did with only a handful of adventurers, I'd believe it." Ha ha ha. Despite his rough exterior, the human seemed rather cheerful and friendly to Belle's familia. Just what transpired between them for that to happen? As Lefia tried to put his face to memory, she felt a hot gaze on her back. Turning around, she saw that a green-haired elf in a black suit with a silver-haired woman wrapped around their arm were staring at them with wide eyes, or more specifically, at Belle and Lefia. Belle hadn't noticed as he was still chatting with Mord. They looked to be some kind of noble couple, although Lefia thought it was rather rare for a human noble to be with an elf to begin with. The woman had a hand up and was pointing at Belle's back as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. "Hey Belle," Leffy Ya spoke up, leaning closer to him to get his attention. "Did you know those people?" Belle looked toward her in confusion before Leffy Ya gestured toward the couple. He then turned toward them and blinked for a moment before his eyes widened in surprise. "Huh? Sy-. In a flash, the elf was in front of Belle with a finger on his lips. "I'm sorry, please don't say that name out loud," the elf said, and Leffy Ya realized that it was a woman currently disguised as a man. The elf's sudden appearance drew the others' attention as well as the woman came hurrying up to them. "Miss Ryu and Seer." Belle tried again in a much softer voice. "This is where you were." "Good evening, Mr. Adventurer," the silver-haired woman said with a smile. "Were you looking for us?" "Well, Belle began, gesturing to his familia members. "Got an invitation to this casino and it said to bring an escort, so I thought about asking you, but your friend said that you two were on vacation." Seer simply smiled as she covered her face with her fan in response. Nevertheless, Leffy Ya never thought someone's internal scream of regret could be so audible. "So you had to ask someone else?" the elf, Ryu, asked as she turned to Leffy Ya. "Good evening," Leffy Ya greeted them. "Wait, aren't you two from?" "Yes, but please keep it a secret," Ryu said with a quick nod. Mord looked confused for a moment, but Leffy Ya could see him staring at the two pub workers' faces as if trying to piece together where he knew them from, to which Ryder quickly whispered into his ear and he nodded in understanding. "Well, whatever you two are doing, leave us out of it," Mord said for all of them. "We're here to have a good time after all." "Come to think of it, how did you get in?" Ryder asked. "No offense meant, but it doesn't feel like you received a private invitation." "Definitely not, madam," Mord said with a good-natured smile and a laugh. "My pals and I came in with a gold card. It's a pass for those who drop a shit ton of money in the casino strip. It allows entry to every casino here. We dropped so much dosh to get this baby. Probably the only third-class adventurers who have it." Mord then explained that it was a special privilege offered to high-class adventurers. A high-class adventurer who could bring back valuable magic stones and drop items from beyond the middle levels was more dependable than a rich person with no skills. Even more so if they were a member of a powerful familia. However, the adventurers and factions that could afford to mindlessly flaunt that kind of money would normally be limited to those in the first and second-class adventurers categories. If a third-class adventurer like Mord was here, he must have spent an unimaginable amount of money, using up everything he recovered from the dungeon day after day. "No wonder you're still third class," Ryu muttered. "Shadab." Meanwhile, Ryder and Belle turned toward Castor, who simply shrugged. "Do not ask any questions that would diminish his achievement," he said simply. Did that mean Castor had won himself? "So you come here often then?" Ryu asked and Mord nodded. "Perfect. Do you know anything about the VIP room beyond that door?" Mord turned toward the direction Ryu pointed out. "If you're trying to get in there non-formal like, best you give it up," Mord said, scratching the stubble on his chin before pointing to the uniformed guards at the door. "See those guards? They ain't Ganesha Familia. Same for inside. Everything in there is extra-legal territory. Not even Ganesha Familia can step inside without the owner's permission. So anyone who can't be trusted to keep quiet about what goes on inside won't be allowed in. Yet, according to one drunken VIP I ran into, the rumors that they enjoy themselves with high-stakes games are true, and after that, the owner's mistresses come out. The guy's a pervert who surrounds himself with crazy hot women. Likes to flaunt them in front of the VIPs. Freaking pervert." Leffy Ya didn't really have a good impression of Cervantes to begin with, and Mord's words certainly weren't helping it. "Also, there are stories that new members going back there get baptized, you know? They say he eats them alive. It's only whispers, but, well, like I said, the owner is a giant pervert, you know what I mean, right?" He was looking from Ryu to Seer as he spoke, giving them a silent warning. "Do you wish to abscond of someone's possession?" Castor asked, swirling the wine in his glass as Seer and Ryu glanced at him. "To disguise yourselves and make off with the owner's trophy." "She's not a trophy, she's a human being," Seer replied. "One that was given up by her family in a wager, I bet," Castor concluded without much evidence, but judging from Ryu's glare, it didn't seem too far off. Even if she was to be freed, would she even wish to return to the household who would place her up as collateral? Or do you wish to play the role of an ally of justice to satisfy your own ego? Absolutely not, Ryu refuted his accusation immediately. I am doing this to try and repair a broken family at her mother's request. Something that is broken will never be the same no matter how hard one tries. The bonds between people are stronger than that. Even more so when it's between family. How wonderfully altruistic. Well, I suppose that is a form of entertainment in itself. I am not here to amuse you, Ryu replied, only for Castor to laugh in her face. Everything in this world exists to try and amuse me, Castor said as if it was obvious before stepping up right into Ryu's face. However, someone trying so desperately to become something they are not, is only worthy of contempt. It was slight but Lefia could swear that she saw the man's eyes flicker over to Seer for the briefest of moments. Ryu's hand moved like a blur toward Castor's face, far faster than the level 3 Lefia could see. However, the man moved his hand to block the slap like it was nothing. Indeed, the face and voices of miserable maidens is the best kind of instrument to be played by the king, Castor said, brushing Ryu's hand away as if it was nothing more than lint on his shoulder. But there is no reason to wear it out so quickly. Come, I shall show you mongrels how simple these games truly are. Castor walked off with a frowning rider following close behind him. I don't know if I can like your captain, Belle, Lefia whispered to him. You and half the familia. Belle admitted. But it's thanks to him that we're where we are today. Belle. Lefia. Ryder called out. Are you coming? Lefia and Belle quickly finished their drinks as they followed Castor and Ryder to one of the roulette tables. Mort and, after a quick discussion, the other two girls also followed them with Ryu's face looking less than happy at Seer's decision. Pay attention, boy, Castor said as he stood with Belle at the table that was empty save for the Hume bunny dealer. I shall explain the rules of this game. Yes. Belle replied with a nod as Ryder set down the suitcase full of chips beside Castor, allowing the king to withdraw a small stack of chips. Do not worry your little head. There are quite a few different bets one can place but there is no need to know all of them. Just remember these simple ones. The most simple one is whether you think the pocket will be an even or odd number. Castor punctuated his explanation by placing a stack of chips on odd. Next is whether or not it will land on black or red. Another stack on red. From there, we move on to the low or high bets, which splits the numbers in half. 1 to 18 and 1936. Another stack on low bet 1 to 18. Castor. Belle began. Quiet boy. I am speaking. Right. Moving inward a bit, the bets divide the table into thirds. A stack on the first 12. A column bet for an entire column of numbers. A stack on the first column. The double street bet that bets on 2 lines of numbers. A stack on the intersection of the first 2 rows. The corner bet. A stack on the corner touching 1, 2, 4, and 5. The street bet to bet on a single row. A stack on the first row. The split bet to bet on 2 numbers at once. A stack between 1 and 2. And of course, the straight bet on a single number. One last stack on the number 1. The bets go from lowest payout to highest payout, Castor said to Belle who was as shocked and confused as well Lefia and the others were, including the dealer. From doubling your bet up to receiving 36 times your original bet. Do you understand? Why yes. Belle nodded. Good. You may begin. The dealer blinked in surprise before realizing he was talking to her. Quickly coughing into her hand she put on a professional smile. After confirming the amount of chips placed on the cloth, the dealer spun the roulette wheel with a practiced hand and tossed the ball in. After making sure there were no new bets or adjustments from Belle or the other spectators, the dealer announced the end of the betting window. Seemingly fashioned from an ore mined in the dungeon, the polished red ball emitted an inexplicable light as it danced across the spinning wheel. Everyone held their breath as the ball slowed to a stop and with a thunk, landed in the one pocket. No one said anything. Not even the dealer as they all stared at the ball. The dealer quickly cleared her throat again and announced the number and color before counting out Castor's winnings. Simple, is it not? Castor asked with a rather evil grin. I now understand how you managed to pay for our manners so quickly, Belle muttered. Enough of your platitudes, Castor said but he still had a smile on his face nonetheless. It is your turn. All right, Bell nodded as he stared at the cloth board for a moment before placing 3 chips on black. What, after that spectacular show by your captain you're just putting it on a color? Mort asked in disappointment. It's just the first bet so it's fine, isn't it? Seer pointed out. I think a smaller bet after that first one is what we all need. Lefia added and Bell quickly nodded in agreement. The ball spun around the wheel once more before stopping on the number 8. 8, did I win? Bell asked. You did, Ryu said with an impassive nod as Bell's 3 chips became 6. Good job kid. Mort said. Now keep it rolling to impress your elf girl. I don't need to be impressed. Lefia protested, ignoring the unhappy stare that Seer was leveling her way. No wait, that didn't come out the way I meant. Just keep going Bell, Ryder urged him with a smile. Let's try to win big so Lefia can help out her familia a bit. Alright, then a column this time. The ball rolled around the wheel once more and Bell won another bet, receiving 15 chips. Amazing Bell, 2 in a row. Seer cheered. It's nothing to be proud of, Castor pointed out. Don't judge everyone on your standards, Ryder said with a frown. Next was a double street bet with 8 chips. Hit. Haha, wow. I'm sure it's just beginner's luck. Corner bet. 10 chips. Hit. Just a fluke, maybe. Street bet. 30 chips. Hit. Lucky. 100 chips. Split bet. Hit. Everyone around Bell was silent as the mountain of chips grew and grew. Even Castor was watching with a single brow raised. Straight up bet. 300 chips. Hit. Wah-ha-ha-ha. Mort let out a roar, causing several people to wander on over in interest. Lefia and the girls were looking at Bell in a daze while Bell himself was staring at his small fortune with a blank and almost dead look on his face. What? What's going on? Look at that. The roulette table. Look at that mountain of chips. Who won that? Wow, it's Moonlit Dawn of Hestia Familia. It's the lucky rabbit from the war game. The surrounding patrons and gods clamored around the table, interested in seeing the famous Bell Cranial in action. Lefia still couldn't believe her eyes at how quickly one could amass a fortune like this. How long would she have to dive into the dungeon to even make this much? Was it even okay to take half of this? Mr. Cranial. Ryu suddenly leaned in close to Bell. I'm sorry but can you loan us some chips? I promise to pay you back. Hi. Bell's face was still twitching from the shock of his winnings as he turned toward Ryu. Yeah, sure, go ahead. Thank you, Bell. Seer said as she and Ryu grabbed an armful of chips and went on their way. Mord. This is where you were, what is that? As they left, a pair of male humans came by looking for Mord. All right, Bell, do it one more time. Mord said as he handed Bell a case of chips. Another straight bet. I'll spot you. It's definitely not going to land another time. Bell insisted. I can only have so much luck. Come on, show these numbskulls your skill. Who are you calling numbskulls? One bet later and Mord's friends were cheering alongside him as well as the crowd around them. Well, it is clear that the boy doesn't need a chaperone anymore, Castor said with a smirk on his face while Ryder let out a dry laugh. Enjoy yourself, mongrel. We shall meet up in an hour. Good luck, Bell. You too, Lefia. With Castor and Ryder heading off to do their own thing and Mord leaving with his friends to gamble away their new fortune, Lefia helped Bell pack away his winnings and the two of them moved to the corner of the hall so he could rest. I'm too scared to count how much is in there, Bell admitted, staring warily at the crate by their feet. I completely understand, Lefia nodded in agreement. There had been 300 chips in his last bet and since the payout was 36 times normal with each chip worth about 1,000 valis. That was well over 10 million valis made in about 20 minutes even if one took out the amount Bell loaned to the two disguised pub girls. It would have taken her and her friends a few days in the dungeon to make that much. Gambling is scary. Lefia muttered and Bell shook his head up and down so fat that it looked like a blur. I really don't feel right taking a single valis of it though, all I did was stand around and watch. Not like that wasn't what half the women in this casino was doing. No, please don't be reserved, Bell said. Or rather please take it. I'm too scared to go back home with this much money. You're the type who gives away 5 million just because it's scary to hold on to that much. Not that Leffy Ya couldn't understand that feeling. That suitcase had more money than her current worth as an adventurer sitting in it. However, Leffy Ya wasn't the type to just accept money for doing nothing. If she was going to get money, she would at least do something to feel that she earned even a single valus of it. I suppose since I'm here, I should try playing something too, Leffy Ya decided as she stood up and looked around. That table is empty. Let's go. All right, Bell nodded as he stood up and wheeled his winnings after Leffy Ya toward a table where a dealer was absent-mindedly shuffling a deck of cards while waiting for someone to step forward, but most of the guests had gathered into two separate crowds in the same directions that Caster and Ryder had went, as well as the direction the two pub girls had gone of to. Welcome, the dealer said with a smile as she set the deck of cards down. Would you like to play? I'm sorry, but it's my first time, Leffy Ya said as she sat down at the table and Bell stacked some of his chips up for her. Can you explain the rules? Of course. It was a rather simple game. You received 2 face-up cards from the dealer and the dealer had 2 cards themselves with one of them faced down. The goal was to keep getting cards, or hitting cards, to get the total of the cards as close to or on 21 without going over while also beating the dealer's total. Face cards were worth 10 and the ace was either 1 or 11. Getting an ace with a 10 or a face card was called a blackjack and an automatic win if the dealer didn't also have a blackjack themselves. At this table, the dealer had to keep hitting until they reached 16 and will stop, or stand, at 17 or above. I suppose these games have to be simple if you want more people to play and bet money on them, Leffy Ya muttered, to which the dealer could only give a wry smile in agreement. Her first cards were an 10 and a 7, giving her a total of 17. It was only her first game and she could already tell she was in a tough spot. Over half the cards left in the deck could make her land over 21 after all. The dealer had a 9 showing while the second card was still upside down. I'll stand here. Leffy Ya decided to play it safe. The dealer nodded as he flipped over her second card, revealing a 2 for 11. Then the next card the dealer drew was a queen, giving him 21, making it Leffy Ya's loss. Grr. It's fine, Leffy Ya, Bell said, raising his hands up trying to calm her down. If you had hit, then you would have gotten 27, right? Well, yes, but it's still frustrating, she said before raising a finger toward the dealer. One more go. Her second hand was much better. A pair of kings, giving her a total of 20 to the dealer's 7 and hidden card. Would you like to split bet? The dealer asked. If you get 2 cards of the same value you can split it in half and draw 2 new cards to play 2 hands at the same time with a second bet. It gives you a chance to win 4 times your original bet. Or lose it twice as fast. I'll do it, Leffy Ya said as she turned toward Bell. Can you give me even a little bit of that luck of yours? How would I even do that? Bell asked in response to Leffy Ya's unreasonable request. I don't know, just channel it somehow, Leffy Ya said as she placed another stack of chips beside her first one, allowing the dealer to split her cards into 2 separate piles before drawing 2 more cards to go with them. A 10 and a queen, giving Leffy Ya another pair of 20s. Whatever you're doing, keep at it. I'm not really doing anything though. Leffy Ya ignored him and decided to stand on both hands. The dealer flipped over the hidden card to reveal a 5, giving them 12. And the next card was 10, total of 22. A bust. Hooray! Leffy Ya cheered as her 2 stacks doubled in size. Just like that, she made back the money she had lost and a bit extra. Next aisle, ahem. Should she keep going? She just turned 50,000 into 150,000 after all. Well, perhaps she should just lower her bet a bit. XXXXX. Everything on red. The mountain of chips already threatening to cast a shadow over the king's sitting form did not move from its spot beside Caster. No one, not mortal nor god, dared touch the massive fortune accumulating beside the golden-haired man was already far beyond the prize Bell had won, as the sweating dealer spun the ball within the roulette wheel. Caster's eyes followed the man's hand, as if appraising his skill in throwing the ball like he was the owner evaluating his employees. The crowd watched with bated breath, some even trying to push forward to get a better look, as the ball clattered in the pockets before coming to a slow stop. The dealer glanced into the wheel before speaking up in a dry and hoarse voice that seemed close to begging for forgiveness. 21, red. The crowd behind Castor erupted in cheers as his mountain doubled in size and a pair of Ganesha guards helped deposit the new amount of chips into several crates for him. The corners of Castor's mouth turned up slightly, but it was a short thing as he barely glanced at the massive increase in his winnings. Once they were done, the king stood up and the crowd parted for him to leave, with Ryder pushing the cart with his winnings along behind him. I suppose there is no amusement to be had watching someone achieve victory one after another. Castor asked as he plucked 2 glasses of wine from a nearby server and held one of them out to Ryder, who accepted it. I think that's my line to you, Ryder pointed out as Castor huffed. You didn't look like you were having nearly as much fun making millions compared to when you were teaching Belle about the game. Do not assume to read me so easily, Castor replied with a smirk as he took a sip of the glass in his hands only to frown and glare at it in disgust and set it aside without another thought. All the riches of my garden return to me in the end. To me, it is nothing more than moving money from my treasury into my wallet. But yes, I suppose seeing the gods look upon me with eyes of envy and admiration lost its luster much sooner than I expected. I feel like I have to ask again, Ryder said, a hand over her cheek. Are gods supposed to be so pathetic? It is the nature of this world, Castor replied with a shrug. The gods have descended from their temples and thrones in heaven in search of new experiences and in turn, change. For better or worse. But in the end, their core, their nature remains the same. I suppose one could say that mortals should still honor their gods, while refraining from placing them upon pedestal. I feel like many do a great job of shattering those pedestals themselves, Ryder noted, throwing a glance at a trio of gods sobbing on the floor as their chips were taken from them by the dealer. And just beyond that table was another god being taken away by a Ganesha Familia guard after trying to steal a Chianthrope's chips. And what is your position on that useless goddess at the home? Lady Hestia does her best and fails on occasion, but I believe she lives up to her role as a goddess, when she is not clinging on to Belle in any case. You do not believe she fails for accepting the boy into her familia in the first place? Of course not. She accepts everyone, whether they're an orphaned boy or a king with a royal stick up his butt. It is only natural for the goddess of the hearth. I believe it is only natural for someone like her to bring us all together. Fet. Castor shook his head as he glanced over to the blackjack table where Belle was trying to calm down a simmering leffia. What are you going to do? Ryder suddenly asked. About those pub girls, Ryder clarified. Do you plan on helping them save that girl? There is no reason for me to do anything that would cause me to be banned from this casino, Castor replied. I do not care about some foolish girl that has been cast aside by her family. Oh? That's not what Lily seems to think. Castor did not avert his eyes from Ryder, who proceeded to smile at her small victory which he allowed. You already let them run off with several million after all. Why not give them a little more help? It is not a habit of mine to help those who do not ask for it, Castor replied. If they were to grovel in front of me, then perhaps I would offer a hand. Your personality switches from gallant to horrendous in a blink of an eye, Ryder muttered with an exhausted sigh. I can't deal with you at all. There is no one that can truly understand the king's magnificence after all, Castor said with a laugh. Yes, I get it. You really are a lonely person, Castor. Castor turned a glare toward Ryder, who ignored him as she enjoyed her glass of wine. XXXXX. You. Leffia. Belle began. Maybe it's time to stop. Leffia hadn't gone in the red, but all of her winnings were almost gone. It was a constant up and down of emotions as she went on winning streaks and losing streaks back and forth to the point that all she had was 7,000 left. Only 2,000 more than she had started with. She was currently on a 5-hand losing streak at the moment, and Belle could definitely tell that she was close to losing it. It being both the rest of her winnings as well as her temper. He turned toward the dealer, silently begging him to cut her off, but the man just shook his head with a wry smile. A smile that told Belle that the man had seen this all too often and knew that it was pointless to try and get them to stop even if he wanted to. Leffia would only quit when she won again or she ran out of money. Her current hand had a 10 and a 3. The dealer also had a 10. Belle could see the gears turning in Leffia's head as she tried to figure out what to do. NGH, double down. She said as she placed what was left of her chips on the table. Well, Belle thought as the dealer handed Leffia a 5, which brought her total to 18. One way or another this should be the last hand. The dealer flipped his card over and revealed another 3, causing Lefia to audibly gulp. And then 9 total 22. Bust. Yees. Lefia let out a massive cheer at her victory while Belle breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, I think I'm done, Lefia said with a rather refreshed smile on her face as she stepped away from the table. Done for the night or done with the game? Belle felt the need to ask. Definitely with the game, Lefia replied seriously as the two of them walked away from the table. I didn't think I was the type to fall into the trap so easily. I suppose that's how they get you, Belle said. But, I really don't like walking around with so many chips. We're already using the biggest denomination they have too. Then let's see if we can't get a receipt or something, Lefia suggested as they headed over to what looked like a cashier booth similar to the one they went to when they first entered. Excuse me, may we exchange these chips for Valis here? It turned out that they could. Belle accepted a small sum to keep on hand while accepting a receipt from the cashier saying that they would deliver the rest to the Hearthstone Manor by the end of the week. Lefia also reluctantly accepted a receipt for half of Belle's winnings as was agreed upon when she took up this quest. Are you going to play any more? Lefia asked Belle, who held a hand to his chin in thought. He had, in the course of a few hours, earned enough money to get another license to bring another Xenos up, even if he gave half to Lefia. It might be best to try and get enough just in case they ran into another one. Before he could answer though, one of the casino employees suddenly came up to them. Excuse me, dear guest, the staff member said as they bowed to Belle. But one of our VIPs would like a moment of your time. VIP? Belle repeated as he and Lefia shared a look. May I ask who it is? Yes. It is Lady Cyrene. Cyrene, Seer? And by VIP, did that mean they were behind those private doors? Did they need help? Countless questions ran through Belle's mind as he turned toward Lefia. Go with them, she urged him. I'll find your captain and Miss Ryder to explain. Nodding his head in thanks, Belle followed after the staff member while Lefia quickly ran off in search for the king and queen. As he expected, Belle was led through the guarded double doors Ryu had asked Mort about earlier. His head spun around, trying to take in the extravagant private suite filled with guards, beautiful women and a single table where Ryu and Seer resided along with 3 men. One of which was the owner that greeted them at the door. Was the girl that Ryu and Seer wanted to save here as well? Or perhaps all of these girls had similar stories. Most of them certainly didn't look all too happy to be here. There were several stacks of chips on the table as well, with the one in front of Ryu being dangerously small. Mr. Cervantes looked surprised to see him here as the other 2 men started whispering to each other, recognizing Belle at a glance. Seer then walked over to meet him with a soft smile. I'm very sorry, Mr. Cranel. Unfortunately, I have an appointment after this. Please allow me to cancel our dinner plans. Hi. Dinner plans? Did she want him to come eat at the pub again? Or was it some kind of deception to throw off the other guests? In that case, he supposed his natural confusion was okay here. Is that so? Belle asked, eyes darting back and forth from the other guests to the guards, particularly the human and cat person flanking the owner. For some reason they reminded him of Lunar and Chloe from the pub respectively. He couldn't imagine why. The men had nothing in common with the 2 young women aside from race and hair color. Are you busy with something? In response to his question, she smiled and put her finger in front of her lips. A no-good game. Did that mean they were trying to buy or win Seer through gambling? If that was the case, there was no way these people would be playing fair. Are you fine with that, Mr. Cranel? This VIP room is a place that even members of Ganesha Familia may not enter, so no one can come in. Even if something happens, no one can come in here, not even someone as gallant as you. Belle's eyes shot wide open. I was really glad to be able to see you, let's meet again if chance allows. I understand. Finally, would it be okay to shake your hand? At her teary-eyed request, Belle timidly clasped his hand around hers. As if to accept his warmth, Seer grasped his hand tightly. As this happened, Belle felt his back heat up, but he wasn't sure if it was out of embarrassment or not. Thank you, and farewell. Rubbing her eyes, she turned away. With that, 2 of the guards flanked Belle and led him out of the room. Once he was out, the guards closed the doors behind him. Castor's not going to like this one bit. Bell muttered as he hurried across the hall, following the tether to his servants. He didn't have to go far and he found Castor, Ryder and Lefia standing against the wall, waiting for him. Good, you have arrived, Castor said as he pushed himself off the wall. Then let us make haste and leave. I want nothing to do with those two fools. Huh? But... did you not hear me? If they are so foolish as to fall for the enemy's trap, then I shall not lift a finger to assist them. If you wish to aid in their endeavors, then do so alone with your own ability. Saying his piece, Castor returned to resting his back on the wall. As expected, Castor knew what was going on even without Bell saying anything. But he couldn't just leave Seer and Ryu on their own. But what could he do to create a distraction that would make the Ganesha Familia guards mobilize and ignore what was going on inside? He looked around to see what he could use, but all he could see were the gambling tables with their guests sitting around them. That's it. Bell said as he ran toward a roulette table with Lefia and Ryder right behind him. Wait a minute, what are you planning to do? Lefia asked as Bell handed some cash to the dealer to exchange for some chips. Bell's answer was a single word. Win. He then placed all of his chips on 13. Win. Lefia repeated as the roulette wheel came to a stop right on top of Bell's number. 13, black. Bell. Ryder began as Bell received his winnings, only to place all of them on another number. I don't think they'll allow you to give your winnings to. I'm not planning on doing anything that, Bell replied as the ball came to a stop and he won yet again. I'm just planning to win. His declaration reached the dealer, who was looking rather nervous as Bell placed half of his total chips onto another number only to win yet again. As Bell won one after another, a crowd started forming again and both Lefia and Ryder could only watch as Bell was surrounded by a mountain of chips as big as the one Castor had received. And he was not the only one currently winning big within the casino. XXXXX. Ryu could only watch in surprise as Seer won hand after hand in the card game with the owner and his cohorts. At first, Ryu had been the one playing, but she realized too late that it had been a trap. The owner was working with the other two players in the game and they had been using secret signals to work with each other to make her lose or win as little as possible. However, before it became an irreversible loss, Seer stepped in and sent a message to Bell for assistance from the outside, whatever it was. She then took over the game for Ryu and with a slight game change and change to the rules, she began winning almost every hand she played. I've heard her eyes can see the smallest of tremors in a heart, laying it entirely bare. In the shadowy room lit by magic stone lamps, Seer's slender fingers traced the outline of the cards she had been dealt. Her eyes were cast down as she spoke and her voice seemed to have magically drawn in the people listening. Of course, I don't have that goddess's eyes. Seer stopped and smiled at the other guest's eyes. I enjoy it, though. Watching people, that is. There are so many varieties and tons of things to find out, enough to make your eyes sparkle. It's a bit of a bad habit of mine, something like people watching, I suppose. If you do it for long enough, you'll get a feeling that says this person is probably thinking this, and the like. Not only the other players, but every single person in the room were hanging on to her words. No one could say for sure whether or not she was bluffing, but the smallest drop of doubt was enough to shatter the still lake of confidence of the other players. Standing behind her, Ryu could barely contain the shock she felt. If what she said was true, then Seer was effectively saying she could to read her opponent's thoughts by just looking at their expressions, through the eyes. Announcing her hand, she could see if her opponents wavered just by looking. She raised if they did and drew cards or simply folded when they didn't. In other words, it was equivalent to knowing her opponent's cards. This was far removed from the experience and strategy Ryu had built up as an adventurer. However, Ryu can't help but remember the times that Seer's eyes seemed to see right through into her heart. Without even asking about what was going on, she sometimes came bearing a smile and a solution while Ryu was still struggling to figure out what to do. The idea to pose as a noble couple from the countryside had been her idea as well. And then, the final hand. Seer received a card and giggled to herself. I never thought it'd be so simple to borrow a bit of luck, she said to herself. Both Seer and Terry Cervantes revealed their cards. Four of a kind. Cervantes revealed the 4 kings he so miraculously drew from the deck, but Seer remained unperturbed. Royal flush. Although all 4 kings had made their way into the owner's hand, Seer had drew the joker, allowing it to take the king's place in her hand. Hey, dear. Seer asked as she clumsily opened her purple fan in front of her face to hide her smile. I guess this means. Yes, Seer, this is your victory. And that means you'll listen to my husband's request then, right Mr. Cervantes? XXXXX. Castor held a clear wine glass in front of his face. One filled with wine from his own treasury, as the swill they served in the casino was hardly fit for drinking. His eyes peered through the glass toward the door to the VIP room. Even though it was a solid wall separating them from the rest of the casino, it did not stop the king's eyes from seeing what was beyond the door. He saw the elf woman demand the release of not just the girl but every single one of the women in the dwarf's collection, only for the man to take exception to it. Rather violently at that. The man's bodyguards swarmed the elf, but she easily took them down, leaving only the brown-haired human and the black-haired cat person left. The staff then moved to grab the other waitress and the girl they came for, only for the rest of the women to revolt after a few words from the silver-haired waitress. And then the doors burst open, sending out a sea of women and guests, each of them forcing their way through the room, knocking over other patrons as they tried to leave. That was the signal the boy needed to act. In a rather awful showing, complete with a fake shout of surprise, Belle spun around and knocked over his mountain of platinum-colored chips all over the floor. Then, like starving lions finding a lost lamb, the guests that had been watching the boy win over and over, pounced on the scattered chips. Their value had reached a point where even millionaires would balk at the amount after all. Hey! Belle shouted. Those are mine. He then jumped into the melee, kicking and throwing away the would-be thieves as Ryder pulled Leffy Ya to safety. Tables were overturned as the guests were sent flying through the air from the power of a level 3 adventurer rightfully fighting to keep his winnings. In an instant, the hall fell into chaos as people scrambled over each other to get away. The Ganesha Familia guards who had just been about to head toward the chaos in the VIP room stopped and looked back and forth between that and the small riot surrounding Belle's winnings. What are you doing? A fat elf shouted at them while sweating profusely. Hurry up and clear up the disorder in the hall. Royman Mardial's shout was the deciding factor. The Ganesha Familia members were forced to prioritize the suppression of the main hall at the head of the guild's demand to desperately prevent Orario's reputation from falling. The guards leapt into action immediately, pulling the people crawling on the ground away from Belle as two placed their arms around him to keep him from hitting anyone else. But that wasn't the only commotion happening. Several gods were also scrambling all over the ground as they tried picking up chips from other tables. I really feel the need to ask this again. Ryder shouted as she ran over to Castor, pulling along a flabbergasted and ruffled-looking Leffy Ya. Are the gods really supposed to be this pathetic? Castor's only response for her was to simply chuckle as he sipped his drink. Perhaps it hadn't been such a terrible idea to wait and watch things play out after all. He wasn't one to ignore a free show, after all. The three of them stood off to the side as they watched the chaos unfold. Several minutes later, a haggard-looking Belle came walking vert to them, carrying an armful of multicolored chips, a far cry from his mountain of winnings from earlier. This was all I managed, so save, Belle said. But far from looking upset at losing tens of millions, he looked rather satisfied with his performance. You should consider joining a theatre troupe with such skill, Castor dryly told him, causing the boy to chuckle at the blatant sarcasm. If you are done, then let us get moving. We have to return Virtus to her familia before the night is over, after all. Yes. Well. Ryder asked Leffy Ya with a smile as the four started walking toward the chip exchange. Did you enjoy yourself? For the most part, I suppose so, Leffy Ya admitted. Although I do not believe it's wise for anyone to go here alone. Ahaha, did you lose money? No, I came out a little ahead, if you don't count the quest reward anyway. Oh right. Technically this is a quest from Belle to Loki Familia. Not a dash. Please don't finish that sentence. It's already embarrassing enough as it is. Belle let out another dry laugh at Leffy Ya's words, causing her to wheel around toward him. Don't take it the wrong way. I don't mean that it's embarrassing to be seen with you or anything. It's just embarrassing that I didn't realize how it could look to others. Is that so bad though? Ryder asked, making Leffy Ya wheel around toward her, completely red in the face. Ahaha, sorry. Moonlit Dawn and members of Hestia Familia, hi. A blue-haired woman came up to them as they neared the door. You're Ganesha Familia's captain, right? Belle asked, somewhat recognizing the woman. Yes, Shakti replied with a nod. I hope the commotion didn't affect you too much. Well, I already cashed in most of my winnings so it was fine, Bell ignoring the ways Lefia's eyes boggled at the back of his head. Most of the ones who jumped into the pile will most likely be banned from the casino in the future, Shakti said as if hoping that that would be enough to satisfy Bell, who had had millions stolen during the chaos. The casino should see to that. It would be better if you apprehend the root cause of this mess, Castor said as he jerked his head in the direction of the VIP room. I'm sure you'll find your answers when the wind blows in from the rear entrance. Shakti's eyebrow raised slightly as she nodded her head. I see, Shakti replied before tilting her head slightly with her eyes moving toward Lefia for a moment, seemingly recognizing that she wasn't from Hestia Familia. By the way, Hestia Familia wasn't planning on getting another monster license, were they? Not at this time, Castor replied, and she nodded her head in understanding. Well then, please have a pleasant night. All of you. Why yes, you as well, Miss Varma. XXXXX. With that said, the four of them made their way out of the casino after standing in line to cash out their chips. Which took quite a while due to the sheer amount that Castor had with him. Once they were outside, Belle was constantly looking around, trying to find some sign of the two pub girls. Belle, Ryder began, her tone chastising. How can you be thinking of two other girls when you are escorting one right here? Like I said, it's fine. Lefia replied, turning red again at Ryder's teasing. Ahaha, sorry. Your reactions are just too adorable. Lefia looked like she wanted to say something to that, but she simply turned away and muttered, well, it's probably like that after all. What do you mean? No. It's nothing. She denied quickly. Then, as one, both Castor and Belle turned their heads toward the shadows of the buildings away from the casino. There, a familiar elf wearing a tuxedo that suited her far too well stood. Without waiting for anyone to say anything, Belle walked on over toward her. Miss Ryu, did everything go okay? He asked once he was in front of her. Where's Seer? She went to return the gown she borrowed, Ryu replied. And yes, everything went perfectly. Did you distract Ganesha Familia somehow? It sounded like a riot was happening. Well, I gambled a bit and then knocked over my chips, causing a lot of people to try and jump them, Belle admitted. I then fought them off to try and save my winnings, but I lost quite a bit. How much? Seeing that Ryu didn't look like she would just accept a false answer, Belle decided to be honest. Well, mostly. I didn't really keep track, he admitted. But, it was bigger than the first roulette table at least. Ryu's normally passive face fell open as she looked rather pale. You lent us quite a bit as well. She muttered. Ah, right. Belle nodded, having completely forgotten about that. Well, just consider that me funding your rescue mission. And don't worry about the losses, I did it myself after all. Still, I'm sorry that we got you and your familia involved in my mess. Well, Castor was getting bored, so we were about to leave anyway, Belle replied. But, are you sure everything went well? You look like something's troubling you. If it's about the money, I already said it's fine. Well, even if you say that. Ryu said. Your familia's spending a lot of money to keep those monsters on the surface, aren't you? It's not like we are looking to find any more at the moment though. They still haven't been contacted by Fels about the other Zenos after all. Belle wondered if they would be asking about FIA or not, but maybe something happened to delay their meeting. As he said this, Belle noticed Ryu turning her head to look back at his group. Turning around to look for himself, he noticed she was particularly looking at Lefia, who tilted her head to the side in confusion. Mr. Cranel, I'm not very feminine, am I? Ryu suddenly asked him. The question seemed to surprise her as well as she suddenly turned back toward him with wide eyes. For his part, Belle could only blink in confusion. Was she comparing herself to Lefia? Or maybe to Seer as well? Certainly she had been forced to play as a man for the rescue operation, but perhaps she wanted to wear a dress as well? Maybe she was unhappy at the missed opportunity? But what should Belle say in this situation? What would his grandpa do in this situation? Praise her until she smiles. Ryu opened her mouth again, probably to tell him to forget what she had just said, but Belle wouldn't let her do that. Miss Ryu, you're strong, amazing, and good-looking enough that it makes me feel a bit jealous. But I think you're also kind, polite, and always holding your head high. You look out for us and are willing to give advice to me and Primo when we ask and, while Seer and Lefia are definitely cute, I also want to see what you look like in a gown someday. Belle's words seemed to be having an effect on her as she was staring at him, her blue eyes wide open. I think you'd easily be a match for both of them. The complimenting words were foreign to him, but he kept on thinking about the things Saber said to Lancer whenever they had the chance. He didn't have the guts to repeat those words, so he tried to come up with things the best he could. The unfamiliarity of the words seemed obvious to Ryu as her eyes narrowed slightly despite her blush. Do you always say such things to women? Oh, of course not. It's just that my gramps used to say that if I wanted to cheer a woman up, then I should praise her until she smiles. Ah, but what I said wasn't just flattery. I meant every word and, Desperately trying to explain himself, Belle had revealed his true feelings and dug his grave deeper. As he writhed and clutched his head in embarrassment, Ryu offered him a smile. One that gave off the impression that a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. Thank you, Mr. Cranel. For everything tonight. No problem. Haha. XXXXX. Lefia waved farewell to the carriage before heading into the Twilight Manor. She greeted the guards on the night shift and entered the building, wondering if she should change before getting a very late meal, having worked up an appetite after all the commotion tonight. However, a voice called out to her from atop the stairs. Oh, Lefia! How did it go? Loki came thumping down the stairs with the question in the air. Did you wait up for me? Lefia asked and her goddess nodded. Of course. If something had gone wrong, I needed to be the first to hear about it. So? How was the gambling? Did they win anything? Belle, won a bit. Lefia admitted, her voice shaking as she pulled out the receipt. Loki plucked the parchment from her hands and took a glance. Let's see, she muttered. How much did ya get? A few 100,000 or something. Loki's eyes shot wide open as she brought the receipt millimeters from her face. Feel free to use it to help with our finances. Lefia offered, knowing full well that they were deep in the red after the last expedition and they needed every valis they got in order to fight against Evilus. You're such a good girl. Loki bawled as she wrapped her arms around Lefia, only for the elf to deftly yank the goddess's arms off her when they started reaching a bit too low and flip her over her slender shoulders onto the floor. Buffwa. Why you've certainly gotten stronger. I'm not letting you do whatever you want all the time. Lefia shouted back. Now she was more tired than hungry. Leaving the still reeling Loki on the floor, Lefia headed back up to her room, bringing an end to the chaotic night. Hestia Familia status as of now. Belle Cranel. Alias, Moonlit Dawn, Moon-Eyed Rabbit. Level 3. Strength, F397. Defense, F354. Dexterity, G283. Agility, E426. Magic, C607. Magic. Servant Summoning, summon a heroic spirit into one of 7 servant containers. Requires upkeep once servant is summoned. Let silver and steel be the essence. Let stone and the Archduke of Contracts be the foundation. Let rise a wall against the wind that shall fall. Let the 4 cardinal gates close. Let the 3 forked road from the crown reaching unto the kingdom rotate. Let it be filled. Again. 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 Let it be filled 5-fold for every turn, simply breaking asunder with every filling. My dreams form the body. Your spirit shall show me the path as I walk it by my own power. And so I hereby swear. That I shall be all the good in the world. That I shall defeat all the evil in the world. You 7 souls who reside at the fate I wish to reach. Come forth from the binding circle. O keeper of the balance. Firebolt, quick cast magic. Skills. Hashtag. Heroic Desire, Argonaut, charges an active action. Development abilities. Luck H. Mage H. XXXXX. Emiya Shiro. Level 1. Strength, I51. Defense, I61. Dexterity, I90. Agility, H113. Magic, H180. Magic. Reinforcement, strengthen oneself or objects with magic. Projection, create temporary imperfect objects with the use of magic power. Quality of item jumps up when creating swords. Can also alter objects slightly from their main form while retaining innate properties. Trace on. Judging the concept of creation. Hypothesizing the basic structure. Duplicating the composition material. Imitating the skill of its making. Sympathizing with the experience of its growth. Reproducing the accumulated years. Excelling every manufacturing process. Unlimited blade works, project one's inner reality out into the world. Reduce projection costs of swords to zero when within inner reality. Can passively examine and understand the history and blueprint of any weapon on sight and recreate them. I am the bone of my sword. Steel is my body and fire is my blood. I have created over 1,000 blades. Unknown to death, nor known to life. Have withstood pain to create many weapons. Yet, these hands will never hold anything. So as I pray, unlimited blade works. Skills. Hawkeye, while on a vantage point, can see and target opponents within a 4-kilometer range. Mind's eye, using one's insight, one can calmly grasp the current battle situation and find victory. XXXXX. Gilgamesh. Level 1. Strength, I-12. Defense, I-1. Dexterity, I-9. Agility, I-5. Magic, I-50. Magic. Melamu Ding long-range bombardment spell symbolizing a long-forgotten kingdom. I permit you to ready your arrows. Show me how you would defend Uruk and its unrivaled fortune. It is my will that shall wash over the land. The king's signal cannon. Melamu Ding Skills. Gate of Babylon, the treasury of the king is always accessible to him and able to connect to the treasury across space so that the tools within the vault are available to use. Can be deployed at will to retrieve items from within, and magic wands can be fired directly from within the gate. Most weapons are currently sealed. Territory creation, creation of a temple to draw in magic power is available. The King of Heroes, release restraints on the gate and draw out its full power. Omniscient and omnipotent star, Shanakba Imuru, able to discern truth from lies and see through the eyes of all creation. XXXXX. Lilyruka Arde. Level 2. Strength, I-10. Defense, I-0. Dexterity, I-17. Agility, I-65. Magic, I-87. Magic. Cinderella, shapeshifting magic. Target will take the envisioned shape at the time of the spell. Magic will fail without a clear image. Imitation is recommended. Trigger, your scars are mine. My scars are mine. Release, stroke of midnight spell. Skills. Artel assist, activates when carried weight exceeds a certain level. Amount of assistance is proportional to weight carried. King's follower, Crown's guard, parameters increase when acting on orders from a leader. Strength and dexterity increases when defending a leader. Development ability. Abnormal resistance I. XXXXX. Sigurd. Level 1. Strength, I-21. Defense, I-15. Dexterity, I-28. Agility, I-33. Magic, I-35. Magic. Primeval rune, warrior quick cast spells through the use of runes carved onto a surface or drawn in the air. Skills. Dragonkind modification, formation of a dragon core within self. XXXXX. Jack. Level 1. Strength, I-67. Defense, I-10. Dexterity, I-42. Agility, I-91. Magic, I-39. Magic. The Mist, darkened misty metropolis, create a poisonous mist that also interferes with the channeling of mind and can prevent people from entering. This is the beginning of hell. We shall be the flame. We shall be the rain. We shall be the power. Shroud us and burn us. Let us begin the slaughter. Darkened misty metropolis. The Mist. Skills. Presence concealment, completely hide one's presence and becomes almost impossible to be detected. Loses efficiency when preparing to attack. Murder in the misty night, erase Sone's presence completely when attacking from mist or fog. Maria the Ripper, if certain conditions are met, deal massive damage to the target. The time must be night. The target must be female. The weather must be misty. XXXXX. Primo Libera. Level 1. Strength, I-24. Defense, I-50. Dexterity, I-10. Agility, I-80. Magic, G250. Magic. Lumen Pleiades, wide-range bombardment magic. Glittering stars crossing the night sky. Hear my naive prayer and guide these falling lights. Descend O starry tears. Blast away these hapless rejects. Lumen Pleiades. Stardust fall, wide area destruction magic. O stars that hang in the night sky. I grasp you in these unworthy hands. Tearing you down from the heavens you reside in. I offer you these words in exchange for your majesty. You who reign above the heavens themselves. Rain down upon these earth, scatter these worthless beings. Immortalize your grace within our souls. Stardust fall. Skills. None. XXXXX. Emma Flores. Level 1. Strength, H101. Defense, G205. Dexterity, H128. Agility, G202. Magic, I39. Magic. Epinfletry, Curse. Debilitate targets. Effective range depends on mind. Effect increases depending on sacrifice. Rend my flesh, pierce their soul. Break the blessing and wither their strength. Epinfletry. Skills. Rain Amour, beloved blooming, causes a rhapsodia among those with the same Falna for a short time. XXXXX. Gina Gwen. Level 2. Strength, I0. Defense, I0. Dexterity, I0. Agility, I0. Magic, I0. Magic. Outrage Ortigia, lightning enhancement magic. Effects increases with anger. Blazing sparks come forth. Let the hunt commence, fueled by rage. This one pays tribute to Penthesilea. Outrage Ortigia. Skills. None. Development ability. Abnormal resistance I. XXXXX. Boudica. Level 1. Strength, I5. Defense, I0. Dexterity, I8. Agility, I13. Magic, I7. Magic. Chariot of Boudica, support magic used to create a barrier around user. Strengthens defense and strength of those within. I will protect those who cannot protect themselves. Let these wheels that trampled my enemies now defend the defenseless. My oath to the goddess roars across the land. Chariot of unpromised protection. Chariot of Boudica. Skills. Battle continuation, enables user to continue fighting regardless of wounds. XXXXX. Brynhildr. Level 1. Strength, I5. Defense, I10. Dexterity, I15. Agility, I10. Magic, I37. Magic. Primeval Rune. Quick cast spells through the use of runes carved onto a surface or drawn in the air. Skills. Mana Burst, flame imbue strikes with the strength of flame. Hero's Bridesmaid, synchronize magical energy and give a bonus to parameters to targets of the same Falna. XXXXX. Astrios. Level 000. Strength, 000. Defense, 000. Dexterity, 000. Agility, 000. Magic, 000. Magic. Chaos Labyrinth, territory sublimation magic. Skills. Monstrous Strength, increases strength in exchange for a monstrous appearance. Strength gain increases the more the monstrous the user becomes. Natural Demon, massively increases strength and endurance when engaged in combat against multiple enemies. Increase relative to amount of enemies. Strength increases further against humans. Monstrum Union, hybrid. Neo Irregular. Status Bug. Anima Erosion. XXXXX. Welf Krazo. Level 2. Strength, I32. Defense, I23. Dexterity, I40. Agility, I29. Magic, I35. Magic. Will-o'-the-Wisp, Anti-Magic Fire. Blasphemous Burn. Will-o'-the-Wisp. Skill. Blood of Krazo, ability to forge magic swords. Strength of magic increased during production process. Development abilities. Blacksmith I. Chapter 43, Preparations. It was late at night when Hestia finally dragged herself back into the Hearthstone Manor with Lancer, Gina, and Emma walking with her as guards. Ugh, I can't wait to get to bed right away, Hestia groaned, swaying back and forth with several official-looking documents in her hands. But I gotta go over this with Castor first. At least I don't have to go to work tomorrow. Or at all anymore really. She had already gone to her old boss and formally resigned after paying back the money she owed for blowing up the grill when she first started working. The old woman was sad to see her go, and not just because people tended to buy more when she manned the stand just to get a chance to pet the goddess's head. Hestia was also sad to bid goodbye to her job. She not only enjoyed the work, she also enjoyed the opportunity it gave her to meet and chat with all sorts of people. She also used the opportunity to try and get people to join the Familia once upon a time. Though her only successes were Primo and Emma and they actually asked to join. Well, there will be more opportunities once the inn gets up and running at least. Bidding goodnight to her girls, who were also tired from the studying they had to do on top of guarding her at the new place, Hestia walked all the way up to the 4th floor and kicked open the door as her hands were full. "Hey Gil, you still up?" Hestia called out. "A servant does not require sleep," came the natural reply from her captain. "And even if I were asleep, I certainly would not be after that." As usual, Castor was sitting behind his desk although he miraculously didn't have any documents in front of him, a grace that Hestia happily destroyed. "All right, I've gone over more or less everything with Goibnio," she said as she slammed the documents in front of Castor. Castor picked up the first sheet on the pile, glanced at it, then tossed it back on top with disinterest. "Far be it for me to criticize the work of a god of the forge and a goddess of the hearth," he said with a smirk. "You seem pretty keen on criticizing everything else I do," Hestia pointed out as she sat down in front of him. "I have invested nothing into this project of yours. I shan't suffer any losses should it fail." Momomo. He had a point. This was entirely Hestia's venture. There was no point in getting him involved if he didn't want to. "But can you at least give it a look over?" Hestia begged. "You have that skill for it, right? You should have more faith in your abilities, Goddess Hestia," Castor replied. "You'd involve me less. But it's a goddess's duty to trouble her familia with her whims." Hestia pointed out and the look of exasperation he was giving her almost made her laugh. "Though if you're too tired to do so, I'll understand." Putting aside her own nervousness in running her own business, she didn't want to overwork her captain who was doing so much on his own. Castor's response was to simply spin his chair around and refuse, just as she expected. Well, it was probably best to stop relying on him for so much. "Speaking of which. Well, putting aside me forcing my problems on you for a moment, you're not overworking yourself, right?" she asked, leaning forward slightly. "Like you're taking breaks properly, right?" "I am not so foolish as to forget my health," Castor said, and Hestia could swear that she heard a silent again in there somewhere. "I refuse to die from overwork. I take outings into the city purely for pleasure on occasion." Hestia knew Castor well enough that he absolutely did not mean that kind of pleasure. Well, not so long as it was Ishtar running that place anyway. It made her wonder just what he did for fun. She certainly couldn't imagine him playing tag with children or something like that. Then again, if someone like Dionysus could, then maybe there was hope for someone like Castor too. Did you actually make a friend out there?" Hestia asked with a smile, to which Castor responded with a scoff. "Do I look like someone who would carelessly make friends? Considering you didn't answer with a simple yes or no, yes." Hestia couldn't see his face, but he became rather hilariously still at her words. But this wasn't something she could leave alone for any longer. "King Gilgamesh," she said, trying to pull out as much of her godly authority without actually using her divine aura or anything godlike. "Do you actually enjoy being alone like this? Is making friends something you can't do no matter what?" Castor was silent at her question. For a moment, Hestia wondered if he was trying to formulate a response to get around lying, but it was taking far too long for the normally sharp-tongued Castor. Feeling like she overstepped her boundaries and that she shouldn't bother him any further, Hestia picked up her stack of documents, bade her child good night and headed for the door. "In all the world?" Castor suddenly spoke up, surprising Hestia so much that the documents nearly slipped out of her grip. She whirled around, one hand still on the doorknob as Castor continued. "I have only one friend. And so that value will never change. For all of eternity." It was such a quiet confession. One so abnormal and unexpected that Hestia wasn't sure that it had happened at all. Nevertheless, she supposed it was a sign of trust, one that must have taken a tremendous amount of effort to say. What, so you could make friends after all? She replied softly. Hestia didn't need to be a genius to know where said friend is now. Castor was a hero from eons past. That friend would have long since passed on by now, and from the sound of things, had passed on before even Castor did as well. Hestia wanted to ask if said friend would feel happy that Castor placed so much value in their friendship that he would spend an eternity alone for it. However, she didn't know his friend, and some small part of her felt that such a person would have to be of similar mindset to be friends with someone like Castor. Or someone whose heart was great enough to be friends with someone like him. Most likely the latter. In which case, they would probably be heartbroken seeing their important friend all alone like this. Even a shut-in like Hestia had friends in Hephaestus and Takemikazuchi back in Tenkai. And so, she quietly exited the office and closed the door before whispering to the empty hallway, "Good night, my lonely captain." XXXXX. Hey, are we going to do anything special for Grand Day? It was a question Gina suddenly threw out the next morning. Grand Day? Lancer repeated. What is the significance of this day? It's the day when Zeus Familia and Hera Familia took down Behemoth, one of the 3 grand quests, Gina replied. Though it happened before all of us mortals here were born, I guess. And the grand quests are the 3 massive black monsters that the dungeon spawned that roam around on the surface, Lily explained. There was Leviathan, Behemoth, and the one-eyed black dragon. Quite the mouthful, Archer muttered as Lily continued. Zeus and Hera defeated the first 2 already, with Leviathan's remains being used to block off an underwater entrance to the dungeon and Behemoth's remains having turned a huge part of the continent into a massive desert of black ash. The one-eyed black dragon is the only one of them still alive and it destroyed both Familius when they went after it. Did it kill all of the adventurers? Primo asked. No, but Lily heard they lost all their veterans so the Familius were more or less dead regardless. And so Zeus and Hera were forced out by Loki and Freya Familius, who took their place at the top of Orario. And the guild did naught to protect the ones who have accomplished so much for them, Castor noted as his eyes met Hestia's. You'd do well to remember that. Hestia grunted in response. God Zeus and Goddess Hera, hi. Bell muttered to himself. I wish I could have met them. They must have been amazing. Nothing good would have come from you meeting Zeus, Bell. Hestia shouted, thrusting her fork at him. If you think Hermes is a lecher, then Zeus is a million times worse. Emma let out a shout in surprise. You actually knew him, Goddess. Why the heck do you sound so surprised? Well, I mean, we're talking about the legendary Zeus, right? And you, well, said you stayed in your temple all the time. Emma withered slightly under the glare that Hestia was throwing her way as if daring her to continue with her unflattering comments. We're from the same place in Tenkai, Hestia replied offhandedly. Zeus is an old pervert that doesn't act his age and always drove Hera up the wall. That said, he loved you children a lot. Supposedly, he would sneak off to watch your ancestors live their lives and would record their stories. I'm pretty sure he kept as a god's eye account of every legend and myth your ancestors passed down for the last few millennia. Her description simply made Belle want to meet the old god even more. To hear the original legends and myth from someone who had a front row seat of them all was something he would give almost anything to listen. The gods approved version of Dungeon Oratoria, an anthology of the most famous myths, was out there but it was near impossible to find as the various mortal races preferred their embellished versions instead. But as was said, Zeus and Hera had been long since ousted from Orario once Loki and Freya came into power. I believe we have drifted a bit off topic, Lancer muttered before Gina spoke up again. Yeah, so, Grand Day, anything? Gina asked again. Like should we open a food stall or something? By we you mean me and Ryder, right? Archer asked as Ryder giggled into her hand. No way, I'm going to be helping as well. The little Amazoness insisted. I want to get better at cooking too. Do you think you will be able to get your up and running in time for Grand Day, Lady Hestia? Primo asked Hestia as Ryder was patting Gina on the head with a loving smile on her face. NGH, that depends on Goibnio, Hestia said. We're remodeling most of the rooms after all. So it depends on how quickly his smiths can work. I believe in them. Does Lord Castor feel like there is something that needs to be done? Lily asked Castor, who hadn't said a word all morning. "'Tis a holiday, is it not?" Castor replied after a moment. "There is no reason to make any concrete plans. Let those who wish to work, work, and those who play, play." "Does that mean you plan to play on that day as well?" Saber asked, and Castor only offered a chuckle in response. But Grand Day was still days away. As such, there was still the need for adventurers to adventure. "I believe it is time to combine the two parties," Castor declared. With Gwen now level 2, it would be more prudent for Flores and Libera to gain their Exelia by going beyond the 5th floor. You're going to let them go on without me?" Gina asked unhappily as Primo looked a bit worried. "Were you not just wishing to run a concession stand with those two?" Castor asked, gesturing his chin toward Ryder and Archer. "Find a way to entertain yourself until you are fully healed." Gina could only respond by puffing her cheeks up at Castor before Assassin and Primo poked both of them, causing her to sputter weakly. "Are you coming with us today, Saber?" Belle asked. "My apologies, Master," Saber apologized while lowering his head. "But I have a previous appointment." "Then?" Belle turned to Lancer next, but the woman shook her head. "Sorry, Belle. Lancer's coming with me again," Hestia cut in. Seeing as the usual adult servants were all going to be busy, Belle and the others slowly turned their heads toward Castor. Looks like there is only one choice left, is there?" Castor mumbled. "Very well. I shall use the opportunity to exercise." And just like that, the Hestia Familia captain decided to move. "I'm suddenly very glad I'm not going," Gina muttered to herself. "And perhaps we shall take along one more." Castor looked to the side with everyone following his gaze. At the end of his gaze was a minotaur who was slowly nibbling on a sausage link dangling from his mouth, trying to make it last as long as possible after having already devoured 24 of them on his lonesome while holding one above the harpy sitting next to him. The two monsters suddenly noticed that all eyes were on them as they stared back in confusion. XXXXX. "So, what were you hoping to do by running a concession stand, Gina?" Archer asked as he, Ryder, and Gina sat at the dining table to talk about their future plans. With the others having left the manor, it was just the three of them plus FIA left at home. "It's not as though we're hurting for money or anything. Well, to be honest, it's because I just kinda wanted to do something," Gina admitted as she scratched her cheek shyly. "I still can't move my arms, so I can't join the others in the dungeon." "Ah, are you feeling lonely?" Ryder asked as she pulled the Amazon into a hug. I think stir-crazy is a better word," Gina mumbled. "All right then we'll leave the decisions for the stand to you," Archer said with a smile. "First things first, location, well, I suppose that's already covered." Before she left, Hestia said that, to save money, they could operate the stand in front of the inn. That way they'd have a proper storage area and a bigger kitchen if needed. The fact that it was located near the market district meant that there would be plenty of traffic around and there was enough space around the building that should a crowd swarm the stand, it would not get in the way of other people trying to pass by. "Then what kind of food do you want to prepare?" Ryder asked. "Something light for a snack? Or perhaps something heartier? Or maybe a dessert? Or perhaps some Jagamerican?" Archer asked with a smirk. "I'm pretty sure like half the concession stands in Orario will be selling those," Gina pointed out with a pout as Archer chuckled to himself. XXXXX. What is it, Miss Wallenstein?" "I'm sorry, teacher. I just felt as though I missed out on something." "Is that so?" "No, never mind. I'm ready to begin." "Understood. Then, prepare yourself." XXXXX. "Anyway, I wanna do something sweet and easy to carry around," Gina said. "Maybe a drink of some kind?" "Ah, but will we be able to get enough disposable cups?" Archer's response to her question was to hold out a hand to the side and allow a light plastic cup to appear in his hand before it disappeared into wisps of light. "Your magic is the very definition of disposable, isn't it?" Ryder asked, sounding both impressed and perturbed. No wonder both Castor and Welf aren't sure how to feel about it. "Well, Castor aside, I do feel bad when I use it around Welf," Archer admitted. "That said, I don't know about doing drinks. Maybe as a side thing, but I suspect most people will be carrying canteens with them. Hydration is important during festivals after all." Then do you know anything sweet that's quick and easy to make that's also eye-catching? Gina asked. Well, after that cooking show the two of you did, I think anything you make will draw the attention of moms and their kids. Then something to cater to that demographic. Archer muttered as he turned toward Ryder. Galettes would probably take too much time to make, huh? Ryder asked after a moment. I mean, if we can use the inn's kitchen then that would help, but if it is up and running at that time then we can't expect to monopolize it. Right. It should probably be something that can be made using a portable fryer or grill. Then, Jagameru-kun. Please no, Gina refused them once more. I want something sweet, remember? But not anything that mixes savoriness and sweetness. The goddess will be sad if you refuse them so much, Ryder said with a laugh. Something sweet, right, Archer muttered. Tempura ice cream? Preparation might take some time but, it might be fine for the cooking show though. Chocolate-dipped fruits are a staple for festivals but the initial costs. Well, it's a festival so we can probably get away with selling things at rip-off prices, Gina said with a smile. Though I don't think the goddess will be too happy about that. Though knowing her, it'd be best if we put a little effort in acquiring the ingredients for as cheap as possible, Ryder said. Cheap ingredients, sweet. Archer muttered to himself as he crossed his arms and tilted his head to the side in deep thought. I got it. You do? Gina asked. What is it? What is it? Well, I don't want to say anything yet if it doesn't work out, Archer said. But I didn't see anything like it during Monster Phileas so the snack should be unique. Whether that's good or bad is something we'll have to see. The ingredients we can get cheap but we'd have to get them the day of or day before. You're not talking about the honey cloud fruits, are you? Gina asked. I am, Archer nodded. Its juice is sweet enough to work and relatively easy to harvest. It'd be cheaper than getting sugar some other way. Well, there's no telling if it'll work until we try it but we'd have to send the others on a quest first. Then if that's a maybe, we should think about a backup too, right? Ryder asked. We don't want to put so much effort that they get tired just before the festivities. If it's a festival, then grilled meat and vegetable skewers would definitely go well, but if you're set on sweets then we can try making some kind of sweet cream from all the milk Castor keeps buying. He does seem to be getting a lot of cow products, Gina muttered. Did he sign some sort of sponsorship with Nunsen Familia even before you guys signed on to do the cooking show thing? Who can say, Ryder replied with a knowing smile while Archer rolled his eyes and shook his head. He certainly doesn't look happy to be coming back with a new milk jug every so often. Maybe she's forcing it on him. Well, it helps with feeding FIA and Berserker so it's fine, Archer said with a shrug. About that, came a voice from the window as FIA's tuft of red hair poked itself above the windowsill. That tempura ice cream thing sounds weird. Like, I know what ice cream is and what tempura is, but how do you mix them together? Won't it melt? I've been wondering about that myself, Gina said. It sounds really neat. Archer looked from the two young ones and then toward Ryder only to see that his fellow servant was looking expectantly at him as well. Seeing as he had no way out, he stood up from the table with a sigh. Then I'll be using the pound cake you made this morning, Archer told her. Sure, Ryder said as she stood up to help as needed. I made it for Gina to eat anyway. FIA and Gina followed the two familiar cooks toward the kitchen and sat at the counter as Archer took out cream, milk, sugar, and some vanilla. Almost lazily, he measured out a few cups of the cream and milk and sugar. He then took out the blender and poured the cream and sugar in first, mixing it together inside before slowly adding the milk and vanilla to it. Once it was blended enough that the sugar had dissolved, he poured the contents out into a container and placed it into the freezer. All right, we have to wait about half an hour for that to chill, he said as he washed his hands. Why don't we use the time to make more pound cake? Got it, Ryder replied before turning to Gina. Would you like to help? Are you sure? Gina asked, rubbing her injured arm. Of course. It's a simple recipe after all. XXXXX. A blood-curdling roar echoed in the room of the dungeon before a massive explosion of rock, dust, and dirt filled the air. The dust cleared instantly as a 3-meter-tall monster burst through and smashed into the smaller monsters around him, scattering their corpses across the room. A pair of silverbacks, monsters that had the appearance of apes with silver fur, rushed toward the massive monster only for one to be sliced in two by one of the massive axes the creature was wielding while the other had its head grasped by the Minotaur's massive hand. The silverback let out a squeal of pain and fear before its head was smashed against the ground, splattering like an overripe tomato. Descend, O starry tears! Blast away these hapless rejects! And seated on the steel saddle strapped to his box was a little elf girl, swirling with magic energy. Lumen Pleiades. Beams of light blasted out from the saddle, shooting into the air to rip through the bat-like monsters that had converged above. We're done here! Primo shouted as she looked around just in time to see Assassin slice off a hand of an orc, allowing Emma to shoot forward and stab her swords into its throat. As the massive monster fell to the ground, blood gurgling out of its throat, the surroundings quieted down as Primo could take in the field of monster corpses with her familia members scattered everywhere. And so, Castor began, having not lifted a finger to help in any way, allowing Lily to stand in front of him to fight the monsters that got close. What have we confirmed with our trek down to the 11th floor? That the monsters really, don't like Berserker. Emma offered as Lily returned her silver knife into its sheath in her sleeve before taking out a carving knife to get to work on the corpses. The party had encountered swarms of monsters on each floor from the 6th floor down. Most of them charged blindly toward Berserker, as if wanting nothing more to tear him to shreds regardless of their own safety, even ignoring the adventurers to do so. One Almiraj had jumped onto Welf, but that was only because it was trying to use him as a stepping stone to leap at Berserker. It was quickly cleaved in half by the rather irate Smith. So this is the part where a group of infant dragons comes after us too, right? Welf asked before he, Lily, Assassin and Belle whirled toward one of the exits of the fog-filled room they were in. But nothing else showed up. Shame, I'd love a few drop items from them. Maybe Saber already ran into them on his way down first, Belle suggested as he returned his weapons into their sheaths. Need any help, Lily? Lily is sorry to have to ask, but if everyone can help drag the bodies into a pile, that will be great. There's like 60 bodies here, it's fine to ask for help, Emma said as Berserker dragged over 2 silverback corpses. We need to hurry before another party passes through after all. The bad bats kinda got disintegrated, sorry, Primo said sheepishly. Well, that's to be expected with magic, Lily said with a shrug. As she and Assassin started digging into the corpses for the magic stones, she turned to Castor again. Was this the reason Lord Castor wanted to bring along Berserker? The harpy said that the other monsters in the dungeon attacked it and its fellows even though they were all born of the dungeon, Castor reminded them as he glanced over his shoulder. It would appear that they consider Berserker on the same level as a Xenos. I hope no one else is getting caught up in these swarms though, Belle muttered. It'd be like we were pass parading them. That is the risk of entering the dungeon, Castor reminded him. Do not concern yourself with others. How far are we going today? Assassin asked Castor. Can we just stay here? We like these floors a lot. Castor simply rolled his eyes as Welf pulled out a list that contained the amount of drop item quests that they received as well as stuff for his own personal use. Let's see. Welf muttered. Hey, Lily, where are the drop item bags? A large bag was flung at Welf's direction and he caught it without looking away from his list. I think we're short a few of the hard-armored shells, Welf reported after going through the contents. We did pretty much only get swarmed by imps and orcs back there. Lily suggests we head to the middle floors then, Lily spoke up. Jack has the advantage in the fog but everyone else has a harder time fighting here. Those monsters still spawn on the 13th floor after all. But Lily is worried that it might be a bit too much for Miss Emma and Miss Primo right now. It should be fine, Belle said slowly. With all of us here, I don't think any normal monster would be much a problem. Strictly speaking, going beyond the 10th floor wasn't recommended for any level 1 without at least a B in their status. However, that wasn't exactly a hard rule or anything, but the recommendation from the guild and its advisors, Ina included. But as Primo and Emma were in a party of multiple level 2s and a level 3, Ina felt that the danger would be marginal so long as they don't overdo it. Not to mention Emma already went all the way down to the 18th floor the other day, albeit only as a supporter and had to be closely watched by Belle and Ryder. Then Berserker, Belle said, turning toward his largest servant. Can we leave the patrol to you while we take a break and finish harvesting the magic stones? Berserker gave Belle a nod as he let Primo down so that she could run over to the others before the Minotaur picked up his axes and started prowling the room through the fog. Is that a good idea? Welf asked. Why not? He does it at home anyway, right? Yeah, but what if he ends up running into another party and they think he's a normal Minotaur? Ah! At Welf's warning, Belle quickly ran after Berserker with the intent on joining him on the patrol. Emma watched him as he disappeared into the fog, a small frown on her face. Something wrong, Emmy? Welf asked as he walked over and handed her a canteen. Not really, Emma said as she accepted the drink. It's just, Belle is leagues ahead of any of us, isn't he? Aside from the servants, of course. Well, to be fair, he did start before you, so that's obvious, Welf began after taking a sip from his own canteen to gather his thoughts. That said, he is going super fast. Faster than the previous record holder. I just chalk it to finding that holy grail thing. I suppose so, Emma admitted with a nod. It's just, I feel as though he's going to keep climbing and climbing while leaving the rest of us behind. It wasn't just the level 1's Belle would be leaving behind. If his growth continued at such blinding speed, he would soon leave Welf and Lily behind, as well as he would need to go even deeper into the dungeon in order to gain the necessary exelia for someone of his level. Which meant going down into the deep floors, somewhere where only the servants would survive following him. Welf opened his mouth to say something to that, but someone else spoke up first. It is only natural for the boy to grow as he chases his dreams. Castor strode up to him, his blood-red eyes locked on them both while at the same time seeing beyond the two mortals. Mankind must always strive forward to reach their impossible dreams, Castor dictated. To do so is to progress. To strive. To live. One's dreams are always moving. To stop and wait for even a second will only prove fatal and see them slip out of one's grasp forever. It was no secret to what Belle's dreams were. There were several living representations of them living beside them within Hestia Familia alone after all. Not to mention that said desire was also literally engraved onto his back and soul. If you wish to stand beside him, then continue to strive forward. Find a more far-reaching than simply being reunited with your sister. A dream that sets the fire in your soul alight. Lest you waste your time wallowing in mediocrity. See, that would have been moving if you left out the last part, Welf felt the need to say as Castor simply scoffed and walked away. That said, he's not wrong, as usual. Do you have some goal you want to reach besides finding your sister? A goal? Yeah. Like there's Belle wanting to be a hero, me wanting to make a weapon on par with the gods, and Primo wanting to be a mage on the level of 9 hells. I'm sure Gina and Lily have their own goals and inspirations too. So, what about you? It doesn't need to be anything grand. Just, a reason that you'd want to stay in Hestia Familia after finding your sister or something, I guess. Oh, Emma's response was barely audible. Did I give off the impression that I'd leave after finding Sophia? Well, no. Welf began, drawing out the last word. But you said that the entire reason for coming to Orario was to look for her and that you weren't really planning on joining a familia in the first place, right? Not to say I don't want you to stay or anything, cause it'd be super lonely without you and Primo would definitely be sad. But that said, you shouldn't feel like you need to stay either. If you want to leave to be with your sister, I'm sure everyone will understand. The smith then left Emma to her thoughts as Lily was calling out for him. As she watched him go, Emma's hand went for the pendant hanging from her neck. What did she want from this familia? At first it was just something to help her find Sophia, but now things were different. She did want to stay with them all so long as nothing on Sophia's side would prevent it. She was watching a new heroic myth being written after all. Even so. If you were in Orario, you should have seen me, right? She whispered to no one. I'm right here, so why haven't you found me yet? But of course, the whispers to no one reached no one at all. XXXXX. As Hestia's children worked hard at home and in the dungeon, the goddess herself was busy overlooking the construction efforts of her new inn with Lancer by her side. Goibniu's smiths were already beginning the prep work such as building scaffoldings along the outside wall of the building and removing the outer barred wall around the property. The assigned leader of the smiths, a half-dwarf by the name of Marco Powell, was also currently going over the plans with Hestia in a tent located on the yard of the house. So what do you think? Hestia asked the red-haired woman. Do you think we can finish by Grand Day? It's cutting it a bit close, but we should be able to make it, Marco replied. But, it would be like 1 or 2 days beforehand. Would you be able to fill the rooms in that time? Oh, I'm not worried. There's always some losers that forget to book an inn until the last minute after all. I'll get my money's worth from them. Ahaha, I suppose so. The smith wasn't able to refute that logic as she simply let out a dry chuckle in response. Besides, so long as the restaurant portion of the inn is up and running, that's all we need to make money for Grand Day. Should we focus on the kitchen area first then? I do want to train the employees there first and foremost, so I'd love it if that gets done as soon as possible. But I'd rather you work on the employee housing area instead. Thankfully, not much work needed to be done there. As the kitchens had already been fitted to feed over 100 people, it was already more than enough for what Hestia needed. All she added were a few more sinks and dishwashers to accommodate the turnaround time of customers rather than live-in adventurers. Nevertheless, the employee housing area was the most important part. Her workers needed a place to sleep after all. Oh, and don't worry about lunch, Hestia said as she hoisted a basket onto the table. It's not much, but Ryder and Archer made some sandwiches for you all. With the promise of a tasty and, above all else, free lunch waiting for them, Marco pushed her fellow smiths to work even harder. Will we simply be watching over the Goibneo Familia as they work today? Lancer asked as Hestia leaned back in her chair. Nope, she replied as she pulled out a flyer from her bag and handed it over to Lancer. It was an advertisement seeking employees to work at the inn. It was offering quite the decent wage and was also offering housing opportunities for anyone that needed it. Men and women were both welcome to apply, but Hestia made it clear that there was no promise of actually joining the Familia and receiving her blessing. Anyone using the interview as a way to try and join the Familia would get their ass booted to the curb by Lancer. There are plenty of people out there who either can't join a Familia to become an adventurer or drop out after being unable to make a living out of it, Hestia said. I mean, honestly, going underground for hours on end to fight for your life on your own to barely scrape by if you didn't join a veteran Familia. Not too many people can deal with that after all. I'm still ashamed of myself for forcing Belle to do that for the first 2 weeks. That is true. Lancer agreed with the goddess's words. It takes a strong body and an even stronger will to make a living like this. So there are plenty of people who are stuck living on the streets after being cast out of their Familia or are unable to find permanent shelter after moving here to look for one. If this place can work as a stopgap for them to find their bearings, then I want to give them that opportunity. If they want to stay on permanently, then all the better. Heck, maybe we can welcome a new Familia member eventually too. As expected of the hearth, Lancer said with a smile as she clapped her hands together. You are certain to draw people together. So long as they are right and upstanding people, Hestia said as she leaned back and looked out the tent toward the working smiths. Hey, Lancer. Yes. Is there anything you want? Hestia asked. Out of every one of you, you're the one that really hasn't made their wants known for your time in Orario. Is there something you're hoping to get out of all of this? For Archer and Castor, the two of them seemed to be using this lease on life as a vacation or a break. Saber seemed eager to train Belle into a hero. Ryder was content with taking care of the home and the younger kids rather than going on adventures. An assassin and berserker were just happy to be here, under the sun and away from the dark. I am perfectly content with how things are right now, Lancer replied after a thought. All I ever wanted was to see that person again. Although the urge to take his life still exists, it is enough for me right now. The two of us here, working together to protect our master, it is like a dream to me. If only that curse wasn't around, Hi. It is an intricate part of my legend, just as your divinity is a part of you, Lady Hestia. It is not something either of us can shed so easily. I wish it wasn't true though. As Hestia let out a sigh, Lancer let out a small giggle into her hand before looking to the side. I believe someone is wandering outside the property. Is it someone looking for a job interview? Hestia wondered aloud as she stepped out of the tent to take a look for herself. There she saw a woman with long brown hair and green eyes. She seemed to be a cow's, a rarely seen race in Orario, with the horns, ears, and tail to go with it. The woman was walking back and forth near the gate, didn't look like an adventurer, nor did she carry herself like one. Well, not that that meant anything considering there were adventurers as adorable as Belle and Primo walking around too. Still, there was no harm in calling out to her. "Hey, Miss Cows!" Hestia called out, causing the woman to jump and wheel around toward Hestia. "Were you here for an interview?" Yes." The Cows replied as she quickly straightened out her sweater top and skirt. Are you the goddess Hestia?" "That's right. If you're here for an interview then come on in. Don't mind the noise." Hestia welcomed her first potential employee in with a big smile while leading her toward the tent. After clearing away the reconstruction plans, she had the woman sit across from her while Lancer served her some tea. "Now then, let's get started with your name." "Yes. My name is Iris Bennett," the woman said. "Then Iris, were you born in Orario or did you move here?" I moved here looking for work but it hasn't been going well." "Are you affiliated with any other familia?" "No, I am not, though not for a lack of trying." "Did you want to be an adventurer then?" "That is my dream but, I don't have any way of making that happen yet." So a woman who came to Orario to become an adventurer, failed, and is now looking for work to sustain herself. Frankly, it was exactly the type of person Hestia was hoping to find, and to find one as her first employee made Hestia wonder if someone was conspiring against her using Iris as a pawn. Then again, she found Belle as her first child, which made her fame skyrocket practically overnight, so she may just be lucky in that regard. Well, either way, this interview was sure to be a lucrative one in any case. XXXXX. Clang. Ace had lost count of the amount of times the clash of metal against metal echoed in her ears. Each time their blades connected, every bone and joint in her hands felt like they were going to disintegrate. Her teacher, the one known as Sigurd going under the name Saber, was a legend, one who wanted her to surmount him. But each time they clashed, the distance between them became clearer and clearer. One as wide as the distance between the earth and the stars and the sky. For he was a true spirit. For he was a true hero. He had said that this training session was to push her to her limit so he could properly set the bar for future sessions. And yet she had completely underestimated just what that entailed. Bang! The next clash sent her sliding across the ground of the 18th floor of the dungeon, only stopping when she smashed into a tree. Tempest! She didn't give herself any time to get her bearings and instead used her aerial to blow herself away from the tree, flinging herself to the side as the green blade sliced right through the bark as if it was nothing more than butter. As the tree slowly slid off its trunk, the hero spun around and kicked the wood straight at her. Seeing it as the distraction that it was, she braced herself on the ground and smashed straight through the wood, meeting the charging hero and locking blades once more. Saber's face was completely hidden behind a full mask and the green lenses provided no insight to his thoughts. It was as if she was fighting against a living statue of ice, or at least something inhuman. The warm and kind smile, easily seen through the half-mask he always wore, was nowhere to be found. There was only a warrior that bested a dragon without the use of a Falna left in front of her. "You still hesitate?" Saber said as he forced her blade up and threw a kick at her stomach. Her wind softened the blow but she was forced to allow it to throw her back to gain some distance. "Are you frightened?" "No, the word is too strong." "Are you wary about fighting other humans?" I'm not sure." "It is nothing to be ashamed of," Saber said as he took a relaxed stance, giving Ace the opportunity to catch her breath. In a perfect world, humanity would not need to fight itself when the dungeon provides such a convenient outlet for their aggression and a natural enemy. "But, what you hope to defeat is not human, but this creature, correct? How do you know about them?" Ace spoke up for the first time since their training resumed. "Your blade seeks to cut down only monsters," Saber said as he looked up toward the crystal ceiling of the under-resort. "I have heard of the existence of these beings from my captain, who heard it from another source that I am not aware of. Unfortunate souls who have had their humanity stripped from them by an unknown being and have had a magic stone inserted into their body. Now they seek to destroy this city. Once that has happened, they are no longer human. You must not see them as such. It is one thing if they try to resist these dark temptations and remain human, but your enemies have cast that aside for one reason or another. They are a threat to humanity. And must be put down, for their own sake as much as every life in Orario." He then turned back to face her. "That is why, we must remove your hesitation." Saber inserted his sword into the ground in front of him before placing a hand over his heart. Be a thump. Be a thump. Be a thump. The mechanical beating of a heart seemed to echo in Ace's ears. She wasn't sure if it was her own or not, but she quickly got back up to her feet, her body groaning in protest as she got into a defensive stance. The beating heart was quickly growing faster, and with it, the sparks of lightning surging around Saber's body. You must bring forth everything you have, even that dark flame of yours. And then, or you will die. All at once, her blood turned to ice even as an intense heat erupted in front of her. Tempest. Lightning exploded in all directions as Ace threw everything she had to create a shield of wind in front of her. It was as if a star had been born right in front of her. No. It wasn't anything so brilliant or beautiful. Not in her eyes at least. It was as though the spirit had become a dragon right before her eyes without changing anything of its physical form. Dragon corset. That life, I shall devour it. And then the dragon was upon her. Its green blade cut straight through her wind and blew her away in a single strike. Your flame is dangerous and seeks to consume you whole, the dragon roared, its voice distorted even further beyond its mask. You must not let it. You must control its raging fury. Unleash its wrath upon the foe in front of you. It did not even give her the chance to land on the ground as it pounced upon her once more. It is not a person. Nor a hero. Nor a spirit. It is just a dragon. Devour it before it devours you. His blade, now clad in explosive green energy, slashed down toward her. With a scream of exertion and rage, she deflected the blade as it smashed into the dungeon floor. Push forward. Break through your limits. Overcome the myth in front of you. Show me your heroic resolve. A sword bathed in green light clashed against one wreathed in green wind. Take that rage and use it to achieve what is important to you. Your enemies are nothing more than stones on the path to your dream. Light and wind mixed together and erupted, scattering the two powers all across the floor. The dragon in front of her would not stop her. Neither will the massive shadow covering the city. She would overcome them both and take back everything that was lost to her. But never forget what it is you fight for. What it is that binds you to this world. Those bonds are what keep your soul sane. Your reason to live and press forward. Tempest. With another roar, her wind exploded with all of her fury as the dragon leaped back. Her wind shielded her like hundreds of blades slicing across the air and ground, carving trenches in the dirt by her feet. Like a spinning buzzsaw, she charged forward toward the dragon as it gathered its energy into its blade once more. Seeing this, she condensed her wind into a single point. Lil Rafaga. And then, a quiet voice spoke out. Gram. Wind and light clashed once more. The wind condensed, pushed, snapped, and lashed out against the all-encompassing light. Her body took a step forward even as her body cried out in agony, as her bones snapped backwards in response. She refused to back away from the dragon. Both the one right in front of her and the one standing at the end of her path. And yet, the light did not budge. Its overwhelming yet tranquil fury was more powerful than even the monster Rexodius. And so, the wind lost. The next thing she knew, Ace was on her back, staring up at the crystal lights of the 18th floor. Good morning. A calm voice greeted her and she turned her head to see Saber, sitting on the dirt with his back against a tree. The mask was gone, exposing his entire face, and his sword had returned to its shimmering red color. A quick look around revealed a scarred forest with several monster corpses and body parts scattered here and there. She must have been unconscious for some time. My apologies, the man said, looking rather bashful. I may have pushed you a bit too far. Is your body all right? Ace sat up and apart from feeling rather tired, her body felt fine and she didn't seem to be in any sort pain. Which was rather strange because she could have sworn she felt her fingers bending backwards from the sheer power of the spirit. That and her gauntlets and breastplate have both been blown to pieces with blood-stained tears running along her tunic as well. However, she felt no traces of wounds even as she ran her finger across the tears. An elixir. She guessed, but Saber shook his head. I do not have such a valuable healing item with me, he replied. Only a few high potions. I am not as adept in healing as my wife, but I can supplement my skills using potions. Ace nodded her head in understanding. Although they haven't been able to see it in its entirety, Lancer had been able to heal Gina to the point that she was almost completely healthy when Ace saw her the other day. But there was something she needed to say. You, really are a dragon. I said as much during the previous session, Saber acknowledged. I am what I am. Use me as you see fit. Either as a stepping stone or a lift in your fight against your foes. Ace shook her head as she forced her unsteady legs to stand. I will have you as a teacher, she said. And, a friend. Saber's eyes widened in surprise at her words, and for a moment, she was afraid that she had been a bit too forward. However, the hero, no, the man simply chuckled appreciatively. I thank you for your kind words, Saber replied as he stood up as well. But it is getting rather late. We best return to the surface. No sooner did he say that did the crystal lights of the 18th floor dimmed, signaling the start of the floor's night, which correlated with the time on the surface. Was I asleep for that long? Ace asked, surprised at herself. No. It couldn't have been more than an hour at most, Saber said. You must have lost track of time during the training. Still, to keep up with me for several hours deserves its compliments. The blessings of the gods cannot be understated. As expected of a level 6. I can only wonder how far the level 7 can go. At the very least, Otterl is stronger than the level of power you were using before unleashing the dragon. She only ever had one-sided serious fight with the man, but even she could tell that much. A flame of hunger burned within Saber's eyes at her words. The possibility of a challenge in this world. For some reason, seeing that flame irked Ace. Was it because it meant she wasn't enough of a challenge? Was this the secret to Belle's growth? The sheer desire to prove himself to Saber and the other spirits? To be someone who can stand on the same stage as them? She didn't know the boy very well, but even she could see how much he idolized the older members of his familia. The spirits in turn, seemed to adore their master. Even Argonaut was quick to show how much he worried about injuring Belle's body, even though he one-sidedly took it for himself for a few hours. That is indeed something to look forward to, Saber said, snapping Ace out of her reverie. But a selfish clash with Freya Familia will only bring trouble to the goddess Hestia. Especially considering her familia has already been attacked by an outsider already. Outsider? That golden-haired boy with unbelievable power in Milan. Ace had no doubt that the boy was a spirit as well, one that was probably related in some way to the one called Castor. However, their method of attack was different. The boy seemed to crystallize his magic into blades and flung them at sheer speeds toward his enemies, not unlike Archer, while Castor's magic took the form of wands and staves. The fact that he paid no attention to Archer or Saber proximity to his attack during that fight made Ace believe that they were most likely two separate people, but ones closely related to each other. Then again, there was the possibility that the spirit was simply confident that Saber and Archer would be able to survive such an attack. One that was simply a barrage of powerful blades with no special quality. Clashing against a modicum of Saber's power firsthand and witnessing Archer's in the deep floors allowed Ace to easily make that deduction. And if the boy really was Castor disguising his form, it was easy to deduce why he attacked Freya Familia. The Minotaur that Belle fought. Considering Otterl was blocking Archer and Ace's path yet gave up as soon as one of them slipped past, it was rather easy to figure out that he was the one that sent the Minotaur after Belle for some reason. It was a simple retaliation. But Saber was not a part of the familia at that point in time, so he most likely didn't know about that if no one told him about it. But it was not something Ace could stick her nose into. Not so long as she was part of Loki Familia, and she did not want to drag Finn and the others into a possible war between spirits and Freya Familia. But you have heard about Grand Day, right? Ace asked as they began to make their way back up to the surface. It is a day of festivities to celebrate the triumphs of Zeus and Hera over Behemoth, correct? Saber asked. Yes. On the day before the actual day, Grand Day Eve, there is to be an exhibition match that Loki Familia is holding. Oh, that sounds like it will be a joy to watch. It probably wouldn't, as the guild captain, Royman Mardial, made it absolutely clear that Loki Familia wasn't to go overboard for fear of scaring off the delegates of other countries who had been invited to watch the exhibition. But there was a small part in Ace that wanted to enjoy herself there instead of just putting on a boring show. So, Otterl will also be taking part in it, she said, and she saw Saber freeze for the smallest of moments in the middle of his step. Although he will most likely be forced to take it easy as well. Ace wasn't sure what exactly she was hoping to do by telling Saber this. Maybe she wanted him to join the exhibition as well, but it was unlikely for the guild to accept a change in the program at this point in time. Maybe Saber could crash the festivities in a disguise, but that sort of attitude was a complete contrast to the professional demeanor that he carried himself. However, an exhibition, hey. Saber seemed rather interested in the idea. XXXXX. Welcome back. Belle and the others returned rather late today, but Gina was there at the door to welcome them all home with a big smile. Belle had been worried that Gina might have been upset at being left behind while everyone else went into the dungeon, but the big eager smile she was showing told him that she had a very productive day of her own. Come on, she said, grabbing Welf by the hand as she dragged him inside. We got dinner already ready. Whoa there, easy now, Welf said with a chuckle as they all funneled in. It looked as though Hestia, Lancer, and Saber weren't home yet though. Archer and Ryder were busy setting the table while Fia was laid out on the couch, a wing over her stomach with a rather goofy smile on her face. It looked as though she ate first, and was very content with her meal. Berserker proceeded to materialize by her side as he gently lifted the harpy up and carried her outside, seeing as she was too lazy to move. Seeing that just made Belle realize just how hungry he was, and his anticipation for dinner grew. The moment he stepped through the doors, a pleasant aroma wrapped itself around them. Belle, Assassin, Primo, and Lily immediately quickened their pace to head into the dining room where Archer and Ryder were setting the table. Are Saber, Lancer, and the goddess not back yet? Belle asked as he, Emma and Castor stepped in after the others. Doesn't seem like it, Archer replied. Well, I doubt that anything bad happened. You'd know right away after all. Anyway, wash up before you sit down. Ki. Primo and Assassin rushed toward the sink as Ryder set down a sizzling iron-hot plate laden with a mound of rice in the center with black pepper sprinkled over it and some kind of dark butter in the middle. The rice mound was surrounded by smoked meat and vegetables that were slowly being cooked by the hot plate they were resting on. So that's why you wanted those plates the other day, Welf said as he leaned in close for a whiff. Oh man, that smells great. However, Ryder quickly pulled him back. Now, that's Lily's, she said before placing down a plate with much larger portions in front of him. This is yours. Love ya, Mom. Ryder simply chuckled as she patted Welf on the back as she went back to the kitchen area to fill up more hot plates. Once everyone had one placed in front of them, dinner began as they had no idea when the other three would return. As their master, Belle could still feel Lancer and Saber's presences, but it didn't feel like they were moving any closer to the manor, meaning that both the two servants were still preoccupied with their errands. Saber with something in the dungeon while Lancer was assisting Hestia. As they ate, Belle noticed that Gina was looking a bit antsy. She kept stealing glances at everyone's plates as well as toward the fridge. She also hadn't said a word about the dinner. Was it not what she was so eager about? Gina fidgeted throughout the entire dinner, and once the last of the meat and rice were gone, she immediately jumped up and ran toward the fridge. Gina. Ryder began with a wry smile, but the Amazoness simply smiled back as she pulled out what looked to be small balls of bread in food wrap. Hee. Sorry Ryder, but dessert is the best part of the meal after all. Be that as it may, you're not using the oil pot alone with only one arm, Archer said. Fine. Not like a little hot oil is gonna hurt me at level 2 anyway. What is it? Assassin asked as she and Primo followed Ryder and Archer into the kitchen area. Hee, just watch. These are ice cream wrapped in pound cake that we left frozen for a bit. But first. With Ryder's help, Gina unwrapped the balls as Archer heated up the pot of oil sitting on the stove. Gina then mixed together a cup of flour and an egg into a bowl while Ryder poured a cup of water into it in small increments at a time. Once the batter was done, Gina picked up the breaded ice cream balls and dipped them into it and set them to the side. Archer then scooped one of them up in a ladle before dunking it into the oil. Wait, isn't that ice cream? Primo asked as the batter sizzled in the oil. Won't it melt? Not if we take it out, now. Expertly fishing the now golden ball out, Archer set it on a new plate as Gina drizzled some melted chocolate and sprinkled some sugar over it. Ta-da! She said as presented the dessert to Primo and Assassin. Fried ice cream. How decadent! Primo muttered as she and Assassin lowered their faces to the edge of the counter to gaze at the ice cream as close as possible. She then asked again, but wouldn't the ice cream have melted though? To answer her, Ryder took a spoon and cleaved the ball in half, revealing the still firm ice cream that was only a little bit runny due to the heat. She then used to spoon to carry one half up to Assassin, who happily snapped it up before using another spoon to hand over to Primo. Sweet. Primo gasped. Are you thinking of doing this for the food stand? Well, we'll need to see how long they can keep, but hopefully. Gina replied with a big smile on her face. As this was happening, Archer prepared several more of the fried ice cream and handed it out to the rest of the familia. What do you think, Belle? Archer asked. Not too sweet for you. Yeah, it's fine, Belle replied with a nod. But you don't need to go out of your way for that. No, when making something to sell, you should consider that adults may have similar tastes. We can't count on all of our customers being only women or children. Well, selling ice cream would mean that most of them will be in any case, Welf pointed out. It's Miss Gina that's proposing it after all, Lily said. Hey! What's that supposed to mean? As Gina ran over to complain and smack Lily in protest, Castor stood up from the dining table before Archer could serve him the dessert. What, don't want any? Archer asked. Deliver 10 of them up to my office later, Castor replied. There are a few things that need my immediate attention. Even though you put them off to go galloping in the dungeon. Ryder pointed out. And thus, the reason for its urgency, Castor said with an amused huff. Well, we need to make some to leave for the goddess anyway. I do not appreciate the insinuation that I am being given the goddess's leftovers. Ryder's mature response was to stick her tongue at him. Glancing out into the backyard, Belle watched Berserker hold the fried ice cream curiously between his fingers before FIA's mouth closed around the treat, snatching it away. Berserker's response was to close his massive hand around the harpy's face, causing her to flail around haplessly as she apologized before Archer handed the monstrous servant another one. Belle then turned to the one member of his familia who hadn't said anything ever since they left the dungeon. Emma? Are you all right? The girl was staring rather blankly at her empty dinner plate and hadn't touched her dessert yet. However, Belle's words seemed to jolt her out of her stupor. Ah, sorry, Emma said, trying to force out a fake smile that was obvious to even Belle. I was just thinking about some things. Nothing important. Belle's disbelief must have been readily apparent on his face as she quickly winced after turning to him. No good? She asked weakly. No good, Belle confirmed. Is it about your sister? The rather pained-looking face she made confirmed his question. She then stood up and walked out into the backyard. Belle wondered if that had been the wrong thing to ask before deciding to head out after her. He followed her as she walked around the building back to the front yard, stopping at the base of the tree, the same spot where they had their chat before the Argonaut incident, as Lily liked to call it. Emma! Belle called out again. However, he didn't know what to say. It was clearly obvious that Sophia, her sister, was weighing heavily on her mind. If he had to guess, the reason may be because that there had been no contact from Sophia's end. Thanks to the war game, Hestia Familia and its members are well known throughout Orario. If Sophia was in the city, she would no doubt have seen them then. Then that meant Emma must be wondering why she hadn't made any moves to reconnect. Yet, this wasn't something his grandpa's tips are going to help with. But as Belle tried to come up with something to break the silence, it was Emma who spoke first. There could be any number of reasons, I know, Emma began vaguely, not that Belle needed her to clarify what she was talking about. She could have left the city. She could just not be allowed to buy her god. She could, just not want to. Or she could already left this world. But Belle wasn't nearly stupid enough to voice a thought that no doubt haunted Emma every day since she lost contact with her sister. She definitely wants to, Belle decided to say. There's probably a good reason that she can't. Like, maybe she's with a familia that travels a lot like Hermes' familia. Maybe she's doing something that doesn't let her easily stop and write. Or maybe she's in some kind of trouble and doesn't want to drag her sister into it. Belle flinched at Emma's words. That thought had come to mind, but Belle didn't want to say it out loud either. Considering that the guild doesn't have any information about a Sophia Flores, Sophia either used a pseudonym when registering with the guild, was a non-combatant member of a familia, or she didn't become an adventurer in the first place. That led to the possibility that Sophia tried to become an adventurer and failed and was now too ashamed to meet her younger sister, who more or less became famous overnight. In any case, there are too many possibilities to worry about, Belle said, quickly shaking the thoughts out of his head. If she's in trouble, then Castor will find out before long, and then you can give her a piece of your mind. Just me? Emma asked, finally turning around to look at Belle, allowing him to see the small smile on her face. Of course, everyone will pitch in and help, Belle answered with a smile of his own. Thanks Belle. You're right. I'll place my trust in the captain. Until then, I'll think long and hard about where we stand with each other and my future. Huh? What do you mean by that? Nothing at all, my hero. Come on, don't tease me like that, Belle said, a blush forming on his face as Emma giggled into her hand. Oh, but I'm not, she said, taking a step closer to Belle. After all, what did you do during my first day in the dungeon? Belle blinked once. Then twice. And then his gaze fell back down toward Emma's pink face, illuminated by the beautiful moon above. Hey Belle! She began, hands behind her back as she leaned slightly closer to him. Do you think it's wrong to have a fated meeting in the dungeon? It was a question Belle had asked himself ever since he first arrived in Orario. His answer came to him the instant he gazed upon the red-cloaked back of his hero. No. It isn't wrong. As the two of them shared a laugh, a pair of red eyes watched them with an impassive gaze from above. The eyes slowly turned away from them toward the wall they were standing beside and watched as a shadowy figure quickly disappeared into the dark of night. Chapter 44, Grand Day Eve. Ugh, I'm so tired. Hestia said as she and Lancer saw off the last of Goibniu's familia and locked up the building to make their way home. Everyone's probably asleep by now. Wanna hit up a bar before we head home, Lancer? Very well, Lady Hestia, Lancer replied. If only to make sure you are able to make it home in one piece. Oh come on, I have yet to come stumbling home like a dead drunk. Then I shall make sure you do not drink yourself into a stupor like the night before our trip to Milan. Hestia could only grumble as they passed by a guard patrol wearing the Ganesha Familia emblem. A male cat people and a female human walking by with a hellhound between them. That sight's getting more and more common around here, Hestia said with a proud smile on her face. Good work, Lancer. It is the ingenuity of a goddess to use my magic in such a way, Lancer deflected the praise as easily as she smiled, but she smiled, nonetheless. As Hestia thrust her chest out in pride, a voice called out to them. My, so all of this was your idea, Hestia? A woman, no, a goddess stepped out from the side road, flanked at the side by a golden-haired woman wielding a trident. The goddess herself was wearing a long flowing dress of thin near-transparent silks that exposed her stomach with green flowers adorning it. Would you mind if I hear more about it over a drink as well? Deai. Hestia called out the name cheerfully as she rushed forward, and the two goddesses embraced each other as longtime friends. Were you always in Orario? Hestia asked. Or did you just get here? I haven't heard anything about you at all. I travel the here and there alongside my children, the goddess Deai replied. I do decide to come to Orario once every so often just to see how things change. And oh my, have I heard that things were changing. Ganesha Familia openly walking alongside monsters in the streets? And then I hear your name being regaled all across the four winds. Ahaha. It was one thing to hear the other gods and mortals praise her, but hearing it from one of her friends that she hadn't seen in a while made her a bit embarrassed. Well, let's not waste time talking about it out here, Deai said as she gestured to Hestia to follow. Shall we? No problem. Hestia said cheerfully. Come on Lancer. You too, Oriana. As you say, goddess. Understood. And so, two goddesses, flanked by two female knights, headed down the street. XXXXX. Deai had led Hestia to a rather nice bar. It wasn't as crowded as the hostess usually was at night, but there were a lot more women here than the regular burly adventurers she often saw. I see. Hestia said as she and Deai shared a table while their escort made small talk at the bar counter. You mainly travel around, looking for people who also want to travel or become adventurers, and then you come to Orario and see if anyone is willing to take in any of your children who want to make a living here instead. Yes, Deai replied. You might say that I'm a traveling adventurer salesman, but I care for any child who enters my familia. I simply wish to give them an advantage before they come here to make their dreams come true. Yeah, a lot of children come here with nothing more than the clothes on their backs, Hestia acknowledged. My Belle was the same, but I took him in anyway. The moonlit dawn, right? Deai asked with a smile as Hestia slammed her forehead against the table with a sob. Well, I won't say that I do not understand your feelings. I had the, let's say unfortunate honor of being around for Denatus when Oriana hit level 2. Oh? Hestia asked. And what sort of suffering did those assholes inflict on you? Pure Kiki, Deai answered flatly, her empty green eyes growing even more dead as she said the alias. The pure-hearted Night Princess. Hestia's heart nearly shattered for her friend's sake. Thankfully, it was the best out of 4 options, Deai said as she took a long swig of her drink. Naturally, Oriana wears that name with pride. My bell is the same, Hestia said as she thumped her head on the table again. And then I have to sit through the same torture again next month. I have to fight for 3 more of my children too. I would love to be your ally in that battlefield, but I plan to be long gone before then. Therefore, you're on your own. We may be friends, Hestia, but I will put mine and my own first. And Hestia could accept that. So how long do you plan on staying anyway? Hestia asked, shifting the topic away from her future hell. That depends on how long it takes for my new adventurers to convert a new familia, Deai replied. I have quite a few of them this year and a few of them also have some rare skills, so I don't think it will be that long. Not a month long in any case. I do plan on sticking around for Grand Day at the very least though. What do you do if you can't, offload all of them, as you say? Well, that depends on them. Some stick with me to try and build up their portfolio a bit more. Though I have had a few children decide to leave and try their luck here without me. Some do just use the familia as a way to get to Orario in the first place. Traveling on the road is dangerous without being accompanied by children with our blessing after all. Doesn't it get lonely saying goodbye all the time like that? It does, Deai admitted. But the way I see it, I am raising them up in the hopes they find good homes in the future. It's like a traveling orphanage of sorts. And it's not like I say farewell to everyone. Oriana, for example, has stuck with me for years now. I have 6 other children that make up the core of my familia as well. I see. It sounded more like a portable version of the school in the education district of Orario than a traveling orphanage. Well, she supposed everyone had their own idea on how to run their familia while in Gakkai. Well, enough about me for now, Deai decided. Now what about you? I heard your children gave Apollos quite the pounding. Ugh, can we not? Hestia asked with fake frown. I've almost wiped my memory of that dunce. Wiped everything that didn't bring her sheer joy just by recalling it anyway. The memory of him begging for mercy after Emma KO'd his captain being one of them. Very well. Then, how about something fun? Has any new wine hit the market lately? I heard Soma's turned things around a bit. He's still not selling the good stuff though, Hestia said. I did come across a jug of his rejected stuff if you want to share some. I'll take you up on that offer should the opportunity arise. It was in the nature of gods to love a good drink, but certain gods who presided over that domain like Dionysus and Soma absolutely love it. Deai, of course, was also part of that group, although hers was a more tertiary role. That said, she probably shouldn't invite Deai over to the manor. Deai loved collecting wine bottles, cups, and goblets, it came with the territory after all. And friends or not, Hestia had no intention of showing off the Holy Grail to her. Well, it'll be an excuse to invite Deai to stay in the inn once it's done. Oh by the way, Deai suddenly shifted gears as she refilled Hestia's cup for her without being prompted. I ran into Artemis a few months back. Really? How is she? Doing rather well for herself. She has about 24 children in her familia. All women of course. Hestia immediately turned her head to the side. Not because she had anything to be ashamed of course, but because she thought she saw something move on the wall. There was absolutely no reason for Deai to stare at her with such judgmental eyes. So does that mean Artemis is just traveling around Gakkai then? Hestia asked. Yes, Deai said, before finally letting Hestia off. She goes around hunting monsters that bother villages in the countryside alongside her familia. When we separated, she said she was planning on checking out some rumors of some monster sealed in some temple of old or something like that. Sounds like Artemis was having some adventures of her own. Adventuring with your children, huh? Hestia muttered. I do sometimes wish I can go down into the dungeon with Belle and the others, but, yeah no. I do, Deai replied with an understanding nod. Then again, even if the dungeon didn't hate us, the two of us would be dead weight after a certain point. We're not like Artemis or Ares after all. Do you see either of us picking up a sword and actually being able to use it? If she was honest with herself, Hestia felt like she'd probably get tired just trying to pick up something like Welf or Saber's swords, never mind walking for hours on end while carrying them. Just because the Falna was made using the gods' blood didn't mean that the gods had the blessing too after all. Artemis and Takemikazuchi were some of the few who could probably hold her own versus level 1 or 2 adventurers if needed. But we kinda drifted off the main topic that I wanted to ask you about, Deai said. What is it with these new monsters running around the city? Well, it's a long story, so prepare yourself. Understood. Waitress. 2 more pitchers please. It was going to be a long night. Hestia was sure Belle and the others will understand. She was catching up with a friend after all. XXXXX. In the end, it was almost dawn by the time Lancer carried Hestia back to the manor on her back. The servant had assured her the following morning that Hestia hadn't blabbed anything that she shouldn't have and had kept the conversation on the surface level. The days slowly trickled by as Grand Day drew ever closer. And then... XXXXX. Healing. 100%. In the Hearthstone Manor's dining room, Gina was standing on one of the chairs, both arms stretched up toward the ceiling, showing off her newly healed arm while Primo and Assassin clapped their hands below her. All that was left of Gina's injury were the lighter patches of scar tissue on her arm where the monster's teeth had stabbed through. That's great Gina, Welf said as he popped up behind her and grabbed her by the wrists, pulling her up off the chair like a cat. But no standing on the chairs. Isn't it fine? It's not like I wear shoes after all. Yet. We're going to be fixing that too. But I done wanna. And what's gonna happen when you step on broken glass or something sharp in the dungeon? Alright, settle down everyone, Ryder said as she clapped her hands. Once breakfast is over, I have a quest to hand out. A quest? Belle repeated. Yes. Ingredient hunting in the dungeon. Not those sweet-ass honey cloud things. Welf grumbled while Belle grimaced. They were small red fruits that looked like gourds and tasted like balls of cotton dipped in honey. When Belle had tried one several weeks ago, the sheer sweetness of it was enough to make him vomit and he never wanted to another one. Oh, for the sweet that you plan to make to go with the fried ice cream? Gina asked as she turned toward Archer. Yeah, Archer replied with a nod. We can probably do without them but it's better this way if we want to focus on our profit margins. Plus, it gives Primo a reason to go down to the 18th floor as well. She's the only one that hasn't yet after all. There's no need to be so considerate. Primo interjected. Come on, it'll be fine, Emma assured her. The view is amazing. You'd never believe that something like exists underground, let alone in the dungeon. Don't think about it too much, Miss Primo, Lily added. Adventurers should go on an adventure after all. If you all say so. Speaking of food, Hestia spoke up from her end of the table. I need either Archer or Ryder to come with me today. I need your help with the final preparations for the inn's opening. You're cutting it pretty close, aren't you? Archer asked, eyebrow raised. Weren't you planning on opening tomorrow? Don't remind me. Hestia shouted, slapping her hands on the table twice. I'm already losing my hair over this. Maybe it would be a good idea to delay the opening a bit. Lancer suggested. Nope. Already got a few bookings and I want to treat Deai a bit after all. Deai? Belle asked. Another goddess, master. A friend of Lady Hestia. Then, I'll head to the inn with you, Goddess Hestia, Ryder said as she turned to Archer. Can I leave the stand preparations to you then, Archer? Feel free to take care of everything at the inn so I don't have to, Archer said, making Ryder roll her eyes. Then let us confirm the day's dungeon exploration team, Castor said, calling the familia to order. Saber, have you finished your outside errands? Yes, Saber reported with a nod. There will be nothing preventing me from joining the party now. Then do so. As the objective is to harvest the dungeon fruit, there is no need to bring along Berserker, lest you all wish to be hounded by monsters at every turn. Monsters, annoying, Berserker chipped in his own comment from outside. Don't like them. Will Lancer be joining us in the dungeon too? Emma asked, causing Lancer and Saber to share a glance. As much as I would love to, I believe it is best if I do not, Lancer replied. There is no need to risk any accidents so close to the festival. Indeed, Saber agreed with a nod. That is why we shall hurry down, gather what we need, and leave as soon as we are done. Then Lily will pack light and leave behind any common magic stones and drop items, Lily said. With the party decided, everyone finished up breakfast and got their equipment in order with Gina reaching the front door first. All right guys. She shouted back up the stairs. I'm gonna head out first. She then threw the door open and froze at the sight of someone standing right at their doorstep. Morning, little Gina. God Hermes greeted her with his trademark cheerful smile with a disgruntled Asfi beside him. Nice day isn't it? Gina stared at her former god for about a beat. Then the door was slammed shut with her back against it for good measure. No slamming doors. Hestia shouted as she poked her head out of the kitchen. Is someone out there? No one. Gina called back as there was a knock on the door. No one is out there. Come on, don't be like that, Hestia said as she pulled Gina away from the door and opened it up herself in spite of Gina's protest. Mornin' Hestia. Hermes. Hestia asked in surprise before looking between her fellow god and his captain toward the front gate. Did you two pick my lock? Nonsense, we would never stoop that low. We went over the wall grk. That doesn't make it better you idiot. Hestia shouted as her twin tails found themselves wrapped around Hermes's neck. Now tell me what you want, and I'll strangle you. Didonti you mean before? Hermes asked, his voice withering under the mystical force of the tiny goddess's mystical power that did not make use of her divine authority. I know what I said. Lady Hestia. Asfi began. While I understand your frustrations and apologize for Lord Hermes's behavior, can you at least hear him out before you continue? With a growl, Hestia's hair released Hermes, allowing the god to stagger back while rubbing his throat. So? Hestia asked. Why are you here? Well, I'm going around asking the more well-known familia to see if any female adventurers wanted to take part in a contest. I already got a few members from Loki and Dionysus to join and even Freya. You were next on the list. And what exactly does this contest entail? Hestia asked. The most popular female adventurer in Orario of course, Hermes replied. Naturally we all have our favorites and while Asfi is sure to win, she can't enter since I'm lending her to the guild to help take care of the exhibition. Even Loki's Riveria is joining. It's super suspicious, Lady Hestia, Gina not so subtly whispered into Hestia's ear. Come on, little Gina, Hermes began, a pained expression on his face. Shut up. Gina. Asfi began but Gina turned her head away from her. Don't talk to me. Both God and Captain shared a glance but couldn't say anything. Hestia turned to look at her child before holding a hand out to Hermes. Let's see the info, Hestia said. I'll show it to my girls and if they want to sign up on their own, I'll let them. Splendid. Hermes cheered, bouncing back without missing a beat as he fished out a flyer for Hestia. Just have anyone interested come here tomorrow. Oh, and be sure to have them dress nicely. As Hermes and Asfi left the grounds, Hestia turned toward Gina with a frown. You know he's up to something dumb, right? The Amazoness asked her goddess. Yeah well, when is he ever not? Hestia replied. XXXXX. Morning, Seer. Ever since Seer reminded Belle that rainy day before the war game, Belle had made it a point to stop by the hostess before going into the dungeon. And as usual, the grey-haired girl was sweeping the front of the pub. Good morning, Belle, Seer returned the greeting with a cheerful smile before her expression turned uncertain. And everyone else too. Are you going to the dungeon today as well? Even though Grand Day is coming soon. Yes, we're planning on harvesting some of the fruits that can be found in the dungeon for our food stand during the festival. Oh, you're doing one too? Seer asked as she quickly stepped back in the doorway and picked up a wrapped lunchbox that had been resting on the table closest to the door. The pub is planning to do a small one as well. Since you said that you were picking fruits, does that mean you are also doing sweets? We're doing one or two different ones, I think, Belle replied as he gestured back to his party who were a few steps back chatting amongst each other with baskets on their backs. Gina's put herself in charge of it, so I don't really know all the details. I do know that the stand is going to be in front of the goddesses in though. The hearth's chime, right? Then, how about we trade snacks tomorrow? Well, I'll have to ask but I'm not particularly against the idea. Then, be sure to try and make one yourself for me, alright? Well, it looked pretty simple to make like most of Archer's recipes so there was no problem there. With that promise, Belle bid goodbye to Seer and returned to the others. Is it really necessary to keep on getting lunches from Miss Seer? Lily asked as the party made its way from the hostess and Seer's waving form. It's not like they are better than Miss Ryder and Master Archer's lunches, right? Well, it makes her happy, so. Belle replied, unable to deny any of it. Then, if I made you one as well, would you also take it? Emma asked with a smile. I probably wouldn't be able to eat everything or dinner afterwards though. Geez, Vice Captain, Gina began with a pout. It's fine not to be honest and just say yes, you know. But it'd be a shame if any food were to go to waste, Belle replied. Exactly, Lily agreed. Just because Lily and everyone no longer has to worry about money thanks to Lord Castor doesn't mean we can just leave uneaten food around. Iwaya, the former Poor Brigade's team-up attack. Well, not like I don't get it. Well, having a lot of money that we don't have to worry about it is great and all, but we shouldn't overly rely on his royalness for every little thing, Welf pointed out. Not like we were getting any more funds for supplies ever since I joined up after all. Back to earning our daily keep in the dungeon like other familia then, Emma said as she pumped her arms with a smile. I wonder if the goddesses inn will be profitable, Primo suddenly brought up. I'm sure she'll be fine, Belle replied loyally. She said she planned on having Archer and Ryder guest cook to draw in customers every now and again after all. I wonder if that will be enough though? I mean, their food is really, really good, but is it enough to draw in customers? Thanks to the war game, I think they'll draw in customers just by their names alone, Gina reminded her. I mean, people are already lining up just to stay at Goddess Hestia's inn after all. It's hard to see since we're the subject of it all, but our familia's super popular you know. Well, I suppose a lot of old ladies have been trying to give me peaches for some reason, goddesses too. Those ladies give candies to us instead, Assassin chimed in. Lily has also been getting extra groceries as a bonus every now and again, Lily added with a smile. Everyone should continue exploiting Hestia Familia's fame for as long as possible. I think we'll burn up a lot of people's goodwill if we overdo it though, Emma muttered with a wry smile. Alright, we can worry about getting freebies later, Welf said, taking charge. Let's head into the dungeon before we miss out on the entire day. With a cheer of agreement from the young girl trio, Hestia Familia hurried toward Babel Tower and descended into the dungeon once more. XXXXX. Hestia? Are you here? Come in, come in. I would have gone to meet you, but I can't get away from here right now. That's fine. My children and I were taking the day off today anyway. As the majority of her children entered the dungeon, Hestia was meeting Takemi Kazuchi and his familia at her inn. Or rather, half of them? Huh? Didn't you have 6 children in your familia? Hestia asked as she looked at the purple-garbed adventurers. Actually, I sent them back to the Far East, Takemi Kazuchi replied. We made a lot betting on you guys during the war game and I needed to make sure the money made it back home, so I entrusted it to them. All of my children are level 2 so I trust them to make it back safely. I see, well, that makes things a bit more simpler then, Hestia said as she clapped her hands together while Takemi Kazuchi and his familia simply looked confused. I had a question for you. How much are you paying in rent for your townhouse? Utilities included. Takemi Kazuchi told her before asking, why the sudden question? Thinking about how much to charge for your inn. The thing is, I have a bit of space in my home after the renovations, remember? I was wondering if you and your familia would like to move in. Into your home. That's right. I already cleared it with my captain, and he agrees. You'd be paying the same amount as you do now for your current place, utilities and the like included, and you'd be able to use all of the same facilities as us. That's really generous, Takemi Kazuchi began. But what do you get from this? Another source of income for one, Hestia pointed out immediately. But mostly I was hoping for I don't want to cement it as an alliance right off the bat but maybe a collaboration between us. A collaboration, Lady Hestia? The sole remaining male of Takemikazuchi's familia repeated. What do you mean? Well, not to brag or anything, but my Belle's growth is stupid fast compared to everyone else in my familia. Hestia reminded them. Sooner or later, he's going to have to leave everyone else behind to go deeper into the dungeon if he wants to get any half-decent excelia. For my newer members, Emma and Primo, I'd hope you three would be able to take them along with you. It'd be fine if you use them as supporters if not frontline fighters. Emma would be the one who threw that bottle at Phoebus Apollo, right? Bika asked. And Primo is the elf mage. That's right. I have to look after everyone equally after all, so I'd like you and your familia's cooperation in this matter. If need be, I can lower the rent if you agree. I see, so that's what you're after, Takemikazuchi muttered as he turned to look over his shoulder at the three standing behind him. What do you think, Bika? How would we split the drops if we do take them on as supporters? Bika asked after a moment's thought. Honestly, I'm more after the excelia than the money, so we'd be fine with as little as 10%, Hestia answered. Would we be taking them along immediately? No, not yet. Right now, they can just handle the middle floors so both of our familias can combine into a larger party and split the drops 50-50. I see. The girl with her bangs over her eye, Chigusa, spoke up next. I apologize if this sounds insulting, Lady Hestia, but what about the rest of your familia? Do you not also have 6 other level 1s? Ah, well, they have the equipment, prior training and skills to handle the deeper floors with Belle, Hestia replied. I know it's suspicious, but they are level 1. I'm not hiding their levels, okay? And no, I wasn't insinuating such a thing. Don't worry about it. Even I can see how strange it is, and I'm the one who gave them their blessing. Of course, it wasn't as though her blessing really did anything for the servants outside of inscribing their abilities into an easy-to-read skill sheet. As Chigusa's question was finished, everyone then turned toward the final member of Takemikazuchi's familia. Do you have any questions, Mikoto? Takemikazuchi asked. Yes. The long black-haired woman nodded resolutely. Lady Hestia. Does that mean we can use the baths as well? Why yeah, sure. Hestia replied to the young woman's eagerness. There are showers on each floor of the building you'd be staying in, but if you want to use the bath in the main building, you're free to do so. Just pay attention to the different bathing times for men and women. I will not have a lame love comedy gag in my baths. There was enough of that floating around Saber and Lancer at every waking moment of the day. If only there were a few between Belle and Hestia herself at least. Come to think of it, what are your children doing at this time? Takemikazuchi asked. I saw Miss Ryder helping out in the kitchens earlier, but... Oh, Belle's leading most of the others into the dungeon's 18th floor to pick fruits or something. It's probably pretty boring work, but we need them for tomorrow. XXXXX. Kai. Primo ran across the crystal-laden field, arms filled with the gourd-like honey cloud fruits as she was being chased by a pair of monstrous bugbears that had been lured by the sweet smell of the fruits. Primo! Belle shouted as a black flash shot toward the elf girl. Jack, help her! Stop bullying our friend! Assassin appeared on the back of one of the monsters, knives pressed against its neck. Then, in a flash, the knives were removed, and the monster's neck exploded in a geyser of blood. Seconds later, Belle was next to the other bugbear, a long sword in his hands. With a slash, he cleaved the legs on the bear-like monster's left side, causing it to fall to the ground before Assassin leaped over his head and stabbed her knives into the beast's skull. Primo! Emma called out as she ran to the elf's side. Are you okay? Why yes. Primo sobbed, still clinging onto the fruits in her hands. And what did Miss Primo learn today? Lily asked as she popped out from behind Emma. Not to wander too far away when picking fruits. Primo asked. And to pay attention to monsters instead of snacking on the fruits. Good, Lily said with a nod of approval as Emma took out a handkerchief to wipe the fruit juices as well as the tears from Primo's face. Still, a lot of bugbears are hanging around here, huh? Gina said as she, Welf and Saber also gathered together. Guess they got attracted to all the honey cloud we're gathering. Indeed, Saber agreed. And no matter how many we try to clear, more are simply coming in from the 19th floor. Best we get going anyway, Welf said, tapping the flat end of his sword on his shoulder. Grand Day might not be until the day after tomorrow, but people are still gonna be celebrating tomorrow either way. Yeah, you're probably right. Archer said we didn't need to go overboard with them, and 3 baskets is probably enough. There's almost like 100 of them already. My hands are all sticky too. It's probably a bit late to ask this, but don't you think tapping your sword on your shoulder like that is dangerous, Welf? Emma asked. Nah, it's totally fine, Welf assured her as he ran a finger along the blade. There's no edge on this side, see? In any case, Lily cut in. If there is nothing else, Lily agrees to pack up and leave the dungeon. No one had any objections to that, so they gathered their things and made for the surface. I know we don't have the time, but I kinda wanted to see what Rivera was like, Primo admitted as they made their way past the wall of sorrows that hid the monster Rex Goliath behind it. There's always next time, Belle reminded her. Next time being their next expedition into the dungeon. Granted, I've never been there myself either. There's no reason to unless you wanna pay for things at 10 times markup at the least, Gina said. You're also more likely to be robbed if you're not careful there. Some adventurers live here full-time because they'd get in big trouble with the guild if they're found on the surface. Then why would anyone want to go there? Emma asked. Because it's pay out the eyes for a roof over your head or stay out in the forest with the monsters, Welf explained, causing Emma to make a rather displeased face. Once we're ready to hit the 19th floors and below, it's either go there or camp out and make Saber or another servant stay up all night cleaning up monsters. I would not object in doing so, Saber replied dutifully. We do not need sleep after all. Yeah, but I'd feel bad about that, Belle said for what must have been the 100th time by now as he waited for the usual reply. You are the master. I am the servant. It is my duty, and my desire, to assist in any way possible with your growth. Allowing you to be rested for the battles ahead is one of our most important duties. As a Familia executive, Belle should be prepared to make use all of his Familia's strengths, he knew this. However, he still didn't feel comfortable ordering them to stay up for hours on end while everyone else slept. It wasn't fair even though there was zero downsides for it. He had to be better. When they reached the surface, the party decided to show their face at the guild to cash in the few magic stones they did end up collecting and the drop items that Welf had no use for. As soon as they entered the building, they spotted Ina talking to several of her co-workers behind their usual counters. They all look rather haggard, Emma pointed out. Did something happen? Probably guild stuff, Gina said with a shrug. Grand Day is in 2 days and a bunch of ambassadors and nobles and stuff are coming to Orario to visit. So, they're all probably super busy. Hey, what's that? Primo suddenly pointed off to a roped-off section at the side of the guild. Behind the ropes were 2 mannequins displaying several items carefully protected by glass. Interested, the party wandered over and saw various items laid out by the guild. Oh, these are items from the past, Gina said as they squeezed past the crowd. Things like journals and diaries and other things of people that lived during the time when Zeus and Hera Familius took down Behemoth. The real treat is that. Gina pointed out the mannequins seated in the center of the exhibit. The mannequins wore 2 different sets of equipment, one said to have been worn by heroes during their battle against the mighty Behemoth. A male armor of white and red with a shining bracelet on its right arm that the hero used to cast lightning. Female robes of violet and gold with a beautiful white veil that amplified the heroine's song throughout the battlefield. With this equipment, the 2 heroes led the armies of the 2 legendary gods, drove back the Black Beast and slayed it, removing one of the dark shadows cast over the land. Well, would you look at that? Welf muttered in awe. Wah-ay-ay-ay-ay. Belle's reaction was much more enthusiastic. Look at that shiny armor. I'd love a chance to wear legendary equipment like that sometime. Why not just ask the captain for one? Emma asked with a sly smile. Well, I'd like to live afterwards too, haha. Then, Saber's equipment. I would not be disinclined to allow it, Saber replied. But I fear it would not fit you until you hit your next growth spurt. I'm not that small, I'm taller than all the girls at least. That isn't saying much when Lily is a Palom and everyone but Miss Emma is younger than you are, Belle. Lily joined in on the teasing. In any case, this doesn't seem like it's the actual thing, Welf said, pointing to the sign in front of it. It says it's a replica. Hi. Belle turned to look at the sign in front of the mannequins and sure enough, the words replica were written in large text. Ah! Well, it would have been pretty amazing if equipment from that era was still around in perfect condition like this, Primo pointed out. Still, I'd love to try wearing that robe too. Give me time and I think I can scrounge up something by Grand Day, Welf said with a smile. And no, there's no need for that. You should be rested for the festivals too. Well, at least they're still super cool, Belle said as Primo nodded her head in agreement. Taking in the armor, Belle tried to burn it into his mind as he pictured himself wearing it while leading his servants into battle against a legendary monster like Behemoth. He. And we lost him, Welf said with a shake of his head and a wry smile and a laugh that was shared with the rest of the party. Miss Ina. Primo looked off to the side and mentioned their advisor's name, causing everyone else to turn as well. Ah, Belle. Ina called out as she stopped right in front of him. Perfect timing. It's a bit late but, are you particularly busy tomorrow? Tomorrow. Belle repeated and Ina nodded. During Grand Day Eve you mean? Well, I don't have any particular plans outside of walking around with my familia. Then do you mind if the guild borrows you for a few hours during the afternoon tomorrow? Ina asked. You'll be properly compensated of course. She then looked to the side and saw the exhibit. Were you looking at the exhibit? Why yes. I was just thinking that it'd be nice to try wearing the armor, even if it's just a replica. Then, would you like to? Hi. XXXXX. Welcome back, Archer greeted the party as they entered the building. You all made good time. I just got things ready for, is there a reason Belle has that dumb smile on his face? Hi? I do. Belle asked as he rocked his body back and forth as he was holding a large case in his arms. I can't help it. The guild gave him a quest, Emma said with a smile. The guild captain is going to be taking care of an ambassador for a bit tomorrow and part of the package is to show him the replicas of some legendary armors worn by the captains of Zeus and Hierophilius back during the Grand Quest. But the ambassador said that he'd like to see someone wearing them so the guild was quickly searching for famous adventurers who would be able to fit into the armor and Belle happened to fit the criteria. I see. Archer nodded with a small smile of his own. No wonder you're pleased. Well, not like I don't understand the feeling. Are you going to be out all day? No I'm not, Belle replied. It'll only be during the exhibition at the Colosseum. After that I'll be free to do whatever I want after as long as the ambassador doesn't need me for something else. I see. Was it only Belle who got a replica? Yes. Emma answered again, looking rather disappointed. Apparently it was too small for me. As she said this, both Gina and Primo walked past her and into the kitchen with identical blank expressions on their faces. I see, Archer said even though he didn't understand it, nor did he want to. In any case, the honey cloud. Right here, Master Archer, Lily said as she placed the large baskets down by the counter. She then looked up to see a strange machine sitting on the counter. And what is this? You'll see, Archer said with a rather uncharacteristically large smile. I am especially proud of this creation. You made this? Welf asked as he looked over the machine. I'm no good with the complicated stuff. It looks like a bowl on a box. Wait, is this a hot plate in the middle? Yes, and don't get too close since it's on end. Well, just watch. Archer bent down below the stove and took out a small pot to put on top of the stove. The first step is to get as much juice from the honey cloud as we can, Archer said as he picked up 2 of the fruits, removed the stems, and placed it into a bowl. The easiest way to do so is to simply mash it in a pot. Oh, me. We want to do it. Gina, an assassin, immediately volunteered to do so with Primo slowly raising her hand afterward. With a wry smile, Archer stepped to the side and allowed the 3 girls to crowd around the bowl. With Primo holding the bowl steady, Gina, an assassin, grabbed a large potato masher and proceeded to mash the fruits with gleeful reckless abandon. Thankfully, they were still careful enough to not spill it everywhere. Good job, Archer said as he took the bowl from them. Once that is done, we pour it into a pot and let it boil at a high temperature until the juice reaches the hard crack stage. And that is? Emma asked. About 150 degrees Celsius. Everyone watched as the juice began to boil rather dangerously, making the girls take big step back. Once Archer decided it was ready, he projected a heat-proof thin dish and poured the juice over it. Now we let it cool down and see if it hardens properly. After a few minutes, the boiling juice cooled down enough to the point that they could see it was now a solid. I think we can probably eat that as it is, Gina said as she gingerly reached toward it, only for her hand to be slapped away by Archer. Come now, you can wait a bit longer, he said as he broke the thin candy-like substance into small pieces and placed a couple of shards into the center of the machine. Now we turn it on and, HOH. Before their eyes, small tiny threads started floating up from the machine. Archer quickly picked up a small stirring stick and held it over the machine. Wah-ah! Gina and friends let out a gasp of awe as Archer spun the stick around above the machine, allowing the white threads to wrap and build up around it, forming a cloud-like shape over it. What is this? What is this? Primo asked as she bounced around Archer. It's like a cloud. Once the last of threads were caught on the stick, it had formed enough to be the size of Belle's head. Not as big as I'd like. Archer said as he glanced at the baskets filled with honey cloud fruits. We might need to make another run. I'll handle that myself at night. He then turned around and found the three girls staring up at him with starstruck eyes. With a chuckle, Archer carefully pulled at the threads, allowing the cloud to stretch out slightly before the chunk tore off, making it look like a tuft of cotton. He then placed it into his own mouth to the protest of the girls. Hey! That's not fair. We wanted it first. I have to see if it's edible first, Archer countered before nodding in satisfaction. All right, there doesn't seem to be any problems. So, you three can dash. Before he could finish, Assassin snatched the stick from Archer and the three of them quickly pulled out tufts of the cotton-like candy and began happily eating it for themselves. Well? Emma asked them. But their squeals of joy was all the answer she needed. Archer placed a few more shards into the machine and whipped up 4 more smaller sticks for the others. It's still kinda sweet but it's not so much that I can't eat it, Belle said while Emma had her hand over her mouth and was bouncing on her feet in sheer delight. Yeah, Welf agreed. It's like edible cobwebs or something. This'll definitely sell on sheer novelty alone and then kids will beg their moms to buy fifths. Lily questions if it is a good idea to feed children so much sugar, Lily said, taking bites straight from the stick instead of tearing it off. How much does Miss Gina plan on selling them for? Sell? Gina asked. Forget selling it. Let's eat it all for ourselves. Her response came in the form of Archer thwacking her on the back of the head. I'm not sure even the God's blessing can keep your teeth from going rotten if you do that, Archer said with a sigh. Come to think of it, where did Saber go? He said he had to discuss a few things with Lancer, Emma said, finally calming down enough to speak. They're not thinking of doing that female adventurer popularity contest thing, are they? Welf asked. Lancer doesn't seem like the type and I don't think Saber would be happy with people ogling her. I'm pretty sure that's the default state of things for both men and women. Welf simply nodded his head in agreement. So what is everyone planning to do tomorrow then? Belle asked once he finished off the candy. We didn't really make any plans after all, well, I'm stuck doing the guild stuff. Lord Castor is having Lily accompany him on errands again so Lily will be busy, Lily replied. Since you're going to be busy, Belle, I was thinking of helping out the goddess at the inn, Emma admitted. Opening day is a big undertaking so another helping hand. Since everyone else is busy, that just leaves us to check out the sights, Welf said to Primo and Jack. Let's go have enough fun for everyone else. Yay! Assassin cheered. Shouldn't we help out somewhere too? Primo asked as she turned toward Gina. I think we're fine, the Amazoness replied. I'll have Archer and Ryder with me. The only thing that we'll probably have to worry about is the crowd. Course if you want to help out, I'd love it, but there's no reason you have to feel like you have to. This is a festival after all and only crazy people, greedy people, or people who want to promote themselves will work during a time like this. Then which one do you fall in? Welf asked. The first and last one, Gina shamelessly replied. Well, my job shouldn't start until late afternoon, so I'll be hanging out with you guys as well, Belle reminded them. Let's all gather at the goddess's inn first before splitting off. Or so I'd like to say. Belle then turned toward the backyard where Assassin was sharing the cotton candy with Berserker and FIA. Right. Welf nodded his head in understanding. What are we going to do about them? Berserker can dematerialize so he wouldn't be much of a problem. Archer said. FIA though. Well, there's nothing to say that we can't leave them alone, Lily said, but her face says that she definitely didn't think it was a good idea. Then why not take her with you? Everyone turned to see Lancer and Saber enter the kitchen. What do you mean? Belle asked Lancer. While I believe it should be fine for FIA to walk around so long as she is with someone from Hestia Familia due to being a tamed monster registered with Ganesha Familia and the guild, I can simply disguise her as I did when we first smuggled her into the city. Come to think of it. Welf muttered as he stroked his chin at the memory. That is why, I would be grateful if you took her along with you, Mr. Welf, Lancer said. She has been stuck at home for weeks now and it would be nice for her to see more of what the surface world has to offer her. If you think you can make it so that she won't be spotted, then sure, I'm down for it. Welf accepted the servant's request without hesitation. Of course, Lancer replied with a smile before turning toward the window. FIA, may I have a moment of your time? What is it? The harpy asked as she slipped through the window and walked over toward the servant. We're just going to put a little glamour on you if you will, Lancer replied as several runes were traced in the air. XXXXX. Going back and forth from the inn and the home may prove a problem. Hestia muttered as she and Ryder entered through the front gate. Hestia hadn't been able to get an answer from Takemikazuchi today and the god had asked to think it over for a bit and he'd give her an answer after Grand Day. Will you be moving into a room in the inn then? Ryder asked innocently. Like heck I am. I'm not leaving my Belle all alone. Besides, I'm sure Ansel can handle things while I'm gone. Ansel being a Hume bunny that Hestia had assigned as the inn's assistant manager. He had prior experience in management before and he was also a skilled chef in spite of his young age. Said Hume bunny also had a rather cute look to him that one could mistake him for a girl and had white hair and deep red eyes, reminding Ryder of a certain child she and the goddess adored. The cafe served simple meals like soups and sandwiches, and desserts that could be eaten quickly in the small patio area in front of it or taken to go. The desserts made for the cafe were also available for the main dining hall, which was a buffet-style hall that had several rows of different foods ready to be eaten. Hestia even went the distance and had a separate room service menu as well. The cow's, Iris Bennett, was in charge of the cafe area while also answering to Ansel, who had the entire cooking department of 10 cooks and 4 waitstaff under his purview. Including Ansel himself as the head chef, that was 15 people. Apart from them there were also 3 employees handling reception, 5 to handle the housekeeping, and 2 guards for a total of 25 employees to run the entire inn. Quite frankly, Ryder thought it was a bit much for a hotel of 40 rooms and 10 suites, but Hestia said she was planning for the future, whatever that meant. They certainly had enough uniforms for them at least. Although each employee could adjust their uniforms as they saw fit, the base parts were a white and blue shirt or top with blue pants or skirt. There was also an option for a white and blue one-piece for the women. Well, it was less of a uniform and more of a dress code. The only thing Hestia insisted on was that each employee had to wear at least 2 silver bell-shaped accessories on their person with a blue ribbon across their chest like Hestia. For both men and women. At the very least, the bell accessories weren't actually bells that rang with each step. Ansel and the other male employees simply wore theirs like a sash that went from their shoulders to their waist while the women wore theirs like Hestia did, at the goddess's insistence. These are the symbols of my love. She had said and there was no denying the goddess of what she wanted. Well, it wasn't any of Ryder's concern either way. As they entered the main building proper, they could hear and smell dinner getting underway. Hey! We're home! Hestia shouted as she burst into the kitchen and froze. Curious, Ryder poked her head in as well and saw an unfamiliar person sitting between Lancer and Primo. An elf girl with waist-long red hair that was being fed by Lancer. Wait, you're not an elf, Hestia suddenly said as her eyes popped out of her head. FIA. Ah, you figured it out, the red-haired elf said with a pout. I should have suspected that the glamour would fail before a goddess, Lancer said with a regretful smile. Don't beat yourself up over it, Lancer, Hestia said as she walked over to her end of the table between Belle and Assassin. Although disguises and the like don't work very well on us gods, it did fool me for a bit. It's just that I didn't think you guys would invite an elf I had never seen before over and FIA's lived here long enough that I'd know her when I'd see her. Were you trying to find a way for FIA to join in with the festivities? Ryder asked as she took her seat. Yes. Do you believe it will work against other gods, Lady Hestia? That depends on the god in question, but I think it'll be fine. That being said, since FIA's cute, she might draw a different kind of attention instead, and how do her wings work with that glamour? They are still there. Just invisible. We may have to have her wear a cloak with wide sleeves instead. Judging from the look on her face, FIA did not look all too happy about her wings being constricted in such a way. Well, either way you have my blessing to take her out for fun, Hestia decided. Berserker can follow you guys around invisible too, right? Yeah, so long as the big guy doesn't see something that makes him lose it, it should be fun, Welf said. I'll take up the job babysitting. Hey! FIA and Primo immediately protested Welf's words. Huh? Does that mean you're not going along, Belle? Hestia asked. I'll join them for the early part but I'm taking a job with the guild later in the afternoon, Belle replied. And Emma? I was wondering if you needed any extra hands for opening. Emma began only for Hestia to cut her off with a massive, yes we do. Please and thank you. Ah, yes, understood. And with that, the plans were finalized, and the night ended. XXXXX. This is a story from the not-so-distant past. This is the newest, and the greatest, legend of them all. In ancient times, a great beast emerged from the bottom of the earth, and wrought destruction upon the land. Its huge body was like the night, its howls were like the storm. The earth split, the seas howled, and the skies torn asunder. O despair, brought by the coal-black wind! O terrible and fearsome beast! Eternal darkness fell upon us and the voices crying out for salvation were silenced by the starless night. Then two gods arrived from the promised land. One a brave god wearing a shining bracelet, the other a beautiful goddess in white robes. Thunder roared and the queen's voice echoed. The armies of the gods fought back against the fearsome foe. Behold, the shining bracelet splits the darkness. Behold, the white robe washes away the night. When the children's swords found their mark, the black beast was reduced to ash. The darkness was driven away, and light returned to the world. O Orario, ye promised land! City of heroes that raises up the stars! Our swords have shattered a fervent wish. O gods, let us never forget the names of our two saviors. Thy name was Zeus. Thy name was Hera. Praise the world which they have won for us and inherit the hope that they have entrusted us. It is the newest myth, a new heroic tale. A great day which brought hope to the world. And that day is tomorrow. Inatul's lovely voice echoed through the city through the use of the guild's broadcast system. Ladies and gentlemen, today is Grand Day Eve. The day when we celebrate the peaceful world those two gods granted us, and the town where heroes are born, and a day where joy is had by all. A loud cheer accompanied the end of the speech, signaling the start of Grand Day Eve. And with it, an influx of guests piling into the hearths chime in. Two guards stood at the sides of the door into the inn. A large cat person and a stout dwarf. Both of them were former third-class adventurers and had received Hestia's blessing upon being hired to guard the inn but had already retired from diving into the dungeon for their own reasons. Please don't push and keep moving forward. Emma called out as she directed the long line of guests into the inn while wearing the white and blue uniform. Also, please be sure to have your reservation card out before you enter so you can be directed to your rooms immediately. If you have one. As was planned, Hestia Familia had gathered at the inn before setting off on their own plans. However, with the guests numbering almost 100 waiting outside the doors, they all did their part to chip in with handling the line. Please don't mistake the cloud candy and fried cream line for the line to get into the inn and vice versa. Belle said, wearing a white and grey-colored uniform, as he directed a mother and her children to the proper line. Pay attention to the arrows on the ground. Blue goes to the stand, white goes into the inn. Yes, I'll sign that later but please don't block the lines. You know, I bet if we brought out Berserker we can get people to listen rather easily, Welf muttered as he kept an eye out for anyone trying to cut into the line. Lily thinks that would just scare them all away, Lily replied. Hestia herself was standing at the doors between the two guards, wholeheartedly thanking every guest who entered her inn's grand opening. Deai! You made it! The goddess greeted another goddess that was being followed by a mid-sized familia. Considering I changed my reservations to stay here until my duties are done, is that really a surprise? The other goddess asked with a smile. Yeah, come on in. Let's chat a bit later. Belle watched as the assorted humans and demi-humans of the Deai familia funneled inside with one of them, a human girl, turning back to look in Emma's direction before disappearing inside. What was that about? He wondered. Within the hour, all of the guests were checked in and have either gone back out into the city to take part in the festival, gone into the dining area or cafe, or just remained in their rooms releasing Belle and the others from their impromptu duties. Now that that is over with, let us be off, Arde, Castor said from his seat at the outdoor cafe, having not lifted a single finger to help out, with the disguised FIA sitting across from him. Ah, yes. Lily said as she hurried off after him. Still gonna help out here, Emmy? Welf asked. Yes, Emma replied. After that chaos, I think I'll stay back to make sure things keep running smoothly. Oh no you're not, Hestia said, popping up from behind her, causing the girl to jump. Their goddess then thrust her finger at Emma's nose. Sure, it was crazy at opening, but half the guests are out, so things are much more manageable now. Besides, what kind of goddess would I be if I kept my child at home to work when there's a festival going on? But You're going out and having fun, goddess's order. Hestia said. And don't worry about me. I'll be catching up with my friend here so all of you go out and have fun as well. Nothing we can do about that, Emmy, Welf said, leaning against shoulder with a smirk. Goddess's orders. So it seems, Emma replied with a resigned smile of her own. Come to think of it, Saber and Lancer never showed up here. They're probably using this opportunity to go on a date for the first time in probably forever, Welf said with a shrug. We'll probably see them if we follow the blood and tears. Well, let's leave them be in any case, Belle said. First off, let's get some snacks and then try to find Sear's stand. Belle led Welf, Emma, Primo, Assassin, and FIA to Gina's sweet stand that was located just in front of the inn's property. Gina, Archer, and Ryder were working in 3 separate stands. Archer was on the left machine, spinning the cloud candy and handing them out to starstruck children. Ryder was on the right, fishing out the fried cream and sprinkling chocolate and sugar over them before placing them in a group to be given out. And in the middle was Gina, taking orders, payment, and handing out the request item. And in front of the stand was a massive line of at least 4 dozen people. I know they're good, but is it really worth lining up like this for? FIA asked. It's because we are famous. Gina replied, turning around to answer with her hands on her hips. And it's because Archer's creations are all unique after all. One extra big one, Archer. Got it, Archer replied with a nod as he took one of the sticks used to spin the candy around and placed it over the machine, allowing the threads to wrap around it, and around, until it was twice the size of Gina's head. You know, it'd be neat if they were multicolored, huh? Primo asked. For another time, Archer replied. We don't have the materials, so white is all we got. At the very least, if we can make blue ones to go with Lady Hestia's theme, it would be nice, Ryder chipped in. Well, can we get 5 candies and fried creams to trade with Sear's stand? Belle asked and Gina made a face. The hostess is doing a stand too, right? Gina asked. I wonder what they're selling. Bring me something back, okay? Unless it's those yucky cookies, Assassin replied. Jack, please don't say that in front of Sear, Belle begged. All right, here you go, Archer said as he handed Belle and Emma each a large tray with shoulder straps that were holding the cloud candy and fried creams respectively. This is? Emma asked. If you're going to walk around, then you can do some advertising. Gina said, giving her a thumbs up. We're going to be making a killing. Besides, you said you wanted to help out, right? Belle and Emma gave each other a look before the boy shrugged his shoulders, causing the girl to sigh in response. Fine. Emma replied as she and Belle pulled the straps around their shoulders. Good, you look like proper salespeople now, Archer said with a happy nod. We're adventurers though. Belle muttered softly as Welf let out a hearty laugh at their situation. So, we need to save a few for Miss Flover and her friends, right? Primo asked. How many people were there again? Well, we don't know if they're all running the stand to begin with, Welf reminded her. But, most likely she has the other waitresses helping her, and there were 1, 2, 5 of them I think. Then let's try to keep at least 3 of each snack then. With that decided, the party headed into the city. Orario as a city was always bustling with life. Adventurers, gods, and civilians alike were always rushing around, living their lives as they saw fit. With Grand Day Eve, the city became even livelier than usual, even more than it did during Monsterphilia. The gods always loved to party, and they especially loved dragging their mortal children into it. Vendors and shop stalls were packed on each side of Orario's main streets and people crowded around them just as much as they did Gina's candy stand. And of course, being a rather mobile stand, Belle and Emma had several people come up to them to buy one of their treats, after which they directed the other customers to go buy more from the actual stand. "Hi, isn't that Miss Airsushu?" Primo asked, pointing at a stand where the Chianthrope was talking to a human girl that Belle had seen once before. "That's Deai Saint, isn't it?" Welf asked as they drew closer to the stand out of curiosity. They could overhear Naza speaking rather incredulously as she pointed to a rather fancy-looking potion bottle with a gaudy sticker on it. "What is the meaning of this special Grand Day potion, Amid?" Naza asked. "As you can see," Amid replied, although her voice was rather strained and weak, as if she did not like where the direction that the conversation was heading, with her eyes turning away from Naza. "It's our special Grand Day potion." "Don't look away from me, Amid," the Chianthrope said, moving the bottle back into Amid's line of sight. "The contents aren't any different from a normal potion, right?" "What are you, stupid?" A loud voice came to Amid's rescue in the form of the Familia's god, Dion Sect. "Are those eyes of yours broken or something? Can't you see the special label on the bottle? And just for that, you're charging double the regular cost? Are you trying to scam people?" "No one's scamming anyone. It's clearly labeled after all. It's a special potion for Grand Day. And that's how it is," Amit said, still unable to look at Naza. "We'll probably throw in a few freebies as well. Ain't it a good deal?" Dion Sect asked as he laughed off the glare Naza was throwing his way. "That damn old geezer!" Naza growled as she walked off back to where Myaik was standing with Daphne and Cassandra. "Let's spread rumors of the potion being nothing but pig's blood." "That wouldn't really accomplish much, Naza," Myaik said. "We'd probably get in trouble instead." "Besides, it's not as if Deai Saint can disobey her god," Daphne said. "I really feel for her." "Ah!" Cassandra was the first to notice them. "It's Hestia Familia." Daphne whirled around immediately in their direction as her eyes darted back and forth as if looking for someone. However, she quickly calmed down after not finding what she was looking for. "Good afternoon, Belle and friends," Myaik said with a smile. "That's a lot of stuff you are carrying. What are they?" "Good afternoon, Lord Myaik," Belle greeted the god back. "Their sweets are familia are selling by the hearth's chime. Cloud candy made from honey, cloud fruit from the dungeon, and fried sweet cream made from milk and sugar. And they're being sold at a special Grand Day price as well," Emma chimed in with a smile, causing Naza to roll her eyes with a sigh. "Let's see," Daphne said as she looked at the signs hanging from the trays. "Cloud candy is 200 valis apiece and fried cream is 100? A bit pricey, isn't it?" "Well, not really if the candy is made from honey cloud, I suppose." "I'll take one." "Then, I'd like to try the cream," Cassandra said. "Of course. Thank you for your purchase." Myaik and Naza also bought one item each, and the Myaik Familia left rather satisfied. "Another satisfied customer," Emma said with a smile. "Well, going around eating good food is the best part of a festival after all," Belle said as they continued down the street. There was another commotion going on down the street. "You morons ain't never gonna get me to eat that. Lemme go." It was Mord, and the older man was frantically running away from someone. He was moving so fast that he didn't even notice Belle and the others. "That was Mr. Letro, wasn't it?" Emma asked as they watched the older adventurer disappear into the crowd. "What was he running from?" "AHH." Belle turned and saw several familiar faces from the stand that Mord retreated from, and he already had a bad feeling about it. "Ah, he ran away, meow." Anya muttered. "And here I thought he'd be easy prey." Working at the stand were the hostess of fertility waitresses, including Seer. If Mord had ran away from them while absolutely refusing to eat whatever it was they were selling, then that didn't bode well for Belle and the others. "It's yucky food after all," Assassin muttered, already aware of where this was going even though Belle didn't want to admit. "Jack, promise me you won't say that in front of Seer." "Jack. We promise." "Meow." A new victim. Chloe said as she waved her hand toward them. Hey boy, over here. Belle. Seer said as she leaned out of the stand with a smile. You're just in time. Gee, good afternoon. Belle said as he led the others toward the stand, trying and no doubt failing to keep his worries from showing on his face. We're here to exchange snacks. What's this cloud-like thing? Lunar asked. Cloud candy. It's a candy made from the honey cloud fruit from the dungeon. Emma replied. Honey cloud, meow. Anya repeated. I haven't eaten that in forever. Wait just a moment, Welf said. What exactly are you guys selling here? Everything's completely black. Indeed. Looking around, all Belle could see was black. Everything in the stand was black. From what Belle supposed was black meat on black rice in a black bowl to black liquid in a pitcher too. Assassin opened her mouth and Belle immediately slapped his hand over her mouth to keep her from saying anything about the black cookies in a black bag tied with a black ribbon. They're packed full of protein, or so I'm told. Ryu said blankly. Miss Leone. Primo muttered. Can I try this, behemoth rice bowl? Fia asked, completely unaware of the hell she was getting into. Of course. Seer said happily as she handed the bowl into Primo's hands. Primo looked down into the mound of ash and then at Fia, who had her mouth open expectantly. I feel like I'm about to do something extremely bad. Primo said as she picked up the spoon and dug into the black rice and meat, only for the shape to crumble on contact. She then looked at Ryu only for Ryu to stare back and say, they're packed full of protein, or so I'm told. Miss Leone is broken. Primo muttered as she carefully put the spoon into Fia's mouth. Fia chewed for a long time as everyone stared at her and waited. Once she finished swallowing, Fia simply opened up her mouth again, prompting Primo to feed her another spoonful. WL. Lunar asked. I've had worse, came the Harpy's blunt review. Belle wondered what Fia had eaten before that tasted worse than what was basically spoonfuls of ash. Then again, her diet before probably only consisted of other monsters' magic stones, and monster bodies turned into ash when their stones were removed after all. Like, can you all at least explain why everything's pitch black? Welf asked. You didn't just burn everything, did you? Of course not. Anya said. It's a theme. A theme. Can't you tell from the name? Well, we probably didn't need everything to be pitch black, Lunar admitted. It doesn't even look like food, to be honest, Chloe admitted as well. Even I wouldn't purchase it. Well, would you guys like some sweets as thanks for the meal? Emma asked. We don't need it to be a one-to-one trade. No need to be shy, Seer said innocently. We still have a lot of inventory left over after all. How about some cookies? Oh no, we couldn't, 1800 valis for a bag of cookies. And I thought charging 200 was already too much for the candy. Belle muttered. Screw it, we're bailing, Welf said as he grabbed Primo and Fia under his arms. Belle. Emmy. Leave what we came for and run. But what about Miss Leone? She's already done for. Run. It's been nice seeing you, Seer, but we gotta go. Bye Belle, thanks for the sweets. XXXXX. Back at the inn, Gina was looking back and forth between the two servants as they stared incredulously at the group of children in front of stand being led by a blonde-haired boy. Hello, the boy said in a melodious-sounding voice that made Gina's heart skip a beat. Can we have 10 orders of each item? What on earth are you doing? Ryder asked, causing the boy to tilt his head to the side in confusion. Ordering for my playmates. Ryder stared at the boy again for a minute before turning toward Archer, seeking help. However, the man simply closed his eyes and offered no answers. Ryder. Gina spoke up. The ice creams? He's already paid and all. Ryder then turned to look at Gina before pressing her palm against her own face, letting out a long sigh in the process. I can't even say anything when you do it so shamelessly either. Ryder. No, never mind, Gina, Ryder quickly said before putting her business smile back on. 10 fried creams, coming right up. Yes, thank you very much, the boy said. Behind him were a rather assorted bunch of children, all around Gina's age and younger. Humans, Amazons, and animal people were all mixed together and chatting happily with each other as they all wore similarly worn clothing, aside from the golden-haired boy who was wearing rather expensive-looking white and gold Far Eastern-style robe over a purple tunic and brown trousers, and the werewolf girl standing beside him, fidgeting in a servant uniform. If Gina had to guess, it was some noble kid hanging around orphans and throwing his money around so they could enjoy the festival as well. On one hand, that was nice. On the other hand, damn rich bastards. Oh wait, I could technically count in that group too now, can't I? Gina thought to herself. At least, so long as the captain's footing the bill for half of everything. Once the treats were done, Gina happily handed them to the kids that lined up far better than even the adults that had come earlier, with the blonde boy and his servant not taking any for themselves, with them looking rather satisfied at the happy smiles of the other children instead. If only she could understand why both Archer and Ryder were looking completely gobsmacked at the sight in front of them. Did they know the boy? The smirk he gave them returned seemed to confirm it. It looked rather familiar too. Oh, that was it. The blonde hair and red eyes reminded her of the captain. Except there was no way someone with a golden stick up his butt would be playing around with kids like this. The tiny werewolf girl was trying her best not to meet Gina's eyes though. Was she shy? One of the kids didn't have any such problems though. Hey, can I ask something? A brown-haired boy said as he came up to Gina with bits of cream around his mouth. Are you an adventurer? Yep, Gina said proudly as she placed her gloved hand over her chest. I'm level 2. And wasn't that so much fun to say out loud? After a year and a few months of being stuck at level 1, she had reached level 2 practically immediately after joining Hestia Familia. Granted, it was because she took part in a war game, but all she really did was not die to a giant plant and train with spirits. Guess the Falna acted different when you were surrounded by spirits and heroes. Can I join? The brown-haired boy asked, causing the other kids to look at him in surprise. You look younger than me, so being a kid isn't a problem, right? That's not really up to me, Gina replied, poking her fingers together as she looked over her shoulder toward the inn. Only our goddess gets to choose who joins. And Gina doubted Castor would be happy to let him join either. It's not just about age, Lai, the blonde boy said, placing a hand on Lai's shoulder. You have to consider experience too. From the information the guild had, Gina Gwen was part of Hermes Familia before converting, so she had prior experience. Besides, she's an Amazon and you're a human. Even without a god's blessing, she could probably throw you down the street if she wanted, even if you're bigger and older. Lai grumbled at that. Considering that there was also an Amazon in the group of kids they were in, it was probably something he was already familiar with. So what you're saying then is that I should ask the god Hermes to join his familia instead? No. Both Gina and the blonde boy spoke at the same time. Nothing good will come from it, Gina continued. On the other hand, the boy said Hermes Familia is a traveling familia, which means they leave Orario for weeks on end. While I can't stop you from joining, you have to know that if you do join, you could spend months or even years without seeing the others again. You may not even return to Orario altogether. That was true. The Hermes Familia had a lot more members than what was currently in Orario. They had multiple bases, with Hermes preferring to stay in Orario often to coordinate everything and everyone. There were some members Gina had only met once and never saw again, as they were traveling to different countries and the like. Not that Gina had said this to anyone in Hestia Familia though. I hate that you keep using the others to guilt me like this, Lai said with another grumble. As long as it works, then I will keep on doing so, the boy said with a laugh as he patted Fai on the back. I won't be around all the time after all, so only you can keep charge. We're doomed then, a half-elf said from the group, causing a good amount of laughter from the others as Lai scowled. Once that was done, the kids threw away any trash they had in the nearby bin and went off into the city. Once they were gone, Ryder suddenly started pounding her head against the pole of the food stand, while Archer started massaging his eyes with his hand, leaving Gina to just glance back and forth between them in confusion. XXXXX. Hey Belle, are you good on time? Emma asked as the party continued checking out the food stands in the city. I probably have an hour before I head to the guild, Belle said as he tapped the case on his back containing the armor. We can probably check out a few more things. They had already sold all their inventory and the trays had been properly disposed of and were now leisurely enjoying the festival. Unfortunately, many of the stands were also doing a special Grand Day price for their wares, so they didn't spend much on anything. Rather, Hestia Familia's sweets made from dungeon fruits were actually the cheapest things Belle had seen all day, and those had cost as much as a decent dinner with Gina's upcharge. Hey mommy! Assassin suddenly tugged on Belle's sleeve. What's that? Belle and the others stopped and turned to see a large crowd of people, mostly men, standing in front of a large stage. Is this that thing Lord Hermes was talking about? Welf asked. That female adventurer contest thing. Lady Riveria is supposed to be taking part, right? Primo asked, eyes sparkling. Can we stop and watch? Well, looks like watching's free, so I'm down, Welf said as he turned to Belle. Well, I don't think there's anything else happening right now, so why not? The party mingled in with the crowd, which was already starting to get restless. What's the damn hold up? An adventurer near the front shouted. Hurry up and bring out the babes. Ah, yes, it's one of these, huh? Emma asked, looking rather nonplussed at it all. One of these? Primo repeated, only to be cut off as someone stepped out onto the stage. Greetings! A god wearing an elephant mask shouted. I am Ganesha. And I shall be your MC for today. Huh? Isn't that the god who's helping us? Fia asked as the crowd jeered at the god. Indeed, I, Ganesha, am still popular as always, Ganesha said as he took in the jeers and dodged a fruit thrown at him without missing a beat. Let us change this contest to be the Ganesha contest instead. Get the hell off the stage. Who the fuck wants a contest like that? More wondrous cheers. Ganesha's popularity is number 1. How frightening. Are we going to be okay? Fia asked blankly as she turned her head up to Belle, who had no words to comfort her with. Ganesha, a voluptuous goddess, began as she stepped onto the stage. Perhaps it's time to stop fooling around and get started. Oh, what a good point, my fellow deity, Demeter. Ganesha said. Then I, Ganesha, shall stand in the corner so my popularity does not overshadow our contestants. Hey, Belle? Belle. I'm sorry Fia, I don't know what to say. You can't even do this right, geez, Demeter said with a sigh before turning a motherly smile toward the crowd. Now then, the rules of this contest are simple. Several beautiful ladies will be making an appearance on stage dressed in outfits prepared by various deities. Your job, as the audience, will be to decide which one is the most beautiful. The winner will be decided by the one who receives the most cheers. So please do your best to support the one you like the most, okay? The crowd exploded in cheers around them as Primo looked scandalized. A beauty contest? Primo shouted. I didn't hear anything about this. How can they put Lady Riveria in a shameless contest like this? It's probably her goddess that put her up to it, Belle replied, remembering everything he heard about the goddess Loki from Lefia. What do you mean shameless contest? A nearby adventurer demanded. What else can this be but a gift from the gods themselves? What else can be better than having so many beauties in one place? Another one added. All hail Grand Day! Grand Day forever! He's actually crying. Welf muttered incredulously. I guess it's too late to leave, huh? Emma asked. Too many people. Assassin agreed as she was squished up between Belle and Emma. Ah, sorry Jack. But, I wonder who got forced into this and who would volunteer to do this, Belle said. XXXXX. You lot need to get more fired up. The goddess Loki said to 3 of her girls in front of her. You can't win a beauty contest if you ain't got the energy. What's the point of getting fired up for a beauty contest? Shin asked, wearing a set of purple dancing clothes with a long blue veil on her head. It's not like the captains here anyway. You ain't gonna win if you ain't got the proper motivation. I may lose out on other things, but I ain't gonna lose out at having my girls be number 1. And I ain't gonna have any of you lose to anyone. Quite a few people don't seem like they wanna be here either though. And that's their loss. Loki said. If you show off the energy you need, then you'll definitely beat her. You need to show the world that my collection of cuties is the best in the entire world, or else Loki Familia's done for. We've really fallen rather low then, haven't we? Shin asked with a sigh. This is so lame though, Tiona pouted. I wanna get this over with and check out Archer's food stand. They weren't the only ones unhappy with their situation, however. Hiding behind the Amazon twins dressed in Amazon apparel similar to Shin's usual outfit was a rather red-faced Leffy Ya. Ugh, this is the worst. She cried as she hugged her bare shoulders to try and cover up all the skin she was showing. Embarrassing, so embarrassing, this is the worst. I don't like this, I don't like this, I don't like this, I don't like this. Come on, stop with that loser talk. Loki shouted as someone walked up behind her. Things seem a bit noisy over here, Loki, the god Dionysus greeted them with a smile. And what are you doing here, Dionysus? The dullard contest is the other way. If there is to be a beauty contest, it is my duty as a god to come and judge them for myself. Sure, whatever, Loki replied, not buying it for a second. I'm gonna go make sure my secret weapon's all ready to go. Well, doesn't that sound exciting, Dionysus said with a laugh as Loki left the waiting room. As she did, those in the waiting room could hear a loud cheer outside, signaling the start of the contest. Oh dear, it's already started. Dionysus muttered before turning toward the crouching elf in the corner of the room. Leffy Ya Virtus, may I have a moment of your time? Why yes. Leffy Ya asked as she stood up. What is it? Despite being a god of another familia, Leffy Ya was rather acquainted with Dionysus due to being friends with the captain of his familia, another elf by the name of Filvis Shalia. I just need your assistance with something. XXXXX. The contest had started with a bang as several beautiful adventurers had come out on stage wearing clothing that enhanced their already high-level beauty. However, due to being in the presence of so many cute girls and beautiful women at home each day, Belle couldn't really get into it. Oh, he certainly appreciated the sight as much as the next man, but right now he was more worried if he would be able to get out of the crowd and make it to the guild for his job than at the sight on stage. And now, a quick word from out special judge. Ganesha announced as the latest contestant stepped off stage. The chairman of our contest who made this event possible. Hermes. It's probably a good thing Gina isn't here, hi. Emma asked as the Amazon's former god stepped onto the stage with his usual smile. Thank you for the introduction, Hermes said. Although I am the one who organized this contest so we can see all you wonderful ladies, please remember one important thing. It's not being the best flower that matters, but rather being the special one. The special one, hi? Emma asked as she turned to Belle who was too busy paying attention to Hermes. That being said, there is no question that this event is quite vulgar, Hermes admitted with a solemn face only to quickly throw it away as he shouted at the top of his lungs, but I want to see some beautiful flowers. Isn't that right, men? Most of the men in the crowd roared in agreement, causing Primo and Fia to cover their ears in pain. Let's keep on cheering. For our special flowers. For our flowers. Is this how we men are supposed to be like? Welf couldn't help but wonder. Or is it the influence of the gods? Does Castor have a point after all? What was that? Belle called out as his ears were ringing. I can't quite hear you. All right, that wraps up the speech from Hermes, Demeter said. Let's welcome our next contestant. Just a moment. The goddess Loki shouted as she poked her head from the side. She'll be out in a bit. Goddess Loki. Primo muttered. Since it's her, it's probably 9 hells, Welf said, causing Primo to stiffen. Ain't that nice, Primo? It's not nice at all. Primo denied as the Amazon twins pushed Riveria out onto the stage. The high elf was wearing a long flowing white gown with golden trimmings. The gown clung tightly to her slim body and complemented the queen's elegance, even if the woman herself did not appear all too happy about being on stage. The crowd burst into cheers, men and women alike, with the elves in attendance being particularly loud, showing their reverence for their future queen. Ha 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 ha. I've got this in the bag. Loki said with a laugh, earning a glare from Riveria. The elf vote is mine. So this was what you had planned, what a surprise. The god Dionysus stepped out as well. What are you doing up here? Weren't you here to watch? No, I decided to join in on the fun, came the god's reply. It took a while to convince her but Leffy Ya Virtus has done a good job. Don't you Shanghai my girls into helping you out. Loki shot back. And what the heck are you up to? Certainly, 9 hell is quite elegant, on par with any goddess even. But it is not as though her reign will last forever. And who the heck could overthrow my Riveria? I'll show you, come out, my child of the new era. And out popped an elf, one being pushed by another elf rather familiar to Hestia Familia. Ha! Both Belle and Primo let out a shout in surprise to see Lefia walk out clothes only an Amazon would wear while pushing out a black-haired elf in a purple dress with pink folds and white frills, topped off with a giant pink bow. Their shouts were quite loud, to the point that Lefia froze on the stage and her eyes fell on the two of them. Lefia. Being seen by one of her male friends and her student must have been a bit much because her face immediately turned red as she quickly spun on her heel and vacated the stage, abandoning the other elf as she out-called her name. Both Belle and Primo were at a loss for words. I didn't think she was the type to wear something like that. Emma muttered. And no, it must be the goddess Loki's doing. Primo insisted. The black-haired elf, realizing that she had no choice but to move forward without support, shyly moved toward the center of the stage. Filvis Shalia. She introduced herself in a quiet voice as Fia tilted her head to the side. Dionysus Familia, Wait, isn't that Mainadas? An adventurer asked his friend. The Banshee? Was she always like that? No way, she was colder and more aloof. I kinda like it. Why yet, you got a point. Embarrassment, is it? Hermes commented on stage as the crowd started murmuring. The greatest accessory a girl can adorn herself with. Not bad, Dionysus. Eventually, all the contestants had their turn and it was time for the crowd to vote for their favorite girl. Strangely, or perhaps not that strangely, Lefia did not reappear on stage even though her name had been called out. However, as typical of adventurers or people in general, not everyone was agreeing on their fellows' choices. Just beside Belle's group, there was an elf arguing with a human between Riveria and Filvis respectively. I think it's time to go, Emma said quietly, looking a bit worried as the arguments became a bit physical with people shoving each other and grabbing each other by the collars. I don't know if that's possible. Belle said as he and Welf tried to keep the girls between them as the crowd got more and more rowdy. I mean, I could probably force us out, but it might spark a riot. It's probably going to spark a riot as people argue over Lady Riveria and Miss Shalia anyway. Primo said, clinging onto Emma. Shouldn't you do something, Ganesha? Demeter asked with worry. I am merely the MC. Ganesha replied. Hermes is the organizer. Hermes just snuck out a moment ago. Hermes. Things are really gonna get crazy, Welf said, stopping someone's elbow from flying in his face. Just grit your teeth and let's get out of here, Belle. But. Oh? Is that you, Master? Hi. Carefully pushing his way through the crowd to their position was Saber of all people. He wasn't wearing his mask or his usual equipment but rather a well-cut black suit and tie that made him stand out amongst the rest of the crowd. Saber? Why are you here? Yeah, weren't you on a date with Lancer? Emma asked as Saber placed a hand on Welf's shoulder and pulled himself closer to them. I am here to see my love on stage of course, Saber replied. Your love, wait, Lancer was taking part in this? Emma asked. But her name hasn't been called out among the contestants. Well, there is a reason for that. Is it too late to enter? A small wave of energy swept through the crowd as everyone turned as one toward the stage to see another woman walk over. The woman's long hair had been tied up into a long braid that was draped down in front of her right shoulder and was wearing a soft black top and a long flowing white skirt. Her white skin seemed to shine as it reflected the spotlight above her and she seemed more like a beautiful statue on display. If not, may this Lancer of Hestia Familia take her turn on stage. XXXXX. Is this really something I should be doing? The woman wondered as she waited just outside of the waiting area, unsure if she should be entering. There is no reason why you should not, the goddess replied with a beautiful smile. Your beauty is second to none. But, was this not a task asked of you, Lady Goddess? I'm not going to be the one to clean up after Hermes's mess, the goddess replied, her beautiful face twisting into a slight frown. Besides, there's no point in me entering this contest. I would take away all the hard work and enjoyment the other girls have put into this, and there's no enjoyment entering a contest that you will win without a doubt, right? But. And it's not as though you are that against it, correct? You are free, both in will and ability, to refuse my request, and such a thing delights me far more than you can imagine. Yet there is something that makes you unable to completely refuse me, isn't there? No, there is not. Ah yes. It is not that you are agreeing with my request, it is simply because my request is the same as his, is it not? Phew, I believe I know what that one is planning. Since it is coming from your end, I will not stop you, but I will step in if it gets out of hand. I am afraid I do not know what you are referring to. You do not know, but you suspect, yes? It is something any decent man would want. But enough about that. Right now, we are talking about you. Stand on that stage and show Orario that you are special. That you are special in a way that no one else could ever be. An immaterial flower that none can ever hold, save for one. That even though your beauty can capture the hearts of any man, that the one your heart longs for is none of them. My lady goddess, please do not live your life through me. The goddess could not help but titter at that. You certainly are sharp. My apologies. I really wish I could have you. Both of you. You are too kind, but the two of us have responsibilities that we cannot abandon. Indeed, and I would willingly, happily even, give the two of you up to see your responsibilities grow and blossom into something wonderful. XXXXX. Rather than a loud chaotic cheer, the crowd greeted the newcomer Lancer with suppressed awe. All eyes were transfixed as she carefully ran her hand down her braid to make sure no stray strands had gotten loose. Lancer was beautiful. A beauty that could steal men's eyes as easily as any goddess of love and was as obvious to any person who laid eyes on her. It's times like this that Belle is reminded that she was not a true mortal, but a spirit, one that could easily step into the realm of the gods as she directed a calm and loving smile toward Belle and the others. It was times like this that Belle was worried that their true nature would leak out. Is it too late? Lancer asked again, tilting her head to the side. It's not too late. The crowd shouted back at her with enough force to cause her hair to sway slightly. Lancer then glanced toward Ganesha and Demeter, silently asking for their permission as well. Of course you can, Demeter replied with a smile. And thank you for your attendance. It is a pleasure to see you again out of a business environment, Miss Lancer. Ganesha added and Lancer nodded with a smile. What the heck? Where did you come from? Loki demanded as she walked up to Lancer. I was waiting in the back street, Lancer replied as she gave the crowd a small wave and a smile, causing them to cheer. I did not intend to take part, but a goddess asked me to fill in for her. A goddess? Who? Lancer did not answer as she made her way to the end of the line under the gaze of the crowd and most of the other contestants. Now then, let's go through down the list of contestants once more. Ganesha shouted. Remember to cheer for contestant you like the most. Demeter held her hand over each contestant to which various members of the crowd gave either a polite applause or a hearty cheer. The elves in the crowd really exploded when Demeter held her hand over Riveria, Primo included, causing the high elf to flush slightly. Filvis on the other hand, got quite a lot of cheers from a group of burly male human adventurers, the gap between her embarrassment and her usual cold mask being enough to win them over. But when Demeter's hand was raised over Lancer, a massive roar erupted from the man standing right next to Belle. Saber's cheer was like a dragon's roar that drowned out the rest of the crowd that cheered for his wife. The roar had knocked aside the people standing beside Belle's party, but for the party themselves, they were completely unaffected by it for some reason. Belle did not notice, but Saber had traced runes on the members of Hestia Familia to protect them from his roar as soon as he met up with them. Thus, while it was still rather loud, it did not affect them as much as the unfortunate members of the crowd around them. Despite the uncharacteristic roar, however, Saber simply pushed his glasses back up his nose and folded his hands behind his back as usual without a hint of embarrassment. Lancer, on the other hand, seemed embarrassed enough for both of them. Geez, can you be any louder? Welf asked, digging a finger into his ear. I don't think Lady Hestia heard you back at the inn. I could, but I would no doubt cause injuries, Saber said without missing a beat. Perhaps I should. Such a cheer is nowhere near enough to express my love. No, I think that was more than enough for the rest of us, Emma said quickly with a smile as she tugged on Saber's arm. I swear I saw those windows shake. Nevertheless, it is the contestant with the loudest cheer that wins, is it not? Saber asked as he turned his attention back to the stage. It doesn't count if you're the only one cheering. Loki shouted back at him. That technically isn't part of the rules, Hermes said as he popped back out on stage. But if anyone else wants to cheer for Miss Lancer, then by all means. Oh. Bell shouted at the top of his lungs, promoting FIA to do the same. Spurred on by the two's cheers, several other members of the crowd began cheering and applauding as well. Men and women of all races joined in to cheer on Lancer's beauty. Well, I suppose that answers that, Hermes said as Loki stamped her foot in rage. Hey Bell, Welf said as Saber made his way to the stage to take Lancer's hand. You all right on time? Huh? AHH. Bell glanced at one of the bell towers in the distance and saw that he was nearly late. Oh no, Bell said as he pushed his way through the crowd that was a bit more spread out since Saber's roar. Sorry guys, but I gotta go. Bye, Mr. Cranel. Good luck, Bell. See ya. Primo, Emma, and FIA bade him goodbye as Bell sprinted down the street with all of his might, dodging and weaving his way through the crowd with a few people calling out to him by his alias, to which he gave a simple greeting back. He did not stop running until he slid right through the guild doors. Miss Ina. Am I late? Bell said as he looked around only to see Ina coming up to him wearing a blue outfit that made her look like a storytelling bard of old, complete with a feathered cap. Nope, you're just in time, she said with a smile. You have the outfit, right? Yes, Bell said as he tapped the case on his back. Then please follow me. You need to get changed before the ambassador gets here. Yes. Ina took him to one of the small meeting rooms that he often had meetings with Ina in and quickly changed into the replica hero armor. Even if it was just a replica, the breastplate was still in very high quality. But of course, the replica bracelet was what really made this outfit stand out, having supposedly belonged to one of the captains of the legendary Zeus familia that slew the mighty behemoth. Hee. Bell couldn't help but giggle in glee. It feels like I'm one step closer to Archer. Well, at least I look the part anyway. Well, that ain't too far from the truth. Hi. Bell quickly spun around at the sound of an unknown voice, but there was no one else in the room with him. Just my imagination. Bell. Ina's voice came from the door as she knocked on it. Are you decent? Ah, yes. Bell called back as he stuffed his clothes into the case and headed back out. My, don't you look just dashing, Ina said with a smile as she looked him over. Ahaha, thank you. Now all that's left is to wait for the other person. Oh, you found someone. Excuse me. No sooner did Bell ask that did he hear the clacking of boots walking across the floor. I've put it on, a very familiar elf said as she walked up to them, wearing the robe Bell had seen on display the other day next to the armor. I don't know if I'm worthy enough to wear this, but I hope to live up to your expectations. Lefia. Bell shouted. Bell. Lefia shouted back. You're the one wearing the other half. The two of you are both famous enough to catch the attention of the ambassador and are the right size for the equipment, Ina explained. The chief will be by with the ambassador in a few minutes, so please be on your best behavior. Why yes, Bell replied with a nod as Ina left the two of them alone. The two adventurers stood awkwardly next to each other with Bell unsure of what to say. Lefia. Bell began, working up the courage to speak. About that contest. Forget it. Yes. Forget you ever saw me in that outfit. Lefia demanded as she stepped up to his face with tears in her eyes. Wipe it from your memory this instant and never speak of it again, or I will kill you and then myself. Why yes. Bell could only agree in the face of certain death exuding from the elf's eyes. Ah, I can't believe Primo saw me like that. Lefia said as she buried her face in her hands. All the dignity I've built up, gone in an instant. Well, it's not like you chose to wear it, right? Bell asked. Do you think I would? And no ma'am. Then don't ask stupid questions. Bell could only flinch away as Lefia turned her embarrassed face away from him. However, as the minutes ticked by, there was still no sign of the guild head or any ambassador. What's taking them so long? Lefia muttered under her breath. Bell was wondering that himself as it was getting more and more awkward just standing here with Lefia without talking. He had to come up with a topic that wouldn't make her mad again. Lefia. Bell began. Yes. Who was that elf that was with you? Bell asked, recalling the embarrassed black-haired elf that Lefia had pushed on stage. Philvis, something. You never heard of her? Lefia asked in slight surprise. I'm sorry. I only paid attention to high-class adventurers of the larger familia, Belle admitted. She's a member of Dionysus familia. Yes, she's their captain and one of my important friends, Lefia said with a smile. She also teaches me things on occasion and helped me master concurrent chanting. She's also level 3. Wow, she sounds like a pretty amazing person. You better believe she is. Lefia threw out her chest in pride of her friend only to suddenly freeze in place. And I went and left her alone on the stage. She shrieked in realization, grasping her head in horror. You're no good at small talk, are you? Belle swatted the voice in his head away. A few minutes later, the head of the guild, Royman Mardil, finally and thankfully came by with the ambassador to pick them up. The ambassador was an older gentleman wearing rather expensive-looking robes from some desert country that Belle wasn't too familiar with. However, the ambassador was familiar with both Belle and Lefia and was absolutely delighted to see two famous adventurers dressed up in the regalia of legends. He even asked to shake Belle's hand, which made him feel a bit embarrassed. After the meet and greet, the two of them were made to accompany the ambassador to the Colosseum where an exhibition was to be held between several of Orario's top adventurers. This exhibition sounds amazing, Belle said as he stood behind the guild head and ambassador with Lefia. I can't wait to watch. Well, it's basically just a farce though, Lefia replied in a quiet voice so the two in front of them couldn't hear. Hi, is that so? Yes, this is more or less a play to show off Orario's strength to ambassadors like him. There are probably a few more less important ones spread out through the audience so they can't fight for real. It's a show the guild puts on every year or so. Hi, that's a bit disappointing, Belle admitted before shaking slightly. But, these high-class adventurers really settle for just that. Lefia wasn't sure of that herself. Will things really go as planned? Belle wondered softly. XXXXX. The exhibition began calmly enough. Belle watched as several first-class adventurers took to the arena and clashed blades with one another. He spotted several of Loki Familia's elite on the field. Braver, Findium, Vanagrand, Betloga, Elgram, Gareth Landrock, and of course, Sword Princess, Ace Wallenstein. Not only that but Ganesha Familia's Ankusha, Shakti Varma, Hermes Familia's Perseus, Asfi Al Andromeda, and even Freya Familia's King, Otterl, were there. They were all clashing blades with each other but they really aren't going all out, hi. Belle muttered. Like I said, it's just a show, Lefia repeated. Belle wasn't exactly sure how his servants stacked up against first-class adventurers but right now, the participants were moving much slower than Saber did when he was training Belle. Well, I was running around a lot before this job so I'm happy for the time off, Belle said with a shrug. Come to think of it, you and your familia were all wearing the same colors, Lefia noted. Did your goddess institute a new dress code? Oh, nothing like that. We were just helping out at her new inn that just opened up. The colors are part of the uniform. I see, are you going to be balancing between work and the dungeon? No. It was only for today's opening. Most of us pitched in to help since it looked like our goddess was tearing her hair out over it. Most. Well, Saber and Lancer were out together and we didn't want to get in the way of that and Castor didn't want anything to do with the inn. Does he not approve of it? Nothing like that. He just doesn't want to do any more work. Well, I can see that, from the sound of things you don't really need the extra money, do you? Lefia asked. Well, our goddess doesn't want to do nothing while we go into the dungeon every day, Belle said, feeling that he shouldn't mention the debt that Castor was holding over Hestia. Hi. All of a sudden, Belle could feel something drawing close at high speeds. Like a shooting star streaking across the heavens toward his position. What's wrong? Lefia asked as Belle stared across the Colosseum and up toward the opening. There's someone there. Belle began. Standing on the edge of the circular open roof. From this distance, Belle could make out a black willowy cloak with a hood that completely covered their head. All that could be seen under the hood was a black shadow with no trace of a person underneath. The cloak also obscured the entirety of their body aside from the black longsword in their hand. With a great leap, the figure leaped off of his perch and landed right in the middle of the arena. All of the participants stopped fighting and turned toward the newcomer as their gaze slowly swept across them, stopping only when their eyes fell upon Otterl. Then, to the shock of every single person in the Colosseum, they raised their sword up and pointed it at the Boaz. Otterl's eyes widened ever so slightly as he turned his back to his previous opponent to take in the newcomer. Then, the unknown placed a hand to his chest and pressed down on it. A wave of power and energy burst out from the figure in the center of the Colosseum, blasting through the stands like a powerful wind while a heavy weight pressed down upon all of them. It was a feeling Bell remembered rather well. It was the same feeling of dread he felt when he first laid eyes on the Black Goliath. And he could feel the unknown's sheer power all the way up in the stands. What is this? Luffy Ya asked, rushing to the edge of the stands, ignoring the collapsed ambassador and guild head. What is going on? Bell quickly followed Luffy Ya to the edge, confused as well although for a completely different reason. Why is he here? Bell screamed in his head. Although the disguise was foolproof, there was no masking the connection Bell had with the figure. Down on the grounds, the participants had been blasted away by the sheer force exuding from the cloaked figure. The only ones still on their feet were the level SIXS of Loki Familia and Otterl himself. Locking eyes with Orario's strongest adventurer, the cloaked figure took several steps back until he was at the same distance from the wall as Otterl was. A distance of 50 meters stood between the two swordsmen as Loki Familia's elite could only watch, unable to move from the pressure the two were exuding. Finn and Gareth were watching the proceedings with trepidation while Vanaground was gnashing his teeth in rage. Ace was alone and watching the scene calmly. And then... As if to match his opponent's opening move, Otterl let out a huge roar as his body underwent a slight transformation. His muscles bulked up and steam rose from his massive form. And then... Bell couldn't see it. One moment the two swordsmen were facing each other down, and then they clashed in the center of the arena. The ground gave way to the bone-shattering impact of their weapons, kicking up the solid stone beneath their feet before the noise even reached Bell and Luffy Ya's ears. And then the two of them clashed. Again. And again. And again. Each strike was beyond Bell's ability to see. Their arms and legs were moving far faster than Bell's level 3 eyes could perceive. The two black blades were swung with strength beyond what any mortal should have hoped to achieve. And yet there were two of them, seemingly equally matched standing before the world today. Each swing caught no flesh. Only air and the opposing steel. While it seemed that the two warriors had not moved from their point of their initial clash, the sight of the destroyed ground being sent flying and the valleys being carved into the stone recorded the tale of their bouts. 10? 20? 30? How many seconds have passed since the clash? How many bouts had happened within those seconds unseen by Bell or Luffy Ya or anyone in the stands? Could the level SIXS below them see them? And yet, Bell knew. Bell knew that both of them could go even further beyond the level they were showing right now. The excitement running through their bodies was felt clear as day thanks to his bond with the cloaked figure. Bang! The battle came to a slight stop as both warriors had managed to catch the other's blade in their hand. That enough, Otterl. A clear and crisp voice cut through the torrent of violence in an instant. The moment the first word was said, both warriors had separated and turned toward the direction of the voice. A beautiful goddess adorned in a form-fitting white dress was walking across the destroyed earth toward the larger of the two warriors. Lady Freya, Otterl said the name of his goddess as he lowered his head. Really now, didn't I tell you that you couldn't play without permission? Freya said as if she was scolding an unruly child. And you, it's not polite to interrupt an official event for your own selfishness. The cloaked figure also lowered their head in shame, heeding the words of the goddess. Freya simply shook her head with a sigh. Run along now, your fun is over. The figure nodded his head as he drove his sword into the ground. He and Otterl locked gazes one last time before he turned on his heel, disappearing into light. The sword remained for a moment longer before disappearing into wisp of blue light as well. He left. Luffy Ya muttered, unable to believe her own eyes. Just like that. Seems like it, Bell nodded. It looks as though he came to fight Otterl, so once the goddess Freya told him to stand down, he saw no point in continuing. Right. For now, what do we do about this? Bell asked as he gestured toward the unconscious officials. Ah! Luffy Ya let out a scream as if she had only just remembered them. Mr. Ambassador! Mr. Royman! Are you okay? XXXXX. Thankfully the two men woke up no worse for the wear, but the ambassador had to be escorted back to his hotel room by some guild officials. Royman had gone to yell at the participants for being unable to stop the intruder from escaping after dismissing Lefia and Belle from their posts. The two of bid goodbye to one another as Lefia went down to meet up with the rest of her familia while Belle headed on back to the Hearthstone Manor. It was getting late and Belle was a bit too tired to look around the rest of the festival. Just as he was about to unlock the gate, someone called out to him. "Hey boy, one moment." Belle turned around and his breath got caught in his throat. Walking up to him was a woman that was wearing rather little in the way of clothing. A purple band around her chest that somehow held back the two mounds of paradise on her chest on par with Hestia's, with little else covering her torso as her arms and stomach were exposed for all to see. Her long legs were covered with a thin easily seen-through fabric that gave Belle a complete view of her legs, thighs and crotch, the last of which being covered properly by a tiny white fabric. It didn't take a genius to figure that the woman was an Amazon and Belle could only hope that Gina wouldn't grow up to end up wearing such a thing. She was also rather tall, one of the tallest woman Belle had seen since coming to Orario, being even taller than Ryder was. "Why yes," Belle said, unable to keep the pitch of his voice from rising unnaturally. "You're the Moonlit Dawn, right?" the woman asked. "Of Hestia Familia, right?" That's right, how can I help you?" "I got a letter here for your captain," the woman said. "Make sure he gets it, okay?" Before Belle could even ask where said letter was, the woman reached into her cleavage and pulled it out before holding it out to Belle, who was unsure if he should touch it. "Oh come now, it's not going to burn you," the woman said with a laugh as she took his hand and placed the letter in it. "Maybe I'll see you around when you're older." "Hi." Before Belle could say anything else, the woman walked away without another word. Belle stared after her until she disappeared into the darkness. Once she was gone, he turned to look at the envelope. There was a faint smell of perfume coming from the white parchment and he could see an emblem on the wax seal keeping it shut. A naked woman's body hidden by a veil, the symbol of prostitutes. Ishtar Familia. Oh! Indeed, the mysterious voice decided that this was the time to appear again. "We need to get rid of it and pretend it never existed before, ah crap." Belle whirled around, hiding the envelope behind his back as he did. Standing behind him were Lily and Castor, the latter of which was actually smiling, openly showing that he had thoroughly enjoyed himself today. "You're back first?" Lily asked. "Ah, yes," Belle replied with a nod. "There was a commotion at the Colosseum so the job ended a bit early." "Quite, the rumors of such even reached us on the other end of the city," Castor said with a laugh. "And did you enjoy the special performance?" "I was too worried to really take it in," Belle admitted. "Humph, there is no need to take things so seriously," Castor said with a slight chuckle. "That one is not so careless as to dash." Castor froze mid-sentence as his nostrils flared and his red eyes shone dangerously under the night sky. "What is this?" he asked so quietly and dangerously that both Lily and Belle flinched under his glare. "Why do I smell the stench of Ishtar upon you?" This was given to me to give to you just now." Seeing as he lost his chance to hide or destroy the letter, Belle had no choice but to offer it to Castor. If looks could kill, and Belle wasn't 100% sure Castor didn't have a way to kill with his eyes, the envelope may have erupted into flames, taking Belle's arm with it. Castor plucked the offending parchment from Belle's hand and held it in front of his face, his eyes boring into the wax seal on the back. "I do believe," Castor said as Lily and Belle took several steps away from him. "This is what is meant by killing the mood." The envelope was crushed in his hand as the king's rage made itself known throughout the land. Chapter 45, Day of Returns. Night had fallen on Orario, yet the sound of festivities and people merry-making had not yet died out. Orario was a city that never slept, and that description was especially true during a festival. Castor paid no attention to it as he drummed a finger on his desk. Lying on top of it was a crumbled letter. Its contents were filled with nothing but empty platitudes and flowery language, the worst of which being a promise of a private meeting with the goddess Ishtar herself. The mere thought of being alone with the goddess sickened him to the point of vomiting. It was clear as day what the goddess's plans were for him. She would attempt to seduce him, as she no doubt had many a god and mortal, and steal his power for her own desires. Such insolence should have him cut a bloody swath through the pleasure quarter and personally remove her head from her shoulders. No, he would even draw out the greatest of his treasures, no questions asked, like he would have done against those egos had Ishtar been amongst their numbers during his dream on the moon. But that was not what Castor truly wanted. He did not just want her dead. No, that would be too easy. Too simple for the likes of her. No, Castor would ruin her. He would dismantle her empire, brick by brick. Mongrel by mongrel. He would have her see everything she built, everything she had, be reduced to nothing. He would have her see every one of her followers fall or abandon her. He would see her powerless beneath his foot before he crushed her with everything he had. But not yet. The seeds he had sowed had not yet bore fruit. He pored over all the information he had collected ever since he was summoned to this era. Every bit of it had been prepared for his war against Ishtar. He knew what she was after, who her allies were, who her pawns were, and the amount of forces that was arrayed against him. It all came down to that Renard woman. She was the cornerstone of Ishtar's power and arrogance in this world. Remove her, and everything will come crashing down. The question was how and when. There was a ritual to trap a Renard's soul into a special stone that could be found in the Far East. That was what he had foreseen and what the information he had gathered pointed to. The Renard was special in that she was how Ishtar's forces could boast a power greater than what their level would have one believe. A slave that had no choice but to obey her masters. A miserable existence that did not wish to accept her fate yet made no move to change it, nor to ask anyone to change it for her. What was the point in saving someone like that? That did not have even the courage to cry out to be saved? Nor the courage to accept their own fate? There was no point in helping someone with no agency of their own. Such an existence cannot even be called living. No, it was a mercy to kill her if she could not even beg for a hero. At the very least, her soul would remain her own. But, what if he were to let the ritual be completed? What if he were to let Ishtar hold the stone of power in her hands, and for him to then destroy or remove it from her? To have her come so close to victory only for it to slip out of her grasp. Would not the frustration and despair it would bring to her would in turn give him the greatest pleasure, even greater than 1,000 climaxes? Yes, should the situation remain unchanged, that should be how he should go about this. First, he would have the war god dance. He would use him to begin the stage by riling up the pleasure quarter in search of his children's long-lost companion. He would also have the trickster goddess expedite her investigations into Evilus. So long as Ishtar was a member, then they shared a common enemy, but only so long as that. Once she was gone, he would pay no more attention to them. But for now, that thing in the false dungeon needed to be taken care of, and he will allow the goddess's familia to be the bait to draw them out. A knock suddenly came from his door. Lord Castor. Lily's voice called out. Are you awake? It's almost time for the meeting. Castor wheeled around to see that the sun was up. What a failure. He had spent the entire night thinking of nothing but Ishtar. The war had only just begun, and he already lost the first battle. His hand lashed out and slammed itself against his desk, causing Lily to squeak in surprise. Lily will go on ahead then. And with that, the Palom scampered away. He could hear the rest of the familia exit the building as well. It was grand day after all, a day of festivities. And here he was, thinking about a damned goddess. Just one more thing he would take pleasure in avenging. It would be some time before Castor felt that it was time to get going. He was already fashionably late anyhow. As he was about to draw out the candies from his treasury, a wave of uneasiness washed over him. Spinning around, he turned toward the glass doors leading to the balcony and flung them open, allowing him a perfect view of city, and the black spires of wind extending to the heavens above. The day of festivities had ended as chaos descended upon Orario. XXXXX. What is that? Primo screamed as Emma held onto her to keep her from being blown away by a massive pillar of black wind that was tearing its way down the street, blasting through lamps, benches, and even buildings. Don't stay in its path. Welf shouted, grabbing Gina and Fia, and pulling to his side. Grab onto the shorties and hold onto something. Hey! I resent that. Fia shouted back at him as she clung onto his chest. I have to get to the inn. Hestia said as Belle held onto her an assassin. I need to make sure everyone is okay. Master. Your orders. Saber shouted as he and Lancer pressed down on Emma's shoulders to keep her steady while Ryder helped Welf and Gina and Archer stuck close to Belle. Bell let out a grunt as he glanced around as regular people were screaming and running around. We need to help them. Rider, Lancer, please take the goddess to the inn. Saber, follow that tornado in front of us and try to help anyone in its path. Understood. The servants responded as one before moving. Lancer lifted Hestia up into her arms before she and Rider leaped onto the rooftops, carrying a screaming goddess with them while Saber immediately sped down the street after the black wind. And us? Emma asked as the mortal members plus FIA turned to him. FIA, I need you to fly around and lead us to where people need help, Bell said as the harpy nodded. FIA then turned toward Emma with her arms outstretched, allowing the human girl to pull her cloak off, removing the glamour and exposing the harpy's red feathers to the world alongside her blue tunic with the Hestia Familia emblem on it. And, Berserker. Berserker's giant form materialized behind Primo before kneeling down to get closer to eye level with Bell and the others. We'll need you in case we need to move aside some of the rebels since Lily's not here, Bell said as Berserker acknowledged his order with a grunt. Archer then held his hand out, forming the steel backpack to allow Primo to ride in. Berserker then picked her up and allowed her to climb as he stood up to his full height. Archer, please try to find Lily, Bell said, turning to his first servant. She said she was meeting some kids earlier, and you're our best shot at finding her. Got it, Archer said as he projected Welf's great sword, Gina's daggers, and Emma's twin swords for them. Sorry about this, Welf. Hey, I ain't going to complain during an emergency, Welf said as they picked up their equipment. Archer nodded before turning to Assassin. Make sure your mommy doesn't do anything dumb, okay? Okay. Assassin said, giving Archer a salute before the taller servant dematerialized to move through the city unmolested. Then let's get a move on, Welf said as FIA took to the sky and the rest of Hestia Familia followed after her. If the wind is too much, don't push yourself. Emma called out after FIA. This is nothing. FIA called back, her face mask obscuring her voice from anyone without Hestia's Falna. XXXXX. Hurry. Get the citizens to safety. Ganesha stood to the front, directing his familia as they led a crowd down the street toward the guild. Send out the hellhounds. Shakti called out. Search for anyone trapped. A group of Ganesha Familia adventurers rushed toward the rubble, directing over a dozen hellhounds bearing the emblem depicting an elephant that ran back and forth across the street. One of them stopped by a collapsed building and started digging for a moment before letting out a series of barks before howling. Its tamer ran over and carefully lifted a bit of the rubble and met eyes with a bloody elf that was covering the body of an Amazon child. Shakti. The tamer called out. We found 2 people. Silverback team. A pair of silverbacks ran forward, spurned on by a pair of tamers. The hellhound and his tamer stepped back as the large gorilla monsters grabbed the side of the roof and carefully lifted it up above their heads, allowing the tamers to rush in and help the pair out. Next we need to dash, Shakti began before one of her subordinates let out a scream. It's coming this way. Scatter. Scatter. The citizens haven't evacuated yet. We can't move all the injured. No. Help. Someone help. Seeing no other choice, Shakti moved forward herself. Taking her spear, she charged the black twister and thrust her weapon toward it, only for it to bounce helplessly off the wind. Shakti. Ganesha shouted as he watched his level 5 captain be sent flying. However, she easily landed on her feet without any problems. Are you all right? This is no ordinary twister, Shakti replied. It's like striking a wall of iron, one that is actively deflecting my attacks, but... With another roar, she struck the twister again, forcing it to change course. Like I thought. The woman muttered. It moves like it has a mind of its own. Ah! Shakti turned when her god let out a sound of surprise and saw several more twisters moving toward their position. How many twisters are in this city? XXXXX. Firebolt. A flash of red lightning streaked through the air and crashed into the twister that was trying to smash its way through a building. The magic impacted the black wind, but the effect was close to non-existent. However, it did cause it to change direction. Oh, Bell muttered as the wind charged toward him instead. It's going after Bell. Emma called out. What the heck? Welf shouted. It's more like a giant monster than a tornado. Everyone stand clear. Gina called out as she hid behind Berserker. Blast away these hapless rejects. Primo's chant finished in a flash of light. Lumen Pletias. The beams of light shot forward at the twister, only for all 7 beams to bounce off and fly off into the street and buildings around them. Are you freaking kidding me? Gina shouted. Even Primo's magic bounces off them. The twister charged toward Berserker and the 2 girls instead, prompting the Minotaur to pick up Gina in his arms and dive out of the way. I know this isn't the best time to ask, Welf, Emma said as she turned toward the smith. But you wouldn't happen to have a magic sword, do you? Even if I did, I'd need one that would probably burn down the entire street to get past that thing, Welf replied. Magic bounces off, weapons bounce off, Gina shouted, scratching the sides of her head with her hands. What the heck are we going to do? A low growling voice answered her. Me, break shell. Berserker placed Gina on the ground as his twin axes appeared in his hand. Then with a roar, and a scream by Primo, the Minotaur charged toward the twister, red lightning arcing around him and smashed his weapons into the black wind. There was a loud crash, similar to metal scraping on metal as the twister was sent reeling through Berserker's sheer physical might. Black ash-like sand scattered across the street as the wind dissipated upon crashing into a nearby wall. Belle and the others could only gape in amazement at Berserker's monstrous strength. Wait, so all we needed to do was hit it really, really hard? Fia asked as she swooped down and landed beside Welf and Emma. It'd take more than a level 2 or even a level 3 to hit it really, really, hard enough to break it. Welf replied. Wait, what the hell? He then turned toward the collapsed wall where a creature Belle had never seen before in place of the black twister. What is that? Primo whimpered in fear as she shrank in her carriage. A black monster. Belle muttered. A black beast as dark as ash. It stood on 4 legs and was nearly as tall as Welf was. Its red eyes contained only pure rage as it shook its monstrous bestial head. The beast let out a roar, revealing a set of jagged teeth and launched itself at Berserker, who dropped his axes to grab the monster by its twisted horns that wrapped themselves around its head like a wreath. With another monstrous roar, Berserker lifted the creature up by the horns and threw it onto the ground with enough force to shatter the stone street. Then, with his hands still on the monster's horns, he began to twist. The creature, realizing the danger, began snarling and scratching at Berserker's hands before. Krrk. A sickening snap echoed in the street as the black monster fell limp. Immediately after, its body vanished into black sand, leaving nothing behind. Not even a magic stone. What was that? Emma asked, her voice breaking the silence. No, wait, before that. Belle said as he pointed toward the building. Let's check to see if the people inside are dash. Before he could finish, a surge of energy swept across the familia as Belle felt his nerves light on fire. He immediately turned his head upward, prompting the others to do the same. There, a second sun was shining above Orario. XXXXX. Saber threw himself in front of the twister, smashing it to the side to clear the way. Run, hurry! He said as a mother nodded her head before lifting her child into her arms and running away, allowing Saber to turn his head back toward the monster hiding within the black wind. For some reason, Saber was reminded of the Black Goliath, the abnormal monster Rex he and the others fought in the dungeon several weeks prior. The monster Rex that had been spawned as a warning from the dungeon to not take it lightly, or at least, that was what Saber had believed. But this creature did not feel like a monster from the dungeon. The beast leaped at him in fury, only to be cut down in a single strike. Once the black wind had been stripped away, the creature was nothing special. Certainly not to a servant, but Saber suspected that a level 2 could easily take it down. That being said, it was not the adventurers that needed to fear the monsters, but the regular citizens that did not receive a god's blessing. They were the only reason Saber could not just go and hunt down each and every twister on his own. Too many people needed help in the aftermath of each one's rampage. To abandon them here was unbecoming of a hero, but if he did not move quickly, the casualties would only continue to grow. Thankfully, the solution to his problem came in the form of a golden light in the sky. XXXXX. Run, hurry! Led by Millie, Lai, Fina, Ryu, and the other children of Maria's orphanage ran down the alleyways, avoiding the main streets where the black tornadoes were rampaging nearly unchecked. Adventurers were managing to regroup to divert the wind away from civilians, but there were only so many that were actually strong enough to do more than slow them down. Millie, wait! Fina said, the Chianthrope gasping for breath. We can't keep up. Millie knows it hurts but Fina and everyone needs to keep running. The werewolf called back, showing zero signs of exhaustion despite being one of the shortest of the kids. It's just a little further and dash. There was a loud crash as a black tornado smashed through a building across the street from them, sending its rooftop flying into the air. Run back! At Millie's order, most of the kids managed to duck back into the alleyway with a scream but Fina! Ryu! Lai dived at the Chianthrope and half-elf, knocking them to the side as the stones came down at the spot they were at. Lai! Fina screamed as some rebel struck Lai on the side of the head, knocking the boy out as he collapsed on top of them. Millie had dived forward, being too far from the alley to retreat, leaving her out in the middle of the street between them and the black tornado. Without turning around, the werewolf reached into her pocket and threw a golden bottle toward them. The bottle hit the ground and rolled to a stop in front of Fina and Ryu without breaking. Splash this on his head! Millie ordered as she ran toward the rooftop that had been tossed aside earlier. Fina once again watched the tiny werewolf girl pick up something over 3 times her size and probably 1,000 times her weight before she ran back and smashed it against the black twister with a roar of both exertion and fear, and then the rock exploded, sending the tiny girl flying through the air before landing in a heap just a few steps away from them. Millie! Fina called out, letting Ryu treat Lai as she ran over toward the smaller girl. Small rocks had dug cut through Millie's clothes and were digging into her skin, leaving blood and bruises all over her. Run! Millie said, looking up toward Fina. But Fina shook her head as she grabbed the werewolf by the arms and started pulling her away from the black twister. But even if Millie was half a head shorter than Fina, there wasn't much a normal 10-year-old girl like her could do to drag another person away. As Fina tried to bring the tiny werewolf girl back, the wind sped toward her. Someone, please! But there was no one else to help them. They were a bunch of orphans with no family and Mother Maria was all the way back at the church and Big Sis Seer was no doubt trapped somewhere else as well. All the adults were too busy running away themselves to help a bunch of kids. Everyone that would help them was far away. Even so, let out your voice. The voice of a boy who should have lived in a completely different world from them rang out in her mind. If you remain silent, your pleas will never reach anyone. So cry out. Beg to be saved. For your voice lets the world know that you are still alive. That you exist. That you do not wish to disappear just yet. It was one of his weird lectures that made him sound older than he looked at times. No doubt as a result of whatever education being a noble gave him. But he said them so seriously that Fina couldn't help but listen to him. To live is to struggle. Those that no longer resist cannot be called living. That is why you must continue to do so no matter what. When you find that you can no longer go on your own, raise your voice and cry out. And so, she cried out for the only one she thought could help them. Help you, Eskil. And so, she cried out. She cried out with all of her heart and soul for a hero to save them. There is no reason to shout, child. And someone answered. Golden arrows and rays of light smashed into the twister, sending it reeling back. A golden-haired man stepped in between Fina and Millie. Fina recognized him. She had never seen him in person, but she saw him through one of those divine mirrors the gods and goddesses of Orario created weeks before during the war game. The man looked over his shoulder down at them. His eyes swept from the 2 girls to Lai and Ryu behind them and then to the rest of the kids in the alleyway, poking their heads out before turning his eyes back down toward Millie. Lord Castor! Millie squeezed out as she reached an arm out toward him. The man's eyes widened ever so slightly before his pupils seemed to constrict themselves into slits like that of a snake, causing Fina to shiver, but she wasn't afraid, not of him anyway. He had a scent that was familiar to her. The scent of a boy that stepped down from a different world just to play with a bunch of kids like them. Gil dash! She began but the man cut her off. Hold your tongue, child, the man said as he held his hand out, causing a stone book to appear in it. You have never seen this glorious form in person and just as this form has never seen you. Do not make any false assumptions. No way. She muttered as golden discs began to shimmer around the man before firing beams of light toward the black wind, scattering it apart to reveal a monster inside. But the beams of light did not cease firing. Before the monster could even roar out in pain, it was drowned in a torrent of golden light and ceased to exist in mere seconds. Not enough. The man, no, the king said. This is not nearly enough to quell this burning rage. The man raised a hand toward the sky, causing Fina to look up as well. A massive golden disk had formed in the skies far above Orario. Its swirling form caused the clouds above to twist and bend as if they were being dragged into it. She didn't understand what was going on, but she could tell it was some impressive magic that was forming above them. The king then spread his arms out to the side, causing a flash of light to spark out, forcing Fina to close her eyes in pain for a second before hundreds of streaks of lightning arced themselves down into the city, striking in the same locations where the black pillars of wind were rampaging through the city. In an instant, all traces of the black wind had vanished from the city skyline along with the golden light. Castor said nothing as he shut the stone book while gazing up into the sky. A moment later, a man in a red mantle landed beside him. So, this is where you were, the man said. Your light show destroyed all the wind, but several of the monsters inside them are still alive. Far be it for me to do everything in this wretched city, Castor replied, his frown deepening. The mongrels running around like headless chickens should be able to take care of them now that their shell is destroyed. If they cannot, then they do not deserve to call themselves adventurers. Castor then turned away from the other man and walked toward Fina, who flinched slightly as he placed his non-gauntleted hand on her hair. You did well to stand tall, he said softly, slightly ruffling Fina's cream-colored hair. It'll be all right now. Yuyuan. Fina nodded as she felt tears well up in her eyes. Now that everything seemed to be over, all her emotions came gushing out as Castor let out a sigh and allowed her to cry into his chest. XXXXX. Hestia stood silently with her back against one of the pillars of the hall as she scanned the room. Due to the commotion of the black wind and monsters earlier today, Grand Day's festivities had all been cancelled. Night had fallen on Orario and an emergency denatus had been called so that the gods and goddesses of Orario could decide the next course of action. All around her, Hestia could see that everyone had dour looks. Whether it was because the city had been damaged, because the people had been hurt, whether they had lost a member of their familia or because they simply had their fun ruined, almost every deity in attendance was pissed at something. More than a few were wondering about the golden light that snuffed out the majority of the monsters, with more than a few wondering if Zeus had returned to screw with them, but Hestia already knew the answer to that. Overwhelming power hidden underneath a mass of gold? It was obvious who was behind that. That light show was Goldie's doing, huh? Loki asked as she walked up beside Hestia with a bottle of wine in her hand. I dunno, Hestia replied with a shrug, waving Loki off when the latter held up the bottle in offering. I hadn't seen him all day. Probably though. Humph. Loki simply grunted before downing the wine straight from the bottle. It wasn't a really good excuse, but it was one that Hestia will stick to. Hestia. Ganesha called out to her as he came up to them as well. Oh Ganesha, Hestia greeted the god of the masses. Good work today. I saw a bunch of your children running around with their tamed monsters. Yes, Ganesha nodded solemnly without any of his usual antics. Thanks to them we were able to keep casualties amongst the citizens to a minimum. However, their numbers were cut down by the black twisters and the monsters within them. That was true. Several of the tamers had fought to allow the citizens to take shelter when Hestia opened up her inn for them. She watched more than a few hellhounds and other tamed monsters get torn to shreds as they threw themselves between them and the twisters. Most of them without prompting from their tamers even. More than one of those tamers simply stared blankly at the bloodied remains of their monster, with one even crying as her hellhound's magic crystal had been destroyed, leaving nothing behind. Seeing the close bond created by Ganesha's adventurers and monsters made Hestia believe in the future for the Xenos. If you need Lancer to stop by again, I'll let her know. I thank you for the trouble. Both goddesses watched Ganesha leave before Loki spoke up again. So? How did your lot fare? Loki asked. Not so good apparently, Hestia said with a shrug. Belle said Primo's magic just bounced off of it. Same with all their weapons. It was all we could do to keep them from charging into my inn. Broca and Dex, her inn guards were good, but they were retired and out of practice against monsters, let alone ones that basically reflected attacks off of it. But once Lancer stripped away their wind, the two of them, Ryder, Dia's adventurers and Ganesha's guards made short work of them. Same over here, Loki admitted. Lefia's spell got bounced and only my level SIXS could reliably break through those twisters before Goldie nuked most of them. Aren't we in trouble? Hestia asked. If it took a level 6, or a servant, at minimum to shatter the wind, doesn't that make these monsters conventionally unbeatable? It was unlikely Castor would keep on fighting with the same amount of force. He said it again and again. He was an observer. Not, it wouldn't be that bad, Loki replied. Apparently Finn said there's a trick to it. The twisters surround themselves with that black sand that you've probably seen everywhere in town. Basically, we need it to hit it a lot or hit it really, really hard until it breaks. So long as the children's bodies or weapons don't break first, Hestia pointed out, to which Loki had no response. XXXXX. Are you okay, Lily? Belle asked as he and the Palom sat in the living room together. Yes, Lily replied with a smile. It was only a bonk on the head. The floor boss was much worse than this. Lily is a big girl after all, Assassin chimed in, appearing behind the two of them with a smile. Lily keeps on telling Jack. Lily is much older than she looks. Lily is older than Belle, you know. Huh? Really? Belle exclaimed in surprise. Morning had come, but the goddess still hadn't returned from the emergency denatus. The others had gone out to survey the damage, but Ryder insisted that Lily remain at home for the time being. Thus, Belle decided to hold down the fort with Lily, Assassin, and the two monster members of the Familia. Hey, FIA! Belle switched gears as Lily calmed down, turning to the harpy sitting on the floor of the living room. Have you ever seen that monster yesterday in the dungeon? Never seen it before, FIA replied immediately. Not that I've really gone that deep to begin with. If something like that came out from the dungeon, that big tower would have been destroyed, right? Maybe it's something from the surface. Second, dungeon. Berserker suggested, causing both Belle and Lily to pale at the thought. No, something like that would have been known for a long time, Lily assured Belle and herself. Remember the legends of the dungeon before the gods descended? Yeah, Belle nodded. The storyteller Orna compared it to an endless tide spawning from a hole at the edge of the continent. If another dungeon appeared, then half the world would have known about it. But that would mean that the black monster is a monster from the surface, right? Lily finished for him and Belle nodded. Aren't monsters up here super weak though? Assassin asked, looking confused. Even Primo can beat them by bonking them on the head. Don't say that like she's the weakest one of us. Isn't she? Came the usual blunt reply. That would be the goddess, Lily reminded her. Still, Lily is worried. If these monsters came to Orario, doesn't that mean there are even more out there? Orario is safe because of all the Familia and high-class adventurers, but the surrounding villages and towns outside of Orario with no major Familia presence must be suffering if they haven't been destroyed already. Lily knows that face, Lily said as she looked up at him. It's fine if Belle wants to help people, but Hestia Familia is too small to do that. And everyone but the servants are too weak to even hurt them. And didn't Belle know it? It was times like this where Belle could only feel frustration bubbling up from the bottom of his gut. There had to be something he could do at his level. But until he knew of a way to neutralize the black wind first, he couldn't do anything to help out. Belle glanced over at Berserker, who was sitting outside, next to the window, with his back on the wall. The monster servant's strength was completely peerless amongst his servants, beating out even Saber in terms of raw power even if the latter was more skilled with the blade. Castor's magic had also easily stripped away the black wind. These things weren't something Belle could imitate as he was now. He had to get stronger. The goal he wished to reach seemed further away than ever before. It was starting to feel like he never even made it past the starting line. No one ever said that the path of a hero was an easy one. It's a long, arduous journey that you spend your whole life undertaking. Wasn't that the truth? Belle muttered in response to the voice in his head that didn't seem to be going away anytime soon. Belle. Lily spoke up but couldn't say anything else as Ina's voice suddenly echoed in the distance. Emergency. This is an emergency broadcast. Calling all familias in Orario. Another guild broadcast. Belle muttered as Assassin and FIA plopped themselves realization couch beside him. Please put any work you are doing on hold and listen. The guild is hereby issuing a compulsory mission to all exploration-type familias. Do we count in that? FIA asked Lily. Hestia Familia is technically a hybrid business/exploration familia ever since Lady Hestia opened up her inn, Lily explained. Therefore, we should listen to it in any case. This is an eradication-type quest. The target will be the black twisters and their source, the black clouds, spreading not just in Orario, but the entire world. We already know where they come from. Belle asked in amazement. As expected of the guild, Lily muttered. They must have sent runners out immediately yesterday and noticed these black clouds. Wait, if we were going to be destroying them then, is Orario planning on sending all these familiars outside? These are the words of our creator, the great god Auranos, the time has come. Adventurers, save the world once more. As the great gods Zeus and Hera had done once before. A soft gasp escaped Belle's throat as he placed a hand over his thumping heart while Ina's words continued undaunted. We will aspire to the prosperous past and set forth to a new future. I repeat, the guild, Orario is issuing a compulsory mission to the entirety of the world. XXXXX. What an affair this has turned out to be, Castor sighed as Hestia and Belle sat in front of him across his office desk. To be part of the armies of the gods to save the world. You must be tickled pink, mongrel. Belle was trying his hardest not to smile like an idiot due to the seriousness of the situation. And? Castor asked, turning to Hestia. What is the goddess's decision on this affair? As a business-type familia as well, you can opt the familia out of this quest after all. There is no choice, Hestia replied with a smile. You're going as well, right? This monster has interrupted my merrymaking, Castor replied in a quiet voice, yet the sheer weight behind them was enough for Belle to want to lean back and away from the pressure. And, I am in need of an outlet. So, it probably isn't the best time to ask what was in that letter. Hestia asked only to wither away from the glare. What have the gods learned of our enemy? Castor asked, ignoring Hestia's question. Right, Hestia said as she placed a map in front of Castor with Belle leaning forward for a look as well. Basically, there are 3 main targets, Hestia said as she looked around for a moment before Castor deposited some pieces on the map and she nodded in thanks. The goddess then picked up 2 black cylinders and placed one on the northeastern corner of the map between 2 mountain ranges and the second on the southwestern corner of the map between a forest and another mountain range. To keep things short, aside from the black cloud on the southeastern end of the land, there are 2 massive black twisters, probably carrying some huge versions of those monsters from yesterday. I hear Loki and Ganesha's kids are going to be taking charge and we, as in all the familias, will be splitting into 2 teams with those 2 in charge. Is that all right? Hestia asked the question as an afterthought, as if worried that Castor would not approve to follow someone else's orders. I have no objections to Demon's plan, Castor said simply, and Hestia nodded before continuing. You guys are going to be a part of Team Loki, I think, Hestia said, tracing the route south of Orario to the southwestern tornado. The plan is to take out every twister you see. Once you take care of that, you'll head east to meet up with Team Ganesha at the village of Deai where Hermes's captain spotted the black clouds. The village. Belle began, and Hestia put on a grimace. If that's the place where it began, I can't imagine there's anything left of it, Hestia solemnly replied. You saw how much damage was done here, right? Belle didn't answer as he lowered his head. Then the overall objective is the complete annihilation of every single black twister before reconvening at Deai, Castor summarized with a nod. I can see Hestia Familia being assigned as either a supply line or a flying column depending on the situation. It will depend on what Diem requires. Would the 2 people you hired to guard the inn be joining us? Belle asked Hestia. No, I don't think they will, Hestia replied. Brock's prosthetic leg won't let him travel far distances and Dex is mentally exhausted himself from fighting monsters again. Brock being the cat person and Dex being the dwarf if Belle recalled correctly. Trauma from fighting monsters, is it? Castor muttered. An all too common ailment to those that have survived the dungeon and its horrors. Yeah, Hestia replied without going into detail. Belle wondered if the dwarf had an incident similar to Naza or if he had lost members of his familia that caused him to retire from the adventurer life. Then we shall adjourn for the night, Castor said. Rest well, boy. You will need every ounce of your strength to save the world. Yes. Belle replied as Hestia placed a hand on Belle's arm. You be careful out there, okay? She said. I know it's useless to say it but I'm gonna away. Don't do anything stupid, all right? No heroics. I want you home in one piece, understood? Of course. Belle replied. This was his home after all. If nothing else, he will always return to where his goddess resides. XXXXX. The next morning, Belle and the rest of the familia gathered outside the gates of Orario where hundreds, if not thousands, of adventurers were already gathering. Wow! Emma couldn't help but let out a gasp at the sight. All of these people are adventurers? I mean, I always knew Orario had a lot, but it's one thing to see for yourself, huh? Welf asked and Emma nodded. People from almost every single familia were gathered and milling about. I have heard that Ishtar familia will be staying behind to guard Orario, Saber said to Castor, who turned his eyes toward the other man in response. The majority of Freya familia will also remain. It appears that only Otterl is being sent out to assist the second team. That sounds like a disaster waiting to happen, Archer pointed out, to which Saber simply nodded his head in agreement. Leaving 2 enemy familia behind to guard Orario. I believe it would have been a bigger disaster if they were to come along, Ryder chimed in, also looking at Castor from behind. Humph. Beside them, Lily and Primo were loading a large pack onto Berserker, letting him carry the majority of the familia's supplies while the rest was split amongst Lily, Primo and Emma. Everything okay? Primo asked, ignoring the worried looks that adventurers of other familia were giving the 3-meter-tall Minotaur. It's not too bulky. Berserker simply shook his head as he lifted the giant pack up. Guys, Braver's starting to speak. Gina called out, bringing everyone's attention to the palm at the very front of the crowd of adventurers. Belle couldn't help but admire Finn as he addressed the army of adventurers. He certainly wouldn't have been able to talk to this many people without flubbing every second or third word, but the Loki familia captain was speaking loudly and clearly for everyone to hear as he went over the same battle plan Hestia talked about the previous night. Even Belle and the others, even if they were at the very back of the crowd. It's probably a skill of some sort, Lily surmised. One that lets Master Finn's voice be heard by everyone in his army. As expected of Orario's biggest force, huh? Welf muttered. It isn't an exaggeration to say that the fate of the world lies in our hands. Finn moved on from the battle plans. We adventurers of Orario, the center of the world, are the only ones that can do this. I'm sure some of you don't want to be here. Many of you are afraid, apprehensive, and no doubt confused. Out of the corner of his eye, Belle saw Lily and Primo fidget slightly. But I will say this to you, rise up to the challenge. Finn's voice roared across the field. Rise up to the beginning of a new heroic myth. With the world as our witness. Rise up to become its savior. The god Auranos speaks the truth. We shall follow the steps of Zeus and Hera and write a new legend. A new history. Take these words to heart. Do not falter. Right now, at this very moment, is our new grand day. So that's the braver. Lily muttered, eyes shining in awe as the army of adventurers around them roared with burning passion. He lit a fire in everyone's bellies. A true hero of the current era, Saber said with a nod. That one wishes to be a beacon of hope to his people, Castor said. If he did not know how to speak, then he would never have gotten as far as he did. Even so, he's right, Belle said. We need to do our part as well. You need not remind me, Castor said as he turned to address the others in the familia while the rest of the crowd began to move. Our force shall act as support to Loki familia. Saber, Archer, and Lancer shall take the vanguard. Cranel, Ryder, Berserker and I shall form the center. The rest of you will support us from the rear. Harpy, are you prepared? Got it. The Harpy replied, folding her wing into a salute. Castor had already gone to Finn to field the idea of using FIA as a flying scout. Strapped to FIA's legs were various bracelets with multicolored gems on them. 5 in total. Each time she tapped her leg against one, it would drop a simple light, not unlike a flare. 4 colors, red, blue, yellow, and green, for the 4 cardinal directions, and a 5th one, black, to be used to signal numbers. Then get going. With that urging, the Harpy took to the skies and already surpassed the head of the army where Loki familia positioned themselves. Well then, I shall leave the honor to you, boy, Castor said simply as Belle nodded. Right, Belle said as he pointed toward the front. Hestia familia. Move out. XXXXX. Signal spotted. A lookout announced. 3 lights, yellow yellow blue. 3 black. 3 black twisters to the south-southeast. Sure enough, within moments, they could see the targets in the distance with one of them moving away from the other 2. As Finn directed Gareth to take the closest one with a mage squad to support him, his eyes were on the red-feathered monster in the sky. Finn had been surprised by Castor's offer, though he had phrased it more like a demand, for Hestia Familia's tamed monster to do the recon, but it was doing its job perfectly. The signals were accurate and allowed them to organize task forces to head them off immediately. Not only could the harpy move faster in the air than most adventurers on the ground, and faster than most harpies Finn had seen in the dungeon for that matter, it was intelligent enough to recognize the cardinal directions and use magic items to report its findings. Not only that, but during the war game it was strong enough to lift and carry Belle Cranel from one castle to the other and came to Gina Gwen's rescue without any prompting from the other Hestia Familia adventurers, risking its own safety and even taking on an injury to ensure that the Amazonas was safely in the hands of another Familia before it crashed into the grass. Quite frankly, it scared him that a mere monster could be so intelligent. Was it a result of Hestia Familia's strict training or something else? Speaking of Hestia Familia, Finn chanced a glance toward the right flank once he was sure nothing would go wrong. There seemed to be a rather tense air hovering around the mysterious Familia. Every so often one of their members would glance over toward Gina Gwen while the girl was steadfastly keeping her gaze forward. Marching next to them was Hermes' Familia, with the god Hermes inviting himself along for the ride. Whenever that Chianthrope girl that Ace and Lefia knew or Hermes's captain Asfi drew close to Hestia Familia, Gina would quicken her pace to avoid them. The guild did say that Gina did a conversion from Hermes to Hestia Familia after Ace, Lefia and Bet returned from the 24th floor. Or more specifically, after Hestia Familia made a name for themselves defeating the Goliath. You didn't have to be a genius to put two and two together the girl's reason for converting. XXXXX. Belle couldn't help but feel the weight of the atmosphere on his shoulders. Gina was trying her absolute hardest to avoid her old Familia and everyone else didn't know what to say about it. The dark-haired Chianthrope girl, the Palom and Asfi kept on trying to get her to open up but Gina refuted them at every turn, eventually hopping onto Berserker's shoulder to avoid them. Berserker, for his part, seemed to understand what was going on so he growled menacingly whenever someone from Hermes' Familia got too close. What he wouldn't give for someone to be able to break this dreary atmosphere. Oh, there they are. Hey, Archer. Oh, thank the gods above. Welf muttered as they turned to see Tiona from Loki Familia walk over toward them with Ace in tow. So you guys were here too, Tiona said as she walked alongside them. Guess so, Archer replied. Shouldn't you be up there with the rest of your Familia? Gareth's got it handled, Tiona said just as a wave of magic smashed into the black twister in front of the dwarf, allowing him to smash through the mysterious black monster within. What about you guys? Did you get caught up in the commotion? A bit. We were in the middle of town when it happened, and we split up to deal with it. Did you see what was inside the black wind? Ace asked, turning away from staring at Berserker. Yeah. Belle replied. Some sort of black monster we've never seen before. Don't you think they were weird? Ace asked and Belle couldn't help but note that she was turning to the servants when she asked her question. It is a creature that returned due to an act of God on the anniversary of Grand Day, Castor replied simply. Is there anything else to say about the origins of that creature? You make things sound so simple, don't you? Ryder asked. The entirety of Orario has been mobilized to slay the beast. Any further inclination toward it is merely academic at best and above all else, I already know everything I need to slay it. Then you won't mind sharing that information with the rest of us? I already have. Ryder blinked and turned toward Lancer who simply shook her head in confusion as well. Well, I suppose we should just be happy that you're even coming along, shouldn't we? Ryder muttered with a sigh. The beast has struck at what is mine, Castor answered. I am not so merciful as to let that go unanswered. At this, Belle noticed Archer glancing over at Lily who was fidgeting back and forth. However, Castor refused to clarify as he quickened his pace to the front of the group. Do you get what he's saying, Archer? Tiona asked, to which the bowman simply shook his head. That man sees things us puny mortals can't hope to understand, Archer replied. He'll place himself above the gods if you let him. Is that so? You've got it rough. As Tiona chatted with Archer, Belle noticed another pair coming up to them. Yo, Hestia Familia, right? The head of the group, an orange-haired human woman that looked rather familiar, ah. Yes, Belle replied as he turned toward the woman. You're Dia Familia. That's right, the woman replied with a chuckle. The name's Oriana. Nice to meet you, Belle Cranel. Belle wasn't too surprised that the Dia Familia knew his name as he shook the woman's hand. At her side was a girl wearing a purple tunic with a rapier by her side. She seemed to be a little bit taller than Belle and had an air around her that was kind of similar to Castor in a way. Maybe she was some noble from some country somewhere before joining the Dia Familia. Seeing as our goddesses are friends, I had been hoping to have a chat with you for a bit, vice captain to vice captain, but... Oriana continued with a sad smile. Too bad this all happened before I got the chance though. Yeah, Belle agreed. I would have liked to swap stories about our goddesses as well. Well, nothing says that we can't do that once this is all over though. Indeed, Oriana replied, still keeping a smile on her face. Quite frankly, I think it's a bit overkill to send all the familias out to deal with this crisis. Don't get me wrong, I understand that it's insanely destructive, but from the looks of things, Loki Familia seems to have gotten it handled, doesn't it? Belle couldn't help but agree. Loki Familia, under the command of Braver, were systematically wiping out every twister that they spotted, leaving the rest of the army nothing to do but handle strays. Well, I suppose things will change once we get to the supposedly huge twister, Oriana decided, glancing off into the distance before turning back to Belle. Anyway, I didn't come over here just to chat. Are you familiar with our familia's method of operation? The goddess said that you both teach adventurers before coming to Orario while also collecting adventurers who wish to go to Orario in the first place and then help them find familias within Orario to join. Belle answered, trying to summarize what he had heard from Hestia. Correct, Oriana replied as she placed a hand on the shoulder of the girl beside her. Which made walking for them a bit awkward until she brushed her hand off in annoyance. And Karen here wants to join Hestia Familia. At that revelation, the others turned to glance over at the girl as well. However, Karen did not flinch, nor did she wither under the gaze of Belle and the rest of Hestia Familia. Instead, she kept her eyes on Belle, waiting for his answer. As vice captain, I don't have any say in whether or not we get new Familia members, Belle replied. That lies solely with our goddess. Of course. But I was hoping that before then you'd let her tag along with you for a bit. To see if she clicks with your familia and vice versa. Belle glanced over toward Castor, but the king didn't seem to be paying attention to them one way or another, telling Belle that it would be his decision. In another life, Belle would have happily welcomed her into the familia without a second thought, but considering all the secrets surrounding their little familia, he had to be more careful about it. Well, I don't have any objections to it, Belle said as he glanced in Karen's direction. How long have you been an adventurer? Close to a year, Karen replied. Her voice was rather soft, similar to Ace in a way. In fact, her dignified demeanor reminded Belle of Ace in a way, but only superficially. He didn't know the sword princess well enough to make a more detailed judgment. I use a sword in battle and have had prior training before becoming an adventurer, Karen continued, moving on to her speciality. I specialize taking down foes in one-on-one, but I recognize that that isn't possible at times. Basically, you can consider her a frontline duelist, Oriana cut in, trying to sell Karen a bit more. She can single out stronger opponents and keep them busy, or even beat them if she's lucky, until you can regroup. She doesn't do well against large numbers of weaker enemies though. Weaker or not, few people do well when surrounded by a bunch of enemies to begin with. Since she was still level 1, she could easily fit into Team B. Gina focused more on utilizing her speed and taking down careless foes from the flanks. Emma shared a similar role, but thanks to her skill, she was more capable of striking down stronger foes in a single hit rather than just lock them down. Something Hestia referred to as an alpha strike. And Primo was the mage, so another person to cover for her is already a plus. Well, if you're really interested in coming along for a bit. Belle began, glancing over at Castor, who merely tilted his head to the side to say that he didn't care one way or the other. Then I don't have any objections. Yes, thank you very much, came the reply even as there were no changes to her expression. She reminds me of you, Ace, Tiona made the comment Belle was thinking. However, both Ace and Karen could only tilt their heads in confusion. XXXXX. The army of adventurers continued marching for another few hours before a small incident occurred. Fia stopped flying for a moment, turning her head up toward the sky at the sun to feel its warmth. She didn't really understand how to tell time yet, but she knew that when the sun was straight above the world in the sky, it was time to eat, or at least that's usually when Rider came out to give her and Berserker food. However, when she turned to look back at all the marching adventurers, all of them were still marching with no signs of stopping or tiring. According to the goddess, adventurers could run for hours without growing tired, and the stronger ones could probably constantly fight for longer still. It surprised her that they could get so strong without eating magic stones like Fia and her fellow Zenos. I know these things are dangerous, but can't we at least stop for food? She grumbled even though there was no one to hear her. On the bright side, she did feel like she was being useful and not just some deadweight that did nothing but laze around and eat all day. Not that she didn't mind it, of course. It was just that she still felt guilty knowing that she was relaxing and living the easy life while all of her other companions were still in the dungeon. That being said, she wasn't that strong compared to the others. She had been one of the newest born and one of the ones to stupidly get caught too. Ronnie, Fa. She mentioned names of her friends, friends that she would never see again. Friends that hadn't been as lucky as she was. She wanted to go back. Back to where the others were, back down into Mother. I'll ask the goddess to find a way to talk to Fells again, Fia decided. Set up a meeting point and then I'll take everyone to meet the others. There was the risk that the people who caught her would be keeping an eye on them in hopes of using Fia to find the other Zenos, but she believed that Berserker and the other spirits would be strong enough to spot them and take them down. She did hope that the Lady Goddess would be safe back at home without them though. Ah, another one. She sighted another big tornado in the distance. It was moving toward the army, and by extension Fia, at a rather fast speed. Let's see, the sun goes up from that direction so. Using the sun's position for alignment, she then tapped her legs together, activating the magic items on her legs. The magic items shot out colored lights, signaling the army about the wind's movements, and sure enough, she saw a large group break off to handle it. However, when she turned back to the black twister, she noted something was off about it. Isn't that thing a bit big? She wondered to herself. Feeling a bit worried, she flew toward it, stopping when she felt the wind shift and she realized that the thing was big. If the regular twisters were as big as a bench, the one in front of her was as big as the hearth's chime-in. Calling it a bit big was a huge understatement. Then, a sickening sound reached Fia's ears. It sounded like flesh was being contracted and stretched, followed by the sound of bones snapping. And then, the twister split in two, and then again, and again. And they were all heading right toward her. Oh! Yet another understatement. XXXXX. What's going on? Finn wondered. The harpy had sent out a flare signaling that another black twister had appeared to the east just a moment ago, but now she was dropping black flares like crazy. No sooner did he say that did Bet come rushing back from the advance team. Oi Finn! The werewolf shouted, sounding extremely agitated. Those fucking things are splitting and making more of themselves. Splitting. Riveria repeated. Like big ones are splitting up into smaller ones and rushing us. Don't ask me how. Weren't there creatures inside those twisters? How exactly were they splitting up? Captain. The harpy. Anakites' shout drew Finn's attention, and he saw that the harpy, and its flares, had been surrounded and swallowed up by the twisters. They weren't the only ones to notice either. A burst of blue flame erupted from the side of the army, and Finn spotted Hestia Familia's lancer zip across the plain to reach the harpy, followed closely by their minotaur shrouded in red lightning, with two unfortunate little girls, the elf and the Amazon, screaming as they were clinging onto its back. That ain't no normal minotaur either. Bet muttered as the fire and lightning overtook the advance team and smashed into the twisters, scattering half of them on impact. They didn't give a freaking monster a magic sword, did they? They already trust the harpy with magic items, Finn reminded him. Granted, it didn't do more than send out signal flares, but even something like that was valuable. In any case, go back them up. Although I don't think it's necessary. So, the days come where I gotta go save a fucking monster, huh? Bet grumbled and spouted profanities under his breath, as he won't do, but he nevertheless obeyed Finn's command and sped back toward the twisters. Being the fastest member of the Familia, one of the few things Bet could properly claim to be even better than Ace it didn't take all that long to reach the battle. When he got there, the little elf and Amazonas kids were scurrying away with the harpy between them. The Minotaur and Lancer woman were clashing with the black twisters, their weapons scattering the winds and knocking them back like it was nothing. Vanagrand, wait! The Amazoness called out to him. What? He shouted as they changed direction to head toward him. You can't go there without this. The girl tossed him a small rock or some kind. On it was a set of strange symbols that he felt like he saw on one of Loki's books in her office once upon a time. They were glowing a faint red color and seemed to have been inscribed onto the stone with flame. The hell is this? He began only for a faint light to start glowing around his body. It's an impromptu magic item that protects against poison. The girl replied. On closer look, the elf, woman and minotaur were also glowing slightly as well. Only the Amazoness wasn't, as she had just given him her stone. Those twisters are scattering some kind of poison. Come to think of it, the harpy didn't look like it had any external wounds, but its face was an awful color and covered in sweat, not unlike how the other members of Loki Familia and Hephaestus Familia did when they got caught by other poisonous monsters on the way back from the expedition a while back. Ain't it dangerous for you to go without it then? Bet asked. I should be fine at this distance, but if you're going to be fighting, it's better for you to have it, right? Bet had the development abnormal resistance at G, so it should protect him against poisons anyway, but considering how utterly bullshit the black twisters were, he wasn't going to say no to extra protection. Don't complain if you croak then. The girl stuck her tongue out at him in response, not unlike a certain other Amazon in his familia. As Bet was about to head toward the fight, he did a double take back toward the harpy. He hadn't been really paying attention, but he realized that the face mask the thing always wore was off, probably to let it breathe better. He didn't really think much of it before. He figured that Archer's familia just covered its face because all harpies looked like wrinkly old crones that had more folds on their faces than one could count, except that one didn't. Its face was as smooth as the brats carrying it, making it look way younger than the harpies down in the dungeon. It also didn't stink to high heaven like the harpies he knew either, though that might be because they probably actually bathed the damn thing once in a while. If it weren't for the fact that it had wings for arms and sharp talons for feet, he might have wondered if it really was a harpy wearing human clothes. Is something wrong? The elf asked. Nothing, Bet snapped, causing her to flinch. Get going before you get in our way. Yeah, let's go, primo. Alright. As the two brats scampered off, carrying the harpy between them, Bet rushed forward toward the fight. As he drew close, the minotaur seemed to notice him as it spun around, arms wrapped around one of the black monster's neck and placed it right in Bet's path. Without questioning it, Bet jumped and slammed his feet straight into the black monster's face. The minotaur released its grip just as he made contact, allowing the monster to be sent flying off into the distance, crumbling to ash as it hit the ground. Now that he was in the thick of things, he could see some sort of black miasma floating in the air. Definitely some kind of poison then. The faint light around him was slowly fading as the poison made contact with him. Looks like it really was just some half-assed thing that was thrown up at the last second to get the harpy out. On the other side, Lancer was striking the black twisters with her large spear wreathed in blue fire. It reminded Bet of Ace's wind in a way. If that was the case. Oi! Toss some of that fire my way! Bet shouted. Raging flames! She glanced his way for a moment before drawing some burning characters in the air, creating a magic circle which she then sent toward Bet's Floshvert boots. Thanks to being made out of mithril, the boots could channel the magic easily. Bet had done so several times using magic swords or borrowing Ace's wind, and the flames from Lancer were no different. Not only that, his body felt lighter and stronger as well. A single flaming kick was all that was needed to scatter the black wind and reveal the monster inside. One part of him was glad this was easy. Another part wondered if she was the same as Archer with this strange magic of hers. Spirits, huh? Bet thought to himself, remembering what he overheard Lefia talk to the Loki Familia executives about. Then there was the fire and wind. That mean Ace too. As the three of them whittled down the black twisters, both Lancer and the Minotaur suddenly glanced back at the army, prompting Bet to look back too. How the hell? Several more of the black twisters had appeared right in the middle of the army, scattering its black haze across them. Enough screwing around! Bet shouted. Let's kill these things and head back. Yes, Lancer agreed while the Minotaur let out a massive roar and smashed itself against the black twister. XXXXX. Well, that could have gone better, Bell muttered as he looked around. The monsters had sprouted up right from the ground, having actually tunneled underground and waited for the army of adventurers to cross by them. The black wind erupted from the earth, scattering stone, dirt, and adventurers. Not only that, they spread out some kind of poisonous mist at the same time. However, thanks to the quick action of Braver, the casualties were limited, but several adventurers needed more healing than just potions and antidotes. Bell could only count his blessings in that since Hestia Familia was at the outskirts of the army, they didn't take any damage from the ambush. FIA still needed to be treated, however. We'll have to split the army, Finn was saying to the gathered captains and other executives of the various familia in the army. Those familia who are still fight-capable will continue on to the large black twister while the rest remain behind to treat the wounded. Where would we go to treat them? Oriana asked. It's not like there are any villages or towns nearby. That's not entirely true. Bell, Castor, and the other high-ranking adventurers turned to see Primo walking up to them, looking rather nervous at addressing so many executives at once. What do you mean? Riveria asked. There's a village in one of the forests nearby, Primo explained, taking a deep breath. Village. Finn repeated as he spread out a map on a large boulder. There isn't one marked on the map. It wouldn't be on any maps. Primo replied as Castor placed a hand on her shoulder and steered her to the front. It's right here, an elven village. A hidden elf village all the way out here. Riveria muttered. Am I correct in saying that it is the one you are from, little one? Why yes. Primo said, snapping to attention before her body slackened slightly. They don't really take in non-elf visitors, but I'm sure I can convince the elder to make an exception just this once. The forest also has a lot of medicinal herbs if we need them. Then, can I ask Hestia Familia to take care of the wounded, Castor? Finn asked. We cannot allow the wounded to delay the army, Castor said with a nod. As Libera is the only one who knows the location of the village, we will take responsibility. My thanks, Finn replied with his own nod. Then, I'll give you some supporters from Loki Familia to assist you. Dia Familia should go as well, and then I volunteer my familia to help out as well, Hermes said, slipping into the group between his captain and vice-captain, causing Asfi to stare at her god in disbelief. Finn glanced at Castor to ask for his response, to which Castor simply jerked his head to the side without care. Bell wanted to object for Gina's sake, but he couldn't get the words out. If there are no objections, then that's settled. Hermes said with a clap of his hands. I suppose there's no point in arguing then, Finn said with a wry smile before turning to an adventurer behind him. Raoul, you'll take care of the second group. Got it. Raoul Nord, dubbed High Novice by the gods, was a level 4 Loki Familia adventurer that Bell remembered seeing down on the 18th floor of the dungeon before fighting the Black Goliath. He seemed to know what he was doing as he and Finn started splitting their familia in order to help cart the wounded over to the hidden village. By the way, Riveria began as she turned toward Castor. Bet said that your Lancer was able to make something to help protect against the poison. Is it possible for her to distribute some before you leave? Without the proper materials they would only last for a short while, Castor replied. Not nearly long enough for you to reach the massive black twister in the first place. And as she is our familia healer, I cannot have her split from the familia at this time. Bell glanced back to where the rest of the familia were and saw Lancer still combing over FIA. The poor harpy was split between groaning and gagging to try and expel the toxins from her body. I understand, Riveria replied before turning to Primo and lowering herself down to eye level with the girl. Thank you for telling us this. Your decision has helped a lot of people today. It's no problem. Primo said before turning her face away from Riveria shyly as the high elf simply chuckled. About half an hour later, the army was on the move again, with the main force continuing on to the objective while Bell's group moved toward the forest region. It was rather slow going as people were being carried in makeshift stretchers or just being helped along by their fellow familia members. Are you okay, Primo? Assassin asked as the elf looked rather downcast as they made their way through the forest. This is your home, right? Do you not like it? Not really. Primo admitted. I didn't exactly tell anyone that I was leaving to be an adventurer. Heh? Really? Gina asked in surprise. You're a runaway. You. Don't worry, Primo, Emma said with a smile. We'll back you up should you get into trouble. That's right, Lefia added. You've become a proper adventurer after all. Lefia was part of the group from Loki Familia to come with them to the elven village along with several other elves of Loki Familia. Something tells me there's more to it than just running away from home, Welf whispered to Belle. Yeah, but I have a bad feeling that we might not like the answer if we ask, Belle replied with a nod. It would take someone without an ounce of tact to ask that question, Archer joined in. The three of them then turned to the left where Castor was walking. What? He demanded, to which they quickly looked away. Eventually, they managed to find it. The village gave off a rather serene atmosphere. The houses were built into the trees with a small river flowing through the middle of the village. Colorful flowers and herbs filled the gardens of each house as several elves poked their heads out to watch the new arrivals with caution. It was everything Belle expected an elf village to be like. Primo! An older elf man shouted as he rushed forward to meet them. Primo Libera? Is that you, child? Yes, elder, Primo replied, not meeting the man in the eyes. I'm home. And you brought quite the number of guests. The elder didn't seem angry at the sheer amount of non-elf adventurers that dropped in on his doorstep. He seemed more bemused than anything else. Did you happen to hear about the Black Twisters? Primo asked. Orario's adventurers set off to combat them and we were hoping to let our injured rest here. We and our, hi. The elder mumbled as he eyed Berserker warily before sighing and nodding his head. I understand. Rumors of the Black Winds have reached us as well. Circumstances being as they are, I'll allow it, although I am unsure if we have enough beds for everyone. I'll get everyone to offer anything they can. Thank you very much, elder. Primo said with a bow. And, I'm sorry for leaving without saying anything. No, if we are to survive the Black Twisters, we will certainly need the assistance of you adventurers. And while I certainly wasn't happy to find out you had gone, I suppose it was only natural for you to do so in hindsight. Just be sure to give your greetings to your mother while you are here. Yes. Then, who should I discuss the details for the lodgings with? In the meantime, feel free to use the space by the river. Castor and Raoul stepped forward and followed the elder into his house while the other adventurers settled near the river as directed. Hey, Primo! Assassin said as she popped up next to the elf. Show us your house. Yeah. What's it like? Gina asked as she popped up on the elf's other side. Sure, if anyone else wants to come, I don't mind. Primo said as she plucked a flower from a nearby bush and started walking with the other two following suit. The three girls walked further into the village with Belle, Emma, and Lefia following behind them. Welf opted to stay behind to maintain their equipment with Saber. Lancer and Berserker also stayed behind to look after FIA while Archer and Ryder started setting up camp. Does Primo seem off to either of you? Emma asked, turning to Lefia and Belle. Yes, the elder seemed rather reasonable, Lefia replied. Maybe it's her mother she didn't want to meet. Belle didn't say anything as a cold feeling started creeping up his back. Something about Primo's behavior felt rather familiar. What is it? He wondered as the icy grasp tightened around his heart. What is this bad feeling? The six of them came to one of the buildings deeper in the village, although it looked nearly identical to the rest of the houses. Primo ran her finger along the handrail up to the front door and held it up to her face. She rubbed her fingers together for a moment before walking to a flower pot filled with dirt sitting beside the door and dug her fingers into it, fishing out a small key. As she inserted the key into the door, a familiar face flashed in Belle's eyes. A smiling old man with grey hair and beard. Belle suddenly became very aware of the reason Primo probably left her village. Come on in. Primo said as she stepped inside. Sorry for intruding. Gina called out as she and Assassin jumped on in. However, no one called back out to them. The air in the house seemed rather still, as if no one had lived in it for a long time. As the others looked around in confusion, Belle watched Primo walk up to a small urn in the corner of the living room and place the flower beside it. Belle understood. She had left the village for the same reason Belle himself had. Because there was nothing left for her at home. Emma and Lefia stared at Primo for a moment before Emma quickly crossed the room and pulled Primo into a hug, which the elf girl accepted without complaint. Gina seemed to understand what was going on as well, but Assassin had her head tilted to the side in confusion. So, there's really nothing here, Primo said. I'm surprised no one else moved in, actually. Someone's even been keeping the place clean. Primo. Emma muttered, still keeping her arms around the younger girl. This village used to just be a treatment facility for the sick, but as more and more people kept coming here, they ended up staying for good and ended up founding the village. Since then, other elves started coming here once they heard rumors about this place. Mom was one of them. Mom used to be in a familia, but they got wiped out aside from her, and the unborn me I suppose. Why you don't have to say anything, Lefia said quickly. We understand. But Primo kept on talking. Belle wondered if she just wanted to get it off of her chest or that she felt like she had to say something. Since she was apparently an adventurer before, her job in the village was to go out and keep the forest clear of monsters. She worked really hard and was really good at it, you know. Everyone was counting on her and she worked hard to make sure to keep everyone safe. Not only that, she did all the chores like shopping, cooking, and cleaning in the house as well. I didn't have to do anything. As she said that, Primo's fist curled up into little balls. Whenever I asked to help, she always said, "Don't worry, Primo. Just go out and have fun with the other kids." Even though she worked from the moment she got up to the moment I went to bed, she didn't let me help out with anything. It's an adult's job, she said. And then she went out into the forest a few months ago and then never came back. An uneasy silence loomed over them before Assassin broke it. Do you hate your mommy? She asked. Of course not. Primo shouted, biting her quivering lip. She's my mom. I can't hate her. I just wanted to help her. What's the point of being family if I can't? So that's what you meant back at Milan. Gina muttered quietly as she grabbed Assassin and joined Emma in hugging Primo. Lefia turned to Belle questioningly, but Belle just shook his head. He couldn't recall anything that stood out from things that Primo said back then. It must have happened after they split up in the morning to go into the city before they found FIA. But, Belle did understand why Primo was always so eager to help out back at home with various chores when she wasn't playing with Gina and Assassin, and why she jumped at the chance to become Castor's successor as captain of Hestia Familia. Ahem. Belle and Lefia turned to look at the group hug to see Gina and Emma looking back at them expectantly. The two shared another glance before Lefia jerked her head over to them and the two of them joined in on the hug, with Belle being careful to keep from touching anything he shouldn't. XXXXX. All right, Miss Emma, you look over there and Lily and Miss Morris will look over here. Got it. Do not go too far. If you get lost, stay still and Lily will find you in about half an hour. Oh, come on, Lily. I'm not that bad. Lily will take no chances in a dark forest at night. But there's no need to treat her like a lost child, right? Miss Morris has a lot to learn if she wishes to join our familia. After the somber mood in Primo's old home, they returned to the others in order to move FIA into the house so she could rest in a bed instead of out on the ground. The elder made good on his word and the villagers were eager to help out in any way they could. Of course, the number of adventurers outstripped that of the villagers, so their supplies were stretched thin. Thus Emma, Lily, and the newcomer Karen were one of many groups tasked with gathering more of the medicinal herbs after being shown a sample. Luckily, they grew rather plentifully in the forest surrounding the village, but they couldn't take them all or else the village would be left with nothing. So, they were only to take a little bit from each patch they found and move on to a new one after. All right, this should be enough, Emma said after she managed to fill her basket. Standing up, she took a look at her surroundings and nodded to herself. Yep, I have no idea where I am. She said with a smile before placing a hand against a tree and letting out a long and defeated sigh. Why does this always happen to me? I see that part of you hasn't changed. Emma's body froze up at the words. The voice was familiar and something she had hoped to hear while at the same time had no expectations of ever hearing again. Slowly, she stood up and turned around to see a robed figure behind her, their features obscured by a hood. Before Emma could say anything, the figure raised their hands up and lowered the hood, revealing a young woman a few years older than Emma with long purple hair that fell down to her waist. Emma's jaw dropped at the same time as the basket in her hands. Sophia. Heroic Myth. Chapter 46, The Front Line. Sophia. Emma called out her sister's name, unable to believe that after all this time, she would just show up out of the blue. Sophia responded by fiddling with her collar for a moment before pulling out a blue pendant hanging from her neck, one that was identical to the one around Emma's own neck. That was all the confirmation Emma needed. In a flash, she cleared the distance between them and threw herself into her older sister's chest. Sophia staggered back a bit in surprise as her little sister clung onto her front while choking back sobs. Nevertheless, Sophia slowly lifted her hands up, and after a moment of hovering them over Emma's back, quickly wrapped her arms around her and held her tight. The sisters' embrace lasted for a while before Sophia ended it by gently pushing Emma off of her. "Sophia, what have you been doing all this time?" Emma asked. "If you're here then that means you're part of a familia in Orario, right? If so then why haven't you written or anything to let me know you were okay?" "I was." Sophia began before pausing as she glanced to the side for a moment to gather her thoughts. "My God has forbade me from contacting anyone outside of the familia. I'm sorry, no, simply saying sorry isn't enough. Upon joining a familia, the familia god or goddess's word was law. It was the main reason why not every mortal on Gakkai joined a familia when the gods descended despite the incredible power the Falna offered. There was always the risk of a deity ordering their familia to do something unsavory after all. It required an inhumanly strong will to defy a serious direct order from a god if they were to force the matter with a bit of their divine will. A mortal could complain all they want about it, but they would still do it no matter how reluctant. One only needed to look at Hermes' familia and their beleaguered captain, Asfi, or the members of Evilus that Bel and the servants had fought in Milan. Non-serious orders such as the goddess Loki's harassment of the girls in her familia could easily be brushed off however. I see." Emma replied. "Then, which familia are you a part of?" "Ishma familia," came the reply after another moment's hesitation. "Ishma?" Emma repeated before tilting her head to the side. "I feel like I've heard that name before." "You have. You met him at the banquet of the gods before your war game, remember?" Emma looked at her sister, glanced up for a moment and let out a yell in realization. That pervert!" Sophia let out a cough, which reminded Emma whose god he was. I. Emma began but Sophia simply shook her head. "No, you are completely correct in your assessment," Sophia replied, not even bothering to put up a token response to defend her god's honor. I see," Emma replied before her face froze and she turned her eyes back at her sister. "Wait, but, if you are from a familia in Orario, and an adventurer, why did the guild not have your information?" "Because I am not registered with the guild." "You're not what?" "The law of Orario was that every person who received a Falna and is a part of a familia in Orario had to be registered or the familia in question would suffer fines. This also meant that Hestia had to register her 2 guards for her in with the guild after giving them her blessing even though they were mere guards. Even though the guild did not stop anyone from going down into the dungeon itself, you had to be registered in order to trade in the magic stones for cash, legally anyway." "Sophia," Emma began, feeling her heart race as she unconsciously took a step back from her sister, an action that caused Sophia to grimace. "What is your god having you do? Right now? To try and convince you to join his familia. And boy was she not doing a good job about it. That being said, that might be the point." Still, Emma could tell that Sophia was avoiding the question. "Well? We could be together again as sisters. Even if it did mean I could be with you again, I can't leave my familia." Putting aside the fact that she can't leave with Hestia Familia's secret about Bel, the Holy Grail, and the servants, she didn't want to leave Bel, Primo, or any of the others and disappear with Sophia. It was something she decided a few days ago after the talk with Bel. She would basically be doing the exact same thing Sophia did to her after all. "I see." Sophia muttered with a resigned smile and a sigh that said that she expected such an answer. "In that case, when this incident is over and you return to Orario, do not go out on your own at any point." Lord Ishma does not take no for an answer. A mixture of fear and revulsion ran through her spine as Emma shuddered involuntarily. So this is probably what Bel felt like back then. At the very least, they shouldn't be getting into another war game. Or so she hoped anyway. On the other hand, maybe a war game wouldn't be that bad if she could get Sophia out of that familia. No, she wasn't registered so there was no proof that she was part of that familia. "Sophia, what exactly do you do in that familia?" "I am not at liberty to say." Another deflection. At this point, Emma was sure it was definitely something illegal or at the very least, something extremely frowned upon. Sophia, please. Let me dash. No. The immediate refusal hit Emma like a slap in the face. The light in her sister's eyes disappeared and were replaced by a deathly cold and lifeless gaze. Emma had never seen such a look from anyone before, let alone her sister. Even Castor, for all his internal disgust and revulsion when he gazed upon people, had a burning fire of desire and life in his eyes. Was the person in front of her right now really Sophia? Her sister? But you refused my invitation to my familia. There is no longer any connection between us. We are merely two people from different familia. Sophia. Was she cutting her off? But her sister gave no response as she placed her hood back over her head and turned away from Emma. Sophia? Sophia! Emma called out to her sister as she saw movement on the side of Sophia's cloak. Instinct from being smacked around by archer and saber kicked in, making Emma draw her blade and hold it in front of herself like a shield. A sharp and heavy blow impacted her, sending her sliding back as Sophia had slashed at her with the intent to drive her away. Emma glanced up, pain cutting into her heart more than her hand, and was met with Sophia's face devoid of any emotion. A moment later, she walked forward and through the use of magic, a skill, or a magic item, vanished into the night. Emma's sister had vanished as quickly as she had appeared. Without thinking, Emma ran after her. However, the darkness of the night, mitigated only somewhat by night vision granted the Falna, and the unfamiliar woods made it impossible for Emma to have any idea where Sophia went. And to top it all off, she was extra lost now. Feeling lost in more ways than one, Emma sat down at the base of a tree with her legs pulled up to her chest. As she did, she thought back to a time long ago when she also got lost in the forest. Only this time, the one who found her then will not be finding her this time. What did I even come to Orario for? She wondered. Because as it was, it felt like everything had been for nothing. The one she had been searching for threw her away a second time. What was the point of even being here now? Emma. A voice jolted her out of her self-pity as someone skidded to a halt in front of her. Belle. Emma. Belle shouted again as he placed his hands on her shoulder. Are you all right? Are you hurt? Belle. She muttered again, not quite registering what he was saying or what she was seeing. Why are you? What do you mean, why? Belle asked. You've been missing for an hour. Lily couldn't even track you by your scent after she found your dropped basket, oh right. Lily. Karen. She's over here. Scent? A moment later, Lily and Karen appeared by Belle's side, both of them looking out of breath. Lily knew it. Lily said, wolf ears and tail twitching wildly. Lily knew Miss Emma was going to get lost. No, if a werewolf couldn't track her in this forest, doesn't that mean someone did something to hide her? Karen suggested. If someone did something in the middle of a grand quest then they wouldn't be let off with just a fine and a warning. Was it one of Sophia's abilities? It reminded Emma of Assassin's Presence concealment skill except it seemed to work on other people too. Well, Mr. Cranel found her just fine so you might have been unable to track her due to all of the medicinal herbs. Grr, Miss Emma. Did you see anyone else in this forest? Lily asked as she wheeled around toward Emma. No, Emma replied with a simple shake of her head. I did not. Is that so? Lily said with a shrug. Then we should head back. Those sick people aren't getting any healthier. FIA included. Hestia Familia really does take care of its monsters. Karen muttered. I had thought only Ganesha Familia did so. It's a long story. As Lily and Karen led the way back, Belle turned back toward Emma. Are you sure you're okay? Belle asked. Yes, no problem at all, Emma insisted as she quickly followed after the other girls. No problem at all. Belle remained standing there for a moment before he looked to the side and muttered, I'm not so dense to not notice when a girl is crying. However, those words did not reach Emma's ears as they were not said to her in the first place. XXXXX. Look, Gina, we can't really keep on doing this. Who says I can't? I'm not part of Hermes Familia anymore so I have no reason to talk to any of you. When Belle and the others reached their campsite which was located outside Primo's old house as it was too small to accommodate the entire familia. Deai and Hermes Familia were nearby and they could see the dark-haired Chianthrope from Hermes Familia and Gina shouting at each other. They couldn't see any other members of their familia outside, so they were either helping out where they can with the other wounded, inside the house, or went off to gather supplies. Look, we keep telling you that dash. I don't care about that anymore. I already know what happened down there. That revelation caused the other members of Hermes Familia, who had been trying to ignore the argument, to all turn toward the Amazonas. What? How? Who cares how I know it? You should care more that I had to hear how Pot, Ilili and the others died from someone completely unrelated to the incident. I also got a pretty much first-hand reenactment of how Keeks died too, didn't I? Gina glared at Asfi as she said this, causing the woman to wince and look down, with Hermes quickly stepping in front of his captain. Look, Gina baby, there's no reason to dash. The god began only for a rock to strike him in the forehead, knocking him off his feet and sending his hat flying. I told you, I don't want to hear your stupid voice. Gina shouted, tears forming in her eyes from all the pent-up anger that was being released. Even though they died because you accepted that stupid quest, I thought I could come to accept it because of the payment, which you went and lost to a guild penalty, all because you decided to go down on an unsanctioned trip to the dungeon. Gina more or less screamed out the last few words, to which Hermes could only stare blankly at her as he rubbed his forehead. As Gina glared at her former familia, Welf appeared by Gina's side and placed a hand on her shoulder. Gina tried to throw him off, but he kept his grip firm on her before steering her away from Hermes Familia and into the house. Maybe we should have spent more time looking for Miss Flores. Karen muttered softly. Belle quietly agreed. They hurried past the other adventurers and stepped into the tree building. There, Gina was seating at the dinner table with Assassin patting her back while Welf was sitting across from her and Ryder was at the stove that had been thoroughly cleaned and inspected before use. Could you not have interrupted that argument before it got out of hand? Karen asked Welf, who shrugged. It's better for her to let it out now rather than sit on it the entire trip, Welf replied. Sides, I was sick of walking on eggshells anyway. Gina responded by sticking her tongue out at Welf. Hey Gina! Assassin began. What? Would you feel better if we killed that god? The agonizing silence that came after that less than innocent offer was enough to choke Belle. Karen, who has had zero experience with Assassin's habits, could only stare at the girl in wide-eyed horror. And no, I wouldn't, Gina finally said. And you shouldn't say things like that, Jack. Killing a god isn't something we mortals can just do. But Mr. King wants to kill that one goddess all the time. But he hasn't. And that's what matters. What have I gotten myself into? Karen muttered softly before grunting as Welf wrapped an arm around her shoulders. A bunch of misfits gathered together because of a single guy, Welf said, jerking ahead to Belle, who could only give a wry chuckle in response. I see. But, please get off. Speaking of Castor, Emma said as Welf complied without a smile. Do you know where he went, Ryder? Probably somewhere where he can look down on us from, Ryder replied, not taking her eyes off of the stove. From on the tallest tree in the forest, no doubt. Didn't he say he was going to keep an eye on us? Belle asked. I know what I said. Belle simply chewed on his lower lip for a moment, unsure if he should laugh or not, as Emma let out a soft sigh. Did you have something you wanted to ask him? Belle asked. I can have Jack go fetch him for you. No, it's nothing urgent, Emma replied quickly. Just some questions, but I can ask him those whenever. Belle could tell that she was dancing around something again. And she only ever did that when the topic hovered around her sister. Did she end up meeting her sister in the forest? Belle wondered. If that was the case, she should have been happy, not burying her face into her knees like she was crying. And Belle didn't think she was the type to cry just because she got a bit lost. But it's not like I can just ask her. Actually, he could. He just didn't have the guts to step on that landmine. He'd have to get someone else to do it. Hurry up and come back, Castor. XXXXX. Primo sat on top of Berserker's shoulder as the Minotaur carried her through her old village. One of his arms was holding onto her thigh to make sure she doesn't fall off, while the other was carrying a large cauldron meant to gather water from the river to use for dinner and to wipe themselves down later. Around her, she saw familiar faces staring at her, or rather Berserker. The servant's monstrous nature caused everyone to give them a wide berth. One or two were giving her an incredulous gaze that the little Primo they knew was now a monster tamer and was in command of a minotaur. Primo. Yes. Primo, hate home. She didn't know how to answer that question. Within minutes, the two of them reached the river where several people, the villagers and adventurers alike, were already there gathering water for their own usage. Like before, several of them gave her a worried glance before moving downstream away from the monster and child duo. Primo actually appreciated it. It gave her an excuse not to talk to anyone. Wow! It's true. Primo really is riding a monster. It's gigantic. Of course it wouldn't be that easy. Berserker set the cauldron on the ground and turned around, allowing Primo to see a large group of elven children. The friends she used to play with when she still lived in the village. You guys! She muttered with a sigh as Berserker turned his head to her. Shouldn't the adults have told you not to go near the Minotaur? Berserker let out a soft grunt to show his displeasure at being called Minotaur even if he knew that was what he was, but calmed down when Primo placed a hand on the side of his head. Yeah, but you won't let it right. He only attacks monsters and bad people. And since you guys are ignoring what the adults are saying, doesn't that make you all bad kids? They all had the decency to look worried before Primo giggled into her hands. I'm just kidding, she said with a toothy smile. He's a good boy. The servant gave a snort of disagreement to which Primo simply patted his helmet again before Berserker bent down to let her off and started to gather the water with the pot. Once she did, her old friends surrounded her, asking to touch her robe and magic staff or to tell them tales of her adventures in Orario. Primo surprised herself in how quickly and happily she wanted to oblige them. So she told them about the dungeon. How the monsters there literally spawned from every nook and how her familia took them head-on without fear. Well, too much fear anyway. She even told them about the war game versus Apollo. It was just me and Berserker against 20 of Apollo Familia's adventurers. They had us completely surrounded, but Berserker's so amazing that he pushed right through them. Thanks to that, I was able to finish my spell and blow them all away. They were so scared of us that they all ran away. I think they were more scared of the Minotaur than they were of you, Primo. NGH. Sure, that was completely true, but they didn't need to interrupt her like that. As Primo tried to regain her composure, one of her friends looked over at Berserker, who had sat down with the already full cauldron and was looking aimlessly at the canopy of the forest toward the sky. The servant wasn't paying attention to all the children standing around him so as to not frighten them. Hey, since you can ride the Minotaur no problem, do you think we can too? Primo turned toward her friend at the same time as Berserker, causing her to squeak in surprise and hide behind one of the taller boys, much to said boy's chagrin as he was taking the full force of Berserker's gaze. If it's okay. I don't know. Primo said as she turned toward Berserker, who simply shrugged his shoulders without care. We don't mind, but I think the adults will get really mad if you do. And as guests here, Primo didn't want to be a bother to the village any more than they had to be. Dragging the kids around like this might count as a bother, or as help in distracting them while the adults helped with the wounded. Come on. Just for a few minutes. Yeah, come on. It's not fair that only you get to do it. Primo turned back to Berserker, who simply shrugged again. Well, okay. What's the worst that could happen? Her answer came soon after when the smallest of the kids surged forward toward Berserker, who flinched in surprise as they stood around him and stared up at him. Hey, is it okay to touch him? One of the kids turned toward her with begging eyes. Of course, Primo said, stepping forward as Berserker lowered a hand on the ground. She placed a foot on it and he carefully raised her up onto his shoulder, where she turned around and plopped herself on top as if it was only natural. See? Nothing to it. Who wants to be first? Several boys raised their hands, but there was one hand that surprised Primo. A tiny girl with short brown hair. Then, Saya. Primo said, pointing to one of the smallest kids, much to her surprise and the grumbling of some of the boys. Saya was one of the youngest children in the village, not counting the babies and toddlers that couldn't talk or even walk yet. She was also one of the biggest scaredy cats that Primo knew. So it was quite the surprise to see her volunteering to get close to a Minotaur. Curiosity won out over fear, she supposed. Saya took a few steps forward upon being called, with each subsequent step being shorter than the previous one as she got closer to Berserker and seemed to realize exactly how big he was. Considering that Saya was about a head shorter than Primo, Berserker might as well have been a small house compared to her. Come on, there's nothing to be scared of, Primo said, patting Berserker on the shoulder. He's a big softy after all. As she said that, she wondered just when she became someone who would call a giant minotaur a softy. Probably when Belle and the servants brought home a talking harpy. Seeing that Saya wasn't taking another step, Primo hopped off her perch and landed by the smaller girl. She then took her by the hand and gently led her closer to Berserker's hand. The Minotaur had held himself as still as a statue, probably in hopes to not scare Saya any more than he had to. Then, he slowly lifted his hand up to Primo's chest, palm facing upward. Primo then placed both her and Saya's own hand on top of Berserker's. His hand was rough with a few calluses from what was probably from a lifetime of wielding weapons. The only soft spot on his palm were the scars of weapons being shoved through them. The two elves' hands were so tiny in comparison that they could just barely wrap their hands around one of his fingers. Thankfully, Saya was more in awe of this size difference than afraid as she slowly placed another hand on Berserker's to compare it further. See, nothing to it, Primo said with a smile as Saya nodded her head in response. She then turned to look at the other kids. Alright, who's next? XXXXX. Luffy ya, is this really happening? I think so. Luffy ya and her fellow Familia member Alicia had gone to the river to fetch some water when they came across the scene in front of them. About half a dozen elf children were crawling over Hestia Familia's Minotaur as it sat down at the river bank, with a rather nonplussed air around them. Primo was also there, looking rather worried as a rather small girl was hanging with her arms wrapped around the Minotaur's neck. Luffy ya then flinched as the Minotaur turned around, slowly as if to not shake off any of the children crawling over him, toward Luffy ya and Alicia. Even though Luffy ya could not see its face, she could feel its gaze, a gaze of someone begging for help. She turned to look at Alicia at the same time as Alicia turned to look at her. I think this is the first time I've seen a Minotaur beg for help because it has a bunch of children crawling all over it, Alicia said, her lips pursing slightly in bemusement. It would seem that her friend also got the same impression. Anyway, we should pull them off before it decides to lose its temper or something, Luffy ya said. Alicia nodded in agreement before the two of them hurried over. Children, you shouldn't bother the Minotaur like that, Alicia said with a smile. Come on, go back to your families before it gets dark. A chorus of affirmations were sent back to her before they bade Primo goodbye and ran off to their homes as the Minotaur fell backward onto the grass with a rather loud thud, launching the three elves a few centimeters up into the air as he did. He really is well trained, Alicia said to Primo. Your familia must have worked rather hard. Aha, aha ha ha. Primo could only reply with a laugh. Now that she was closer, Luffy ya took the time to look at the Minotaur. It really stood out from the other Minotaurs in the dungeon, and it wasn't because it was wearing armor too. Minotaurs from the dungeon usually had a red or brownish coat, but Berserker's coat was white and massive like that of a lion's mane. Not to mention that it stood almost a meter taller than other Minotaurs. Not only that, Bet had said it had wreathed itself in lightning to fight off the effects of the Black Twister's poison wind. And its name? A name similar to Saber, Archer, Lancer, Rider, Caster, and Master. Was it like that thing? Was it a being like the demi-spirit they found all the way down in the deep floors of the dungeon? A monstrous spirit. But it had been docile enough to let children climb on it as if it were a tree and even waited until they were safely away before collapsing in apparent exhaustion. Was it the power of another spirit's magic that made the monster docile? Luffy ya. Miss Virtus. Luffy ya blinked as her fellow elves stared at her in worry. Ah, I'm sorry, she said quickly. I was thinking about a few things. If you want to know about our familia's taming method, you'd have to ask Miss Lancer about that, Primo said. Oh yes. I shall do so should I find the time. Primo still looked a bit confused and worried but said nothing as she walked over and patted Berserker's leg. The Minotaur immediately sat up and placed a hand facing up by Primo's feet. Primo stepped onto the hand as the Minotaur stood up to its full and rather impressive height, towering over the other two elves before he allowed Primo to sit on his shoulder. The Minotaur then carefully picked up the full pot of water and started walking toward the direction of Primo's old home. Then, Miss Forest Light, Miss Virtus, Primo bade them farewell with a bow. Luffy ya and Alicia watched the Minotaur stomp away without turning to look back at them. I do not know what surprises me more, Alicia began. A docile minotaur, or the little girl that is happily riding on its shoulders. I feel the same way. As Lefia and Alicia turned away from the retreating pair to gather water for their own use, Primo leaned in closer to Berserker's ear. Hey, you were wrong earlier, she said as Berserker turned to her in confusion. You asked me if I didn't like my home, remember? Berserker slowly nodded his head as Primo continued, I don't think I hate this village. I still have friends here after all. But you were wrong about one thing. This isn't my home. My home is back in Orario at the Hearthstone Manor with you, Miss Flores, Mr. Cranel and the goddess. She then turned toward Berserker with a big smile. So let's hope we finish this early and head home, asked Rios. AHH. The Bull of Minas gave a small affirmative nod as he strode forward with a small skip in his step. XXXXX. Back in Orario, the city cleanup was going well. Hestia was doing her part by opening up the front lawn of the hotel to use as a makeshift soup kitchen. There were quite a few people whose homes had been destroyed by the Black Twisters after all, leaving them out on the streets with nothing but the clothes on their backs. The guild had said that they would be working with Ganesha and several of the other more charitable gods to rebuild the homes once the mysterious Twisters were taken care of, however, so most of the citizens won't be homeless for long. She overheard several people, mortals and gods alike, saying that it was as if Orario had gone back to the dark days after Zeus and Hera got removed, but Hestia didn't know anything about that. That was years before she even descended to the lower world after all. From what she had heard, at the very least, it wasn't as bad as back then. No one got sent back up to Tenkai from the Twisters at least. Hestia had wanted to pitch into the reconstruction fund, but she had spent most of the cash she got from Apollo on her inn, and the profits she made yesterday had all gone into the soup kitchen she set up to help the citizens who had suffered from the Black Twisters' attack. It might have gone better if she had just kept things cheap. Like bread, cheese, and some soup, but she wanted to offer people a bit more than that, to keep their spirits up. Thus the inn was squarely in the red right now. Now, Hestia. There's no need to ruin your pretty face like that. She's right, Hestia. What will your children think if they could see you now? Hestia looked up from her inn's budget report at the two goddesses across from her. Deai was fine. She was stuck inside the inn with her captain, a white-haired cat person with the fluffiest tail that Hestia had ever seen, whose name Hestia hadn't gotten yet. The problem was the other goddess. For some reason, Freya was sitting across from Deai, with the human woman that she had brought along to Apollo's banquet the other day standing dutifully behind her. Helun or something. Of course, I'm here to keep you safe, Hestia, Freya said with a smile. Who knows what might happen to you if you're here with only 2 level 2s to protect you. We wouldn't want a repeat of the war game to happen here, now would we? When she put it like that, Hestia didn't know what to say. You're certainly charitable today, Deai noted. Did something good happen to you outside of hell that happened yesterday? Not particularly. Can't I simply help out a friend in need? Not without calling in a huge favor afterward, I suspect. But of course. It's only natural, isn't it? Yes, it was only natural to do something for someone else without them asking and then ask a favor of them in return. As expected of a goddess, of which Hestia was one too. Anyway. Deai began, shifting gears as she let the first syllable draw out. How are you, Freya? I hear that Ishtar's skirting around in the dark trying to show you up again. Oh, is she? Freya asked, looking and sounding completely uninterested in the shift in topic. I haven't noticed. Completely unconcerned as always, hi. Pretty sure she's trying to bring Kali in on it this time, Hestia added. Yes, one of my children did hear about that when they went to Milan to fish during their break, Freya muttered with another uncaring shrug. Kali's Amazons may be fearsome, but they are ultimately nothing special. From what Hestia remembered, most of them were below level 5 with only 2 at level 6. Even Ishtar only had her captain at level 5. Between Otterl and the rest of Freya's elite, she completely outgunned and outnumbered them. That is, if one didn't take into account the mysterious fact that Ishtar's Berbera can seemingly fight above their reported levels. Well, not like I can talk, Hestia thought to herself as she glanced to the side toward the picture of her entire familia standing in front of their home for said photo. From her eagerly smiling kitty trio to the extremely exasperated captain. Sadly, she was going to have to get a new one done since Deai said that one of her students was interested in joining. Not for the prestige of an up-and-coming familia or for Welf's Krazo magic swords or anything that so many others tried to do, but for Archer and Ryder's cooking. Hestia wasn't sure if Deai had been joking or not, but Deai had said that the child was a big eater and loved to sneak away to scarf down snacks when she thought no one was looking to keep her noble facade. But Deai had her ways of finding out, as parents often did. Hesita had no problems with admitting Karen into her familia as a favor for Deai, but she would have to talk it over with Belle and Castor first. Even though they said that new members were under her purview, she still wanted to hear the opinions of her executives. A few months ago, Hestia would have rejected Karen outright for being a girl, and thus a potential rival for Belle's affections, but that was the old her that existed before the Holy Grail came into her lives. Granted, Emma was probably the biggest threat to Belle's affections right now, and Hestia had happily and willingly let her join to prove to Castor that she could do her job as a familia goddess properly. Boy, had that backfired real quick. What was worse was that Hestia adored Emma as well, so she couldn't find it in her to hate the girl for simply being herself. Besides, her head was completely filled with thoughts of looking for her elder sister. As long as that was her goal, she didn't have time for romance. Probably. Hopefully. Still, it would probably be nice if she got another boy in her familia soon eventually. Belle and Welf could probably use some more guy friends their age. Oh wait, that was what takes children were for. Kashi something Aka or whatever. He seemed a bit stiff and serious, but those were good traits for a captain of a familia to have. Takes familia was off with the group heading north, so they wouldn't get the chance talk with Hestia's children at all. It was a pity, but that was how it is. Hestia's thoughts of the future was suddenly cut off with a violent shake. The entire building's foundation seemed to shiver back and forth, with more than a few screams coming outside. Freya and Deai were being held down by their familia members as things fell off of the shelves and Hestia's desk buckled and launched her work all over the place. Then, as quickly as it came, the shaking stopped. The five of them remained silent, their eyes darting around as if waiting for a secondary shock to hit them. That was some quake. Hestia muttered, breaking the silence. Did someone do something stupid in the dungeon? Deai wondered as she tapped her captain's hand to get him to let her go. Wouldn't be the first time, Freya agreed as she brushed her hair off her shoulder. Helun, be a dear and help pick up the things off the ground. Of course, Lady Freya. You too, Insyads. Yes, goddess. Oh, so that's what his name was, Hestia thought as she bent down to pick up her picture frame. And like any good ominous cliché, it was cracked right down the middle. What kind of trouble was Belle finding himself in this time? XXXXX. Report. From her spot next to the giant black monster's dissolving corpse, Ace could hear Finn's shout even though he was on the other side of the army from her. Seeing that the battle was over, she glanced around at the others before hurrying over to Finn's side. The black beast had stood about 20 meters tall and had released a toxic gas not unlike the ones that had ambushed the army before. However, while the smaller ones could only release it in a small area, the large one had spread its poison over the entire battlefield. It could have been worse, Ace heard Gareth admit as she drew closer. If we hadn't known that these things could spew poison, we'd probably had a few more casualties. That being said, aside from the poison, these things aren't very tough to handle for us. It is a different story for the lower levels and those without Falna. However, Riveria reminded him, to which he simply waved his hand. She looked Ace's way on her approach before continuing, it is also good news that Ace's wind can keep the poison away from her. Bet said that Lancer woman and that Minotaur from Hestia Familia could do the same with fire and lightning, didn't he? Gareth asked, turning to Finn. So he did, Finn said with a nod. Lancer is also the secret to Hestia Familia's taming method. Perhaps she has a skill similar to the development ability Mystery or some other rare skill to be able to do such things at level 1, provided she is, of course. Though he said that, Finn's expression and tone said that he truly did believe Lancer was level 1. Someone with a power that flexible and strong would have been the source of stories and rumors long before they set foot into Orario. All Ace knew about the woman was that she was Saber's wife and one he showered with love at every possible moment, if the scenes she saw during the war game were any indication. It was strange to see someone as seemingly cold and stoic as Saber express himself in such a way, to the point that several members of her familia were openly gagging and forcing to wish she could have Finn do the same for her. Ace could only wonder what Saber's status was like with his wife trying to kill him as often as love him though. Still, it feels like something is amiss, Riveria continued. Not with Hestia Familia's irregulars, but with the black monster. Do you know something about it? Ace asked. Castor seemed to, but he didn't really say anything about it. Oh. Gareth began, looking interested. And what did Mr. Moneybags have to say about the monster? He said that it was a creature that returned due to an act of God on the anniversary of Grand Day, Ace said, recalling the man's cryptic words. Cryptic as always, Gareth said, unknowingly agreeing with Ace's thoughts. But worrying nonetheless. Should we take act of God literally then? Riveria wondered. Considering the similarities, I'm inclined to believe it, Finn nodded. Similarities? Ace repeated. We fought a monster like this before. Several years ago as part of a quest with multiple other familiars to destroy a powerful monster. And then Ace understood. Why Castor had used the word returned on the day of anniversary. You mean? Ace began, finally understanding why she was feeling so uncomfortable in the face of the monster and its wind. It was not because of the danger it posed to the world, but it was because it was related to that monster. Before Finn could answer, the wind bellowed and the ground shook. The orange-red setting sun was immediately blocked out by a mass of darkness. Far in the distance, a massive storm rose up like a mountain, blocking everything behind it from view. Its size could easily envelope the entirety of Orario with room to spare. Impossible! Riveria shouted. How did we miss that? It can turn its wind off and on at will, Finn said with a frown. It used one of its smaller forms to distract us while it went off to attack something else. A monster that could think. It's heading in the same direction as that elf village that little girlie told us about. Gareth said. Is it heading there on purpose or is it just a coincidence? The creature deliberately used a smaller offshoot to lead us here while it head in a different direction, Finn repeated slowly, his thoughts no doubt racing. If it wanted to escape, it could have just kept its wind off. Unless it can only do so for a short time. Considering the amount of wind it was giving off, Ace thought it was latter. It might always be roaring, a monster that couldn't be contained if the smaller ones were any proof. The ones that ambushed them by burying underground had been much larger than the ones that rampaged in Orario. If it was anything like the large one they had crushed, aside from being almost 4 times its size, it also had an organ that was spewing out poison gas as well. We'll have to split the army again. Finn declared. Send an advanced force of our fastest runners to try and get to it before it reaches any of the villages in that direction. We'll have to count on Raoul and the others to find a way to buy time until we can get there though. Ace was not worried. If it was Saber and Archer, then there was no doubt in her mind that they would hold out. They would have to until reinforcements arrived. Ace had full faith in all of them. XXXXX. Belle's eyes shot open to the fading sunlight. The only light sources were coming from outside from the other familiars cooking fires. Sitting up from the sofa he appropriated to sleep on, he couldn't see anyone aside from the sleeping forms of a few of his familia. Welf had taken the floor despite Belle's protest, taking only one of the cushions to rest his head on while Lily had pushed together 2 chairs and was using that as a bed instead. Emma was sleeping in Primo's old bed while the young elf was sleeping in her mother's old bed alongside Gina and Assassin. As Belle looked around for a moment longer, a quiet voice whispered into his ear. Are you all right? Did you have a nightmare? It was Ryder's voice and the woman slowly faded into existence beside him. No, Belle replied with a shake of his head, whispering as well. I suddenly felt a jolt and woke up. He looked around again but he didn't see, or sense, any of the other servants, aside from Berserker and Assassin, nearby. It didn't feel like they were anywhere in the village even. Do you know where the other servants went? They haven't come back yet as far as I could tell, Ryder replied. I know Lancer had gone to see to the wounded but that was hours ago already. I don't think any of them are in the village anymore. Belle began before glancing up. Well, except maybe Castor. If I had to guess, perhaps they're making sure the forest and the surrounding area is clear of monsters. Ryder suggested. The villagers probably have other guardians like Primo's mother meant to take on that role but thanks to all of us showing up, they're probably keeping an eye on everything to make sure nothing happens. She then gave a small glance to the urn at the side of the room. It is an unenviable yet valiant work, to protect your home with what little strength you have. So let's let the others clear the forest out so they'll have a decent peace period after we leave. Yeah, Belle replied with a smile. He was about to lay back down when his body lurched forward with a burning sensation running along his nerves as Ryder's head jerked toward the south, where Bell felt 3 of his servants were fighting. And it wasn't a casual run like when they went into the dungeon. It was like the time Archer had gone with Loki Familia down to the deep floors. Just what in the world were they fighting up here? And just as he thought that, the outside suddenly became very very dark, as if someone had snuffed out the sun. Ryder seemed to bite back a curse as she glared up it, and past the ceiling toward a certain someone before turning to Bell. "Are you all right?" she asked quickly. "Why yet," Bell replied with a nod. "It took me by surprise, but it's not unbearable." The difference in parameters between back when he was a fresh level 2 and his current self was huge. He wasn't sure if his knights were going all out, but he currently wasn't debilitated like he had been with Archer. "Sorry, can I get some water?" Bell asked, and Ryder quickly nodded and rushed over to the sink to grab a cup and fill it boiled river water from the pot. "I'm getting a really bad feeling about this." His worries were soon realized when he heard a shout coming from outside. Look, I'm not anyone suspicious. Just let me see Archer or Caster or someone." Someone was trying to get past Berserker, who was blocking the door and growling at them. Hearing this, Bell quickly jumped off the couch and ran toward the door. "Mr. Nord?" Bell asked as he threw open the door to see Raoul and Lefia at the door. "And Lefia too." "Moonlit dawn." Raoul began, quickly turning from Berserker to Bell. "Where's Archer or your captain?" "They're not here," Bell said, with each word bringing despair on the duo's faces. "What's dash?" Bell's words died in his throat as he saw something through the trees, what had snuffed out the sun. It was a black twister. One far bigger than any of the ones Bell had seen so far. Its sheer size was wide enough to envelope the entire elf village whole if it came close. But if it was like anything like the other bigger twisters they had seen already, the poison wind it was no doubt releasing would destroy the village long before it would get close. Bell wasn't the only one who noticed either. The Deai and Hermes Familia had stopped what they were doing to stare at the black cloud that extended all the way to the heavens above as well. Even from here, Bell could see that it practically enveloped the entire sky. Was that one of the 2 twisters the armies had been split to fight? If so, why was it here? Did it slip past the main group? Bell placed a hand over his chest in realization that his servants were still fighting. Or were there more than just 2? Were his servants fighting another one? What if they grew even bigger than this? We need to run," Lolun said, snapping everyone out of their stupor. "No way we can take on something that big. We'd never make it with our wounded," Hermes said simply, but his face was pale and unsure. "And at its speed, I doubt the villagers would be able to outrun it either." "MMR Cranal." Bell turned as Primo ran and collided with his back. Her tiny hands gripped the back of his shirt as she stared up at him with fearful eyes. What do we do?" she asked as the others were on their feet and staring out the window with wide eyes as well. The village." Bell didn't know what to say. Even though the twister was still far away, he could feel its sheer pressure. It made him want to run. It made him want to cower away and hide. The black wind was a symbol of horror and despair to all that laid eyes upon it. He could admit it. He was scared. But even before all that, what scared him the most was leaving people to die. Therefore there was only one option. "We have to fight." XXXXX. Lefia watched as Primo clung onto Bell. Even if the girl had abandoned her village for the sake of becoming an adventurer, but it was clear that she still loved the people that lived here. She remembered all the people they had ran past to get here in search of Archer, of one of the other supposed spirits. Mothers holding their children close and fathers cursing their powerlessness. Even the elder was praying to the holy tree for guidance and safety. Was this all they could do? They had triumphed over everything that the black twisters had thrown at them already. They can't give up now. If they did, they would have to abandon their wounded and the villagers, something Lefia would never do. And thus, left only one option. "We have to fight." XXXXX. Lefia said those words at the same time Bell opened his mouth, causing him and everyone else to turn and goggle at the elf. "Lefia. It's too early to give in to despair." Lefia continued. "We're still alive after all. We have to fight until the very end to protect the things around us. To protect the things we care about. Get a hold of yourself, Lefia." Raoul said. We can't have you losing your head like this. I have not lost my head. She shot back. If we can't outrun or hide from the enemy, then all we can do is meet it head on, right? How can you give up so easily? Aren't we all Orario adventurers? Shouldn't we live up to the captain's example? Raoul fell silent at that as he took several deep breaths. Raoul. Lefia, Raoul called her name, causing the elf to fall silent. I'm going to be realistic here. No, most of our top hitters are back with the captain and the rest of the army. The people we have here don't stand a chance against that twister. The best we can do is buy time. All eyes were on Raoul now as he continued to speak. Due to the poison that thing is no doubt spreading, we have to get every high-class adventurer we have that has abnormal resistance to form a defensive line and try to lure it away from the village. Everyone else will help the wounded and the villagers make their way in the opposite direction. Raoul. Lefia muttered as Belle grimaced. Belle Cranel, was it? Raoul asked, suddenly turning to Belle. Do you know where Archer is? And no, I don't, Belle replied, feeling his body light up as if his veins were on fire. Whatever they were fighting, they were certainly being forced to go all out. I see, and you probably don't have any way of contacting him either, huh? Belle gripped his left wrist but didn't respond. The command spells allowed him to summon any of his servants to his side, but he couldn't risk separating any of them from whatever it was they were fighting. And besides that, he didn't want to use the remaining two if he could help it. Not for any practical reason either, but because he felt that it was the only thing truly connecting him to them. You'll probably be annihilated if you face that thing, head-on or not, Hermes said seriously. That thing isn't something you should be taking so lightly. Even so, I don't want to be someone who would betray Braver's trust in protecting these people, Raoul said with a smile before turning to the gathered adventurers around them. And what about the rest of you? Loki Familia has made its decision. We will buy time for our elite to make their way here. Will you fight or will you cower in fear? Let's fight. If Loki Familia's doing it, we might stand a chance. I didn't last this long just to die here. Everyone, get into formation. Anyone with abnormal resistance to the front. To the wounded, if you're able to move, act as a supporter. As Raoul directed the adventurers, Belle turned back toward Lily and Gina, his familia's high-class adventurers that took the abnormal resistance development ability upon reaching level 2. Lily really does not want to face that thing head-on, even as a supporter, Lily said bluntly before Belle could say anything. Lily is already 0 to 1 against one of the small ones after all. I feel like I should but... Gina began but she didn't say anything more. It was clear that she was afraid, just like any sane person should be, but her sense of duty was compelling her to join. I'll back you up if you want to go too, Ryder said with a smile. Belle saw no problem with that. As a servant, Ryder's body was probably more resistant to poisons and her skill would allow her to keep moving even under the worst-case scenario to get her and Gina out if need be. What about Berserker? Welf asked, jerking his head toward the Minotaur. He'd probably be able to damn, what's a nicer way of saying meat shield? Gah. Welf's joke was received by a pair of tiny kicks to the back of his knees, courtesy of Gina and Primo, causing him to fall flat on his back. NN. However, Berserker simply nodded his head, agreeing with the smith's words. Then let's hurry, Belle said. We'll all chip in and do what we can, where we can. With nods all around, Belle and the others grabbed their equipment and headed out to the center of the village. XXXXX. Far above the village, on the tip of the tallest trees in the forest, a sole figure stood and watched the adventurers scatter about. To the east, he could see the massive black twister draw closer and closer to the forest. To the south, there was a battle raging between spirits and monsters, hidden from the eyes of mortal men. While the battle in the south was one worthy of being transcribed into an epic, it was the tale that was unfolding below that he was focused on. Humanity struggling against an insurmountable foe, betting on the hopes that a hero will appear and save them. The uncertainty was what made it exciting compared to a story where the outcome was all but certain. And so, he watched. And so, he waited. And so, he would not lift a single finger to help. Should the boy's story end here, then that was all he amounted to. And the first mountain obstacle was slowly lumbering its way toward the quaint little village they were in. Though its size could not compare to the Bowl of Heaven, it was a sight that gave him a sense of nostalgia, for the briefest of moments before the thought faded away back into the recesses of his mind. Now then, how shall this theater play out? Will they be annihilated? Will they hold out until Braver's army returns? Or XXXXX. Lefia, start by casting Lady Riveria's veil breath on us, Raoul said as he led the vanguard out of the forest to try and pull the monster's attention away from the village. That should at the very least give us more time against its poison. Right, Lefia nodded her head as she glanced at the front of the formation. Hestia Familia's berserker was walking at the front of the group with several other nervous-looking adventurers whose endurance was a cut above the rest. All of them were carrying large shields meant to buy time for the mages to cast their spells. Some moved with confidence while others seemed to be wondering if they were making a huge mistake. Lefia herself was nervous but she didn't believe they were making a mistake. She had Primo's assurances that Berserker would follow her commands in battle as Hestia Familia didn't have any other members that could handle the poison wind without assistance. The Minotaur had offered to carry her into battle on its shoulder like it had done for Primo but Lefia had declined the offer. Perhaps just a bit too quickly to be polite but it didn't seem to take offense. Lefia quickly shook her head as they reached the edge of the forest and began her chant. I beseech the name of Wishi. Ancestors of the forest, proud brethren. Answer my call and descend upon the plains. The Falna, the blessing of the gods, could only hold 3 spell slots for each individual. That meant that no matter how skilled the mage was, as a rule, they could only hold 3 spells. But, as with any rule, loopholes exist. Lefia's loophole existed in her 3rd spell and the source of her alias, Thousand Elf. It allowed her to duplicate any elvish magic that she could recite the incantation for as well as understand the effects of. Connecting bonds, the pledge of paradise. Turn the wheel and dance. Come, ring of fairies. I beseech you, give me strength. Elf ring. However, while useful, it was far from being as convenient as the spell Archer used to recreate weapons made from the greatest of smiths. She had to expend her mind and time to first cast her spell and then spend even more mind and time to cast the spell she was duplicating. And the monster was not about to give them that time. The world shook and the sky seemed to crack as a mass of poison wind surged toward them. Shields! Raoul roared out as the front-line adventurers formed up with their shields in front while Berserker stood before them all. The monster heaved its giant slab of iron that it called a shield up and banged one of its massive halberds against it. Then, with a massive blood-curdling scream that could only ever come from the mouth of a monster, Berserker slammed the shield down in front of him. The roar and its show of strength beyond an ordinary level 2 monster made Lefia's hair stand on end. No, it really was standing on end. Sparkles of red light raced across the air between the adventurers like a current. And then the black wind smashed into them. In a brilliant show of strength, Berserker did not take a single step back as it took the brunt of the wind head-on. However, even with the powerful shield in front, it was but a single shield. The second line moved to cover what Berserker could not, but they did not have the monster's constitution. Even with abnormal resistance, they were faltering under the poison's potency. It was far more powerful than the poison from the smaller monsters. Lefia, hurry! Raoul shouted over the storm. Gather! Breath of the earth! My name is Alf! Lefia shouted as she swung her staff. Veil breath! Veil breath was Riveria's support magic. A quick cast magic that took the form of a deep green light that formed around its targets like a shell. It provided them with both physical and magical protection, allowing them to weather the first attack. However, the protection of the level 3 Lefia's copied magic was nowhere near as powerful as the level 6 Riveria. The shell failed to form completely around Berserker as the wind picked up in ferocity, pushing the Minotaur a half step back. Shit! One of the vanguards directly behind Berserker let out a curse as he grit his teeth and pushed up against the wind. Come on, monster! Don't let some pissy wind beat ya! What would Moonlit Dawn say? That's... Lefia recognized the man. It was the rough-looking human she had met at the casino the other night. The one that seemed to have been a fan of Belle and Hestia Familia. Mord! Stop shouting or you're gonna breathe in that poison. Shut it! If the big guy croaks then we're all gonna feel it. Mord shouted back. Come on big guy! Show us what you got! Don't let the kid down! As if spurned on by Mord's voice, Berserker let out another roar as it forced itself to take a step forward, pushing through the wind and creating a space relatively free from the poison as if he was a rock in a stream. Condense the formation. Raoul shouted. Stay in the space behind the Minotaur as much as possible. The vanguard was pushing forward. Even through the poison, they could at least reach their target. Lefia's hope soared as they slowly pushed through the poison wind, until... Did the wind get weaker? That's not it, something's happening in the distance. Although it was near pitch black, Lefia could hear something echoing past the heavy winds. Are those explosions? She wondered. Some kind of new attack. Brace. Raoul seemed to realize something was coming and gave the order as the shields linked together. However, Berserker did not fall back with the others and instead let out a roar as he charged forward. Wait, Berserker! Lefia called out as a massive explosion and a blinding light filled her senses. But throughout all of that, she could hear a Minotaur's roar, cutting through the light. Chapter 47, Past and Future. Chariot of Boudica. A near-transparent dome formed around the cluster of people as the black wind roared all around them. Belle's ears were filled with the wind pounding against Ryder's magic shield and the screams of Assassin, Lily, and Primo as he and Emma covered the three of them with their bodies. Belle slowly opened one of his eyes as he tried to get a hold of the situation. The dome was rather large, symbolizing Ryder's desire to protect that which was important to her, but it wasn't anywhere near big enough to cover the entire village. While it was enough to cover the entire Hestia familia as well as the villagers and adventurers of Deai and Hermes that had been close by, there were still countless others that were still stuck outside of it. Excellent work, Miss Ryder. Hermes said as he picked up his hat from off the ground after it had fallen off when one of Hermes's adventurers dove on top of him to try and shield him from the wind. You did what you could. The pained grimace on Ryder's face said otherwise though. After a moment, the wind subsided, and the shield faded. The black mist was still lingering in the air, but it didn't seem too bad. Was most of the poison within the attack itself with the after effects being weaker? Either way, it would still be dangerous to breathe it in for too long, especially for those without a Falna. Antidotes. Lily said as she picked up her backpack. We need to hurry and pass out the antidotes. Do we have any strong ones left? Karen asked. I don't think there was enough time to make any from the herbs we gathered. Even the cheap stuff will do in a pinch. Lily said. Please help Lily, Miss Karen. The noble girl nodded her head as the two of them ran toward the fallen. Did they get annihilated? Belle heard Welf mutter. Belle turned to see his friend staring toward the direction of the gargantuan black twister. Why you shouldn't say something like that. Gina said, tugging on Welf's sleeve but the smith didn't turn his gaze away. Primo, wait. Calm down. Belle spun around to see Primo desperately trying to scramble out of Emma's arms. Her arms were flailing about, trying to pull Emma's arms off of her, and eyes were jumping back and forth from the direction of the black twister to the elf villagers that had been caught in the black wind. Many of them were coughing and groaning as they suffered from the poison and the young girl looked to be at a loss to what to do. Belle turned back to the twister. Astrios, Lefia. However, he only managed a single step before someone grabbed his arm. Don't even think about it, Belle, Hermes said with a solemn look. Lord Hermes. What do you think you can do? Hermes asked. You may be level 3, but you don't have abnormal resistance, right? You'll just end up the same as the people here, perhaps even worse off. The poison would be even more powerful the closer you get to that monster. Even as he said that, Hermes looked absolutely miserable. Even the antidotes the girls are handing out won't cut it. That thing is on another level than what normal people can handle. This is the absolute worst case scenario. What a mess. Cranial. A soft cry reached Belle's ears before something small bumped into his back. Primo was clinging onto his waist, looking up at him with tear-filled eyes. Mr. Cranial, Astrios and Miss Virides are. She cried. There. Her watery and unclear as she struggled with the emotions running through her heart. The little girl who lost her mother to the forest without anything was afraid of losing more people that she loved. Don't listen to her, Belle, Hermes said calmly yet forcefully, with his eyes narrowed. Why not, Lord Hermes? Belle asked back softly as he placed his arms around Primo. Because if you do, you'll go help them. The words were said so matter-of-factly that Belle felt a bit embarrassed that someone outside of his familia could see right through him like that. But even so, he kept the emotion down and the seriousness on his face. And what's wrong with that? Belle demanded. Because if you go, you'll die. Another simple and serious statement. If you die, a lot of people, not just Hestia, will be sad, Hermes continued. No, before that, I don't want you to die, Belle. Even so, we can't just abandon them. His connection with Berserker was still there. The Minotaur, the servant, was still alive and fighting. And if he was still alive, then Lefia would be as well. The servant gave his word that he would protect her for Primo, and Belle believed that Berserker would die first before failing them. Then tell me, what can you do? Hermes demanded in return. An army of level 2s led by a level 4 and several level 3s seemed to have failed. What can a single level 3 human do? It is not as if you are a spirit, right? You don't have any special powers that can protect you from the poison. And, you're your familia's vice-captain, aren't you? Your familia is looking to you for guidance in the absence of your captain. Sure enough, Lily, Welf, Gina, Primo, Assassin, Emma, Ryder, and even Karen were all looking at him, the master of Hestia Familia. Although Belle felt it was arrogant of him, he understood that it was because of him and his actions that brought them all together. If he hadn't found the Grail, the servants wouldn't be here. If he hadn't summoned Castor, Lily might have still been with Soma Familia. If he and the male servants hadn't been there, Hestia might not have seriously looked for new Familia members and found Primo and Emma. If Belle hadn't found Welf's armor and befriended the smith, he might still be with Hephaestos Familia. If Belle and the others hadn't defeated the Black Goliath, Gina might have simply gone home after leaving Hermes' Familia or found a different Familia to join. In the end, it all came down to Belle and the Grail as the cornerstone of Hestia Familia. His actions held the same amount of weight as Castor's in deciding the Familia's future, no, perhaps they held even more weight. Charging headlong into danger without any plan or thought isn't courage, but plain stupidity, Hermes continued, unaware of Belle's thoughts. The decoy team had their duty and we need to do ours here. We have to get those we can out of this village as quickly as we can. Do what you can, and nothing more. Could Belle be satisfied with just that? Could he be satisfied to just abandon those who couldn't move and the decoy team just like that? Several explosions rang out into the distance, causing Hermes to glance over at the twister once more. Red and white lights could be seen flashing before each fearsome boom. Thunder, hi! He said softly. That thing seriously means business. No, it's not the monster. Belle, who had been quietly listening to the god Hermes all this time, finally spoke up. His body was on fire. Not because of the anger at his powerlessness or because he was upset at Hermes's words, true as they were. It was because they were still fighting. Archer, Saber, and Lancer were still fighting against their unseen enemy. And he was as well. The one who was different than all the other servants. While they were all human in body and spirit, he was a monster. Although he was kind, soft-spoken, and beloved by his familia, there was no changing the nature he was born with. Hestia had suggested pretending he was an overly large cows, a demi-human, but Castor shut her down immediately. It is not possible to hide nor deny Berserker's true nature, the wise king of heroes had said. To deny him his origins is to deny his birth and his identity. To insist he is something is not would be crueler than chaining him down as you would chain his soul. Would you strip away everything that makes you a goddess just to hide amongst humans? No one could or did say anything against that, and Belle had noted Lancer looking rather mournful as Saber placed a hand on her shoulders at Castor's words. He was still fighting. Fighting to protect the girl that was important to his friends. And that girl too, was still fighting. Fighting to protect her comrades and the village of her friend. And so, there's only one choice, isn't there? The voice in Belle's head asked with a grin that Belle had no way of seeing. That isn't only Berserker's fury raging out there. It's her song, Belle said with confidence. Lefia is still fighting out there. She hasn't given up. You're different from me. You don't need to simply bite your lip and be protected by women all the time. Although they should be different people, their hearts and souls were the same. I'm going, Belle said as he gently pushed Primo into Emma's arms. I don't care what you say. So long as they're still alive and fighting, I won't abandon them. It doesn't matter what you think, Hermes said. I'm not going to let you wander off into your death, so I'll talk you down each time. Though his words were harsh, his intentions were honest, and for Belle's sake, to keep him alive. Everyone in the clearing knew that. Even Gina, for all she hated her former god, didn't say anything. It was during times like this that Bell felt that the love he received from the people around him was too much. That it was those who cared less about his well-being and more of his achievements like Castor who let him do as he wished. But even so, Bell would never wish to do away with that love. It was that love that gave him a reason and a place to return home to after all. But even so, how can you chase your dreams if you stop here? Even so, how can you call yourself a man if you can't save even one girl? Bell shouted at the Hermes, causing the god to freeze in shock. What kind of hero would turn away from a fight? A chance to protect and save people? A hero should rush forward, fight, protect and save people. That's what my grandpa would say. I know it. At the mention of his grandfather, Hermes looked rather intrigued, but Bell didn't stop to wonder. He had to keep going. To keep talking before the god could regain his composure. In a prolonged battle of words, Bell knew he had no chance against a being centuries, no, millennia his elder. If I stop here, I know I won't be able to go any further. Bell said. If I run away now, I'll be turning my back on everything important to me and everyone that put their faith in me. The dream at the end of the road he sought. The throne of heroes. Such a fantasy truly existed. A place where true heroes resided. Heroes that were leaders of men. Heroes that had been destined for greatness. Heroes who lent their strength and supported that greatness. Heroes whose very names and deeds shook the world in fear and awe. Heroes who simply did what they could to help. And heroes that were beacons of hope in this cruel world. If he stopped now, it would be the same as admitting defeat. To admit that those people, that Bell's own heroes, were beyond him. Even though they were but a step and a touch away physically, the distance that truly mattered was as great as the distance between the realm of the gods and that of mortals. To stop, even for a moment, meant that the dream would escape him. He did not need Castor, or anyone else, to tell him this. The examples he had by his side were proof enough how long and arduous the journey was, and there was no looking back or hesitation that could be afforded. Even if he were to jump into the depths of hell, he had to keep going. And we will be right there beside you every step of the way. So, blaze forward. Chase after that back along your dreams. Lord Hermes. Asfi, who had been silent the entire time, turned toward her god warily, but Hermes simply let out a long sigh of defeat. Hero, hi. Hermes finally muttered. You think everything you worked so hard for will be meaningless if you stop here, hi. Hermes let out another long-suffering sigh, but there was a small smile on his face. Very well, I suppose you convinced me. Lord Hermes. Bell let out a sigh of relief as Hermes shook his head. I won't stop you anymore, but I will nag at you regardless, the god said. Do you even have a plan to get close to that monster with all of its poison? I suppose Miss Ryder could lend you a hand, but that would leave the people here completely unprotected. That was right. For all his bolster, Bell had no way to wade through the poison. Choosing mage over abnormal resistance had been the right choice to support all of his servants, but doing so had gave him another huge weak point. Well then, I suppose I'll have to say the words that everyone wants to say at least once in their life. Hermes said, throwing out his arms with flair. I was prepared for something like this. Though I really wish I didn't have to say it here. Hermes muttered the last part rather quietly, but both Gina and Asfi let out identical suffering sighs while Ryder had the same face she made on the day Hestia took them all shopping for swimsuits. Hermes opened the pack on his back and handed 2 items to Bell. These are. Bell recognized them. Why wouldn't he? He had worn one of these pieces just the other day while Lefia had worn the other one. An armlet and a veil. Glad to see you recognize them, Hermes said with a smile. Oh, but these aren't the replicas you and Thousand Elf wore. They're the real deal. Bell's breath hitched as he nearly dropped the items in surprise. I can't say how I got them, but you should use them in this fight. Their powers still work even after all these years after all. Powers. These remnants had been used to defeat the grand monster behemoth years ago. If Hermes decided that these pieces would be useful here, then, that monster is. Castor's cryptic words suddenly made sense now. I wouldn't say that, Hermes said with a shake of his head. In the past, the poison was so potent that the bodies of those afflicted would wither away and turn into ash in minutes. Doubly so for those without our blessing. Only special equipment like this along with the strongest of our children could hope to stand up to it. With something like this, you should be fine if you dove into that poison. The fact that anyone was still alive at all showed the difference in power that a monster like the legendary behemoth had. And Zeus and Hera Familius conquered it. And now, years later, Hermes gave Belle the chance to follow in their footsteps. Still, don't overly rely on it, Hermes warned. They're only one small piece of the proper set. It can buy you time, but if you don't use it wisely, I suspect that it would break long before you do. Consider them as lucky charms of a sort. I understand. Thank you. If you really want to thank me, then you would stay here and help us get these people to safety, Hermes shot back with a wry smile as Belle replaced the vambrace of his armor with the legendary bracer instead. But you're still going to go, aren't you? Yes, Belle nodded resolutely. He then turned to Welf. Sorry Welf, can you look after the others while I'm gone? Yeah, leave it to me, Welf said, placing a hand on Gina's shoulder. I feel like you're going to make a habit out of this though, leaving us behind to go off on your own adventure. Archer would probably say that that couldn't be helped while Castor would say that that was to be expected. I'll try not to make it a habit. But that wasn't what Belle wanted. He wanted his friends, his familia, to be by his side every step of the way. Stay safe. Gina said softly. Belle, you dummy. Lily protested his decision but didn't move to stop him. Good hunting, master. Come back to us safely, okay? Ryder saw him off with a fierce look while Emma looked worried as Primo wordless sobbed into her chest. Good luck. Don't leave us alone, okay mommy? Karen seemed unsure at what to say while Assassin hugged him with tear-filled eyes. Yes. I'm going. As Belle ran toward the black twister, Hermes muttered softly to himself with no one catching his words. A hero isn't born but demanded, huh? He said. No matter the age, they must undergo their trials. Look after him, Argonaut. You too, you old fart. Zeus. XXXXX. White lightning and thunder smashed down in front of them again and again. It was all Lefia could do to try and fire magic back at the twister, but she was slowly reaching her limits. Lady Riveria's protective magic protected them from the poison, but it was far from perfect. Raoul, Alicia, and the other adventurers had all collapsed. The only ones still standing were her and Hestia Familia's berserker. Everyone else had been knocked out by the blast or the poison already. A beam of light that had came from the twister itself, some kind of magic not unlike the Black Goliath used when Hestia Familia fought it down in the dungeon weeks ago. Did it come here because it was drawn to the spirits? Was this the dungeon's answer to the spirits that had not died off like those sent down by the gods in the early days before they descended to bestow the Falna upon their mortal children? And the black twister was firing them off one after another. But Berserker intercepted each one without fail. Shattered steel and iron laid scattered all around her as the Minotaur picked up a different shield after each one was destroyed, taking a hit from the beam. But the Minotaur's will refused to bend or break as it simply picked up a shield from one of the fallen adventurers to continue its defensive battle. Even as each shield shattered. Even as the shattered steel embedded itself into his arms. Even as the metal melted from the sheer heat of each beam. Even as his skin became charred and raw from the blasts. The Minotaur did the duty Primo asked of it and protected Lefia from each strike and remained standing tall and proud. Was it its devotion to Belle, Primo and the rest of Hestia Familia that drove it on, or was it the magic used in their taming method? Both were utterly frightening to Lefia. But even so, she was reaching her limit as her knees fell to the ground. It was all she could do to keep herself propped up with her staff. The sound of her falling must have reached Berserker's ears even over the wind as it wheeled around in shock. It took one step toward her before quickly spinning back around with the shield raised. Another beam of light smashed into him. Either he was unable to brace himself properly or the shield had given way faster than expected, but the beam was enough to send him flying back into a heap on the ground. A part of Lefia wanted to tell Berserker that that was enough. That it should run away instead of trying to protect her like this. But if she did, the next beam would cut through the downed adventurers like a blade through paper. But, even if it was a monster, seeing something work itself to death just to protect her like this. Even so, Berserker pushed itself up and its gaze fell upon Lefia. Its armor and helmet were slowly losing their form. They were filled with cracks and parts of it were slowly turning into liquid metal before fusing itself to its skin. Its helmet had a large crack and hole above its right eye, allowing Lefia to see its blood-red eye staring deep into her. Even so, the Minotaur stood back up. Undaunted. Undeterred. Unbroken. Its will could rival even the greatest of adventurers. And what was she doing? She, Lefia Virides, the one who the gods gave the name of Thousand Elf to, doing? She was being protected once again. I can't, give up here. She grunted as she forced herself to stand as well. I haven't lost yet, I haven't finished protecting anything yet. It was her declaration. She would fight to the bitter end to protect her students' home. And to protect her own pride as an adventurer. She would not fall here. Lefia. Asked Rios. Hi. Someone called out her name and an unfamiliar one. Was that the true name of the Minotaur known as Berserker? Turning around, Lefia saw Belle Cranel. She shouted as the vice-captain of Hestia Familia ran toward them. He stopped in shock for the briefest of moments at the sight of all the fallen adventurers, but quickly regained his composure and ran up to her. What are you doing here? No time to explain, here. Belle said as he draped the white cloth he was holding over Lefia's head. This will protect you from the poison. Quickly. How did you, what are you? Lefia could only stare dumbfounded at the younger boy as he secured the cloth over her head and helped her to her feet. It's this equipment, Belle explained, showing her his arm brace. It can protect us from the poison. With this we can get closer to the monster. With it, we can beat it, or maybe drive it off. Lefia's hand went to the cloth and she realized that it was similar to the veil she wore for the job with the guild on Grand Day Eve. Berserker suddenly let out a soft groan and Belle's attention turned from Lefia toward his monster. You did good, asked Rios, Belle said with a soft smile. We'll take it from here. Berserker's massive hand wrapped itself around Belle's arm. It was like the monster was begging Belle not to go any further than this, but the weight of the constant attacks was finally taking its toll on its body and it couldn't do any more than protest weakly. Don't worry, I won't die, Belle said confidently. Keep watch over these people and we'll be right back. Belle then turned back to Lefia and held his hand out to her. Let's go, Lefia, he said with a confident smile that reminded Lefia of a playful spirit she had met once before. Let's go beat that monster. It was a confidence born from someone who lived under the shadow of so many great souls, one Lefia could relate to. This boy, this human that dove into this darkness to save her, she felt that she could trust her life to him at this very moment. Got it. She said, taking his hand. Asked Rios, Berserker, keep these people safe and wait for us, okay? Belle said, turning back to the Minotaur. The Minotaur let out a sorrowful moan before reluctantly nodding its head. With that done, the two of them ran full speed toward the Black Twister. XXXXX. The way to the Black Twister was arduous as expected. Even if the poison was no longer a problem, the wind itself was. Thankfully, due to its size, the monster's wind shell wasn't as solid as its smaller counterparts and they were able to push through. If it had been filled with the black sand like the smaller ones, they may have failed right there. But even so, the wind was powerful enough that Lefia was afraid that the two of them would have been picked up and flung away like a piece of trash. A bit further. Belle shouted, his words barely reaching her through the roaring wind. Just a bit further. Then, as if they pushed through a paper door, the heavy wind disappeared, and they found themselves in a relatively calm spot with the wind still roaring behind them. Is this the so-called Eye of the Storm? Lefia asked. No sooner did she ask that did a roar that dwarfed even berserkers erupted in their ears. The two level 3 adventurers looked up, and saw the beast. Gargantuan. That word just barely qualified to describe the black beast. Lefia's mind currently could not come up with a better description for the creature in front of her when her entire body was smaller than a single one of its massive talons in front of her. It was even bigger than all of the floor bosses she had seen in the dungeon so far, standing well above 20 meters in height. Like the beasts they had fought before, it stood on 4 legs and its fur was pitch black in color. Unlike the others however, it had 2 massive horns that split off into 3 different branches. It also had what looked like a pair of tusks on the sides of its mouth where an eerie purple mist was floating off of. It must be some kind of organ that was the source of its poison wind. We have to beat this thing on our own? Belle asked, his fighting spirit shaken at seeing the size of their enemy. We have to. Lefia replied. Primo's village and all the other adventurers are counting on us. The ground shook beneath their feet as the creature lumbered toward them, its glowing red eyes seeping with hatred and rage. The beast didn't need to get close to step on them to attack. All it had to do was open its mouth and let out a massive howl. Its sheer size and power allowed such a simple move to be devastating on the two adventurers that were barely a fraction of its size. Its howl sent both Lefia and Belle flying without giving them any chance to defend themselves. It never gave them the chance to even strike back. It was a monster that a pair of level 3s stood no chance at defeating no matter how strong their spurts were. Lefia's veil was torn to shreds and Belle's vambrace shattered as the magic equipment's durability crumbled beneath the monster's power. Lefia's body was mercilessly slammed into the grassy plain. The poison once again seeping into her body as the final vestiges of veil breath were eroding away. I won't give up like this. Even so, Lefia couldn't allow herself to fall here. Not when a monster had shown so much more backbone than her. She glanced up and saw that the monster had stomped past them, not even caring to finish them off, opting to let the poison to finish the job. That was the chance they needed. An opening to strike back. But Lefia's spells, Arc's Ray and Fusillade Falarica, wouldn't do any damage to it as it was. She needed a stronger spell, one that could burn away all this poison and the monster who created it. Using all of her strength, she forced herself to stand and made her way toward where Belle's body had been thrown. The boy hadn't been protected by veil breath and thus was suffering under the full effects of the poison. She had to do this quick or else it might decide to turn around and blow them away without a second thought. Don't worry. Hi. A voice rang out in Lefia's ears. Don't worry, it'll be all right. A voice similar to her own, yet completely different. There was a shift in the wind. The beast had stopped and was slowly turning around. Something had caused it to change its mind and make it decide to finish them off right there and then. Sing. Sing a song of protection. I beseech the name of Wishy. Lefia sang her song. The words flew out of her exhausted body as every word hammered against her skull like a drum. She would sing until her throat became raw. She needed to in order to not only protect herself, but the boy who saved her just moments ago. Elf ring. The summon burst was prepared, now to choose the magic to defend them. And so, she chose the magic of her dear friend. Shield me, cleansing chalice. Lefia roared as the image of the black-haired elf appeared in her mind. Dio Grail. Lefia thrust her left hand forward and a pulsing white sphere appeared in front of her. A moment later, the beast opened its mouth and a white beam erupted into the shield. She had to hold on. If the Minotaur could withstand countless blasts to protect her, then Lefia could surely withstand a single one to protect Belle. Hold on, hold on! She screamed to herself even as the sphere began to crack. Hold on! Then, the sound of something breaking reached her ears, as if the world itself had shattered. Dio Grail had failed. Ah! It was such a weak gasp that escaped her mouth as Lefia fell back and threw her body over Belle's in one last futile attempt to protect him. But the light never came. Daring to open her eyes. Although the rest of the boy's body was limp, his hand was outstretched forward, palm outward as a golden blade had appeared between them and the monster. A hero doesn't appear early or late, but appears right as he needs to. A cocky voice so unlike Belle's spoke up. Argo, not. Lefia gasped as he slowly pushed himself up with his free hand. Master's body was giving out, so I had to step in for a moment. Argo said, although his face was scrunched up in pain as he kept the lightning magic sword out as a shield. As soon as the poison clears, I'll give him back control, haha, guess I'm on the saving side this time. Jupiter was all for it though. It was a story everyone knew of course. How at the very end of his comedy, the princess that Argonaut so desperately tired to save, saved him at the very last moment. The bitter smile on Argonaut and Belle's face told volumes of emotions he must have felt at that moment. You're looking kinda dead yourself, Miss Lefia. Argo noted. Can you still move? Why yes. Lefia nodded as she got back up to her feet despite every bone and joint in her body protesting heavily. Yes, I can. But, can she even cast a spell like this? That's great, then let's even the score a bit more. The lightning magic sword zipped back into his hand and with a mighty swing, the beast's magic was cut, and a barrage of lightning sent it reeling back. Not only that, but the magic shattered the beast's tusks, destroying its ability to generate the poison and sealing its movement. Amazing! Argonaut's smile faded slightly into a grimace as he looked down at his shaking hand. Now, by what is written in my hero diary, I hereby recite. Argonaut spoke, no chanted, as a silver magic circle appeared below him. Though history may have forgotten you, your deeds shall never be lost. So, as it was written. You all who fought by my side, come forth and let us adventure once more. The Hero's Unsung Songs. Argonaut Apocrypha. A warm light enveloped Lefia and she wheeled around toward Argonaut, an unexplained rage filling her chest. You idiot! What do you think you're doing? Lefia's mouth spoke those words without her intention. Ah ha ha ha, having a little sibling reunion of course. Argonaut said without hesitation as he let out a laugh. He then threw out his other hand to the side, allowing a blazing red sword to form within it. This should give them the edge they need. Geez, that person isn't going to be happy about this. Lefia said despite having no idea who said person was. I'm sorry, Lefia Virides. I'll help support you from behind so prepare yourself. You too, Master, Argonaut said as his lightning magic sword vanished, and his right hand started shining with little wisps of white light. Show the world what kind of hero you are. XXXXX. His body was burning. A raging and painful flame had lit itself in his soul. It was as if his very life was being drained from him. His life was burning out. The result of pushing beyond his ability, only to fall deathly short. Not yet. You're not done just yet. But the vambrace had shattered. He had moved without thinking and thrown himself in the way of the roar by stepping in front of Lefia. No matter how much it hurts, no matter how much your body screams out in pain, you can't give in. But the beast was too strong. Lord Hermes had been correct. What could a single level 3 adventurer do when an army of them couldn't? Even so, you need to stand. Are you satisfied with this? Isn't it painful? Isn't it frustrating? Can't you hear it? She is still fighting. She? A soft voice reached his ears. A voice filled with pain yet still determined to see things through to the very end. She is still singing her song. Can you live with yourself like this? Will you let her protect you after everything you did to protect her? The words rang in his heart and his soul. Are you some clown who has to be saved by the girl he's came to save, or are you a true hero? What was the distinction? Were they not one and the same? Then stand. Show the world who you are. Show that girl that you do not need her protection now. Show that you are worthy to be a master of the Holy Grail. A sound roared in his heart. It wasn't the sound of a beast, nor the sound of thunder. It was a small chime. The chime of a bell. He followed its soft ring through the dark winds and found himself standing on the same field as before, bathed in a white light with Lefia beside him, bathed in similar light. Something had changed in the elf girl. Although her body was covered in wounds, her eyes were sharp and full of determination. Her eyes. Her normally blue eyes, the same color as the ocean, had changed. One had changed into a light green, the color of the forest leaves. But even so, the girl showed no fear nor hesitation. Are you awake? She asked him. Yes, Bell replied as the tiny chimes changed into that of grand church bells, filling the air and drowning out even the sound of the bellowing winds. Lefia nodded as she held her staff in front of her and began her song. XXXXX. By our contract, hear my voice. It wasn't a song the girl knew before. It had been granted to her through the unintended contract with the spirit residing within her. A yellow magic circle appeared below her, increasing in size with each verse of her song. Arise, the true spirits of wind and flame. A song sung by a legend of old, one whose name was no longer remembered except as part of an unwritten song. The spirits, the legend's desires and love for her hero burned brightly within her. Rend the sky and savage the enemy before me. Thunder rain. Lefia slammed down her staff against the ground and magic circle, causing it to expand and rise up in front of her. Yellow lightning blasted forward from the circle at the same time as the beast let out another blast of white light. The two magics clashed against each other with neither one being lesser than the other. The strength of the song of two girls who placed their lives and trust in the heroes behind them was enough to match a monster that could only be called a calamity. And so, the heroes answered their trust under the sound of ringing bells. XXXXX. With the beast locked down, Bell launched forward with the red magic sword in hand. Even though he had never seen it before, he knew what it was. It was a magic sword, one made by someone of the Krazo blood. He had seen enough of his best friend's work to recognize the one that came before them all, the origin of their legend. It pained him twice over for what he must do, but it was what they needed to turn the tide. With a roar, Bell closed the distance between himself and the beast's foot, white light enveloping him completely, and swung the blade downward. It was an ocean of flame. The power of the Krazo magic swords that could burn entire elven forests to ash was released in a single instant. The noble weapon shimmered like an ethereal phantasm. Its fierce power roared louder than any monster as its form broke open to unleash every last bit of magic it held within. The flames enveloped the monster into a spiraling column, burning it 1,000 times over, and dispelling the black wind shell around them as Bell leaped backwards into the air and landed by Luffy Ya's side, with the magic sword crumbling to nothing in his hands. Farewell, my friend. A heartfelt and pained goodbye escaped from his soul, but Bell was not finished just yet. The light had died down from his body, save for the light around his right hand. Bell Cranal! Luffy Ya shouted. Just like on the 18th floor, match me. Yes. Bell acknowledged her orders and placed his hand beside her staff. Firebolt! Just like they had done against the plant-like trap monster, their spells intertwined and mixed. Yellow and red lightning surged forward and pierced through the monster's fading magic. The black beast did not get the chance to roar in agony. The lightning consumed all, removing the calamity from the surface of the world, cutting through the darkness that threatened to encompass the forest of the elves. And, without even realizing that people were rushing toward them, the boy and the girl collapsed. XXXXX. He did it! Gina gasped as the black clouds dispersed to reveal the orange setting sky. He did it! He did it! The little Amazon girl jumped up and down as she hugged Welf's arm, causing the smith to jerk back and forth as he let out a laugh of relief and disbelief. High touch! She said as she held a hand up toward Welf. Yay! Why yeah, yay! Welf said once he gathered his bearings and cheerfully slapped his palm against Gina's. Hi to dash! Gina immediately whirled around behind her to do the same with the closest person, only to falter a bit when she realized that it was Saber standing behind her. His armor dinged and covered in ash and soot for some reason. The heroic spirit glanced down at her curiously before looking at his own palm. Yay! The man said, sounding completely unsure of himself as he placed his palm against hers. Yay! Seeing that the normally stoic servant wasn't against it, Gina happily slapped her hand against his. Saber then looked down at his hand again before closing his eyes in a rather content unseen smile behind his mask. How nice, he muttered softly. Are you three all right? Ryder asked as Gina realized that Lancer and Archer were covered in similar wounds. We'll be fine, Archer said, rubbing his chin with the back of his hand. More importantly, Lancer. I understand, Lancer nodded as she quickly got to work in dispelling the poison from the afflicted adventurers and villagers. Miss Arde, I could use your assistance. Whatever you need, Miss Lancer. Lily said as she trailed behind the taller woman. The worst had passed, but things weren't over yet. Come on. Gina said as she ran over and grabbed Primo and Assassin by the hands. We need to go get them. Yuan. Primo nodded through her tears as she and Assassin were dragged by their friend toward where Belle had gone. Wait, you three, it's dangerous. Emma shouted as she and Karen ran after them. You do remember that Gina Gwen is level 2 and is therefore stronger than all of us put together, right? Karen asked the other girl. Well, yes, but still. Archer shook his head as he saw them off and turned his attention upward to the last of their familia who hadn't lifted a finger to help warn the night servants of an assault coming from the other end of the forest. XXXXX. You should be proud, Castor said, spreading his arms out as he greeted the 3 Loki Familia executives in their command tent that had been erected outside of the elven village. A member of your familia triumphed over a beast many times her greater with but the help of a single boy. Is it not worthy cause for celebration? Hard to celebrate after when she's been sleeping for 2 days straight, Gareth pointed out. Neither has the boy, but you do not see us worrying, Castor replied rather flippantly. 'Tis but mere exhaustion and mind down. There is no cause for concern. The three executives didn't appear to take his words at face value, but that was fine. He was in a rather good mood at their performance, interrupted as it was. Such heroics were on par with what he had come to expect from the boy, and it was a spectacle he alone witnessed in full. And Castor began, shifting the topic. How goes the investigation into where these beasts came from? Loki Familia had run full speed back toward the elf village once they spotted the beast from a distance. However, by the time they arrived, the battle had already been won by Virides and Cranel. With most of the army that had been stationed in the village still recovering, they had no choice but to head to Deai village without them, leaving Hestia Familia and the others to continue watching over the village. And now, they have returned. To begin with, Finn began. It would appear that the situation has been properly contained. There are no more sightings of the Black Twisters. Even at Deai, the supposed origin of the monsters. HOH? Imagine that. Castor would admit, he was quite enjoying their gazes of suspicion. Is there a problem if the creature no longer exists? Castor asked. There's no longer any need to waste our time with this, correct? Or are you concerned about its origins and fear another re-emergence? No, we have somewhat of a clear picture as to what happened, Finn replied. There were relatively fresh corpses within the Black Ash Desert where the monster behemoth was defeated. Far more than what a simple accident in a desert would call for. A familia then? Yes. May I ask you something, Castor? Riveria began and Castor gestured for her to continue. You seem to realize what the creature was rather quickly. Yet I do not recall someone of your description during the Grand Quest years ago. Bards sing songs of the beast far and wide, and you could not take more than 2 steps in Orario without one regaling the story of Zeus and Hera's glory days to children, Castor replied with a smirk. Well, before their fall anyway. The three executives shared identical frowns, but Castor decided to continue. While the three of you have been adventurers for decades, you have not the experience with the gods as I have. Their pride, their emotions, their mistakes. Granted, it does not take a god to take something clearly dangerous and wonder what might happen if I made this monster eat it. Fools come in all stripes after all. Indeed, Finn agreed. When we defeated Behemoth, we shattered its magic stone and its pieces scattered everywhere, but we never found any drop items after its death. And why would you suspect that it would have left one behind? Castor asked. Is it something to expect from Monster Rex class monsters? Usually, Gareth replied. Ace got a sword drop item from Odious and you lot got that black Goliath skin, did you not? The same thing happened when Leviathan was defeated. We got its skeleton and used it to seal off the dungeon's underwater entrance near Milan. In this case, we suspect that the behemoth's drop item was buried under the ash it left behind and the former familia fed it to another monster, Riveria continued. To see what might happen, as you so put it. After all, you are already well aware that feeding magic stones to a monster can create an enhanced species with your harpy and minotaur, do you not? So, what would happen if one fed a piece of a grand beast? As I said, an act of God, Castor said with a rather cruel laugh, thinking of a village where the one-eyed black dragon's scale was being worshipped. There seems to be many of those happening lately. However, it is quite fortunate that these cast-offs were nowhere near the level of the grand beast, isn't it? It was dangerous in its own right. Finn pointed out. No, I would say it was even more dangerous. While its poison was less potent than the original, this second-generation behemoth, let's call it Behemoth Alternative, could spawn weaker copies of itself and was intelligent enough to use them as decoys. If we hadn't acted as quickly as we did, the damage could have spread further than a soul monster could travel on its own. Behemoth Alters spawn, while weak, were great in number and required constant damage by high-class adventurers in order to break through their shell. Had they been left unchecked, entire nations might have fallen. In any case, the monster has been slain and the familiar responsible dead with their god sent back up to Tenkai, Castor said. Although I suppose you may think it is quite anticlimactic, I have had my fill of this little adventure. No, to be honest, I would love it if more dangerous adventures ended so peacefully, Finn replied with a wry smile. Especially ones where Hestia Familia are involved. Oh? Are you implying something? Not at all. I simply hope we can maintain our cordial relations in the future as well. So long as my enemy is also yours, I suppose we can. But I hold very little interest in Evilus to begin with. Even if they were to destroy Orario and open up the dungeon again. Gareth asked, sounding more curious than angry as he stroked his beard. It is my personal belief that humanity can only advance if they leave the yokes of the gods, Castor replied. While countless would die without their blessings, the ones that survive and thrive in such conditions would be what one would truly call heroes, would they not? As it is, a city full of mongrels scrounging for scraps on the dungeon upper floors is hardly worthy of being saved. That is not a very fair assertion, is it? Riveria asked. Not everyone has the ability or the will to dive deep into the dungeon. All the more reason to properly separate the wheat from the chaff, is it not? Is that Hestia Familia's stance? No. It is mine and mine alone. Were I to properly integrate myself with this world, I might have even done something similar to what Evilus is doing now. But as it is, I would never join them no matter how frustrated I am at this world. Because a god is leading them? Finn asked. Castor responded with a simple laugh. No. Because of a goddess. XXXXX. Do you not tire of watching over him? Emma jolted in her chair beside the bed that was containing the resting bell. See, Captain. Emma said as she stood up to greet him properly. How was the meeting? Irrelevant with nothing of note, came Castor's flippant reply. But I did not come here for small talk. You had something to ask of me. Why yes, as expected of the captain. Emma replied with a nod. She then placed a hand on her chest and took a deep breath. What do you know about Ishma Familia? Ishma? Castor repeated. Yes, he's. She paused for a moment before continuing. He's the god that tried to scout me back at the banquet that Lady Hestia took me and Belle to. Castor raised a single brow, no doubt unconvinced at the reason for her question before he simply shrugged as if he didn't particularly care either way. According to the guild, the Familia contains 30 or so members, Castor said sitting down on the bed beside Assassin, who had fallen asleep while watching Belle with Emma. They have nothing more than a handful of level 2s to their name and have been operating in Orario for a few decades. In short, they are a common Familia that could be found all over Orario. Is there nothing notable about the Familia then? From what I could see, the god Ishma has taken up the hobby of breeding mongrels, Castor replied. Do you mean dogs? Emma asked. Like show dogs or something? That question got a glare from Castor as the true meaning clicked in Emma's head. Oh. Castor shook his head impatiently with an irritated sigh. But, why? Emma asked. The Falna only takes into consideration your deeds, not your family, right? In normal circumstances, that is correct, Castor acknowledged. But have you already forgotten about this myth? Oh. Emma quickly bit her lip to keep herself from voicing her surprise again. In any case, looking at the results, one could say that the god has succeeded in some way. The captain of the Familia is his prize project with the abilities surpassing that of the average level 2. You sound as if you approve of this. Emma muttered. Nobility of several races guard their lineages while picking the perfect candidates to further their legacy. If you wish to find me objecting on moral grounds, then you will be left wanting. But you do object. It is but another example of the gods treating mortals as their playthings. I have my stance on that clear, have I not? Yes. My apologies. As she lowered her head in a bow, a small bubbling feeling began to form in Emma's gut. Was Sophia part of this eugenics thing that Ishma had? Was that why she couldn't leave? Was Emma an aunt now? As she raised her head, she realized Castor had moved right in front of her with his hand right in front of her face. What was he? Ouch! The king had flicked her right in the forehead with a look of annoyance on his face. You should stop thinking about useless things and focus on what you desire most, Castor said. Reuniting with the sole remaining member of your family. Leave the bothersome matters to your betters. Emma rubbed her forehead with tears forming in her eyes. That single flick hurt as much as a hit during one of Archer's training sessions. Couldn't he have held back just a little bit? Wait. Emma slowly looked up, hand still on her forehead as her captain's words slowly sank in. What? He demanded as he menacingly held his hand out again. Did you wish for another one? And no, sir. Emma said as she quickly retreated away from him. Humph, Castor let out a huff as he turned toward Belle. The fool should wake up soon. I will leave you to it. Emma nodded her head before bowing again as Castor left the room, leaving Emma alone with their Familia's little hero. XXXXX. He was running away. He was abandoning everything. His house, his duty, his people. He abandoned all of that in order to run away. The world around him, his world, was crumbling away. Screams filled the air alongside blood-curdling roars of monsters. Although he had set out to try and help, he had found he was too weak to do anything, and the people who had followed him had been slaughtered to the last. And so, all he could do was run. His world would end and disappear tonight. Disappear under the cruel tide of endless darkness. But he would not. He could not let the people who died for him to live die in vain. No matter what, he had to survive. But even so, the pain of being unable to do anything but run away dug deep. As if nails were being driven into his heart, nay, his very soul. But even as he darted down the blood-stained streets, weaving past corpses and monsters alike, there was no one around that he could help while keeping himself alive. He was too late. Everywhere he looked there were only corpses or the cruel and evil monsters feasting upon them. Men and women. Young and old. Those who hadn't had the strength to run were slaughtered and devoured. At least one person. He wanted to save at least one person. Someone as weak and worthless as him could at least do that. Just one. 'Tis all I ask. And then, perhaps that one person could become someone strong enough to save a dozen, 100, or maybe even 1,000 people. Gods and goddesses above, grant me this one wish. And if he could keep on saving just one person that could become someone like that, would that not be the greatest victory he could achieve against the monsters? If he could not fight, then he would save someone who could. He stopped just before he turned the corner. A massive and hairy beast that looked as though it walked on two legs was sitting in the middle of the street. His stomach lurched as he realized that it had half a person dangling from its mouth. The person had, mercifully, long since passed on, but their expression left behind told the story of pain and fear within their last moments. Right behind the monster was another corpse with their back having been slashed clean open, tearing out their spine. An elf, a rarity in this country. As he prepared to find a different way, the elf's body moved. It was then, he realized that there was a child, a few years his younger, in the elf's arms. There was no hesitation nor thought put into his next action. The simple realization of there is someone that needed to be saved was all that filled his mind. He flung a brick that had been dislodged from the nearby building toward the monster, causing it to lurch forward and spit out its meal. With an angry roar it spun around and charged right toward him. He waited for it to get close, his heart and head pounding in fear before, just as it was mere 2 meters from his face, he dove forward. The monster, in its rage, missed him and smashed into the building he was hiding behind. Without looking back or worrying about the monster, he ran toward the elf's body and scooped the child into his arms. The child, a girl, was a lot older than he initially thought and thus, was much heavier than he thought, much to his embarrassment. But even if his arms fell off, he would not let her go. Keeping her close to his chest as possible, he ran. He ran away from the monster. He ran away from the girl's parents as she screamed and flailed her arms at their bodies. He ran away from the smoldering remains of his kingdom. He ran away from everything. He was a prince of nothing else but running. He was nothing more than a clown. One that could not fight to protect himself or even the child he had saved. One who could do nothing but cower in fear as the one he saved grew into a dependable young woman with magic far beyond anything he had seen. One who could do nothing but get into trouble and force his new sister to clean up after him as he ran away from reality. He ran for years until he finally had enough of running. I want to become a hero. Having heard of a kingdom that had found a way to protect themselves from invaders and monsters, he set his sights on making himself known there. Seeing a royal decree that the kingdom was in search of a hero, he finally decided to make his dream known. I know that. You've been saying that since forever. But it would seem that his little sister had always known that. What an amazing girl. But give it up. You are too weak to be a hero. And she would not hesitate to pummel him with the harshest of words. Ah, how his body tingles at the abuse. You are right. I am the weakest and foolish person ever to exist with delusions beyond that of mere dreams. A lowlife who makes his beloved sister clean up the messes he makes wherever they go. If you know that, then clean up your act. Besides, I know that you are worried about the extra weight you put on recently, so let us take this journey so your body may return to its former glory. A sharp impact against his stomach forces him to double over as a cold and dangerous voice hisses in his ear. I'm gonna get angry. No, this is far from such a simple emotion, you are clearly enraged, dear sister. Besides, this world desires a hero, isn't it only fair for one to rise and become a beacon of hope? But that doesn't mean you have to be the one. Even so, it is our duty to find a possible hero as we travel in this land. And there's talk of this shrine of spirits that I want to go visit. The last part was added in a hurry, almost as an afterthought, but it did not escape her ears. Aren't you just looking to be a tourist? Putting that aside. This is the day of departure, my dear sister. We must quit running from these creatures of darkness while waiting for death. Swear to our home that we will never give up our future. This village isn't our home. We're just passing through, haven't you caused enough trouble for me? Though she said these harsh words, she was smiling. Sweet sister, I know you'll help me despite your maddening words. He spun around to look over the cliff he had specifically picked for his speech. One that gave them a splendid view of the sunset and the village below. He spread his arms out and shouted toward the heavens. Open your eyes and observe, O gods and goddesses above. This is the day Argonaut takes the leap. The leap of a great hero. And leap he did, he took one great leap while laughing jubilantly. Fwahahaha, Right off the cliff he was standing over, and his laughter turned into a scream as he tumbled all the way down. Ha, this stupid brother of mine. The words were cruel, but the smile behind it was soft as the world slowly faded away. XXXXX. The scene before the boy and the girl had been nothing more than a dream that they had shared. A shared memory of the two spirits that came to their aid in their time of need. It was the scene of the world's first hero, and the world's first comedy. The comedy of Argonaut. XXXXX. Luffy Ya's eyes slowly opened to the inside a familiar-looking tent with the Loki Familia emblem emblazoned on a banner to the side. If she was here, then that meant that they won. She and Belle Cranel had defeated that monster against all odds. But, what was that dream? It was so lucid that it felt as though Luffy Ya had actually been there. The emotions that the person whose eyes she had seen through felt as if they had been her own. The horror of seeing her parents, a human and an elf, slaughtered in front of her just so she could live for even a few seconds longer, the pain at being taken away from them by a young man she had never seen before in order to rescue her, and the love she had for said man as they walked the earth together. Was it that spirit? The spirit that showed up alongside Argonaut when he cast that spell. Luffy Ya wondered if it was that girl's, that half-elf's memory that she saw. She had known that the age before the gods' descent had been terrible, some referred it to the Dark Age for a reason. Intellectually, she knew such things happened all over the world today on smaller scales with entire villages disappearing, but witnessing it personally like that was something else. Seeing armies of soldiers being unable to stem the monster tide when nowadays adventurers were everywhere to prevent that from happening. If the people who became heroes whose legends have been passed down through the ages had been given the Falna, would their abilities not be on the level of Finn and the others? My head hurts. Luffy Ya groaned as she sat up. Just in time for someone to poke their head in. Luffy Ya. Diona burst into the tent and immediately knelt down by her side. Are you all right? Does anything hurt? I am fine. You've been asleep for 3 days. Ever since you and little Argonaut beat that monster. Argonaut. Diona had simply called Belle that as a nickname after seeing him beat a minotaur on his own. Who would have thought that that name had become more or less the truth when the spirit possessed Belle seemingly on a whim? What's wrong? The Amazoness asked as she stuck her face close. Wait, did the actual Argonaut show up again? Hi. Luffy Ya let out a shout of surprise. Why would you think that? I mean, there was a bunch of yellow lightning flying around everywhere and you don't know a spell like that, do you? Diona pointed out. And little Argonaut's spell is red in color, so I thought it was Argonaut's magic sword again. Luffy Ya felt that either she was going to be bombarded with questions from a jealous Diona or Diona would rush over and find Belle to try and get Argonaut to show up again if she confirmed his reappearance, so she decided to deny it. No, another elf shared their spell with me earlier, Luffy Ya replied truthfully. Well, half-elf, but that was close enough. Luffy Ya leaned back slightly as Shen leaned forward in response. That's right. What happened to Berserker? Luffy Ya asked. Berserker? Diona repeated. You mean the Minotaur? Last I saw of it, Archer and 2 other members of his familia were pulling bits of metal out of it while also repairing its equipment. That Primo kid pretty much attached herself to its arm too. So, it made it out okay. Did you make friends with that Primo kid's Minotaur while we were gone? Diona asked with a smile. I wouldn't go that far, but it was protecting me out there without any concern for its own body, Luffy Ya said. A bit of concern is the least I could offer it. Is that so? Was it really that tough? At the very least, it is beyond any level 2 monster. In terms of pure endurance or strength, I think it could give Sir Gareth a run for his money. Now I wanna see Gareth arm wrestle the Minotaur, Diona muttered with a giggle. Though it'd probably look really funny since it's like 2 times his size. Luffy Ya wasn't so eager to see that, as she felt that if the 2 of them seriously went at it, one of them would end up permanently crippled. In any case, you must be starving, right? Diona asked. If you think you can get up, let's go see if Hestia Familia has any food to share. Even if they didn't, considering Archer and Ryder's personalities, they would probably cook up something quick either way. Either way, Luffy Ya's body felt stiff and she was feeling restless from sleeping for so long. Thus, the 2 of them exited the tent to go see Hestia Familia. Along the way, several of her Familia members called out to her with smiles while several villagers thanked her profusely for her efforts in saving their homes. Luffy Ya felt as though she was taking someone else's credit. It was Argonaut and the second spirit that saved Belle and Luffy Ya and gave them a chance to take the monster down after all. That being said, the second spirit vanished without a trace, leaving nothing behind save her elven spell and her memories. When they got to Primo's old house, Luffy Ya spotted Primo and her Amazon friend changing the Minotaur's bindings while Belle was sitting just a little ways away peeling vegetables with the help of the little white-haired girl. The harpy was also up and about, clinging onto Belle's back with a curious gaze as it watched him work. Miss Virides. Primo also spotted her as she quickly jumped to her feet and ran over, stopping herself just short of diving into Luffy Ya's stomach. Primo's mouth opened and closed several times as several questions were no doubt running through her mind. Luffy Ya gave the girl a small smile as she knelt down and placed a hand on Primo's shoulder. Tears suddenly welled up in Primo's eyes before she suddenly threw her arms around Luffy Ya's neck with a loud sob. Luffy Ya twitched in surprise before gently patting the girl on the back. It would seem as though she made her worry too. Why are you 2 here? Archer was standing at the doorway to the house, drying his hands with a towel. We came for lunch. Diona replied with a completely shameless smile, to which Archer returned a smile full of exasperation and nostalgia. Well, you're not getting a free one if that's what you're after, Archer said. Help out and maybe I'll consider it. K. With the smile never leaving her face, Diona bounced on into the building. Meanwhile, Luffy Ya walked on over toward Belle instead, with Primo still clinging to her waist. Seeing her draw close, Belle stopped working and stood up, gently pushing the harpy off of him. Are you feeling better? Belle asked with genuine concern on his face. I heard you were unconscious for the last few days from mind down. Yes, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong, Luffy Ya replied. Something was strange. Her words came out rather stiffly when talking to Belle and vice versa. Belle seemed to have realized it too as he was rocking his body back and forth rather nervously. The harpy's gaze was also bouncing back and forth between them. Suddenly, it slapped Belle's back with its wing, causing him to yelp and wheel around toward it, but it was already flying up toward the branches above them. Belle let out a sigh as he rubbed the back of his head and turned back toward Luffy Ya. Then did you have some other business with me? Belle asked. Yes, Luffy Ya nodded before resolving herself. Spirits. Belle flinched at Luffy Ya's words, as did Primo. The white-haired girl glanced up at the words before walking over to Primo with a let the grown-ups talk vibe and pulled her away. For a moment, Luffy Ya wondered if Belle would try to play it off, but either he decided that he wouldn't be able to pull it off convincingly enough, or that he already knew that Luffy Ya had met Argonaut and thus was pointless. What about spirits? Belle asked. Luffy Ya then recalled way back when they first met on the 18th floor of the dungeon and how she and the other girls had dragged him over to talk about spirits. And back then, Belle had reacted rather strongly when the words hero and spirit were used close together. Luffy Ya would probably only get a single shot at this before someone came to rescue Belle from this impromptu interrogation. What do you know about hero spirits? Chapter 48, Into the Dark. Now then, does everyone have a glass? Then a toast to the adventurer's safe return. Cheers! Cheers! The banquet hall of the Hearth's Chime was filled with adventurers, cheers, food, and merry-making. Once Hestia had gotten word that her children were all alive and relatively unharmed, she had reserved her own inn's banquet hall and set her employees to prepare a celebration for their safe return. That being said, it had to take place the day after their proper return since Orario as a whole immediately went into their own welcome-back party for her adventurers. She also invited Deai's children to celebrate with them, to which her friend obliged. And so, Hestia's adventurers mingled with Deai's as the latter bade farewell to one of their number that was then welcomed into Hestia's. I knew she would be a crier, Deai said, standing next to Hestia as the two of them watched Deai's captain place a hand on Karen's shoulder with a gentle smile as the girl was fighting back tears. It's always the quiet ones after all. I could never do what you do, Hestia admitted. There wouldn't be enough tears in the world if I have to bid goodbye to one of my children every few months. The lives of our children are fleeting after all, Deai reminded her. Goodbyes are the closest companions to hellos and are always trailing close behind. That being said, some goodbyes are further behind than most, of course. Hestia noted that Deai was glancing over at Primo when she said that. The goddess didn't want to think about the future. A future where it would just be her and Primo together in an office some 100 or so years later, reminiscing of the first generation. Oh my, it seems as though I brought the mood down quite a bit. Deai said after glancing at Hestia's face. My apologies. But, if your rising star keeps on leveling up, he'll be around much longer than humans usually are. Yet, a side effect of the Falna was the ability to slow the aging process of adventurers. A prime example of that would be Loki's captain, a 40-something-year-old Palom that didn't look a day over 20. That being said, most of them die in the dungeon or in some other form of battle long before they could die of old age anyway. And didn't that thought just make her even more depressed? There was only one thing left for her to do. Drink until she stopped thinking about it. She might regret it in the morning, but problems for tomorrow shall remain problems for tomorrow. XXXXX. Karen Morris. Level 1. Strength, B740. Defense, C621. Dexterity, B750. Agility, A827. Magic, I0. Magic. None. Skill. Never retreat, increases parameters when engaging in one-on-one combat. Noblesse oblige, increases strength and agility when attacking from the front. XXXXX. The party eventually wound down and Hestia returned home with their new member in tow. When morning came, everyone gathered at the dining table as usual. Once again, my name is Karen Morris, Karen said as she stood up from her seat near Castor's end of the table. I look forward to working with you all. The rest of the familia gave her a polite applause as she sat back down and breakfast began proper. Man, it's so nice having you all back home again, Hestia started the conversation with a big smile on her face. It was so quiet at home that I stayed at the inn the entire time you all were away. Very well, let us begin planning our expedition into the dungeon, Castor suddenly declared. As our familia rank has increased, we are expected to show the guild our progress in the dungeon, so you all shall be spending a few days away once more. You are the absolute worst. Hestia screamed as she slammed both her hands on the table, causing Fia and Berserker to poke their heads in through the window, wondering what the noise was about as Castor simply gave an evil laugh in response. Demon. Tyrant. Golden balls. Silence, you useless goddess. Jokes aside, it is something Lily and the others will have to do that eventually, Lily said as Hestia turned a tearful eye toward the supporter. Lily simply held up the guild letter they had received before breakfast began. Hestia Familia is now officially rank D thanks to our performance in subduing Behemoth Altar, which means we have to go on expeditions as decided by the guild. How does that work? Emma asked, looking from Lily to Gina. It could pretty much be anything, Gina replied. Normally, a Familia would just push further into the dungeon than they had done so before. Since Hestia Familia beat the floor boss, and camped on the 18th floor, we'll probably be doing something like reach the 19th floor and gather drop items from the monsters there. First time I've heard of that. Hestia mumbled as she sank in her chair, looking absolutely miserable at the thought of her children leaving for another long period of time after just coming home. Wait, no, I think Loki mentioned something like this ages ago. Now, it's not as if we all have to go, Ryder tried to assure her with a smile. We can have 2 of the adults go along with the children while the rest stays behind to take care of things. Ryder's eyes moved to Karen as she spoke, but the girl had been too engrossed in her food and missed it. A fine idea, Castor agreed, turning to Belle. Figure out who you wish to bring along while I decide on your objective. Even the girls? Belle asked as he turned toward Emma, Karen, and Primo. There is no need to split the familia even further, Castor decided. Or do you wish to leave them behind and adventure all on your lonesome? And no, I didn't mean it like that. Then it is settled. Think clearly about who you shall bring along and submit your request to me by the end of the day. Understood. An expedition, hi. Welf said, leaning back with his fork dangling from his mouth. Feels kinda exciting. Did you not go on one when you were in Hephaestus Familia? Primo asked. Nah, Hephaestus Familia is a smithing familia so it wasn't required, Welf said quickly before seeing the frown Ryder was giving him, causing him to quickly sit up straight and pull his fork out. So this will be my first one. What about you, Gina? Hermes Familia isn't high rank enough to need to do that, Gina replied. Probably cause Hermes kept lying to the guild about level ups. Feels like I should have too. Hestia groaned. Even if you did, Master's accomplishments would have quickly exposed those lies, Lancer pointed out, causing Hestia to let out another groan and for Castor to revel in her misery. Then we should start by procuring some supplies, Archer said. Since the objective is the 19th floor, any plan will involve spending at least a night on the 18th floor, correct? Will we need tents? Either that or pay out the nose to stay at an inn at the under resort, Gina reminded him. Question. Primo began as she turned to look at Berserker, who had gone back to focusing on his meal. Are we going to bring Berserker along? While bringing Berserker along will make it more convenient to hunt for drop items, Saber began. It may prove dangerous in an area most of us have not explored yet. What is this about Berserker? Karen asked. Does the Minotaur have some sort of ability? Rather than ability, it's more like the monsters in the dungeon really hate him, Welf said. Like every third room become a monster party if we stay in there for too long. Is that so? Karen said, still looking a bit confused. I wonder if it is because the dungeon considers him as much of an aberration as we do. Belle wasn't sure who we was but it probably wasn't far from the mark. When they had asked Fia if she or the other Zenos made the dungeon give off such a strong reaction, she had looked confused and worried. She explained that while regular monsters did seek them out if they had spotted them, they weren't actively hunted down or anything. It must be due to his dual nature as a monster and a heroic spirit. Yes, that must be it. Belle wasn't sure but it must be it. Well then, let's split up to buy supplies then, Ryder said with a smile and clap of her hands. For rations, we can make those at home to save on costs so let's focus on buying fresh things we can preserve rather than buying pre-made jerky. Then, the 2 of us and, let's take Gina along too, Archer said after glancing around the room. Okay. Gina replied as she raised her hand. Then, Lily will take Miss Primo, Miss Emma and Miss Karen along to shop for potions and... Lily began before placing a hand on her chin. Should we get some tents too? It might be more expensive but I wanted to see Dungeon Resort, Belle said. They have inns right? Let's stay there so we don't have to worry about monsters attacking us at night. Well, if that is what Belle wants. It might be best to buy the tents anyway for future use, Emma pointed out. There is no way Lily will be able to carry all of those tents down by herself. Lily's backpack is big, not infinite. Miss Primo, Miss Karen and Miss Emma will have to help since the 3 of you are still level 1. Then, I shall join you in your shopping, Lancer offered. Then I guess that leaves you and me to go shopping for our own materials, Welf said to Belle. I mean, you did kinda wreck your armor. Again. Or rather, it got completely obliterated. Ahaha, sorry. The armor got destroyed when he stood between Lefia and the behemoth altar's attack after all. Well, better it than you of course. You wanna come with, Saber? My apologies, Saber answered with a curt bow of his head. But I have a previous engagement. Then Jack, stay here with me today, okay? Hestia asked as Assassin turned to her. We wanna go shopping with mommy though. Assassin replied with a smile. A smile that struck the goddess's heart like an arrow, causing her to slam her head against the table and sob uselessly to the stares of her children, unsure of what to do. XXXXX. Why can't you take into consideration my feelings before declaring another expedition? Hestia demanded, slamming her hands on Castor's desk over and over. I had to sleep at the inn because I couldn't bear to go back to an empty home. Me. A goddess of the hearth. Sleeping at work. Can you believe that? What about my quality time with Belle? The boy is precisely the cause of this expedition in the first place, Castor reminded her. There is no reason to delay it for another time when we can get it over with immediately. Magoo. Hestia could only grumble as she sobbed into her arms. All right, fine. Then what are we supposed to do, exactly? The purpose of these guild-mandated missions is to increase the efficiency in which a familia conquers the dungeon floors, Castor outlined. The makeup of the expedition can include members of other familias, but over half must be from the familia leading the expedition. In short, Hestia could ask Takemi Kazuchi to lend his 3 adventurers to join the expedition, but Hestia would need to send at least 4 members to go along with them. But you want everyone to go with only 2 servants as their minders, correct? Hestia asked. That is already more than enough for something like this, Castor replied with a nod. I will have a task for the ones staying behind, including myself. I have a very bad feeling about that, so I don't want to know, Hestia said immediately. Just make sure everyone comes home safely. Fear not, I am simply laying the groundwork to reunite Flores with her sister. Oh, really? As far as she could tell, that was completely truthful. That's fine then. Go right on ahead. I am pleased to have your blessing in this endeavor, Castor said, rolling his eyes. For now, let us decide the purpose of this expedition. Aren't we just going to collect some random drops and hand them over? That would be far too simple, Castor replied with a smirk as he turned toward the balcony just before a knock came from it. FIA. Hestia spotted the red-feathered harpy tapping her wing against the frame of the glass door, prompting the goddess to hop out of her chair and open it for her. What's the matter? Hestia asked. I didn't think you'd want to come into this guy's room. I have a request, FIA said as Castor glared at the goddess. I think it's called a quest? I want to make a quest for Hestia Familia. Or something. Hestia blinked in surprise before turning over her shoulder to look back at Castor, who had that usual smirk on his face. I will allow it, Castor declared. Let's hear it then. What is it that you desire? I want you all to meet my comrades, FIA said. I can't take it, I can't be the only one up here anymore. Hestia's shoulders drooped slightly as she turned toward Castor. The king had his eyes closed and his arms folded over his chest, seemingly deep in thought. I suppose we have sat on this time bomb for a bit too long, Castor said as he turned toward Hestia. Are you prepared to begin, Goddess Hestia? To be honest, I'd rather wait until we aren't in the public eye so much, Hestia admitted. But all things considered, that doesn't seem likely to happen anytime soon. But I do think Belle, Emma, and Jack do need to see them all, since they are the ones who really wanted to do this in the first place. That vacation seemed so long ago now. But we'll need Auranos to go along with this, right? Hestia asked. Unless you know how to find your friends, FIA. The harpy shook her head sadly. We have several villages scattered throughout the dungeon, FIA explained. Other monsters don't spawn there and they're far off the corridors that adventurers pass through. But we all move as a group to a new one every so often. So you have no idea which one they are at right now, Hestia finished for her. Yes, but Leto, Ray and Gro usually talk with Fells to ask for supplies and to trade some things back. Trade? Hestia repeated, unsure of what they could have to use to trade. Some of my comrades have horns, claws or fangs that keep growing too big, so we cut them off, and if they don't disappear we give them to Fells since they're just trash to us. Wow, renewable drop items, Hestia said blankly before shaking her head. In any case, I'll see if I can't talk to Auranos about setting up a meeting, but how would I do that? Simply go to the guild and speak to Royman Mardial, Castor said. Even if he does not know about the true nature of the Xenos, he should be able to arrange a meeting. That feels like I'm going to inconvenience them a bit, but I suppose we can't just sit on this forever. Thank you very much. Fia said, bowing her head as relief seeped out of her shoulders. So long as you live here with us, you're part of my familia too, Fia, Hestia said, pulling the harpy into a somewhat awkward hug due to her large wings getting in the way. So don't be afraid to ask for anything, okay? Okay. Well, there is no downside to this event either way, Castor said with an uncharacteristic smile on his face, telling Hestia he was up to no good. She just hoped that it won't do anything to ruin the relationship she hoped to build with the Zenos. XXXXX. Ha. What's wrong, Lefia? You've been sighing a lot today. And no, I'm just thinking about things. Lefia was walking around town with Tiona today, the latter having nothing to do and decided to tag along with Lefia as she went shopping while thinking about things. Chief of which being what Belle Cranel had told her about hero spirits. Legends in corporeal form, he had said before clamming up and apologizing before saying that he couldn't say anything more. It was something completely vague, yet completely understandable at the same time if she were to take it and place it against Argonaut's existence. Argonaut was one of, if not the most famous legends passed down in this world. It was the first story of a hero, even if Argonaut himself was not the first hero. And said hero was currently hanging around in Orario within Belle's body. Which meant that hero spirits were heroes from the old tales given bodies to live in the modern world when they had existed some untold amount of centuries ago. Argonaut had also been able to call other such spirits to this world, as seen with how he had called a spirit into Lefia's body, albeit temporarily. It was a magic befitting of one whose name meant Ship of Heroes and someone who was referred to as Master by several members of Hestia Familia. If that was the case, then it possibly meant that many of the other members of Hestia Familia, specifically the ones with similar titles, were also spirits. Lefia did not have much knowledge of the old legends, especially not human ones considering most of Hestia Familia appeared to be humans. Therefore, she had planned to go to a bookstore and see if they sold any of the official god-recognized legends. She wasn't sure of the details, but she had heard that one or two of the gods had paid attention to every single heroic tale from their seat in the heavens, and when they came down to Kakai, they published them in books that didn't fall under the self-serving edits that the mortal races made. Things like changing the race of the main characters to their own and things like that. Worst were the ones that changed a figure altogether. As a self-depreciating example, a brave dwarven hero sung by the dwarves would often become a despicable coward when told by elven bards. That's just how things were when the different races placed their own heroes above others. Lefia suspected that if such figures ever took corporeal form, they might hold quite the grudge against the offending races. Perhaps Castor was one of them? It sure would explain why he seemed to hold everyone of all races in contempt, even humans. Which was why the god-approved versions were what Lefia needed. Lefia had already taken Dungeon Oratoria, one of said books, from the Loki Familia archives to purview later, but it probably wouldn't be enough considering just how many stories were out there. Still, I didn't think you'd get interested in hero stories, Tiona said with a smile. You talked with little Argonaut, right? Did he get you interested in them? A little bit, Lefia replied truthfully. Ah, I wish I still had my books, but Shin and I had to leave them behind when we left Telskyra. It's fine. I have a lot left in my savings. Thanks to Belle's absurd luck in gambling, Lefia's savings were through the roof, even after giving most of it to the Familia. Buying a few books wouldn't even begin to put a dent in it. Then again, it wasn't as though she could just buy things at random either, and it wasn't as though they gave any clues as to what legends they came from. This might have been a bad idea after all. Lefia now understood why the goddess Hestia gave them those weird nicknames. That way, even if someone figured out what they were, or most likely were, without a name to go by, the person would have to dig through thousands of years of legends to find out any information about them. On the other hand, it wasn't as though Lefia really had any idea what to do with any information she might find. It was more to satisfy her own curiosity first and foremost, and perhaps draw a bit more insight into Ace's past, even though Lady Riveria told her to wait until Ace revealed it herself. Oh, I know. Tiona spoke up as they reached a bookstore. How about we look for more of Orna's stories? Argonaut said that I reminded him of Orna, right? Then maybe some of her stories will be interesting. Miss Tiona, you're a genius. Huh? Why? That's right. Considering that Argonaut's magic allowed him to summon other spirits, then the best place to start would be the stories written by someone who actually knew him. The elven bard Wishi's tales should also be something to look out for. They entered the store and Lefia immediately placed her request with the owner for books, poems, and stories written by Orna and Wishi. The official God-approved versions. Also, do you have any stories about warrior queens? Lefia asked as Tiona disappeared amongst the shelves as if she had just walked into a treasure room. It was another clue she had just remembered. Back during that quest to accompany Belle to the casino, Ryder and Castor also tagged along. Considering the Hestia Familia captain made zero attempt to hide his identity as a king and that his pride was clear as day for all to see, it wasn't too far-fetched to believe that Ryder was a queen of some renown in legend as well if he considered her the only one that could accompany him as an escort. Quite a few, the old human woman said with a smile. Any particular race you are looking for? I mostly have stories of Amazons such as Elshina, Ivelda, or Penthesilea. Any notable human ones? Lefia began, only to remember a certain standout detail of the recent war game. One that rode chariots into battle perhaps. Chariot-riding queens. The owner replied with a hum as she stroked her chin. Off the top of my head, there is Mav and I believe Boadicea. I'll take whatever you got on them. As the old woman nodded and went to collect the books, Tiona came back with a few of her own in her arms. Lefia. They got a copy of Argonaut in here. The Amazoness said cheerfully as she held out a tome in front of Lefia's face. Are you buying them yourself, Miss Tiona? Yep. Kali may have said that she didn't throw my old things away but it's not as though she brought them with her so it might as well be gone. So there's nothing left for me to do but to rebuild my old collection. Well, at least she was having fun. Lefia ended up buying about a dozen different books in the end alongside Tiona's half dozen. Naturally, as a level 3, carrying all the books by herself was no problem, but she did feel as though she went a bit overboard. So, is this really all because of Argonaut? Tiona asked, looking up at the massive stack in Lefia's arms. Yes, Lefia replied as she started walking back toward the Twilight Manor. Oh, is that you Lefia Virides? And Tiona Hiriad? A familiar voice called out to them and Lefia spotted a blonde-haired god and a dark-haired elf walking toward them. You're Lord Dionysus, right? Tiona asked. I heard that you've been hanging out with Loki lately. Ha ha ha, you could say that, Dionysus confirmed. Although it's more like I've been tagging along with your familia's investigations into you-know-what. Ah. Miss Philovis. How have you been? Lefia asked happily as she peered around the stack of books she was holding. You went along with the Northern Army with Otterl, right? Went along, it was more like we were trying to keep up the entire time. Philips replied with a bitter face. The warlord's strength is unparalleled and he more or less took down every single one of those monsters alone. Isn't that fine? Dionysus asked. It just means that everyone managed to return home safely thanks to his work. I suppose so. In any case, that is a lot of books. Dionysus switched gears as he looked up and down at the spines of the stack in Lefia's arms. These aren't magic reference books, he noted. Are you looking for some light reading material? Excuse me. Well, something like that, Lefia said as Dionysus picked up the top book, one that depicted a red-haired woman riding a chariot while surrounded by roaring flames on the cover. Lefia had thought she had pay dirt with that but the picture of the warrior queen felt as though they were the complete opposite of what she saw of Ryder. She couldn't picture that kind woman who was always smiling as she took care of the younger members of Hestia Familia. Then again, that moment during the war game. Quite a dark tale, Dionysus said as he returned the book back on the stack. I didn't realize you were interested in such things, Lefia. Well, I was thinking of researching queens found in the old legends, Lefia admitted. And the first step is to find the legends dealing with the old queens after all. Good and bad. I see, if Zeus were still around here, you could have probably asked him, Dionysus muttered. He loved sneaking off from work to watch the lower world back up in Tenkai. After that would probably be Auranos, or maybe Hermes. Lord Hermes, hi. He seemed rather close to Hestia Familia as well, much to their members' annoyance. Lefia couldn't help but wonder if he also realized what was going on in that familia. But if he didn't know and Lefia ended up pointing him in that direction. I'll think about it. She ended up deciding to put it off. Then, we'll be taking our leave now. Don't be a stranger, Lephiavirides, Dionysus said as he waved them off while Philvis gave them a bow before the two of them disappeared down the street. Come on, Lephia. Diona said impatiently. Let's hurry back home so we can start reading. It's back to searching starting tomorrow after all. Alright. Lephia nodded as she hurried after Diona while glancing at the top book again. Warrior Queen Boadicea, hi. XXXXX. Kachu. Iwaya. Ryder sneezed. Wait, Archer, can you guys even get sick? Only if we're hit by a curse or something I suppose. XXXXX. By the way, Miss Karen, Lily began as she led the way down the street. Has Miss Karen gone into the dungeon yet? No, I have not, Karen replied. Really? Even though your parameters are so high? Emma asked in surprise. I fought against monsters and bandits while traveling with Dia Familia. Combined with training with the senior permanent members, I believe it is only natural. Karen then turned a glance toward Lancer who was in the back of the group before turning back toward Emma. And before you ask me such things, shouldn't you be asking such things to Belle Cranel first? Ah, right, Emma replied with a dry laugh. It was always like that since I joined, so I just accepted it as natural. But, I still can't believe bandits exist, Primo muttered. Isn't it hard enough with monsters everywhere? Since they can't live in towns, that means they have to live out in the wild, right? It's not as if all of them are just ruffians with little more than rusted swords and the clothes on their back, Karen replied. Dia Familia isn't some traveling band of heroes or anything, but we do come across familiars operating as criminals on occasion, and if commanded by the goddess Dia or Captain Insyads, we would move to strike them down. It would be best that Miss Emma and Miss Primo remember that most of the gods consider their life down here as a game, Lily reminded them. Lily wouldn't be surprised if many of them would consider being criminals fun or something. Remember the monster traffickers in Milan? The other two girls made miserable faces at that, Emma especially. Sooner or later, Castor will have us move against them, Lancer spoke up for the first time since they left the manor. Therefore, Miss Flores and Miss Libera, simply focus on your training and studies. Leave facing them to us. Yes. Primo replied while Emma simply nodded her head. In any case, we're here, Lily said as they arrived in front of a large general store that sold various camping equipment that could be used for long expeditions. She then turned toward the other girls and held out several slips of paper to them. Here. Lily has written down the things we need for the expedition. Everyone should try to find what is on their list, and if you can't, then we'll move on to the next store. Are we not picking up any potions here? Karen asked, as she scanned all the lists. It's better to buy them straight from their respective pharmacies rather than buying the resale ones at a store, Lily replied. Hestia Familia has a good working relationship with Myache Familia's Blue Pharmacy, so we might be able to get a better deal there, provided Miss Lancer does not scare half their members again. Lancer's face lit up slightly as the woman turned her gaze to the side. Two members of Myache Familia used to be part of Apollo Familia, Emma explained as Karen let out an ahh of acknowledgement. In any case, we need tents, sleeping bags. Primo read off the list. Do we really need things like pots and portable stoves? We can rely on Master Archer and Master Welf to make them for us, Lily admitted with a smile. But it might be best to buy them just in case there isn't enough time. Right, Emma said as she turned around. Huh? Where did Lancer go? The rest of the girls turned around to see that the woman was nowhere in sight. Maybe something caught her eye. Karen offered, but Primo shook her head. I don't think Miss Lancer is the type to just walk away without saying anything, Primo pointed out as Lily frowned. She might be doing something else, Lily said carefully before taking Primo's hand and pulling her into the store. Miss Emma and Miss Karen, go find the things on your lists while Miss Primo and Lily find the rest. Right. As Lily pulled Primo away, Emma and Karen shared a look before shrugging their shoulders in unison and heading toward a different end of the store from the shorter girls. XXXXX. A short distance away from the store, two pairs of eyes watched as the girls as they went in. But they made no move to follow nor leave. They simply remained where they were as they kept watch on the shop and the area around them. However, may I inquire as to what you are doing? Two hooded figures whirled around in surprise as a woman whose appearance could rival that of a goddess of beauty appeared between them without a sound. Her voice was soft and without inflection, yet there was a burning flame in her violet eyes. Neither of them said a word and instead simply retreated away. Lancer frowned but did not give chase. Though the two were cloaked to hide their identity, Lancer could tell that they were human males of unassuming visages. Though they did not wear their familia emblems, Lancer had a small idea who they might be. The most likely culprits are the ones after FIA or, the one after Miss Flores, she decided. It was one of the reasons Castor did not protest the decision to house FIA or any future Xenos within Hestia Familia. He had been planning on using them to draw out Evilus into the open and crush them at once. It was also probably why he encouraged FIA's use during the grand quest against Behemoth Alternative. As for Emma, Lancer remembered that Emma and Castor mentioned something about a god that had taken a liking to Emma back before the war game. Seeing the strength of the servants and their master may have made him more cautious in obtaining his so-called prize and therefore he might be trying to watch them for now. This is not good. She muttered to herself as she stepped out of the alleyway. This is not good. Is something wrong with the eek? As she said this while passing by a stall selling potato puffs, the owner turned toward her in confusion, only to recoil at the sight of Lancer's face. The shriek brought Lancer back to her senses as she quickly turned her face away. And when she brought it back, the soft smile returned to her face. My apologies, Lancer said softly before pointing at the fried snack. May I have one bag of this? The shopkeep merely nodded silently as they quickly filled up a bag and handed it to Lancer after receiving the payment. Once she had the bag in her hands, she walked over to the store and stood outside the door to wait for the girls to finish their shopping. This is unacceptable, Lancer thought to herself. I cannot cause trouble for Master or Lady Hestia by losing control here. She would have to discuss this with Castor to see where they should go from here. It would be best to nip this problem at the bud, but the laws of the guild would be against them if they went attacked the other familia before they even did anything. Bringing a potato puff to her mouth, she glanced through a window to see Emma and Karen. The former was holding up a sleeping bag, some pink frilly thing with a cute animal design, no doubt asking Karen for her opinion on it, to which the other girl was shaking her head rather quickly. It would appear that their tastes did not quite match, judging from Emma's deflated expression. Still, it would not do for Lancer to lose to her emotions so easily. I wonder why. Those words filled Lancer's thoughts. Aside from her master, the other mortal members of Hestia Familia did not hold souls that had been able to move her heart. Yes, her master, alongside Castor, Archer, and of course her beloved were the only ones in the familia to cause a burning flame to course through her blood, and yet she could not help but love them all the same. Not with the same burning desire as the aforementioned four, of course, but the love was there all the same. But why? Yet the question still remained. She had forced herself not to love, lest she repeat the tragedy once more. But, had that tragedy not been reversed, however temporarily thanks to her beloved master? She was here, in the living world with her beloved, living each day happily and each night dangerously as the two worked out their issues. That was right. Her life here and now was one, not of peace, but it was as close to it as it could get so long as she was a servant. Ah! There you are, Miss Lancer. Broken from her thoughts, Lancer turned to see the girls, led by Lily, come out of the store with Lily's bag significantly larger than it was when they had entered. Geez, Miss Lancer should say something before she disappears. Lily scolded the servant, to which she gave an apologetic smile and lowered her head. My apologies, but these caught my eye, she said as she held out the fried potato puffs out to the girls. I didn't think you could be distracted by Jagamaru-kun, Miss Lancer, Primo muttered as Karen accepted a snack without a word before it quickly started vanishing into her mouth. My apologies, Lancer apologized with a smile once more. But the smell was rather appetizing despite having breakfast already. Lancer passed out the rest of the snacks, leaving one for Emma for last. As the girl took the puff, Lancer gently grabbed her wrist. Lancer. Emma began as Lancer leaned in close. Miss Flores, if something is bothering you, it is fine to ask us for help. Understand? I'm sorry. As Lancer released her grip on Emma's hand, the girl turned her face away. Something was indeed bothering her, and she clearly didn't want to share it. The inability to help the troubled girl hurt Lancer, but it looked as though she could only rely on Castor for this. Perhaps, Ryder is not the only one who sees the children as something else. That was the conclusion Lancer came to as she silently uttered in her heart a name that she no longer had the right to say aloud. XXXXX. Hestia muttered venomous words under her breath as she looked over the budget reports while sitting in her inn's office. The contents of the reports weren't what was bothering her. On the contrary, she was finally making a profit now that things were back to, almost normal. She received both normal guests looking for a place to stay and more well-off guests looking to stay in the inn of the still famous Hestia Familia for the prestige. That the inn itself was on the higher-end scale was just a bonus. Hestia put a lot of effort in making sure each room, the basic and VIP, had access to running water, soft beds, proper lighting, and decent service. She was not a goddess of the hearth for nothing. No, she was still angry about the fact that her bell time had been cut short once again by her irritable, tsundere captain. And he even had the gall to have Hestia hold onto a letter for him. Not to mention that she'd have to find a way to talk to Aranos after this and try to set up a meeting with the other Zenos. I need another vacation. She groaned as a knock came from the door. Who is it? It's Iris, Lady Goddess, the cow's voice came from the door. You have a visitor. Is it Deai again? No, it is. Me. The door was thrown open as Iris let out a squeak of surprise. Standing at the door was who else but Hermes. Hestia provided the appropriate greeting to her fellow god. You followed by thumping her head on her desk. Whoa there Hestia, are you all right? Hermes asked with his usual dumb smile, stepping into the room while closing the door behind him, leaving Iris outside. Not taking the work too well. What do you want? Hestia demanded. I'm not exactly in the mood nor have the time for you, okay? Ow, so harsh, Hermes said, faking a wounded look as he placed a hand over his chest. And I came all the way here for a little gossip. I don't have time to gossip, Hermes. Hestia said as she sat back up and started writing again. Not even about the illegal sales of monsters. The quill froze in Hestia's hands along with every muscle in her body. She looked up at him, unable to keep the surprise off of her face as he sat down in the seat in front of her desk. My children raided a place that bought them other day, Hermes continued. Within an estate of Illyrian royalty of all places. Aren't they so hard-working? Not even a few days after Behemoth's pseudo-resurrection were they back at it. So? Are you interested now? Of course I am, Hestia said, trying to still her rapidly beating heart. I'm working with the guild and Ganesha about it after all. Illegal sales of monsters concern me quite a bit. I'm sure. Just, you see, according to my dear Laurier, have you seen her before? Elf, golden hair, quite glamorous? You see, according to her, they were being held in just the most awful of conditions. All chained to one another and violated with such cruelty that I dare not repeat in your company. Hestia remembered how Lancer had described the conditions Fia had been found in. Trapped in a tiny box with broken wings and forced to wallow within her own refuse and grime with nothing but tiny holes for air. But, then Laurier said the most curious thing happened, Hermes continued, milking every word to be dramatic as possible. Though they were all on death's doors when she and the others arrived, one of them spoke to her. The quill in Hestia's hand snapped in two. With tears in its eyes, they begged her for help, Hermes said as he held out an item to Hestia. A scarred monster horn, a drop item. It asked her to deliver this to its comrades. It meant nothing to Hestia, not beyond the obvious, but to Fia? Quite the tale, hey? Hermes asked, his usual smile looking a bit weaker than before as he placed the monster horn on Hestia's desk. Yes, quite, Hestia muttered hazily as she stared at the horn. She needed to talk to Aranos immediately. Anyway, I didn't just come here to gossip, Hermes said as he also placed a letter beside the horn. Got a message for you from the guild too. He then reached into his bag and pulled out a rather large package with a letter with the guild's seal on it. Your children were running about town preparing for an expedition, weren't they? Hermes asked. Then this is probably some good timing on the guild's part. They sent us a proper quest for it, hey? Hestia asked as she took the letter. That's right. Well, I'll get out of your hair now. I need to make another delivery. Oh, speaking of which. Hestia quickly pulled out the letter Castor had given her and held it out to Hermes alongside a bag of coins. Deliver this for my captain for me, will ya? Since you're here and all. Well, since you're paying me, Hermes said as he accepted both and glanced at the intended recipient. Wait. You want this delivered to Dash? Bup. Hestia cut him off with series of incomprehensible sounds. I purposely avoided looking at the recipient because I know nothing but stress will come from knowing it. So don't you dare say who it is. Hermes gave another look at the letter before shrugging and placing it into his pack. Well, I got another package to the same person anyway, so no skin off my nose, Hermes said with a smile. Say hi to Belle for me. Hestia made a noise that neither affirmed nor denied his request as the god left the room. It wasn't even 10 minutes later that Hestia was out the door and running back toward the Hearthstone Manor herself. XXXXX. Things are proceeding quite nicely, Castor said, tossing the guild's orders down in front of Belle while the entirety of Hestia Familia were gathered at the dining table for dinner. During the dinner, Karen was filled in about the truth of the servants and the two resident monsters of the Familia, which left the noble girl in quite the daze. As for Fia, the harpy was sitting on the grass outside, wings wrapped around her legs as she stared aimlessly into the sky while a concerned berserker gently rubbed her back. She hadn't said a word since Hestia showed the horn to her and simply nodded her head as if Hestia had confirmed something Fia had been dreading about all this time. Belle picked up the letter and glanced over it himself. Included in the guild package had been orders to descend to the 20th floor and gather 10 drop items from 2 different kinds of monsters, as well as to reach a location on one of the deepest ends of said floor marked by a large red circle in an included map. There were also explicit instructions to bring Fia along as well. The reason why, however, was left out, but Belle had an idea of the reason that probably wasn't safe to put into a letter. These orders changes nothing aside from the departure time, Castor said. You are to enter the dungeon before dawn and head to the indicated location as soon as possible. Gather everything you can within the time allotted. Understood, Belle replied with a nod. And have you decided which two will accompany you? Yes. Rider and Lancer. The two women glanced at Belle in surprise. Us? Why? Rider asked. It's, well, before all of this. Belle began, gesturing to the guild orders. I was thinking that I haven't had much opportunity to go on adventures with either of you. Is that bad? The two women glanced at each other before Ryder let out a titter into her hand. No, of course not, Ryder replied. I have no problems with it. I too wish to see my part in this through to the end, Lancer said. She then turned toward Emma and Gina. And, we shall be able to have more opportunities to further your studies. Both girls winced at Lancer's gaze. Please go easy on us. Gina begged, to which Lancer simply offered a smile that signaled her doom. Hey Karen! Come join us. Hi! Karen snapped out of her stupor and turned to Gina. Join you in what? Learning magic from Lancer, Emma replied, causing Karen's eyes to light up in interest. The opportunity to learn magic from a spirit? Karen asked before turning toward Lancer. If you would have me. Of course, Lancer accepted the request without hesitation. So the expedition will consist of Belle, Lily, Welf, Emma, Primo, Gina, Karen, Jack, Ryder, and Lancer then? Hestia asked. Oh, and Fia too, right? Yes, Fia replied as she stood up, causing Karen to twitch and shake her head. I need to make sure everyone else is okay with my own eyes. Me, go too? Berserker asked, pointing toward himself, but Castor shut him down with a shake of his head. The journey will be perilous enough without you accompanying them and creating monster parties in each and every room, the king reminded the Minotaur, to which it let out a sigh. A monster party is when several monsters spawn from the walls, floor, and ceiling of the dungeon, correct? Karen asked. That's right, Lily answered. And they are dangerous because they can spawn in the middle of a formation. Even Miss Lancer will have a difficult time protecting us if a monster spawned directly underneath us. You would be surprised, Lancer replied simply, her smile not leaving her face as Saber let out a soft chuckle. All right then, if there's nothing else, everyone should rest up once dinner's over, Hestia said, looking as though she's come to terms with everyone leaving again so soon before turning to their newest member. Karen. If you need to, you can come talk to me and Castor in his office. I refuse to continue playing therapist for these children. You're not playing therapist, you're doing your job as captain and king in listening to the worries of you followers. As the two argued, Karen turned toward Emma. I cannot tell if the goddess and captain get along or not, Karen said as Emma giggled into her hand. This is their way of getting along, yes, the other girl replied with a smile. XXXXX. The next few hours passed by in a blink of an eye and dawn quickly approached. While the mortal members of Hestia Familia rested in their beds, Archer and Ryder were in the kitchen, hard at work for the final preparations for the expedition. More specifically, making the rations for the expedition with what they managed to procure during the day. By frying the ingredients and stuffing it into the ball of rice, then frying the rice itself, we can preserve it for a while. Then by pouring hot water over it, it can quickly turn into a nice soup. I see, so this was how you did it before I was summoned. We should consider doing a show on this next time too. It'd certainly catch the interest of familias that go on longer expeditions. I don't really care about the other familias, Archer replied before adding with a wry smile. But Welf and Belle might cry if they can only eat sweet dungeon fruit sandwiches while they're down there. That they might, Ryder agreed with a giggle. The two of them split their tasks, with Archer frying the meat and vegetables before handing them over to Ryder to pack into balls of rice to be fried later. Hey Archer! What is it, Ryder? I noticed that when cooking dinner, you usually make bread as the side. Forgive me for referring to stereotypes, but don't Easterners usually prefer rice? Archer stopped in the middle of dicing the onions as he turned toward his red-haired kitchen partner, who looked rather embarrassed at what she had just said. Well, I won't deny that there are some people who feel like they would probably starve if they don't eat rice at least once a week. I'm not one of those types, Archer said with a wry smile. So you don't necessarily prefer it over bread? Ryder asked. I don't have any preferences whatsoever when it comes to food, Archer admitted. In fact, for the longest time, I didn't particularly care what I ate so long as it was filling. Really? Even though you're rather good with home cooking? I don't cook for myself. That was right, the reason he started cooking was simply because that person could not, and eating out for each meal would add up in a lot of pointless expenses. Cooking was simply a necessity to get by. If that was all, then you wouldn't put so much effort into it, Ryder pointed out with a smile. You say you don't cook for yourself even though you clearly enjoy it, does that mean you cook for other people's sake instead? You don't need to ask a question you already know the answer to, do you? Archer asked back, only for Ryder to put on her own wry smile. It's not cute when you act like Castor to avoid answering a question, Archer, Ryder pointed out, causing him to grimace and avert his gaze. Come to think of it, only Welf and Primo seem to be enthusiastic about having rice as a side in the familia, don't they? Ryder continued as she started moving her hands again. Everyone else seemed to prefer either bread or don't have any particular preference to either. What, you seem to have a sharp eye for that as well, Archer said. It's a mother's duty to pay attention to how the children eat their food after all, Ryder replied with a warm smile. Right, Archer. Don't you start. I get enough of that from Lily. The smile became a full-blown giggle as Archer simply shook his head. However, it only lasted for a few seconds before her face became rather serious again. How long after we leave do you think he will move? She asked. However long it takes for them to move, I think, Archer replied. Could be anywhere from a day to a few hours. Are you all right with this? Ryder asked, eyes narrowing. They're your friends, aren't they? I trust them, he replied. They're a strong and stubborn lot. Birds of a feather then, Ryder said, her expression softening as the two returned to their work. XXXXX. His was a life that never should have been. That much was clear to him for as long as he could remember. Born from a king's betrayal and the god's wrath, he was sent to live within the darkness, never to see the light of day. Yet one could say it was his fortune that he was not killed the moment that he first drew breath and was cursed instead. Cursed to be cast down into a place where none shall ever escape, the labyrinth. From there the boy wandered around its endless halls, understanding every root, every wall, every torch, every last stone of the labyrinth was burned into his memory. He did not know anything but the stone around him, and the stone should have known nothing but the one they kept contained within their white walls. But it was not so, for by the king's command, young boys and girls were sent into the labyrinth, sacrifices meant for him and him alone. They would wander around the cursed hallways, lost and alone, until they were found by the one who made the darkness his home. And thus, he partook in such sacrifices. Not out of anger nor out of hatred, but out of evil. An evil of necessity. The necessity of survival. Thus, he hunted down every intruder that came within those cursed walls and devoured them to continue his cursed existence. Not only did he partake in these unfortunate souls but even those of warriors and heroes that came down to be rid of him. But those warriors and heroes fell all the same, crushed underneath his massive body and devoured to fill his desire for life. A life away from these cursed stone walls. Eventually, the day finally came. Having traversed the stone walls for all his life, he made the proper turns, took the right stairs, opened the correct gates. And then, there he was, standing at the entrance hall with a bright light at the end, a way out of the darkness. Yet as he shielded his eyes from the light and placed a hand on the wall beside him, his vision became tinged in red followed by a splattering sound. A splattering red handprint had formed on the wall he rested his hand on. Stepping back and away from the handprint, he found his feet suddenly surrounded in deep liquid. Looking down, he found himself standing in a pool of red bones and corpses littered the pool, all floating face up and staring at him with their empty eyes. And then their screams echoed within his ears. The boys and girls sent to him by order of the king to be his sacrifices, the heroes that journeyed to slay the evil, their death screams echoed within the darkness, alongside the screams of a single boy. The boy turned away from the light that he did not deserve. And thus did monster descended back down into the cursed darkness. Gone was the boy that hoped to live under the light of the sun. Only the feared Minotauros remained. Time passed and a new sacrifice ventured into the monster's lair. However, unlike the previous sacrifices, they did not wander around aimlessly. They had a vague idea of where they were and could retrace their steps perfectly, following a thin thread that they left in a trail behind them. They were looking for something, looking for the monster that made the darkness its home. And so, seeing that the latest sacrifice was not succumbing to the labyrinth's curse, the monster had no choice but to reveal itself. The latest sacrifice, the latest hero was shocked at the appearance of the bull of Minos, and yet there was little fear in his eyes unlike that of so many other heroes before him. So shocked he was that he nearly failed to ready himself. Monster? But you're just a b-dash. But the Minotaur did not give him a chance to speak. The monster charged forth, seeking to partake in its next meal. The hero, despite trying desperately to reach the monster with his voice, was instead forced to defend himself. But filled with the love of the princess and gifted with a treasure to secure the exit of the labyrinth, the hero did not falter and met Minotauros's fury head-on. And thus, did the hero slay the monster. Truly, it was a wonderful heroic myth worthy of being passed down through the ages. Thus, on the verge of death, did the monster regain some semblance of sanity to speak with the hero. The hero asked for his name, not the name of the bull of Minos, but the name of the boy born of the queen of this land. It was a beautiful name, one that meant he who rules the stars. It was an ironic name, given to one who had never laid eyes on the stars his entire life. And yet the one given such a name never once cursed nor blamed his father, the king, for his fate. Not because there was any love between he and the king. For it was not his mother's fault nor his own that he was born a monster, but that of the king. For it was he who spurned the gods and valued a bull over his promise of tribute. And yet, he never blamed the king. Because the king gave him something that one might say he never deserved. A name, and a hero to deliver him salvation from his cursed life. To a monster, it was far more than anything he deserved. And so, even if it was only for that one moment, he became a being that could not hate his father. And thus did the hero save the land from the monster. I didn't want this, not like this. And yet the hero did not revel in his victory. He who had rid the land of the horrid monster and saved the people whose faith he held in his heart, had nothing but pain and regret in his face. I wanted to save you. The kind hero, whose appearance he did not remember clearly and may have replaced with a head of white hair and red eyes, could only throw out these heartfelt words to the dying boy. Ah! He was a being born of an evil necessity who did not deserve such kind words. But he had no strength to thank the hero for this salvation. All he could do was offer a grateful smile before the end. But even so, perhaps the hero would see this wish accomplish in some far distant land and time. A time where the hero and the monster's wish would be fulfilled thanks to the wish of a young boy with a faraway dream. XXXXX. Berserker awoke with crick in his neck. The massive servant sat up, being careful not to awake his tent mate resting on a pile of cushions. From his position, he could see the damp trails falling from the corner of her eyes. He wanted to wipe them off, but with his big fingers he might wake her, so he could only dab them with one of the blankets, and even that caused her to groan. Thinking that was enough, he carefully grabbed the project Castor had tasked him with and slipped out of the tent as quietly as he could. Which, granted, wasn't very quiet, but it was still enough to not wake her. Stepping out of the large tent meant to accommodate his 3-meter-tall body, Berserker could smell the cooking of the kitchen. Although the smell would normally stimulate his stomach, he found that he had no appetite at the moment and instead walked to the edge of the yard and sat down with his back against the stone wall. He then spread the project he took in front of him. It was a map. A map of the labyrinth that made up his old home. After he was summoned, Castor had asked Berserker if he remembered its layout for some reason. When Berserker confirmed that he did, the king ordered him to prepare a detailed map as soon as possible. Berserker didn't pretend to understand why he would want such a thing, but did as he was told, as he had plenty of free time. Castor suddenly told him to get it done by the day's end, so he planned to work on it all day even though it was still early morning. However, the moon and stars were still rather bright, so he had plenty of light, not that he would really need it. As Berserker stared up at the moon, someone stepped up to him before sitting down beside him. "What's wrong? Can't sleep?" "Work, for Castor," Berserker replied. It was Berserker's dear master. A young boy who seemed rather familiar to Berserker despite their first meeting being the servant summoning. "Is that so?" Bell asked, looking curiously at the parchment. "Guess we'll both be busy, huh?" Berserker simply nodded before looking back up at the sky. "It's really pretty, isn't it?" Bell asked, looking up as well. "The moon, that is." "Yes," Berserker replied. The two sat in comfortable silence with only the rather distant sounds of Orario filling the air. "But, too much, for just me." Berserker suddenly spoke, causing Bell to turn back toward him. "Me, want to share with more," he said, trying to find the right words to express the heartfelt wish inside his soul. "So please, help FIA's friends. Help them see the sky." A sorrowful and pained expression stretched itself across Bell's face for a moment as he scrunched his eyes shut and took a deep breath to hold back some deeper emotion. "Ah!" Bell replied with a nod. "I will help them. I promise you, I'll save all the Zenos. No matter what." It was a promise made from a young hero to a monster. Influenced by the desire to see people happy, no matter the circumstances of their birth. Whether that promise would be a chain that drags the young hero down forever into the depths of the earth and away from the sun himself was not something either of them could tell as of now. However, neither of them felt that they were wrong in this desire. XXXXX. The cool and crisp morning air greeted them as the entirety of Hestia Familia walked through the streets of Orario. The sun had yet to rise, making the streets quite empty, as not even the shops and stands that catered to adventurers had begun opening up yet. The empty streets were a blessing, however, as it allowed them to move without drawing the eyes of half the city. The procession, led by Castor and the goddess herself, stopped in front of Babel Tower and the group split in two. Hestia stood facing the tower with Castor, Archer, and Saber standing by her side, along with a dematerialized berserker looming over them. Standing across from them with Bell was the party descending into the dungeon. The designated roles were Gina, Welf, and Karen forming the vanguard, Bell, assassin, FIA and Lancer at the center to help the rear and front as needed, and lastly Lily, Primo, Emma, and Ryder as the rear guard. "It is as if the men are the ones sending the women and children off to war," Castor said with a rather derisive chuckle. "Hush you," Hestia said as she smacked his arm. "Now see them off properly." Humph. Though he found such a thing tedious, Castor nevertheless complied. "There is only one thing that I will have you all keep in mind," Castor began. "The laws of Orario do not extend past the surface. Therefore, you have free rein to do whatever it takes to not disappoint me." "Yes. Therefore," he continued, eyeing Lancer and Ryder in particular, "do not bring the troubles of the dungeon back to the surface. If any incident occurs, end it with impunity." "Yes. Well, you all need to remember that regardless of any other detours you take, this is a guild-mandated expedition," Hestia said. "So don't forget to hunt for the drop items while you're down there. I'm counting on you to keep that in everyone's mind, Miss Supporter." "Yes, Goddess Hestia," Lily replied with a bow and a smile. "Lily will make sure Bell doesn't get over his head, although do not expect too much." "Hey! Belle could only offer a weak protest as the girls giggled at his expense. "An FIA. Hestia said as she walked toward the cloaked Zenos and placed her hands on the harpy's cheeks. "Know that you'll always be welcome up here with us. Don't force yourself to stay behind with the others. We can't bring them all up at the same time, but we will get them all up eventually, okay?" The harpy's eyes wavered slightly before she nodded her head and Hestia pulled her into a big hug. "If you are quite finished," Castor said impatiently, forcing Hestia to break off the hug and stick her tongue at Castor. He then turned back to Belle with a rather uncharacteristic smile. "Then go forth, young hero. I shall prepare a feast worthy of a king when you return. Do look forward to it." "Yes. Thank you very much," Belle replied before turning toward the others. "Then let's go. Our first destination, the Under Resort." Oh. And so, Hestia Familia's first guild-mandated expedition began. Chapter 49, A New Dawn. "This is the dungeon, hi." Karen's words paved the way forward for Hestia Familia to make their trek into the dungeon for the first time in a long while. "It is a bit claustrophobic, is it not?" Karen noted, adjusting. "I can sympathize with the sentiment of wishing to escape to the surface. And there are people who live down here all the time on the 18th floor?" Primo asked. "Yep," Gina replied. "The town of Rivera. Currently at its 345th iteration. Or was it 46th? Iteration. As in the town was destroyed and rebuilt some 340 times." As Primo's eyes boggled at Gina, Assassin leaned toward FIA. "Hey FIA," she began. "The dungeon gave birth to you, right?" "Yes." FIA replied, looking rather confused at the question. "Does that make it your mommy?" "I guess. Leto and a few of the others think of it like that." "So you're going back inside your mommy, right?" "Right. That must be nice." FIA blinked a few times at Assassin's envious gaze before turning toward Belle, a question in her eyes, but Belle could only offer a shrug in response. "In any case," Lily began before they could drift further off topic. "The first objective of this expedition is to head down to the 18th floor as soon as possible." "Right, we're making a break for the 18th floor," Belle said. "Ignore everything and just keep running." "Oh!" With a group cheer, they quickly sprinted down at full speed. XXXXX. Even if the party was powerful, they still had to travel several miles below the surface while carrying a large amount of supplies and protecting the weaker members. It would be several hours before they reached the 18th floor. Maybe I should have stayed behind," Primo groaned as she huffed and puffed down the stairs from the 17th floor to the 18th floor. "I feel like I'm holding everyone back." "Well, think of it as endurance training," Welf said as he turned to look back up the stairs. "Still, I was really worried that Goliath would pop up." "Guess they already took care of it recently." "Goliath is the monster Rex, correct?" Karen asked. "I heard that you took it down with only 7 members or so." "Well, technically 3 other people got caught up in it," Belle replied with a laugh, recalling Mord and his friends who had been leaving Rivera to head back up to the surface. "I wonder if they're in Rivera or not." "Leave visiting the rogue town after we finish our other duty," Lily reminded him as they exited the cave and entered the dazzling crystal forest of the 18th floor. Although it was still currently nighttime on the floor, which meant that the massive crystal ceiling above them had dimmed its lights, the view was no less impressive. "Is this real?" Karen couldn't help but ask. "As real as it can be," Gina replied. "But I heard that monsters do not spawn on this floor and the ones that are here come up from the 19th, correct? Why would the dungeon create an actual rest area for adventurers?" "Perhaps it was not meant for adventurers," Lanzer offered, glancing at FIA. "You don't think that the Zenos were just freak accidents then?" Welf asked before wincing as his brain caught up to his words. I mean that in the best possible way." No, it's fine," FIA said quickly. "Even I can tell that we're extremely unnatural, Biwaya. It's not wrong to be born." Assassin suddenly said, wrapping her arms around FIA's stomach, causing the harpy to cry out in surprise. "Mommy said so." FIA turned toward Belle, who simply smiled and nodded this time. "I believe that with all of my heart," Belle said. "I don't know how likely or possible it will be, but I want to help you, all of you. If I was strong enough, I would get all of you out immediately, but But he was neither strong enough to actually do that nor was he strong enough to go against the rules of Orario and those that opposed letting monsters roam on the surface. And despite winning so much at the casino, he didn't have that much money to buy all the Zenos their freedom. One step at a time, Belle, Ryder said, walking up from behind him and placing her hands on his shoulders. Do what you can, when you can. If you rush ahead before you're ready you'll only trip up when it counts. Yes, you're right. It still didn't sit well with Belle. He didn't want to save most of the Zenos. He wanted to save all of them. They didn't deserve to die in the dungeon, either to monsters or other adventurers, just because they looked different. Like Assassin said, it wasn't wrong for them to be born. Are we stopping here for now or? Emma asked, her question off, but Belle shook his head. No, we'll keep moving, Belle said as he withdrew a rice ball. Eat and drink as we walk to the exit. Lancer and Ryder, can you keep an eye out for monsters? Of course, Ryder replied while Lancer simply nodded. Just as a quick recap, you remember what monsters appear on the 19th floor and beyond, correct? Yes. There are battle boars, lizardmen, bugbears. As Primo certainly remembers, Gina quickly added with a giggle before dodging the embarrassed elf's staff swipe. Girls, please, Ryder chastised them with a wry smile as she placed her hands on their shoulders. Theoretically, our party should be able to handle everything moving forward, Lily said. However, unexpected things happen all the time down here so we can't fool around. KAI. The exit that led to the 19th floor of the dungeon sat under the massive tree in the middle of the 18th floor, the safe point. Once there, they quickly finished off any food that they were eating and descended the stairs down to a completely new world. The area extending from there to the 24th floor was known as the Colossal Tree Labyrinth. The walls and ceiling of the floors were covered in a thick layer of tree bark, and the pattern on the floor made it appear as though they were traveling through a hollowed-out tree trunk. Instead of the phosphorescent light sources that occupied the floors above, the Colossal Tree Labyrinth was lit by soft blue illumination from random patches of wall moss. The long and windy pathways stretched up and across the floor, occasionally leading in and out of caves and cliff sides. Strange types of leaves, large mushrooms, and flowers with silver sap lined the hallways and rooms that adventurers needed to pass through. Most plants here didn't exist on the surface but are often used in various crafting methods like potions, and thus quests would pop up requesting samples from time to time. Even the luminescent moss growing on the walls could be sold for a decent price above ground. What's more, the monsters appearing on this floor were much more aggressive than those above, some equivalent to or stronger than level 2 adventurers. More than ever, precise teamwork and cooperation were required to safely pass to the 24th floor. Hestia Familia would brute force their way through this thanks to the help of Belle and the 3 servants, but it would still be rather dangerous. It feels like we're walking on the roots of the tree above us, Primo muttered as she looked up before walking toward the edge of the path and peered over the edge. You, it's so high. Don't be dumb. Gina said as she quickly grabbed her and pulled her back. There are a lot of flying bug-type monsters here, so while land monsters won't be able to ambush us normally, the flying ones still will. Let's redo the formation then, Lily suggested, and Belle agreed. Then, I'll move to the front with Karen while Gina and Welf take the rear guard, Belle decided. Ryder and Emma will be behind the vanguard while Lancer and Jack will be in front of the rear. That'll leave Primo and Lily in the center. As for FIA. Can I fly around here? FIA asked before Belle could say anything. I don't think I can stand being cooped up in this cloak any longer. In order to hide her presence from any unwanted eyes, FIA had been forced to cover herself up with a salamander wool cloak. Belle wanted to say yes right away but held off and glanced over at Lancer first. I will keep an eye on her, Lancer replied with a smile and a nod. Then yet. Belle said to FIA. If you can, keep an eye out for anything that might be climbing up the sides of the paths and any flying monsters that are headed our way. As they entered the dungeon at a rather early time, there was unlikely to be any other adventurers on these floors. Which mean that their inexperienced party will be up against monsters that will all rush and target them without rest. Roger that. The harpy replied as she hopped over toward Lancer to get the cloak removed. After watching her take off, Belle's eyes then fell back on the path ahead of them. High-class familias like Loki Familia cross through these paths like they were nothing, but for Belle, these cliffs were treacherous and could quickly spell doom if they took a wrong step. It just drove in how amazing people like Ace Wallenstein and Leffy Yavirides were. I wonder what Leffy Ya is doing right now. Bell wondered to himself. He hadn't seen her since their meeting at Primo's old village and he told her a little about the servants. Was she looking for more information about that or? Bell, we're all set, Welf suddenly said from behind him, pushing the thoughts of the elf girl out of his mind. Then, forward. Bell said as he took point down the path with Karen a step behind him. XXXXX. Back on the surface, a black-clad adventurer stepped into a bar. It might have been the start of a joke of some kind but Saber had no such thoughts in his head. Welcome. Came the grey-haired waitress's greeting. Oh, you're from Bell's Familia, aren't you? We're not quite open yet, so do you mind waiting for a few minutes? My apologies, but I did not come to dine, Saber replied. If you have a few minutes to spare, I would like pass along a message to you. Is it about Bell not coming by to pick up lunch again? Seer asked, her cheeks puffing up in a pout. The sight simply caused Saber to chuckle beneath his mask. Unfortunately, our captain has decided on an expedition immediately after returning to Orario, Saber explained, causing Seer's cheek to twitch slightly. Therefore, my master and most of the familia will be gone for the next few days. When Seer didn't respond to that, Saber continued with, my apologies for not letting you recharge your energy for the day ahead by seeing Bell. Hearing it said so bluntly from the stoic Saber caused Seer's cheeks to redden slightly. Mew, such jokes are not becoming of you, Sir Knight, Seer said with a pout. But, are you not the same? Your wife doesn't seem to be around either, right? Or else you would probably be spending time with her right now. As you say. Indeed, as Lancer had been chosen to watch over the children in the dungeon, Saber was left without much to do and had found himself sitting in the living room of the manor just staring at the wall, much to Castor's annoyance. Ever since he was summoned to Orario, his days have been spent training Bell or diving into the dungeon with him. And once Lancer had been summoned, his free time was spent with her. Soon after that, his free mornings where he did not train Bell were spent training Ace Wallenstein within the depths of the dungeon. However, now that he was deprived of both Bell and Lancer and Ace had not come to schedule another lesson, he found himself with far too much free time on his hands. His lost expression must have reached his eyes as Seer took one look at him before giggling into her hand. You have the look of someone who always has it together, but you can be a little silly, can't you? As the one I profess my love to with all of my heart is not present, I can afford to be a little silly, can't I? Hee, I suppose that's true. This was nice, talking to other people with the sole purpose of simply making conversation to pass the time. But Seer did not have that much time to chat before being called back into work. Speaking of those that one wishes to profess their love to, Saber said, changing the topic. I have a proposition to you. Would you wish to hear it? What is it? As you are no doubt aware, our familia is in the business heavily involving food, Saber said. From our inn and our work with Demeter, Ninsen and Enjord familias in the cooking show. Yes, May, one of our cooks, is quite a fan of the show and attended all of them so far. Due to this, the opportunities for our familia to visit the hostess of fertility will lower tremendously. Seer blinked once. Then twice. Saber's words seemed to have properly registered with her after the fifth blink as the horror of realization reached her. As their familia was growing more and more with the various business Hestia decided to take on would mean less free time for the familia. Not to mention the high-quality food and ingredients being transported to the Hearthstone and the Hearthstone Manor cooked by two rather skilled chefs would mean that there wasn't any reason to go to an outside business to eat. From what Saber had seen of Seer's lunches for Bell, their quality varied greatly. Therefore, I come with a cautious proposal, Saber said after a pause. Why cautious? Seer asked, recovering her composure. Because of the person who suggested it, Saber replied, to which Seer tilted her head. In any case, Lady Hestia has decided to further increase our business opportunities by setting up classes to teach cooking. Cooking lessons? Seer repeated, looking interested. From Archer and Ryder. Yes. The two will take turns or work together depending on the mood to instruct a group of interested students. The price is set to be paid per lesson rather than a single tuition fee so that those who are only interested in one or two recipes can come and go as they wish. I see, and that lets the price be affordable for anyone who's interested, Seer muttered, a flame of interest burning in her eyes. If she could cook the same thing Archer and Ryder do, then Belle would be less hesitant to eat her lunch. While Saber would like to support Seer's efforts in wooing Belle, he would not admit out loud that his main intentions would be to spare his master's stomach further torture. But, what do you mean about before? Was your goddess not the one who came up with this? No. Saber replied slowly, feeling that he could not lie to her. While Lady Hestia is the one who proposed the lessons, the one who suggested that I invite you was Castor. And that bothers you. That man acts for two reasons alone. To further his machinations or for his own amusement. And you think he's doing this for the latter? Seer asked, but if she was worried, it did not show on his face. Yes. He was, overt in his suggestion to me to refer you to the cooking lessons. That man's eyes see as far as those of the gods above, and I suspect that he believes that you will fail in the end, and he looks forward to it. Do you agree with that? I shall admit that there are several obstacles that you would have to overcome, Saber replied, lowering his head in apology. First of which is that you are an outsider to the familia with your allegiances lying elsewhere. Second is that although I hold my master in the highest regard, I am not blind to his insecurities. It is highly likely that any words of love from you to him will be taken as teasing or a jest, and he will not seriously consider it. Seer bit her lower lip, unable to say anything to that, as she no doubt was aware of the possibility herself due to her constant actions to Belle. Third. There's more. Seer couldn't help but blurt out. There are those in the familia who wish to share their affections to my master as well, and it is my duty to assist in their endeavors as much as I can assist in yours. That's fair. My apologies. No matter how much he felt that the one in front of him would be a possible good match for Belle, he could not prioritize her too much over that of the familia. Above all else, I will prioritize my master's own feelings, Saber finished. When he makes his decision, I will honor and uphold it and turn my blade against any who opposes such. Even if they had the backing of the strongest. You've really put in a lot of thought into this, Seer said, sounding genuinely surprised. Is Belle's love life so interesting to you? A warrior can only truly strive towards the peak if he fights for the sake of love, Saber replied without an ounce of shame or falsehood. A single truth he believed with all of his being. My master is still young and inexperienced, but he does dream of finding such a love, although its form is still yet to be decided. The last part he added with a mumble as he glanced to the side as Seer let out another soft giggle. I understand, Seer replied before putting on a mischievous smile. Then, does that mean I can have your help include sneaking me onto the lesson list before anyone else? Of course, Saber said, once more without any shame. It is natural to use your connections to get ahead after all. Saber then named the price for the first lesson and Seer ran off to get her purse. As she did, another waitress came up to him. The elf Ryuil Leon. Thank you for your assistance in this regard, she said with a slight bow of her head. In regards to her cooking, or in regards to Belle Cranel? Saber asked with a slight smile underneath his mask. Both, Ryuil replied without any cracks in her stoic expression. Although she pours her heart into making her meals, she also pours a little too much extra as well. I understand. More than you might realize. His beloved was the same after all. She had once attempted to join Archer and Ryder in cooking, but somehow the dish she made for him had attacked him from the inside after her had sampled it. His beloved had somehow cursed the food in an attempt to show her his love without either of the two cooks realizing. He really thought he might have actually died had he not managed to get his heart to start again. Since then, she has been unanimously banned from cooking by the three authorities of the Familia: Castor, Hestia, and Belle. A shame. Barring the curse, his wife's cooking was heavenly. While I am on the topic, would you like to join as well, Miss Leon? I believe having a friend along will make it easier for her to learn. And having someone else keep an eye on her to keep her from adding strange things to the food is only a plus. I'm sorry, but I don't think there will be any point in my attending, Ryuil replied. My cooking talents can be measured as infinitely small. All the more reason to come and practice, is it not? Saber asked, but Ryuil simply gave him a soft smile and shook her head. She then quickly returned to her work as Seer came down with her wallet in hand. Here you go, Seer said, handing him the payment. I look forward to being taught by Orario's current top celebrity chef. With the payment and agreement taken care of, Saber's business was finished here. However, he did not take a step to leave as Seer carefully stowed away her wallet. Is there something else? Seer asked. Is this really all right? Saber found himself asking. Seer showed no sign that she was confused as to what he was asking about. You live in an entire different world from him and put on a mask in order to ease your interactions with the people that live down here. Is it really alright to pursue a relationship built on something as fragile as that? Seer remained silent for a while, but after a few minutes she spoke up again. That is true, this first started as a game after all, she admitted with a sad smile. But as it went on, all sorts of things made me realize more about what kind of person I am. She then turned her eyes back up at Saber. These feelings of mine are not a lie. They have to be true. Those were the words of a girl helplessly in love. No more, no less. Saber could see and understand that much. I see. I overstepped my bounds. Please forgive me. No, you are just concerned about me and Belle. I understand. As Saber lowered his head, Seer simply held up her hands to stop him with a smile. With his business finally done, Saber left the pub with Seer shouting after him to try and get Belle to come eat at least one more time. As he walked down the busy streets of Orario, Saber glanced up at the heavens and offered a small prayer of hope that things will end well between Seer and Belle. May the Allfather watch over you, my master. XXXXX. Karen. The one on the left. I got it. The two adventurers leading the vanguard of the Hestia Familia expedition cut through the monsters in front of them without fail. Despite being only level 1, Karen had little problem dealing with the majority of the monsters on the 19th and 20th floors as long as she was fighting them one-on-one, allowing her skill to activate and give her a substantial boost. It was Belle's job to make sure it stayed that way. Libellulus, incoming. FIA called out from above. Gun Libellulus, or simply Libellulus, were dragonfly-like monsters with several spikes on their lower abdomens that could be shot out like arrows, hence their names. They were deadly enough that they could puncture stone, let alone an unarmored person's flesh. Karen, fall back a bit. FIA, let's go. Belle ordered. Understood. Right behind you. The two girls replied in unison as Karen fell back to help the center that had also been engaged by monsters climbing up from the sides of the paths. Without a way to attack from range, Karen would have a hard time fighting flying enemies that could attack from range as well. As a harpy, not only could FIA fly, but she had a form of range attack as well, even if she never had an opportunity to use it much. With a flap of her wings, her feathers hardened and shot out from her wings and joined Belle's crimson magic in blasting the insect monsters out of the air. With a quick look behind him, Belle could see more swarming the rest of the party, but the level 1s were being protected by Lancer and Ryder's quick reflexes. When we get back, you're getting armor. Welf shouted as he stood between Gina and another Libellula, using his large greatsword as a shield to cover himself and the rather underdressed Amazon. Ah, but. No buts. Deal with it. Fine. At least just make it a cloak. Gina gave in as she flung her dagger past Welf, striking the insect right between the eyes before pulling on a wire attached to the blade, allowing it to fly back into her hand. Heck yeah! It worked. Great, now stop poking your head out. A bit behind them, Ryder was standing over Emma, Primo, and Lily. Emma had foregone her usual twin swords to hold a large shield, made by Welf, up to protect Primo, who was chanting between her and Lily while the Palom took aim with her crossbow. One after another after another. Lily shouted. Lily knew it was going to be like this since we're the only ones on this floor, but this is ridiculous. Emma opened her mouth to respond, only to quickly close it as several stingers impacted against her silver shield, shaking her entire body with each strike. However, Ryder would step in whenever it looked like Emma might falter and cover her with her magic sword. But it was enough time for Primo to finish her chant. Lumen Pletias. Beams of light ripped through the battlefield, cutting through the mass of grounded monsters in front the party. On the other end. Damn it! Kazuki. Allow me to assist. Welf's magic sword glowed in a roaring light before releasing its flames down the path they came from. With Lancer keeping the flames from spreading too far outward and igniting the flora around them, the Krazo magic sword was successful in annihilating the remaining grounded monsters coming from behind. As for the gun Libellulus, their insect-like, multifaceted eyes were clearly focused on the harpy flying through the air. Jack! Belle called out. Leave FIA alone, you meanies! The shadow of assassin appeared in the air above them and in a storm of steel, carved the insect monsters to pieces. Ah! Assassin then started falling down with a rather calm scream as she was no longer in spirit form but was easily caught by Fia as the harpy came by for another pass. Is everyone all right? Belle shouted. Somehow. Emma called back as she let the shield fall to the ground so she could rub her fingers. No time to rest, Lily said. Miss Emma, Miss Primo, please help collect any drop items and magic stones that you can. Prioritize the magic stones since it will be bad if a monster eats one down here. A monster eating another monster's magic stone would turn it into an irregular, making it several times more powerful than normal. While it wouldn't make too much of a difference in the upper levels due to the small sizes of the magic stones there, down on the 20th floor was another matter and could spell disaster for any party down here. As the three girls went to collect the drop items with Lancer and Assassin moving to help them soon after, the rest of them took their positions to stand guard. This left Belle standing next to both Fia and Karen while Ryder, Welf, and Gina took the other end. Are you scared? Fia was the first to start talking and chose to suddenly address Karen who wheeled around in surprise. Are you scared? Fia repeated. Of me? Yes, Karen replied honestly after a short pause. But not of you specifically. But what you are, and what you mean for the rest of the world. Belle couldn't help but be impressed. He had been so lost and confused after first meeting Fia, having been forced to rely on his servants to keep him together, but Karen seemed to have been slowly processing everything even as she fought against the other monsters in the dungeon. That was a noble for you. Quick on the uptake. Does that mean you don't want us on the surface? Fia asked. As a member of Hestia Familia, I will follow the orders of my goddess and my vice-captain. But what do you feel? Does it matter? Yes. Belle was the one who answered, causing both of them to turn to him. If you are bothered by any of this then I'd want to know so that either me or the goddess can help make things easier on you, Belle said. Karen's lips thinned at Belle's words. She glanced back toward the others, no doubt in some hope that they had finished so the party could continue without her answering, but it looked as though they weren't even halfway done with the bodies. I can't help but wonder, if I killed one of you before, Karen admitted, glancing over at Fia. It's one thing to cut down someone knowing that they are a person, but you can't cut them down while dismissing them as some beast. You think I'm a person? Fia asked, her voice so quiet that Belle nearly missed it. Karen didn't miss it either as her noble facade started cracking, with her mouth opening and closing without any sound. Is that the wrong thing to say? Karen asked, the last dithers of her noble mask crumbling away as she nervously glanced at Fia. No, not at all, thank you. Karen's brow was furrowed a bit as she glanced away, unsure of how to respond to that. Belle could only think of the circumstances in how he found Fia, trapped in a cramped metal box with broken wings and wallowing in filth, and the circumstances Hermes had said his adventurers found other Zenos in. The monsters kept at Ganesha Familia weren't treated nearly as awfully. Belle muttered to himself. Although he had never gone there himself, both Hestia and Lancer had, and from their explanations of the place it seemed that even though the tamed monsters were still dangerous, they all had large cages with plenty of space to move and were kept clean by their tamers. Cruelty for the sake of cruelty. If Belle couldn't get all the Zenos up to the surface in a decent time frame, then destroying the people hunting them within Orario would give them plenty of space to breathe. But can you do it? Can you take another person's life? That person's voice rang in his head as Belle felt himself balling his hands into fists. The answer was obvious, he couldn't. He was not someone who could weigh people's lives on a scale and decide which deserved to live and which had to die for the other to live. Did that mean he would fail? Fail to strike down evil to save lives because he was afraid of taking another person's life? A part of him whispered into his ear that he could just leave the dirty stuff to the servants like what had happened in Milan during Fia's rescue, but that felt like a slope he didn't want to fall down. Belle. Vice-Captain. Belle blinked and turned to see Fia and Karen looking at him with worry. Sorry, I'm just thinking about stuff, Belle said before smacking his cheeks with his hands. All right, everyone, are we done? Pretty much. Emma called back as she stood up and dusted her hands. We got all the magic stones and drop items that could fit. All those drops? Welf muttered sadly as he watched Lily toss the larger drop items. Like the libellulous stingers, off the cliff toward the larger grassy pits to hide the evidence that their party came through. Carrying something like that in a bag is asking to get stabbed if you fall badly, Gina pointed out as she patted him on the arm. Well, yeah, but we'll worry about that more on the way back. We should hurry, Ryder suddenly said as she glanced up at the ceiling. We've been holding the same position for a while now due to all the monsters, but I don't want to be here in case the dungeon spawns more monsters on top of us again. Right, Belle replied with a nod as they continued down the path. The 20th floor was much like the floor above with the same monster spawns and design. FIA? Does any of this look familiar? We're almost there, FIA replied. Just a bit more and we dash. Shay. A hissing noise caught their attention and both Karen and Belle wheeled around just in time to see a pair of red-scaled lizardmen carrying weapons rushing toward them. The two vanguard rushed forward to meet them with Belle smashing into his target as hard as he could to knock it away from its partner to allow Karen to duel her target and activate her skills. Once they were far enough away, Belle took a chance to quickly appraise his new opponent, another monster he had never fought against before. The monster stood upright with weapons in both of its hands. Like minotaurs and orcs and other humanoid monsters in the upper floors, these weapons were known as land forms. They grew within the dungeon itself as trees or other plants, and monsters would break them off the walls to use as weapons. While he was used to branches and stalagmites being used as clubs and axes, it was the first time Belle had seen flowers being used as both a weapon and a shield. Granted, considering the flowers here seemed to be metallic, it probably was only natural they could be used in such a way. Right now, it certainly felt more like he was fighting another adventurer than a monster. Belle felt he should ask Ryder to spar to gain more experience against fighting people with shields once this was over. FIA. These aren't one of your comrades, right? Karen was shouting behind Belle and Belle understood what she meant right away. Although it was rather crude and relied on the monster's innate strength, Belle could see some form of crude swordsmanship techniques in its movements. Powerful side sweeps, quick slashes and thrusts and even feints. They used them like any adventurer would. Nope. Cut them up. FIA said as she quickly took to the skies as several more libellulas came to reinforce the two lizardmen. Judging from the shouts coming at the rear, another group of monsters came up from behind as well. There was no time to waste. Belle had to take care of the monsters, then move to support Karen and then the rear. If Belle had his greatsword or mithril axe on him, he might have been able to simply brute force through the monster's shield with pure strength, but he had left those with Lily and he only had his shorter weapons. As he waited for an opening, the lizardman suddenly screeched in pain, its hand trying to reach around its back where feathers were jutting out from. Taking the chance, Belle kicked off the ground and carved through the creature's midsection with his black and silver blades. He spun on his heel the moment he touched down and took aim at the creature Karen was fighting. Firebolt. The red bolt zipped through the air before the dead lizardman could hit the ground and struck its partner. The creature roared in pain, allowing Karen to drive her rapier straight into its chest, piercing the magic stone within, causing its body to dissolve into ash. The two acknowledged each other with a nod before jumping back into the fray that was happening in the rear, although that ended before Belle could even get close due to the three servants guarding it. Well, that was unexpected, Welf said as he picked up what looked to be two halves of a flower shield of a lizardman. It seemed that with the help of Lancer's boosting skill, he managed to cut straight through it. The adamantite in this thing must be pretty high quality compared to the stuff on the other floors. Adamantite? Primo asked, stopping halfway through removing a magic stone. You know, dungeon metal. Everything that comes from the dungeon has a bit of it. Even the monsters. That's why we hunt for their drop items to make weapons and armor. Really? FIA asked as she started patting herself down, causing Gina, Assassin and Primo to giggle. But everything feels pretty soft. Belle and Welf quickly averted their gazes while Emma and Karen quickly grabbed onto her wings to stop her going too far in patting herself down. Is that why swords and stuff made on the surface don't work too well on monsters deeper in the dungeon? Primo asked as she patted her own cloak as if only just realizing that it was filled with metal as well. More or less. That's why you see so many quests from smiths for drop items and adamantite ore from the deep floors. The more pure stuff grows down there after all. Ore and rocks growing as if they were plants. Ryder muttered with a sigh as she rubbed her forehead. The dungeon is truly a strange place. Were it not filled with so much danger, it would no doubt be exploited mercilessly, Lancer added her own thoughts in. Well, more so than it is now. If it didn't want us to exploit it, it should stop trying to freaking kill us. Gina chimed in as Ryder let out a laugh before patting her head while Lancer simply gave a small smile in agreement. With that done, Belle led the party further down the path. Following the map that was given to them along with FIA's instructions, they made the way through the long windy paths, cutting down every monster that got in their way. Climbing over a series of thick, matted tree roots, traversing up a hill, and making their way through a thicket of lush plant life, it felt as though they were going hiking rather than moving through the dungeon. Until finally, they reached the room that was indicated on the map. The room was a long rectangle about 10 meters wide and just as tall. Tree bark covered the walls and canopy, just like every room they had passed by on the way, and it was all carpeted with lamp moss. But the most eye-catching thing of the room was... Hey Belle? What is that? Emma asked, pointing to the powdery green rock that was forming all around the room. Clear white sap was dripping from the quartz, forming small puddles around the room over the moss. That. FIA spoke up before Belle could. That's food. Hi. Emma, Primo, and Karen's eyes boggled at the revelation. The monsters in the dungeon were alive after all. While they can feed on adventurers or other monsters, most of their food came from their mother, the dungeon itself. There were places in the dungeon known by the guild as a pantry where the quartz grew in larger numbers to become as large as trees, allowing the sap to form more often. Belle and Lily went to one several weeks earlier on the quest for my egg familia. Monsters would go to these quartz trees to feed on the sap and were the main source of food for them. The pantry on this floor is rather close after all, Lily noted, checking the map. Lily supposes that's the reason these quartz are growing so much. She then quickly shot her hand out to keep Assassin from putting her finger into a puddle, no doubt curious about its taste. Great, so we're here, Welf said as he looked around. Now what? Listen, FIA replied as she closed her eyes. Can't you hear her voice? Belle and the others looked at FIA in confusion before he closed his own eyes. It was a wordless song. One that Belle had never heard before. A tone that was pure and steady, conjuring up an image of a night sky. How beautiful! Emma muttered with a sigh. Is that one of your friends, FIA? That's right. It is as if it is the song of a siren. Lancer muttered as her eyes traced the room before falling down on a large cluster of quartz crystals before walking toward them. With everyone following after her, Lancer reached the cluster and Belle could see the crystals shaking ever so slightly under the increasing volume of the song. Then, with a mighty thrust of her spear, Lancer shattered the crystals, revealing a small opening behind them. How ingenious! Ryder muttered with approval. The dungeon healed all damage done to it. No matter how many battles were fought within its depths, the floors would always regenerate itself back to its pristine condition. Even the quartz was already trying to regenerate and seal the alcove back up. Like this, the Xenos would be able to use these hidden passages to move unseen by monsters and adventurers alike. With the song gone, having seemingly served its purpose, FIA led the way into the alcove with Ryder and Lancer taking up the rear. The path was narrow with the only source of light being the quartz on the walls, but there didn't seem to be a danger of monsters bursting from the walls. Oh, right, this place. FIA let out a rather irritated voice as they came across a body of cool, clear blue water. Resting on the otherwise undisturbed surface, was a single golden feather. Why did you choose this place, REI? FIA shouted at the spring only to, of course, get no response in return. We're not going to have to swim, are we? Primo asked, looking rather nervous. Yes. FIA replied, looking just as unhappy as Primo. There's a small tunnel in the pond that leads to one of our hidden villages. Villages? Karen repeated. Your people build houses here. No, nothing like that. We call places that you surface dwellers haven't found yet our hidden villages. And they do not have monsters spawn in them either. Lancer asked and FIA shook her head in response. More evidence to that theory. Ryder glanced over at Lancer for a moment before looking at the rest of the familia. If we are going to have to move through the water, it will be best to leave anything we don't need behind for now, she said. Just right here, without anyone keeping watch? Primo asked. It would probably not be safe to leave anyone behind, so yes. Take only what is necessary. We'll come back for everything later. Good thing I used the leftover Undine cloth to make bags. Welf muttered as everyone started setting their larger packs down and filling up smaller packs with the essentials. I will scout ahead, Lancer replied before her form dematerialized into particles of light, causing Karen's eyes to boggle at the sight. Oh right, that's the first time you've seen that, Emma said with a giggle as Karen simply gave her a slight glare while rubbing her forehead. What have I gotten myself into? We can do it too. Assassin said, raising a hand up, and was then gone in a blink of an eye without the same wisps of light that Lancer left behind. A quick shout from Welf signaled where Assassin had gone, and Belle turned to see her hanging off his friend's back with a big smile. Isn't it hard to keep track of her? Karen asked Belle seriously. It feels as though if she wanted, she could disappear and no one could ever find her. Yeah, Belle admitted as Primo and Gina ran over to pull Assassin off of a exasperated Welf. That's something that worries me every so often. But, as long as she has a warm home to come back to, I don't think she'll ever just disappear on us. You really have a good handle on things, don't you, Vice Captain? Ahaha, thanks. Lancer returned a moment later, confirming that there was a path in the pond that led to another room. And so, after casting several runes on the Familia to help them move through the water, aside from Emma and Gina who she had cast their own runes, Lancer led the way through the pond. Out of the entire Familia, it looked as though Primo was the only one having trouble swimming, and clung closely to Ryder in the back. Welf was also rather weighed down by both his magic sword and his great sword that he refused to leave behind. The water was dark and blurry with their Falna allowing them to hold their breath far longer than unblessed humans and the light from the quartz growing on the bottom allowing them to see through the darkness. The water was also freezing with the biting cold stinging Belle's skin even with his level 3 status and Lancer's magic protecting him. Their heads popped out of the water one by one only to find what resembled a limestone grotto instead of the wooden alcove from whence they came. With black stone walls extending in every direction, only the dim quartz light remained consistent. This was no doubt a frontier, a region unexplored and unmarked by the guild. You, talk about being thrown in the deep end. Emma said as they all climbed out of the pond with Belle and Welf doing their best to avoid looking at their female members with their wet clothes clinging onto their bodies. To think that once upon a time, the Familia had more men than women. Eek! Fia! Gina let out a shriek as Fia shook her body like a dog, scattering water everywhere before suddenly puffing out like a bloated feathery balloon. I hate water! Came the harpy's rather distressed voice causing Belle to quickly let out a cough to keep himself from laughing. Meanwhile, Lancer was praising Emma and Gina, who looked like they were about to die from the cold. Splendid work, Miss Flores! Miss Gwen! I can't wait for the magic to show up on my status. Gina said, her blue lips contrasting rather heavily on her tanned skin. She and Emma looked as if they had been doused with cold water and then left outside in a storm. A agreed. Emma added with a nod of her own. Although magic could be learned without the blessing of a god, they were usually much weaker than a magic brought forth by the Falna. Belle didn't know the details, but apparently studying magic could also bring forth a new magic, which was what Lancer was hoping to do for Emma and Gina and by extension, any future member of the Familia in order to take in all the Xenos under the disguise of tamed monsters and to further the cooperation with Ganesha Familia. I know it wasn't going to be easy but it's a lot harder than I thought, Gina said as Lancer went around drawing runes on everyone to help warm them up and dry them faster. These runes are something created by one of the greatest of gods, Lancer said after a momentary pause. As such, even if you learn the basics, true mastery is impossible if you do not have his support or favor. Will that be possible in our case? Emma asked. Putting Gina aside, I'm still level 1, aren't I? I would not have offered to teach you if I believed it was impossible for you, Lancer said with a smile before turning toward Lily and Welf. The offer still stands for the two of you as well. I'll think about it, Welf said offhandedly while Lily remained steadfast in her refusal to be put anywhere near a combat role if she could help it. And you, Miss Morris? I wish to perfect my swordsmanship first, Karen replied. If I split my attention between two things on the opposite end of the spectrum, I am afraid I might slow my progress with both. Lancer accepted it with an understanding smile and a nod. Once everyone was sufficiently warmed up, and FIA's feathers were groomed back into place by Ryder, FIA continued leading the way down the unexplored territory. As they walked, Belle found his thoughts wandering slightly to the topic of the other Xenos. From the talks with FIA, he knew that the Xenos were all sorts of different monsters, or rather species. There was a lizardman, which Belle and the others have gotten to know very well on the last 2 floors, a siren, which was similar to a harpy except they could use long-ranged magical attacks like hellhounds, and a gargoyle, a creature made of stone with wings that somehow could also fly. Those 3 were amongst the oldest and strongest of the Zenos and thus were their leaders. There had been more but Fia always fell silent when the conversation led to them, making it clear what had happened. Not all of them could speak in the same language as mortals but the ones that could only growl and grunt like normal animals could be understood by their fellow Zenos, so that didn't prove to be too much of a problem within their small society. Then a sharp tingling sensation ran up Belle's back, causing him to snap back to reality and glance around. "Belle?" Emma asked in surprise. "Is something wrong? We're being watched." Ever since coming to Orario, Belle had felt a pair of eyes boring into him from somewhere almost every day. It didn't feel as though they were looking at him with malicious intent, but it was nevertheless uncomfortable. As such, he became able to tell whenever they were being watched. "Oh my, you noticed as well?" Ryder asked with a smile, but her eyes told Belle that she was completely on guard. "It's probably the others," Fia said as she took a few steps away from Belle and took a deep breath. A soft and melodious note soared from her lips and echoed through the dark halls of the room they were in. A moment later, a second, different note was sent back, one that was even more beautiful than the one Fia sang. Then, a series of footsteps came from the darkness as a tall red-scaled lizardman strode toward them, armed with a scimitar in one hand and a longsword in the other. Unlike the ones they had fought until now, these were not landform weapons but ones clearly made from a mortal's forge. Right behind him was a gargoyle. It stood on 2 legs and looked like a humanoid dragon made of stones with massive wings easily carrying its weight and were large enough that they could easily shield itself and the lizardman in the event of an attack. And lastly, a single golden feather fluttered to the ground from overhead before a winged creature with breathtaking beauty landed in front of the lizardman and gargoyle. A siren. Like Fia, she had wings instead of arms and her legs were the shape of bird-like talons. She also wore Amazon-style clothing over her chest. Unlike Fia, however, her feathers were a golden color that ended in blue hues at the tips. And above all else, Belle could honestly say that she was breathtakingly beautiful. If he had to place Ryder, Lancer, and the Siren on a ranking system, he would probably chew his lower lip off in agony and die before properly ranking any of them. Rei. Fia, completely unaware of Belle's admittedly silly thoughts, ran forward toward the Siren and the 2 embraced each other like sisters. "Oh Fia!" The Siren, Rei, said as she brought the harpy close. "We thought we lost you too." "I'm okay. Belle and the others were taking good care of me on the surface." While Belle and his familia stared at the sight in complete shock, the lizardman elbowed the gargoyle rather unsubtle. "There, satisfied?" Or rather, he asked with an amused voice. The gargoyle simply scoffed and turned his head to the side without saying anything. Seeing that they weren't about to fight, Belle and the others relaxed a bit. "This is actually happening." Belle heard a rather exhausted-sounding Lily mutter from behind him. However, Belle kept his eyes on the reunion in front of him. Then the lizardman let out a laugh as he walked past the harpy and siren and stood right in front of Belle. "So, you're Belle, hey?" the lizardman asked. "Yes," Belle said, stealing the nerves he built up from interacting with Berserker and Fia. "And you are, Leto? I heard about you from Fia." "Yep. And we heard about you from Fells," Leto explained. "Strange question, but, mind if I call you Belle, okay?" "Huh? Sure." The question came out of nowhere that Belle just agreed without thinking. It was strange. Even though Berserker was much larger and monstrous compared than Leto, who stood at just above eye level to Belle, he felt much more on guard to the lizardman in front of him. It must have been because he knew the Minotaur servant better and that being Belle's servant meant that he would not hurt Belle unintentionally. The lizardman Leto, however, was not connected to Belle at all, so Belle didn't know how to act in front of him. Belle and Leto's eyes locked with each other before he extended his clawed red hand, protected by a metal glove, toward Belle. "Thank you, for saving my comrade," Leto said as Belle looked down at the hand. "I only wish I could have done more," Belle replied as he acted without hesitation. What need was there? He knew about the Zenos and their sufferings. Following the direction of his goddess and his own wishes, he took Leto's hand in his own. A handshake. A sign of friendship. A bridge between man and monster. Unprecedented. Unknown. The instinct to reject this unknown back when he first saw the broken FIA's form had long since died away. All that was left was Belle's wish for the future. A future where Hestia Familia and the Zenos walked in the sun, side by side. XXXXX. Chapter 50, Give and Take. The handshake lasted for a moment longer before the two of them released their grip. The moment they did, the gargoyle made some sort of gesture with his hand and the room suddenly lit up, revealing several magic stone lamps being held by dozens of monsters, or rather, Zenos, on the ledges on the edge of the large room. Belle and the others, aside from the servants, jumped at the sight, but it didn't look like they were going to attack. Rather, they seemed as wary of the adventurers as they were of them. There were about 30 of them in all, and the Zenos truly came in all shapes and sizes. From the Almiraj staring directly at Belle with its bright red eyes to the giant green dragon lying down, watching them all carefully with a wizened stare. All of them were wary, as if wondering if they could place their trust and hope in these strange people from the surface, just like FIA did. "Sorry, we don't have any chairs," Leto said as he sat down on the stone floor with the gargoyle sitting right behind him. Rei, the siren, led FIA around to sit beside them too, while Hestia Familia took a seat in front of them. "It's fine," Belle replied. Realizing that as the one who was spearheading Hestia Familia's Zenos cohabitation project, as the goddess called it, he would be doing most of the speaking. However, Lancer sat down beside him, putting him at ease as well as declaring that she was supporting the plan with all of her ability as well. There was a quick round of introductions between them, with Belle confirming that the gargoyle was indeed the last of the leaders of the Zenos that FIA had talked about, Grow. "So, let's cut to the chase then," Leto said. "Why do you want to help us?" "Because FIA asked for it," Belle replied nearly instantly. "Is that it?" Leto asked, looking completely bewildered alongside Rei while Grow simply narrowed his eyes suspiciously. "Should there be more?" Belle asked back. "We wouldn't have even known about you all if that Fels person didn't ask us for help in rescuing her. After that, FIA told us about the rest of you and asked for us to help you all get to the surface as well. So, our goddess and I decided to take her quest." "And you don't want anything out of this?" Grow asked. Belle knew what Grow was getting at. Archer had told him that while being helping people without asking for anything in return was a noble view, it also bred mistrust in others. Give and take. It was something of a fundamental rule of the world. People only do things to get some sort of benefit from doing so. Those that do things without any benefit to themselves are often seen as strange and untrustworthy by people who cannot understand such motives. Or worst, thought to be manipulators playing a long con. The way Archer had explained it to Belle spoke loudly of personal experience, but Belle didn't dare ask for clarification. "We act due to our goddess Hestia's commandment," Lancer spoke up as Belle was trying to gather his thoughts. "As it is but an order from our patron goddess, we cannot do anything but obey it. If you wish to understand her reasoning for helping you all, she is the hearth. She exists to create a home for those without it. A place for you to belong. If you are unable to accept goodwill with nothing in return, then you can consider an arrangement similar to what you currently have with Aranos." "What we have with Aranos, you say?" Rei repeated. "Right now, in exchange for food and material we cannot procure ourselves, we give Fels parts of ourselves we would not miss, such as feathers, claws or furs, and we would investigate abnormalities within the dungeon and report them when we find it. Then once we bring you all up on the surface, we can hold a similar arrangement," Lancer continued. "The young ones have their own dreams and motives for exploring the dungeon, and eventually, Hestia Familia will welcome newcomers with their own dreams. As our current generation cannot watch over them forever, I would ask that you all watch over them in our place." No one knew how monsters aged after all. Not even Ganesha Familia could simply keep a monster simply for the sake of seeing how long it took until it died of old age. That being said, it wasn't as if the Zenos had any concept of time within the dungeon aside from the light crystals on the 18th floor either. Considering that the one-eyed black dragon has been around for over 1,000 years, monsters might simply be eternal like the gods and goddesses above until they were slain and returned to the dungeon to be born anew. "I think it might be a bit early to talk about bringing more of the Zenos to the surface though," Ryder suddenly chimed in, causing all eyes to fall on her. "We still have a lot of problems to work out first." "Such as?" Leto asked. "Such as dealing with the people hunting and selling you all, of course," Ryder said. Right now, despite our familia captain all but spelling out FIA's true existence, we haven't been attacked by the ones who kidnapped her in the first place in an attempt to reclaim her. Either they decided to wash their hands over a single harpy or they do not believe the trouble to be worth it. However, if you bring a bunch of us up at once they might decide it to be worth the risk, Leto finished for her with an understanding nod. Exactly. Until that matter is resolved, I cannot agree to taking any more of you in. It would put the children at too much risk. They cannot fight against the monsters on these levels alone. And from what I can tell, you all are all stronger than them right now. How can they survive against enemies you yourself have trouble against? Ryder's point was made clear to all. Emma and Primo looked a bit ashamed at their own weakness while a few of the Zenos in the audience seemed to let out a sigh of hopelessness. Have you had any leads to your attackers? Belle asked, trying to find any clues. It'd be easier if we knew if they were all working for the same group, Leto admitted as he scratched his scaly head. But as it is, we can't really tell if the ones attacking us are from that group or just people attacking us because we're monsters. That was true. Belle's eyes fell onto one of the Zenos, a unicorn that was locking eyes with Primo. If anyone had heard that a unicorn had been found on a floor, dozens, maybe hundreds, of adventurers would swarm it in hopes of finding it for a chance to claim its horn, known for mystical purifying properties. As an example, if made into a goblet, the cup would then clean up any filth in the water poured into it, even poisons. I mean, even Gryua said he saw some blonde, golden-eyed swordswoman eye him like he was just something to be killed without a second thought when he was lounging around the 24th floor. Leto pointed to the green dragon in the audience. Said dragon seemed to shiver at the memory. It must have been a first-class adventurer if they thought they could take on a green dragon on their own. They were ranked level 4 by the guild after all, and considering the Zenos ate magic stones of other monsters to grow, the dragon would probably be around level 5 as well. Wait, blonde golden-eyed swordswoman? 24th floor. Gina muttered rather darkly. Yeah, there was a massive amount of monsters there for a bit cause someone blocked the way to the pantry there. We told Fells about it and I guess Aranos sent people to get rid of it cause they were gone a few days later. Gina's hands balled her hands into fists as she bit her lower lip. Before she could say anything however, Welf simply placed a hand on her head and gently rustled her hair. She glanced over at the smith but his eyes were firmly locked on the Zenos in front of them. But, as I thought, Rei began as she looked from Belle to Lancer. You people are rather strange to want to help us like this. Strange, huh? Belle repeated with a wry smile. I've been told by the people I look up to always follow my heart. So right now, no matter what it takes, I want to do what it takes to get you all to trust me. Belle's eyes turned to grow as he said that, but the gargoyle simply scoffed and glared back at him. From what he could see, it seemed that they might have won Rei over by saving FIA, but Grow was adamant in his distrust. FIA said that Grow was the leader of the minority of Zenos that didn't trust and even hated the mortal races that lived on the surface, not that Belle would blame him considering they must have been attacked by humans for their entire lives. Leto seemed to be the moderating presence in the middle. So he needed to get both Leto and Grow to change their minds and open up to them if he wanted to get them to let him help them. Once they did, it would be easier to get Castor on board too, since he was always saying that there was no point in helping people who did not ask or wish for it. Leto crossed his arms and fell into deep thought. I'll be honest, Beluke, he finally said. Once FIA's group got caught we were about to give up on humans and go on our own way. When Leto said that, FIA's eyes opened wide as she turned toward the Zenos leader. But that Fells begged us for one more chance. They said they had a plan to try and rescue who they could. But we only found FIA in that warehouse. Belle said softly and Leto nodded his head slowly in response. The lizardman then glanced over and met FIA's eyes, causing the harpy's gaze to drop toward the floor, telling him all he needed to know. Most likely, FIA was the only one that made it to Milan. The others most likely died before they even made it that far. It also explained why Hestia Familia managed to get permission from the guild for their vacation. Aranos had always planned on asking them to rescue FIA, betting on the heroic spirits to help secure the future. Yeah, then we got word from Fells that you guys rescued and took in FIA, and we saw through this magic item Fells got that she was living up there with you. A magic item that can let you see faraway places. Belle repeated in surprise. Was that why Fells was using that owl? FIA began, no doubt realizing that they might have seen her lazing around on the grass doing pretty much nothing but sunbathing alongside Berserker. It's fine, Rei said, covering a laugh with her wing. I would have done the same in your position, and you already helped by calling these surface dwellers down here to meet with us. Well, it was more than what we expected from a bird brain like you anyway, Leto added with a laugh, causing FIA to screech angrily while Gro simply shook his head in exasperation. We seem to have gotten off topic, Lancer said softly, drawing the conversation back. The heart of the matter is that we of Hestia Familia wish to help you all live on the surface as we have done with FIA and take you into our manor. If you do not wish for that, we can try to find some way to let you live freely outside the city walls, but that will not be an easy life. But, we can't help you if you don't ask for it, Bell said, lowering his head to the ground. The action caused several of his friends, as well as several of the Zenos, to cry out in surprise. So please, let me help you. A long silence filled the room as Bell kept his forehead pressed on the ground. If he had to beg for them to let him help, then he will. They deserved a better life than this. A life where they can't do something as simple as feel the warmth of the sun was something Bell couldn't imagine. But as the silence drew on, Bell felt the temptation to glance up at the three leaders to try and gauge their reaction. But before he could. Is living outside really that great? It was a voice from behind him. Jack. Bell turned to look behind him to see his smallest servant tilting her head to the side. The dungeon is your mommy, isn't it? Assassin continued, talking for far longer than Bell had ever heard her done so before. Why do you want to leave her? We know it's not safe or friendly, but the outside isn't that much better. You have food growing in places that you know, and it will always be there. Outside, you can't get food easily, and even if you try eating food other people throw away, someone still gets mad and shouts and hits you for it. Jack. No doubt memories of her life as an orphan on the streets were springing up, and she could not understand why someone without any outside support would still want to leave and suffer such things. Gro simply let out a dry laugh as he turned to Leto and Rei. See? Even that one admits the truth about the surface dwellers, Gro said with a sneer. Gro. Leto said with a sigh before turning back to Assassin. Putting that aside, girlie, I get that you probably had just as tough of a time up there as bad or even worse than what you can experience down here, but, all of us, not just me or FIA, want to go out into the surface. I even have dreams of it. Dreams about a ball of red light sinking behind a massive pile of rocks, a sky that can't be found here, burning red, so red and beautiful it makes me tear up. Getting redder and redder as time goes by, I want to see it with my own eyes. Whether she didn't have anything to say to that or didn't know if she should say something to that, Bell wasn't sure, but Assassin remained silent at Leto's words. Bell could see it as some sort of twisted reflection between Assassin's wants and the Zenos' wants. Assassin had hated the outside world and instead wanted to return to her mother, whatever that meant, and escape the cold of world, while the Zenos wanted to break out and leave their mother behind to see the world. Still, from the sound of things, it would seem that Leto was seeing a sunset in his dreams. It reminded Bell of what Auranos had believed, according to Hestia. That just as how the Deai handled the cycle of reincarnation and beyond for mortals, the dungeon did the same for the Zenos and monsters. Then why are you hesitating? Lancer asked. We of Hestia Familia wish to help you. All of our members know the truth, and we are in a position to bring you all up to the surface in time. A dry chuckle came from one of the Zenos in the audience, the large green dragon. Lancer turned toward the dragon with a slight flush on her face. Well, it will be a challenge to be sure, but I do not believe it impossible. Can he even fit through Babel's entrance? Lily unhelpfully asked under her breath. Might be bit of a squeeze and might knock out a few bricks and stones, but it should be fine, Gina chimed in. They're wide enough for carts for larger Familia expeditions after all. Has to be cleared out beforehand though. You're okay with this, Gina? Primo asked. I mean, I wanna help FIA too, but... A bit late to be worrying about that now, Gina replied. But he won't fit in the backyard. Girls, Ryder cut in as she scooted over and placed a hand on both their heads. Stop talking about Mr. Green Dragon as if he's a pet you picked up. It was a nonsensical conversation, but it made several of the surrounding Zenos chuckle, the Green Dragon included. Leto glanced at the two girls as they talked with something that might have been a wry smile on his face. In contrast, Rei's more human-like face was openly smiling at the girls' conversation. Gro, however, simply shut his eyes in annoyance. Hasn't this line of questioning gone for long enough? Rei asked, throwing a glance toward Gro and Lido. Them rescuing Fia is enough for me to trust them. Fat, do whatever you want, Gro scoffed. I will thank you for saving one of us, but I'm not holding my breath. You'll put yourselves before us after all. Oh my, isn't that natural? Ryder asked before Belle could even think about denying it. If it becomes clear that the danger that comes along with helping you exceeds what we consider safe limits, we will cut you off to protect the children. Would you not do the same to protect yourselves? That bar will be very high to clear, however, Lancer said, turning her head toward Ryder, meeting the woman's eyes. Both servants seemed to stare each other down as they held to their different opinions. Both of them had the familia's best interests at heart. Lancer wanted to help the Zenos for her own reasons, while Ryder was doing so because Belle and Fia wanted it. But while Ryder was prepared to cut her losses if needed, Lancer was not. Belle could already feel that this was how the familia will be split in the future. Arrogant, all of you, Gro spat. We do not know you, let alone trust you, and you want us to accept your help? Especially when your kind has come with such empty words before. Their words are not empty, Gro, Rei cut in. Fels said that they would save Fia from our enemies, and they did. Fels said that they would bring Fia back to us to show that she is there on her own will, and they have. Fels has been good on his word, and so have they. Fels chose to bet their life on these people, and they came through without knowing a single thing about us before. If you want to do so, go right on ahead. But I will not. Gro was refusing to let go of his distrust of humans no matter what Rei said. The siren simply narrowed her eyes at the gargoyle before they both turned to Lido to hear what he had to say. Lido didn't speak at first. He seemed to be mulling over something in his head. All eyes were on the Zenos leader as he finally opened his mouth to speak. Girly. Lido began, referring to Assassin. If you find living on the surface so painful, how do you do it? If it hurts so much, why do you keep on doing so? Because we have Mommy, Assassin replied, plopping herself beside Belle and giving him a big hug. Mommy is there for us. Mommy gives us a warm place to live. And now they want to do the same for you. Your goddess must be someone special, Lido muttered. Yes, she is, Belle quickly said, placing a hand on Assassin's confused head before she could correct the lizardman's assumption. Not that he was wrong. Hestia was indeed someone irreplaceable to Belle. Lido turned his head toward Rei and the two of them shared a nod before they both turned to Gro. Gro's draconian features seemed to turn even sharper for a moment as he shook his head with a resigned sigh. Then, for now, we'll accept your help, Lido finally said, prompting all the tension to seep out of Belle's body. Yes. Thank you very much. That's our line, Belle. Okay. At those words, the surrounding Zenos let out a cheer, causing the girls to jump in surprise. Several harpies with different colored feathers than Fia landed down beside her to welcome her back, while others ran over toward Belle, who quickly found himself being greeted and thanked by several Zenos that could speak, and even more that couldn't. The others were also being crowded around as the Zenos closed in to get a better look at them. Don't take this the wrong way, but can not all of you talk? Emma asked as she shook hands with a goblin wearing a red cap. No madam, the goblin replied. Some of us can and others can't. Lido thinks it's because some of us remember it better. Is this like that reincarnation theory Lady Hestia was talking about? It does seem to be the case, Lancer replied. If mortals are the children of the gods and the gods are the ones that handle their souls after death, then as the children of the dungeon, it should stand to reason that the dungeon handles their souls. Monsters have souls. Emma muttered. It seems obvious now that when you say it out loud. Is it, really? Karen asked. It wasn't as though they operate the same way as humans or elves. It's not as if we have something like a magic stone within our bodies. Wait, does that mean we're powering our lights with monster souls? Welf asked quickly. I do not believe that to be the case, Lancer said quickly. I believe that the magic stone is something that allows a monster, or Zenos, to take form within the world, not unlike a servant's spiritual foundation. Yeah, I have no idea what that is. Yes, perhaps it would be best if we make such things clearer. Lancer muttered before adding, when we are back in the privacy of the home. Hi. On the other side of the room, the kitty trio found themselves being stared at by one of the Zenos, the unicorn. Aside from looking over at them as if appraising them, it wasn't really doing anything to the girls, yet the three of them were completely frozen, with Gina and Assassin pushing Primo to the front so the shorter girls could hide behind her. Primo, being used as a shield, was unable to shrink away herself as the unicorn walked closer, causing her to squeak in surprise. It seemed rather interested in the elf girl in front of it but didn't seem to care too much about Assassin or Gina. Unicorn, regular ones anyway, were creatures that valued purity above all else and only let pure maidens near them while reacting violently toward men. They were also extremely free-spirited creatures whose horns were extremely valuable. There are very few in captivity on the surface, as they were known to kill themselves rather than allow themselves to be captured. Bell had heard stories from his grandfather that some of the high elf royalty kept unicorns as trusted steeds, but he didn't know how true those stories were. Maybe he could ask Lefia about it, as he couldn't really ask Nine Hells personally. Now the unicorn was right in front of Primo's face as both Gina and Assassin quickly backed away. Assassin in particularly looked as if she wanted to just disappear, as if she thought she was unworthy to be in the presence of a pure white being like a unicorn. Of course, that meant Primo was now stuck like a deer before a cart accident. The unicorn, completely unaware or uncaring of Primo's thoughts, eventually planted itself right in front of her, looking almost expectantly at her. Primo glanced around for a moment as if looking for someone to help her or for someone to tell her what to do, but she couldn't find anyone else to help. Then, as if afraid that one of them would catch on fire for her actions, she slowly reached her hand toward the Zenos' mane. It was slow going, but the tips of her fingers eventually brushed against the white hairs of the unicorn before they quickly snapped back in fear. But the unicorn didn't get angry or anything like that. It actually gave her a look of disappointment, as if asking her, "Is that it?" Seeing that, Primo stretched her hands out once more and this time, properly ran her hand across the unicorn's mane. Her eyes widened like saucers at what she was doing, but the unicorn simply closed its eyes in satisfaction. "My, how cute," Ryder said with Lancer nodding her head in agreement from beside Belle. "Couldn't one of you have given her a hand?" Belle asked toward to Lancer to look at him with a slight flush on her cheeks. "Master, I am afraid I am not someone that can call herself a maiden anymore," Lancer said bashfully as Ryder held a hand to her cheek while also blushing slightly. Belle blinked once. Then twice. By the fifth blink, the puzzle finally solved itself in his head, causing him to blush furiously and attempt to stammer out an apology. Of course the married women would be unable to help Primo. Once the round of introductions finished around Belle, the Zenos gave him some room for Rei to pull him away, with Welf and Lancer following close. "Allow me to thank you again for saving Fia's life," Rei said as Leto began directing the Zenos to pull out food and drink for a party to celebrate their first meeting. "No, we didn't even know who we were helping out when we accepted," Belle replied. "If we had been told what she was beforehand, I think most of us would have voted to ignore it." "Not, I'd bet you'd have wanted to save her anyway," Welf said, smacking Belle's back with a laugh. "At most, you'd probably hesitate because it might have been a trap to lure Ryder and Co. out." "He is correct, Master," Lancer wholeheartedly agreed with Welf's assessment of Belle's character. "Your nature would not let anyone suffer as Fia did for long." Belle looked down at his hands, unable to keep a smile from forming on his face in embarrassment. Rei covered her mouth with her wing as a laugh escaped her lips. She turned to the side to watch Fia help with the other Zenos with the party preparations before turning back to Belle. "Fels has told us what you are planning, but I do not quite understand the scale involved," Rei admitted. "I understand that 10 million is a lot, but we do not have a concept of Valis here, as you might expect, so." Both Belle and Welf nodded their heads before the latter turned toward Leto, or rather, the swords he was carrying. "To put into perspective," Welf began, "you could make 200 of those swords Leto are using and still have money to spare. Or even 1,000 of those casks your friends are breaking open. Then again, your unicorn friend's horn would easily match that price on its own." Rei placed one of the folds of her wing against her forehead with a frown. "As I expected, I do not understand this concept at all," Rei sighed. "Fels did say that parts of us were valuable, but I do not understand how their worth can vary so much or be worth more than food." "Well, that's mainly because we can make some crazy stuff out of your, parts," Welf explained. "Like if I made a sword out of your friend's horn, it could dispel any poison on contact. Make it into a cup and any water you put in there will be purified of dirt and stuff. That explains why Fels always wanted them, Rei muttered to herself. Yes. The four of them turned to see a willowy shadow moving toward them. Fels, Rei greeted the newcomer amicably. I take it things have gone well then? Fels asked. Yes. We have decided to trust them, for the time being. And grow. He'll come around, as long as Hestia Familia can earn it. We will, Belle replied before turning to Fels and dropped down into a bow. Thank you for giving us the chance. It was a great risk, I will admit, Fels replied before turning to Lancer. But considering who you are, we felt that the risks would pay off. He then gestured for Belle to raise his head before folding his arms behind him. Allow me to properly introduce myself, Fels said. I am Fels. I act as a liaison between Aranos and the Zenos, a messenger, if you will. I also take on odd jobs as necessary. Oh, odd jobs? Yes, that's right, such as contacting adventurers for quests, like yourselves. Fels turned their hooded head toward Gina, who was with Ryder helping pass out food for the others to eat with the Zenos. Are you a Zenos yourself? They are not, Rei replied. They are a surface dweller, a person, just like yourselves. Formerly a person would be more accurate, they said, glancing at Lancer once more. Are you? Not quite. It would be faster to show you. Fels then proceeded to remove their hood. The eyes that were supposed to be there didn't exist, just two pitch-black cavities, empty eye sockets. The skin they expected to see was also missing. Perfectly aligned teeth protruded from the exposed jawbone. A pale white skull of death stared back at the adventurers. Immortality? Lancer asked. Correct, or perhaps it would be better to say something as close as possible to that, short of being one of the Deai. The Philosopher's Stone and the Elixir of Life then. You are, quite well informed. Then are you mayhaps? I am Fels, a follower of Aranos, nothing more, nothing less. I understand. Excuse me for overstepping. But, you are the sage then, right? Belle asked, eyes wide open. The sage had been a one of, if not the most well-known mage of legend. With the development skill mystery, they had created the Philosopher's Stone and with it, created the Elixir of Life. But when they had brought it before their god, the god took it and smashed it on the ground. That meant Fels was a being on the same level as a heroic spirit but had not quite died yet. It would be more accurate to say that I am what became of the one once called the sage. The sage shocked the adventurers further, explaining with a shade of self-deprecation. As my story will be handed down to future generations, and as it is told even today, I came to loathe the deity who destroyed my precious stone. I became more driven than ever before in my pursuit to acquire more knowledge, to unlock the secrets of immortality, and became what you see now. The skeleton recounted the traumatic experience with that god while running black gloves up and down the robe that hid the rest of their body. My methods took their toll, causing my skin and flesh to rot off my bones. Now I have become something more revolting than a monster. I've forgotten the sensation of hunger and thirst, I am no more than a living ghost. You would not be the only one in this city, Lancer said with a soft smile as Fels chuckled rather mockingly at themselves. I believe I may have preferred your method over mine. You may find that to be rather painful. Yes, well, I would find it rather nostalgic to feel pain again, I believe. It looked as though they were hitting it off. Hey Belle! Emma was walking over toward them with a mug and bowl in her hand. Ryder started heating up the water, she said. Looks like we are going to be eating dash. Her voice trailed off as she laid eyes on Fels' face. Or rather, their lack of one. Skeleton. She let out a loud shriek as the mug and bowl flew from her hands as she fell back on her butt. I believe I do not have much meat for a proper meal, young lady, Fels said rather dryly as Welf bit his finger to keep from laughing at her. Hi. Emma's eyes bounced back and forth from the amused expressions on Rei and Welf, to Fels as they pulled their hood back over their head, and to Belle. It'll take some time to explain, Belle said as held his hand out to pull her back up to her feet. XXXXX. Back in Orario, sitting in a private room of a bar, Castor opened his eyes as if having woken up from a nap. There was a bottle of alcohol, left untouched, in front of him. He had ordered it as a condition to stay in the premises, but he was not about to let such swill enter his lips. Not that he had expected anything from a common bar in the city. Outside the window, the red sunlight was currently draping itself over the city now as several adventurers were making their way out of Babel Tower. By now, the party should have reached their destination and are discussing things with those monsters with human intellect. Even now, Castor held nothing more than a passing interest in them, but it was nowhere near enough for him to actively do anything about it. He was content to let them run around. It was supposed to be the perfect bait to lure the rats out of hiding, but they never took it. Stepping into the rat's nest was supposed to be a last resort, but it would seem that would be the next course of action after all. I suppose I will have to move the timetable up then. With that he nodded to himself in satisfaction before his eyes turned toward the room's door. The moment he did, the door was thrown open and a goddess came walking in without a care in the world. "Hi, so this is where you were hiding," the goddess Ninsen greeted him with a smile. "This is a private room for a reason," Castor said, but wasted no further effort to drive the goddess out. "Oh? Then were you thinking of something complicated?" Ninsen asked as she sat down across from Castor and pointed toward the wine on the table. "One might say that," Castor replied, waving his hand to the side, allowing Ninsen to open the bottle and pour herself a glass. "A goddess has propositioned me with a letter." "Oh ho, well, that's not a surprise," Ninsen said. "You are a handsome man leading a powerful familia. If they aren't trying to get you to convert, then they'll probably want a fling and a memory." Castor's eye twitched at the last part but otherwise made no show of just what he thought of such a thing. "So? Who's the willing lady?" Castor made a point to wait until Ninsen's wine glass was empty and firmly back on the table before he answered. "Ishtar." Ninsen's body froze up as if she had been encased in a block of ice, even as the smile never left her face. Then, Ninsen slowly averted her eyes with a rather uncomfortable look on her face. "Your silence and expression speaks volumes on what you think about that," Castor said, finding some amusement in this situation. "Yes, well." Ninsen began, looking for the right words to say about here fellow goddess. Are you planning on accepting? Accept the direct invitation from the so-called Queen of the Pleasure District? Castor asked. Where I would have the chance to lay with any number of whores of my choosing as well as a goddess of love and beauty herself. Okay, when you put it like that, I know it sounds tempting for you children, but you need to understand that nothing good comes with dealing with Ishtar. Then again, it's not like she handles rejection very well either. Of that I am aware, Castor said, unable to keep the smile from creeping onto his face. Which is why I rejected her completely and utterly via courier of the highest order. If I am lucky, the messenger will be shot as well. Look, I know Hermes is a bit of an ass, but that's no reason to send him to his death, Ninsen said seriously, completely understanding what Castor was saying. How did you reject her anyway? I wrote out a rather extensive list of her faults and failures, Castor replied, enjoying the growing horror on Ninsen's face. Before capping it by saying if I were the type to lay with a goddess, I would not settle for a second-rate one like her. Please tell me you didn't say who is first then. But of course. Goddess Freya. Slam. Ninsen's head slammed against the table with a splendid sound, sending the bottle and glass flying into the air. Castor nimbly caught them before they shattered on the ground. You are overreacting, Goddess Ninsen, Castor said before the goddess lunged at him with shaking hands gripping onto his vest. Do you know what you've done? Ninsen asked, shaking his vest back and forth as she was nowhere near strong enough to actually shake his body. Ishtar Familia is on a completely different level compared to the old Apollo Familia. She'll aim to crush you for that rejection. All the better, Castor said, placing his hands on the goddesses and carefully removed her from his vest. It is a bothersome thing, but so long as she is restrained by the rules of Orario, I shall play by the same rules. Thus, I, Hestia Familia, must hold the appearance of simply defending ourselves. Ninsen shook her head for a moment before bringing her fingers up to massage her forehead. Can I at least know why you are going so far to antagonize one of the strongest Familia in Orario? Because it amuses me. Ninsen buried her face into her hands as Castor let out a booming laugh. Fear not, my actions will be an overall net positive for Orario, Castor said as he sat back down in his seat. I will not destroy Hestia Familia's relationship with the guild on a whim. He was enjoying seeing how the boy and his collection of friends make their mark on the city. He wouldn't do anything to purposely destroy it if he didn't have to. Who knows, perhaps there will be a part for him to play in this as well. Castor turned his gaze back out the window toward the pleasure quarter and counted down the days until its total destruction. XXXXX. I'm so tired. Gina groaned as the party climbed the stairs back to the 18th floor. Me too. Primo agreed, using her staff as a walking stick. Once the party had wound down, Fels had made a suggestion. As Hestia Familia were to spend the next few days completing their official objective for the expedition, the Zenos would send 1 or 2 members to help them complete it, in the name of building trust between the two factions. Several Zenos immediately volunteered and were shot down just as quickly. Several Zenos were deemed impossible, including a Lamia named Laura. Fels had said that since their species didn't spawn until much deeper in the dungeon, she and the others could not join as it would bring into question just how Hestia Familia came across one when they hadn't officially gone past the 18th floor yet. The discussion went on for a little while, but it was decided for Rei and Als, and Almirach, to join them for the next 2 days. The red-eyed white rabbit jumped for joy before leaping into Belle's arms, earning the poor boy several jokes of rabbits frolicking together by Welf and Lily. So will it just be the level 2s and up going on the true expedition? Emma asked Belle. Primo and I will probably just get in your way. And not me. Karen asked. Your skills let you keep up. And yours would let you do more than that, Welf said, smacking Emma on the back. It was only touch and go because we were the only ones on that floor. Tomorrow, we'll be going down with a whole bunch of other adventurers, so it won't be as crazy. Besides, we started this together, so we're going to finish this together, Belle added with a smile. Welf, Belle. As the humans chatted at the front of the group, Gina fell back to the middle with Primo where a certain member of the Familia was walking. So you're okay with this, FIA? Primo asked the Harpy Zenos. Coming with us instead of staying with your friends? Yes, FIA replied. I talked it over with Rei and the others. I'll be continuing to live with you all and help you from up there. And because the captain would not be happy to see 10 million Valis disappear, Gina added with a smile. I'm too bird-brained to understand what that means, FIA chirped, spinning around in place as she hurried away from a dumbfounded Amazon. Wait, you can't just say that lame joke and run. Gina shouted as she chased after her. And put your cloak back on. But it's stuffy. If I have to wear one then you do too. Behind them, Primo simply shook her head with a sigh. The group reached the top of the stairs and were now faced with another choice. All right, so do we head into Rivera or camp out in the woods? Belle asked. Do you have any preference, Karen? I am used to camping out, the former noble replied. But considering this is the dungeon, I believe it would be safer to try and find an inn in the town. I agree. Emma quickly chimed in while raising her hand. I just want to sleep under a roof after today. Technically we're underground, Welf began and let out a laugh when Emma elbowed him in the side. In it is then. Belle asked the rest and they all nodded in agreement. I wonder if we can find one that would let us openly keep FIA in. Lily has a suggestion, their supporter said with a smile. XXXXX. The party made their way toward the town. As they drew close, a large arch came into view with the words "Hello friends, welcome to Rivera," written in the common language of Koine across the top of the gate. The town had 2 entrances, one at the north and one at the south, and the rest was surrounded by large walls meant to keep the monsters out. As the town was built on top of a lake against a tall cliffside, it also boasted several natural defenses on its own. Asfi said that this place used to be a guild base but they gave up maintaining it cause it costed too much, Gina explained for the others' sake. So adventurers took over once they left. Oh, it was the 334th incarnation after all. Gina pointed toward a small sign hanging off the archway, which simply had a number written on it. They really rebuild it every time it gets destroyed. Karen asked in disbelief. Adventurers are nothing if not stubborn after all. Wahaha. Once they entered the town proper, they got a better look at the buildings, for lack of a better word. They were nothing more than shacks made out of scraps of wood and large tents with signs on them. A few of them were built into large cracks in the walls of stone and tunnel entrances. There were also a great deal of tents and vendors that lined the town's streets, not unlike the city above. Several happy and drunk voices echoed from inside several buildings that were most likely bars or inns. Hestia Familia attracted a lot of attention as they made their way through the town. Belle wasn't sure if it was because their fame of the war game still hadn't worn off yet or it was because their party was filled with mostly women. Then again, he spotted several Amazons and other female adventurers walking about as well. Or maybe it was the harpy walking in the middle of the group. Nevertheless, they ignored the shopkeepers calling out to them and followed Lily until they reached an inn built into the cliffside within a natural cave. Gina had said that the inns in the town were basically highway robbery, but the price the inn Lily had chosen was comparable to one on the surface, and not because it was some cheap run-down place either. Liger fang fur rugs on the floor, magic stone chandeliers, and rooms complete with beds, everything looked to be in great shape. Considering the other options, this place was definitely one of the higher quality inns in Rivera. "All right, I give up," Welf said as he ran his hand on one of the rugs. "What's wrong with this place that it's like half the price of the ones we walked past?" The cat person owner sitting behind the receptionist desk winced at Welf's question but seemed hesitant to answer. "Lord Castor said that there had been a headless corpse of an adventurer found in here a few months back," Lily replied, causing the owner to wince. Lily suspects that people believe that a ghost might pop out or something. "Ghosts, huh?" Emma repeated as she and the others slowly turned their heads toward Rider, Lancer, and Assassin. "My, if even ghosts come here to rest, then it must be very comfortable indeed," Rider said with a smile, ignoring everyone's gazes. "Headless, oh." Gina spoke up as she realized something. "I remember. There was this big stir because one of Ganesha Familia's elites died. I think his name was Hashana Dorla." "Hashana?" Bell repeated as a memory rose up from the depths of his head. "Did you know him, Bell?" Emma asked. "I think he was the first person to welcome me to Orario," Bell replied. "When I first came here to be an adventurer." The man had asked Bell why he came to Orario, and the extra young and extra naive Bell had blurted out his true feelings without thinking. "I wanted to have a special meeting in the dungeon." Hashana had laughed and said it was a good dream before sending Bell on his way. And that good-natured man had been murdered in the dungeon. It felt like a shock that someone he knew had died, even though Bell barely spoke to him. "Let's get settled in before it gets dark," Ryder said quickly as she stepped forward to the owner. "Do you mind if we bring a harpy in as well? It's our specially tamed monster." Thankfully, the owner, Willie, didn't mind at all, as he was simply happy to actually have customers after so long that he came nearly close to tears. He even offered them drinks and snacks on the house. Bell and Welf split off from the others and entered their shared room, where they dropped off their bags in the corner. Welf then stretched his arms toward the ceiling before dropping himself down on the bed. "Only day one and I'm already dead tired." The smith groaned. "At least we didn't have to fight the floor boss," Bell said with a chuckle as he began taking off his armor. "Ugh, I hope the dungeon doesn't send out another Black Goliath." Bell wholeheartedly agreed. Once Bell finished stripping off his armor and sat down on his own bed, Welf spoke up again. "Hey Bell." "Yeah?" "I've been thinking." "Of what?" "Of how to raise several million valis in basically no time." "Really?" Bell asked, excitedly as he turned toward Welf. "What is it?" At Bell's words, Welf sat up with an incredulous look on his face. "You really don't connect me to what everyone else in the world does, do you?" he asked as the incredulous look slowly changed to one of appreciation. "Huh? What do you mean?" Bell asked, not understanding at all. Welf simply glanced over to the corner of the room and Bell followed his gaze, toward Welf's magic sword. Oh. Right, that was obvious. A Krazo magic sword would easily sell for millions without Welf even trying. "I didn't forget," Bell said. "I just didn't think of asking you to." Welf had made it clear to everyone in the familia that he didn't like making magic swords. It was only recently that he even considered making them to help protect the people he cared about. But this was going beyond just protecting the people he cared about. It was making things he absolutely detested and breaking his own code in making a weapon that would eventually shatter and leave their wielder and partner alone. "Yeah, and thanks for that," Welf said honestly. "It's just, if one of these things can bring one or two of FIA's friends up to the surface, doesn't that seem like it'll be worth it?" Bell shook his head. "I can't answer that for you," he said as Welf frowned but nodded in agreement. "I don't want to put my pride over the lives of FIA's friends," Welf said. "I used to hate making these things, but if I can use them to save those guys, maybe I can grow to like them a bit more." "You already don't mind making them for us, right?" Bell asked. "I thought you'd come to terms with that." "Yes, since it'll keep you guys safe." The problem is that I'd have to sell them to other people. It's like selling them an oven that'll just break after a few uses. Feels like a damn scam, and that's only the tip of how I feel about it. Belle could understand that. Welf was a true craftsman and smith through and through. The fact that magic swords shattered without fail was the reason he hated them so much. Welf's personal magic sword wouldn't break as easily due to being more of a focus for his innate magic, but something like that would be useless for most people who bought magic swords because they didn't have any magic to begin with. Did you get an idea? Welf asked, but Belle shook his head. I was thinking maybe you could try making more swords like Kazuki, but I'd hate for it to wind up in Evil's hands. Yeah, that's why it never crossed my mind. Looks like both of them decided it was too risky to let such a powerful weapon out into the markets. Maybe if you sold them to the more powerful familiars like Loki or Freya. Belle suggested. Familiars that are strong enough to fight them. I dunno. Both of them have a lot of elves in their familia, don't they? I already got chewed out by that blonde elf for being a Crozo before. Which one? That one that was at Milan. Not Thousand Elf. I think Primo called her Alicia Forest Light. Yeah, her. And two of Freya's elites are level 6 elves. I don't want to get on their bad sides even with 7 powerful shields between me and them. Welf let out a long sigh as he furiously scratched the sides of his head in frustration. Let's put the idea of selling magic swords aside for now, Belle decided. It's not like we can bring up any more until those people are dealt with. Yeah, more time for me to think, Welf agreed. I'll talk to Archer and Ryder about it, maybe Castor if he cares. Belle believed he probably would care since it was another possible source of income, or headaches if done improperly. All right, enough thinking for one day, Welf decided as he flopped back on the bed. I'm gonna take a nap. Wake me up when food's ready. Belle simply chuckled as he stood up instead. He wanted to go find Karen and talk to her a bit more and see how she was handling one world-shattering revelation after another. As Belle stepped out of the inn, he heard the sounds of metal on metal and followed it. Within a fenced-off clearing that seemed like it was the inn's yard were Emma, Karen, and Assassin. The latter two were sparring while the former was sitting on a rock, watching them. Both of Karen's skills seemed to be active as her rapier pierced through the air like a scorpion's tail, but Assassin easily weaved around the blade, occasionally batting it away with one of her knives. She was fast, way faster than any other level 1 Belle knew, well except for himself, back in the day. She might even beat the level 2 Gina or even Welf in an one-on-one. Assassin was the first to notice Belle as her expression brightened considerably for a moment before going serious again to focus on the spar. Emma noticed him next and greeted him with a wave as he walked up beside her. What brought this on? Belle asked. Karen wanted to practice something and Jack was bored, Emma replied with a giggle. I think she misses Alls already. Indeed, Assassin had basically cuddled with the Almirach Zenos, burying her face into the latter's fur with the most content smile Belle had ever seen. Alls, for her part, seemed to enjoy the attention she was receiving and looked at Belle as if asking if he had wanted to join in as well. Belle had refused. A bit too quickly to be polite if he had to admit. Ah! Karen let out a gasp as Assassin disappeared right in front of her. No, she jumped into the air as Karen lunged forward. The smaller girl then landed right on the taller girl's shoulders with the handles of her blades pressed on Karen's neck. Bam! We win! Assassin said cheerfully as a small sigh escaped from Karen's lips before she patted the girl's leg, telling her to get off. Assassin complied before running straight to Belle and wrapping her arms around his waist in a big hug. Did you get what you wanted? Belle asked Karen. Yes, Karen replied as she returned her blade to its scabbard and lowered her head in a quick bow. She then her gaze to Assassin who looked back up at her with wide eyes. She is rather fast, are the others as fast as her? I think Lancer and Saber are faster, Belle admitted. Much stronger too. Jack's strength isn't in a straight fight after all. Karen simply nodded in response, no doubt thinking of the moniker the little heroic spirit was given. She then turned back to Belle. Was there something you needed or were you just walking around? I was actually looking for you to talk, Belle admitted. Wanted to check in and see how you were doing. I think you basically had your world turned upside down 5 times in as many days. It's... Karen began, one hand rubbing her forehead while the other remained on the pommel of her blade. It's been a trial, I will admit. Do you regret it? Emma asked. joining us and knowing all these things. I left home and became an adventurer because I wanted an adventure, Karen said with a much deeper sigh. I suppose I got what I wanted. Yes, this certainly will be the adventure of a lifetime, Emma admitted. Speaking of which, you traveled all over with the goddess Deai, right? Got any stories to share? Nothing particularly interesting, Karen replied with a shrug. All the interesting adventures happened before I joined up. Define interesting, Belle asked. It's all hearsay, but I heard that Captain Insyad's destroyed an entire kingdom on his own. Supposedly he just walked right into the capital and defeated its standing army and burned the castle to the ground. Both Belle and Emma were staring at Karen, looking horrified at the news. Why? Assassin asked what the other two were thinking. Were they bad guys? I don't know, Karen admitted. I heard from Insia and Anya, Insyad's younger sisters, that they used to be from that kingdom, but their parents were killed and the three siblings were driven out. Deai found them and with those three, formed the Deai Familia. Insyad's joined on the condition that would one day return and ruin the kingdom. And so he did. Belle and Emma shared a glance before Emma asked, what was his level again? He's level 5, Karen replied. Level 5. Belle repeated. It was notoriously hard to level up outside of Orario and the dungeon. Hard, but not impossible. The only reason the dungeon was the easiest place to level up was due to the endless streams of monsters it gave birth to. The surface world had no such convenient places. What it did have was a lot of people, many with a blessing from one of the Deai. Not every god or goddess traveled to Orario to lead an exploration familia after all. Many traveled around like Deai Familia while others ruled their own countries like Area or Kali Familias. And others might have ran their familias like mercenaries or even bandits, like the familia who started the whole behemoth altar debacle. Which led to the question of how one can level up on the surface. If one couldn't kill monsters, then they just had to kill other adventurers. Kali Familia had rituals around such a thing and had created 2 level 6 adventurers in doing so. If you also looked a bit closer to home, Gina also leveled up due to taking part in the war game against Apollo, and as far as the rest of the world was concerned, so did Belle. In fact, just a few months ago I heard that a familia was taking part of a war between 2 countries to the southeast of Orario. One country hired them as mercenaries and they had a level 4 with them as well. The other didn't have any familias within their forces and were dominated every step of the way. So did the first country one then? Belle asked. No, at the final battle there were rumors that an even stronger familia came to the second country's aid and completely destroyed the other army, familia and all, with only 8 fighters. Both Belle and Emma were speechless. Well, according to Goddess Deai, such things happen all the time when Ares Familia, or rather Rukia, comes and tries to siege Orario, Karen said with a shrug. It's basically the point that a lot of people outside of Orario say that it isn't the dungeon monsters that Orario's walls are keeping in. It's the adventurers themselves. Belle thought back to the exhibition match where Audible went toe-to-toe with the mysterious assailant before being stopped by Freya. Orario had several adventurers that were level 4 and above. If a single level 4 was enough to destroy a country, then what about all the level 5s and SIXs? What about Audible himself? Level 5 is when your achievements became so grand that they would basically be considered living modern-day heroes. Karen. She began. Did you, ever, Before today I would have said no with complete confidence, Karen replied with a frown. But now I can't help but wonder, if one of the monsters I killed had actually been a Xenos, thinking it was just another random beast. She fell silent at that and neither Belle nor Emma knew what to say. Does it matter? Assassin asked. If they were trying to kill you then it's okay to fight back, right? Even Ryder says you have to hurt people to make sure they can't hurt you ever again. Karen stared at Assassin for a moment before looking toward the other two for confirmation. She did say that, didn't she? Belle admitted. Yeah, back before the war game, Emma recalled, a hand moving up to rub the side of her head. They do say spirits are the children closest to the gods for a reason, I suppose, Karen muttered as she glanced back at the inn. Still, I don't think you need to worry about that, Belle said with a smile. From what we heard, all the Xenos were born directly from the dungeon itself, right? Most of the monsters on the surface are born from the monsters that live up there, barring some extremes like the one-eyed black dragon. So unless you fought an extremely old and aging monster I doubt you killed a Xenos. Unless there was one that escaped from one of the buyers of the people that are kidnapping and selling them. Karen pointed out and Belle's mouth snapped shut. Even so, all the Zenos make a point to grow stronger by eating magic stones, right? Emma said, coming to Belle's assistance. If they were strong enough to escape from the conditions we heard about, then they'd be too strong for a level 1 to beat, right? Karen's brow furrowed slightly, but she didn't say anything to refute that possibility. It probably wasn't enough to convince her entirely, but she did look a bit relieved all the same. The crystal lights above them then started to dim, signaling that nighttime had fallen in the dungeon as the scattered crystals littered across the 18th floor began glowing softly under the cover of darkness, along with the camp and cooking fires within Rivera and the nearby forest. So that's how people tell time down here. Emma muttered as she and Karen hurried back inside the inn. Belle moved to follow, only for a soft tug on his sleeve to stop him. "What's wrong, Jack?" Belle asked. "We'll be able to save them, right?" she asked, looking up at him with her bright green eyes. "Save all of FIA's friends? No more will be lost, right?" "Yeah," Belle replied, planting a hand on her head, softly rustling her hair. "I promised after all." And at the very least, Belle wanted to be a hero who could keep said promises.